Alrighty, we've got all that working. Good, good. Grab the anime manga story. Got that.
Oh god. It's stuck for a second.
This is a bit much, right? Have you noticed a lot of these clips are really hard to watch? Yeah. Yeah, I bet it was. And don't forget the door. Yeah, exactly. And East Bipolar needs to be locked up.
I have a kitty cat here sleeping upside down on my lip.
I love cats because they sit in weird positions. My grandpa had a black cat, very long and sleek. Pretty cat too. His name was Hushful. I'll give you a couple of guesses why he calls him Hushful.
Yeah, go ahead and say. I'm not really much in a guessing.
Kaito Destiny My Akita, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny My Akita, welcome to my channel.
But every time he sleeps, he's in any kind of position. Sometimes his bottom part is the other way, and his upper part is like on the other side. A war cat. This cat must be really flexible. I love that cat though.
Oh, good. This is perfectly dark in here. I'm gonna love making people feel horrified.
He was son. That cat was a son of my grandma's cat, Skipper. Skipper, she did not like male humans. But she didn't like any of my family except for me. Skipper was some reason I was very special to Skipper because she was always love playing with me and everything. He scratched my brother really deep above the eyebrow. We had to get 6 stitches. Well, he would tantalize her, I think. That's why she scratched him. Because I remember when we first moved in a development, he had Skipper on a leash. And Skipper did not like that. And I yelled at my brother for doing that.
Is that?
And my brother goes, I'll unhook. I said, no, because she does not like you. So I had to slowly get to her, pet her first before I reached that leash. And she only trusts me, not anybody else. She won't let anybody pick her up except for me. I am not special to her.
Yep. They can pick their humans. They cannot pick their owners.
Kaito Destiny High Side Kick, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Destroyer of Toots, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny High Side Kick, welcome to my channel.
Strangers, but he sure liked me. Like every animal I had don't like anybody from only just me. Because my mom's cat's one kitten, I had cats in my teens or preteen. My cat,
Bye, Raptor.
that was my oldest cat, and he did not like my brother. I wish you'd see my Halloween stuff over at my castle. It's kind of cool. I might change the name of my transporter for right now for Halloween. Like Jennifer Spooky, not Jennifer. Ghost Spooky Castle. Oh, you're on art too.
Yeah, I'm doing the art stuff. Is there a point to my madness? No. Is it gonna be fun and piss people off? Yes.
You should see mine.
No, I'm on the event server right now doing stuff, so.
Pokemon community game. A wild Palos Sand appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S. Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. Pokemon community game Palos Sand escaped. No one caught it.
Damn bug. Let's see.
Dungeons. They are the worst curse placed upon the world. The final curse cast upon humanity by the demon lord slain 1,000 years ago by the legendary hero. The miasma and monsters overflowing from dungeons bear their fangs at humanity, following the demon lord's dying will. Adventurers from all the world challenge dungeons to break this curse. With that, Alto Reise, having graduated top of his class from the Adventurers Academy, works as a staff member at the Adventurers Guild to become a support for adventurers. The work of an Adventurers Guild staff member is extremely busy. Alto keeps himself busy with all the work needed at Tsukame Shop. One thing about his job is when customers visit to order supplies, they've grown to become continued customers that Alto has almost memorized all their monthly orders, like parchment and ink, then quill pens. These customers even order sets of desks and chairs from the shop. Alto also handles quest acceptance duties and adventurer consultations. Furthermore, as his own special duty, Alto utilizes his specialty in summoning magic, providing rental services. When a customer asks if he could lend them some flying summons, Alto smilingly obliges and summons 3 wyverns. Seeing this with his own 2 eyes has the customer in awe and deeply grateful for Alto's help. Plus, Alto also offers introductory courses on summoning magic. With bookings becoming full for next month, Alto's unique services have become popular and the number of guild users have more than doubled. With all that he's done, Alto believes he has contributed to the guild's profits to some extent. Guild staff are civil servants compared to adventurers. It's a plain job with low pay, but it's an amazing job with stable wages and comprehensive benefits. Alto wants to let his mother, who raised him single-handedly, to live an easy life without any more unnecessary worry. That's why he gave up on his dream of becoming an adventurer while keeping his top student status at the Adventurers Academy, and chose the path of a guild staff member instead. Not long, C-Rank Guild Nobleman's Garden Guildmaster Desmond Taylor calls Alto for a talk in his office. Alto's already wondering what kind of snide remark the Guildmaster's gonna make today too. Desmond Taylor is known to be a man who believes that guild staff are upper-class citizens and those work there must be of proud lineage, born of nobility chosen by the gods. Alto is the only one of farmer birth in this guild. Because of that, Alto has been subjected to bullying like harassment, but that will end in just 2 more weeks since there's an annual reassignment happening. Looking down, Alto's already convincing himself to endure whatever Desmond has to say. If he hangs in there a little longer, he'll escape this hell soon enough. Or so he thought. Without much notice, Desmond informs Alto he's fired effective today. This stuns the poor boy, protesting this sudden turn of events. He tries to defend himself, telling Desmond he's contributed to the guild's profits since he worked in the guild. Desmond then reveals the reason why Alto's fired. It's because he's of farmer birth, and a commoner like Alto, who's only good at summoning magic, should be grateful he's even allowed to work alongside noble and excellent people like Desmond for even a year. A sarcastic smile forms on Desmond's face before he bursts out laughing. He mocks Alto for thinking he'll never have to say goodbye to this guild. Who would have thought Alto would end up getting fired and left in the cold before his transfer? Alto shakes in pure frustration. This so-called guildmaster is really getting to him. However, he knows lashing out will be of no use. If does that, Alto will be playing right into Desmond's hands, for now he has to endure. And with that, Alto excuses himself, taking the terrible news with him. But before he could leave, Desmond calls his attention again. The guildmaster has the nerve to ask Alto to thank him for taking care of him for the year he's been at the guild. Turning around, Alto forces himself to bow down and choke out a sobbing thank you. After that, Alto goes running out of Desmond's office and onto the streets he went. He's so upset of the whole thing that he didn't even mind where he's going, bumping into people in the process. While walking, Alto thinks about his mom's reaction. He knows she'll be so disappointed to hear he got fired. Suddenly, strong wind blows by and hits Alto with a piece of newspaper. When he removes it from his face, the article catches his attention. There, he reads about his former classmates' success in their chosen fields. He smiles to himself, thinking how everyone's doing amazing compared to what he's reduced to now. Alto then continues his walk of despair towards home. Arriving home, Alto is surprised with a confetti bomb by his friends. Apparently it's his birthday. Yikes, that just makes the getting fired from work even worse. Anyways, Alto is shocked to see all his friends, Stella, Rex, and Rune, are here. He just read about them on the newspaper earlier, and now they're here. When Alto asks why they're all here, it's Stella Garcia, B-rank adventurer and the Flamesword Princess, that tells him it's his birthday. They all coordinated their schedules to plan this surprise party. It's not just Stella here. C-rank adventurer, two-faced witch Lucy Farmy, and B-rank adventurer, versatile dragon knight Rex Gardner are also here, looking excited and happy to see their friend. Alto's mom then comes and joins them, praising Alto for having such good friends. In her hands is a birthday cake. Alto had completely forgot his own birthday because of work. He's now 15 years old. Stella is the first one to hand over her gift. Blushing, Stella shares how the gift is quite rare, so she'd be happy if Alto treasures it. Rex also closes in to see what it is, revealing it to be a Shrine Maiden's crystal. Lucy is surprised because this said crystal is something people call the Love Stone. Hearing that, Rex teases Stella as he now knows why the Flamesword Princess has been going to the Shamanic Mountains a lot lately. The teasing continues, and Stella has no choice but to defend herself, blushing as she tells her friends to stop. On the other hand, Alto thanks Stella for the gift and promises to take care of it forever. The word forever has Stella getting all fuzzy, and her face is now beet red. After that, it's now Rex's turn to give out his gift. It's a sword made from refined 8-colored adamantine. And lastly, Lucy gives Alto a hand-knitted robe woven with ant magic properties. Truly, Alto is happy as he thanks everyone for being so thoughtful. Not long, the reunited friends all share a meal. As they sit and eat, the friends share stories and whatnot about their lives. Stella is randomly reminded of Rex stealing her prey the other day. Rex only laughs it off and asks her not to worry about it anymore. Lucy, on the other hand, mentions how the three of them have been running into each other a lot in dungeons lately. As the three converse, Alto remains quiet, just listening to them talking. Suddenly, Stella turns to Alto and asks him about his work at the guild. This numbs Alto's whole body. Now everyone's intrigued. Knowing that Alto works at Nobleman's Garden Guild, they're all curious with how he's doing. They all know Alto, so they already bet he's doing something amazing like he always does. They all want to hear about it. Scratching the back of his head, Alto looks away as he awkwardly laughs. His three friends look confused. But after Alto gives them the 411, they're all shocked he got fired from the guild. The adventurers are in disbelief over their friend getting fired. They all know how amazing Alto is, so why? Alto meekly reasons out on the guild's finances being tight lately. It seems he was targeted for personnel reduction or something like that. We all know that's not the main reason though. The three friends grow quiet over this news. It's Stella that reacts first, calling the guildmaster totally incompetent for firing Alto. Agreeing, Rex describes Desmond as someone who's got no eye for talent. Even Lucy believes the guildmaster doesn't understand Alto's true value and says Desmond should go back to the Adventurers Academy. All three of them get into an agreeing conversation about how cruel the guildmaster is and how wrong he did Alto. The summoner watches with a small smile on his face, touched with his friend's sincerity. Suddenly, all three of them turn to Alto and simultaneously asks him to join their individual group party. Dumbfounded, Alto stares at them as the three are starting to argue now. Stella wants Alto since she's been stuck being a solo unaffiliated for the past year. On the other hand, Rex has been training like crazy for the past year as well. And lastly, Lucy has been dedicating herself to magical training for the past year. All three of them want Alto for support and accompany them in their own party. Not long enough, Alto's mom comes back in the room and asks him if it's true that he got fired from the guild. He struggles to form a reply, but settles to tell her the truth. Alto looks away as he apologizes to his mom, saying he's been thinking of going to the employment office tomorrow. When his mom calls this the perfect opportunity, Alto looks up to her in surprise. Contrary to Alto thinking his mom would be disappointed, she's absolutely happy. She calls this fate as all his three friends are inviting him to become an adventurer. However, Alto tells her being an adventurer is a dangerous job, and the pay and benefits are unstable. Before he could finish his reason, his mom cuts him off to ask if he's an old man for being too mature. Sighing, Alto's mom shares she's happy that her son worries for he, but she wants her son to live more freely. Alto's mom then reminds him how he only lives once. Still, Alto isn't so sure about it. That's when his mom pointedly asks him to answer like a man and to chase his dreams on becoming an adventurer. Otherwise, he can go to the employment office and look for another job tomorrow. When his mom doesn't budge, Alto quietly tells her his plans. Asked to speak up, Alto voices out how he really wants to become an adventurer. This makes his mom super happy and even slaps him on the shoulder. She then urges him to go and do his best. As Alto thanks his mom, his attention gets diverted back to his friends who are now playing rock, paper, scissors to see who could have Alto as their companion. Unfortunately, it ends up in a tie for Rex and Lucy. That means Stella has won. Stella stares at her hands, which had formed a pair of scissors. Exclaiming her victory, she tells Alto they'll form a party together, to which the summoner is grateful for and counts on Stella from now on. Taking both his hands, Stella thanks him as well. She's looking forward to working with Alto, though the hearts might suggest a different kind of work in Stella's mind. Alto's mom then chimes in, saying her son is in capable hands if it's in the same party as Stella's. This catches Stella's attention, turning towards Alto's mom, who's now bowing down to ask to take care of her son, even though he can be a bit slow at times. Stella bows down in response, saying she's also inexperienced, so she'll count on Alto too. Hearing them interact, Rex and Lucy can't help but tease Stella about all this feeling like a marriage greeting. Stella frantically reacts, telling her friends she doesn't know what they're talking about. Alto's mom continues to compliment the adventurer and Alto's new companion. She'd always welcome a cute girl like Stella. Alto then asks his mom not to say stuff like that as it can be a bit rude to Stella. However, Alto's mom sees nothing wrong about it since Stella doesn't seem to mind. Meanwhile, Stella's eyes are forming hearts now. In her mind, always welcome means parental approval. But then again, Alto and her are still minors, so that kind of thing should wait until they're older. Upon seeing Stella, the summoner already has an inkling what's going inside her head and asks Stella to calm down since it was just his mom's bad joke. This stops Stella's delusional fantasy and awkwardly explains she already knew it was a joke and she understands perfectly. She awkwardly turns away, feeling disappointed with the whole ordeal. On the other hand, Rex raises a glass to celebrate Alto's birthday and the formation of a new party. Everyone cheers to this and soon enjoys the rest of the party, talking and laughing together. The party only ends when the sky has turned dark and stars have decorated its entirety. The four friends walk outside, can't believing they talked so much it's already dark now. It's true when Lucy says time flies when you're having fun. Stella then apologizes to Alto for making him walk her home. Alto assures her it's no worries and he still has tons to talk about with them. Rex, who's been walking ahead, turns around to call Alto's attention to ask if the summoner wants to have a mock battle like old times. The girls get excited as this reminds them of their academy days. Lucy even wants to see Alto's summoning magic. It's been a year since she saw him use it. Alto thinks about it for a mere second before sighing in agreement to Rex's request. Both friends get ready for the mock battle, placing themselves opposite each other. Rex then tells the summoner a tab of 0 wins and 186 losses. When Rex asks Alto if he knows what this means, the summoner guesses this could be the record between the two friends' matches against each other. During the 3 years at the Adventurers Academy, Rex has never won against Alto, not even once. So right now, Rex wants to settle that score. He then tells Alto the signal to start will be per usual with flipping a coin. Once the coin in Rex's hand hits the ground, they begin. Rex immediately flips it after, and while it's in the air, Rex is already powering himself up. He also apologizes for the long break between their mock battles, but right now, Rex is going to go all out. As soon as the coin hits the ground, Rex summons his heavenly dragon possession, Water Dragon Zeldnera. Rex's eyes go white and his hair spikes up in response to the power.
Pokemon community game a wild Piku appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
With that, Rex lunges towards Alto with his sword. Before he could get to Alto, the summoner uses Flame Dragon Org and Thunder Dragon Ringa. Two monsters then manifest before Rex, shocking him as he quickly realizes Alto has used incantationless double summoning. Meanwhile, Alto apologizes to both Org and Ringa for this summoning and asks them to lend him their respective powers. Both Org and Ringa agree of course. And now, Rex is left to fend of these two, a high-ranking spirit and an upper-class demon. As expected of Alto's summoning skill, it's in a whole other level. While Org uses Flame Durrani, Ringa uses its Lightning Roar Ash Dust. Attacking both at the same time, they release their powers at Rex and a massive explosion is both seen and heard by both girls. Stella has a hand over her mouth in awe of Alto's incredible destructive power. Lucy casually shouts for Rex too, asking if their friend is still alive. In Alto's mind, he could only wish it would end this easily. After the dust clears out, Rex comes out panting and puffing. He praises Alto for not holding back. If he were any other average adventurer, Rex would be charcoal by now. Alto is happy to see Rex though. He knows his friend had blocked his attack with the Water Dragon's Water Mirror. As expected of Rex, the versatile Dragon Knight, laughing, Rex can't seem to accept his moniker as versatile, especially when it's coming from Alto. Kinda sounds like a sarcastic joke. Anyways, they're not done just yet as Rex unleashes yet another attack. His dragon technique, Mist Slash. Meanwhile, Alto
Pokemon community game Piku escaped. No one caught it.
And summons the Annihilation Sword Rodos. With both boys armed with their own swords, the two skip and jump as they both play offense and defense. Rex is surprised to know that a summoner like Alto can keep up with his speed. Alto laughs this off, telling him it's a pretty close call. Rex can't seem to get through Alto's superb swordsmanship. At this distance, a normal summoner would be finished instantly. But here's Alto, proving that he's not like most summoners. The two are quite at par when it comes to swordsmanship. They both know how to play their defenses as well as their attacks. In Rex's mind, he has realized he can't overpower Alto in close combat, but if he lets his guard down for even a moment, he also knows he'll be done for. As Rex dodges one of Alto's attacks, he sweats. He thinks this is all cheating. A summoner who can handle close combat, it's like having a death wish. Not long, Alto summons a black-style second sword, Shadow Slash. Now Rex is in it for a treat. Planting the sword on the ground, the sword lights up as the King's Key unlocks. Rex, on the other hand, has jumped towards Alto, seemingly stopping the summoner from completing
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
His other sword, reminding Rex not to be reckless. Smiling, Rex tells his friend he won't let him use his finishing move so easily at that. Before Alto could finish his summoning, Rex attacks him with his sword, so Alto has no choice but to stop and dodge Rex's attack. This seems to be a nice warm-up for Rex as he's now using Heavenly Dragon Possession, Dragon King Baltra. Rex's then screams to the top of his lungs as the dragon roars in manifestation. Alto watches in awe of Rex, now powered up with the Dragon King's power. The summoner is proud to see that Rex can now summon Baltra too. Rex is proud of this feat despite the 3-minute limit he has on using it. When Alto tells him it's bad to reveal his tricks to his opponent, Rex doesn't really mind. He can't keep all his cards hidden while Alto shows his, right? Smiling, Alto realizes how Rex's earnest side of him hasn't really changed since their old days. After taking that as a compliment, Rex proceeds with attacking. He doesn't really have much time left, so he raises his sword at Alto, who's surprised with how incredibly fast Rex has become. As Rex uses Dragon Technique, Heavenly Limit Slash, Alto uses Armed Summoning, Shield of Cherubim. However, Rex's attack proves to be superior and his shield begins to crack. Soon enough, Alto watches his shield break into pieces, praising Rex's Dragon King's strike. Then Rex points his sword towards Alto, using Dragon Technique, Nation-Breaking Spear. A Shadow of Swords then attack Alto, who's now bracing himself for balance. After that attack, Alto gets an injury, shocking the girls since this is the first time. Rex isn't done yet though and is running towards Alto now. Before he could reach Alto, the summoner uses simple X multiplication summoning Slime. and as one slime appears, it multiplies until there's a horde of it heading towards Rex. They all attack Rex, multiplying itself one after another. This is going according to Alto's plan, who's using this opening to increase the distance between him and Rex. Despite that, Rex still manages to destroy the Smiles using Dragon Technique, Crimson Lotus Flash. Alto is quite surprised, especially when Rex is now closing in for an attack. Rex saw through Alto's plan of using multiplication summoning as a diversion and hiding behind obstructions. He's studied Alto's behavior patterns to death, it seems. As Rex yells for his victory, he summons Secret Dragon Technique, Dragon King Slash, as his finishing move. W3 hat he doesn't know is that Alto had expected Rex to read all his moves, and with that, Alto summons Eye Technique, Infinite Binding Chains. Rex is taken aback, realizing Alto has used Void Crow's Magical Eye. He didn't know Alto had used partial summoning during the fight. Before he could react to anything, Rex has been knocked to the ground with a loud thud, rendering him unconscious in the process. The two girls watch as Rex is now incapacitated. Therefore, the winner is Alto. That whole battle has Alto tired. Not long, Rex wakes up and the four friends journey back home. Now it's 0 wins and 187 losses for Rex, who knows Alto is ridiculously strong. Stella compliments the summoner for defeating Rex like that, as she's expected of Alto. Lucy then asks if that battle was really his first battle in a year. Rex couldn't believe it, since it seems like Alto has gotten even faster. Alto then reveals he's been doing the minimum training at the very least. After that, they all continue walking. Stella then thanks him for walking her home. Rex congratulates Alto as their fellow adventurers now and wants to meet again somewhere. As they bid Alto goodbye, the summoner is left alone and decides to go home as well. With that, he flicks his fingers to summons a wyvern. After summoning the monster, Alto gives it a gentle pat and asks it for a ride home. The wyvern readily agrees, and up on its back Alto went. Soon they fly into the night sky as they head home. The next day, Alto is at the park looking left and right. Stella then calls for him, waving hello, and apologizes for making him wait a bit. She then tells him they'll head to the guild headquarters now. Smiling, Alto agrees. This is his new beginning. They're headed to guild headquarters, the pinnacle for adventurers. While walking, Stella suddenly asks Alto on how she looks. She blushes as she waits for an answer from a very confused Alto. When Alto finally gives her an answer, it's one that has her utterly speechless. Alto had taken the question quite literally and tells Stella she looks slender yet toned muscles. She has a posture that doesn't reveal her center of gravity to opponents, and above all a refined yet powerful magical aura. Alto is very proud of his answer too. He expects no less of Stella, who he believes has gotten stronger than in the past. Stella's disappointment has her uttering a curt thanks, making Alto wonder if he had said something weird. Sighing, Stella calls him dense, which further confuses the boy. Never mind that then. They'll just focus on heading to the guild headquarters for now. Speaking of, Alto remembers what Stella had mentioned during his birthday party, and asks why the girl is working as an unaffiliated solo adventurer. Stella doesn't really pay no mind to the question and casually answers it by saying it's because of Alto. This confuses Alto, and that's when Stella realizes her mistake. Embarrassed, Stella frantically takes back what she had said. That was a close one indeed. Stella's reason for being a solo adventurer is because she wants to be the one to welcome Alto someday without making him feel left out. She's been staying single all this time because of him. Single, both in love and career. Yup, Stella knows she's too intense. Upon arriving at the guild headquarters, Alto looks at it in pure awe. It's big, especially because it's the main hub for adventurers. Noticing the sign on the door, Stella's mouth drops. She had forgotten that the Grand Assembly was today. When Alto asks what that meant, Stella explains it to him. The guild headquarters holds a meeting once every 6 months. They report on dungeon exploration progress to major sponsors. That's the Grand Assembly. The people who gather for this meeting are extremely influential, like great nobles and wealthy merchants. If one catches their attention, it'll be a huge hassle. That's why Stella warned Alto to make absolutely sure not to cause any trouble. A sweating Alto readily agrees. Opening the doors, both Stella and Alto see that the guild is buzzing with adventurers. Looking at this, Alto didn't expect seeing a pretty normal scene for a grand assembly. Stella then explains that the troublesome ones are probably all upstairs doing their thing by now. Stella sees this as their chance and tells Alto they'll finish the exam registration quickly, but before they could even go up to the reception, a male adventurer calls Stella's attention, calling her his beloved. The man actually seems familiar to Alto. Meanwhile, Stella is now facepalming herself, seeing that it's Pavel bothering her again. Upon hearing the name, Alto realizes this man is Pavel Romikot. He's a rising B-rank adventurer boasting an incredible amount of magical power. With Pavel's close proximity, Alto has taken a whiff of the strong smell coming from him and immediately covers his nose. It's the middle of the day, but Pavel's been drinking quite a bit. Pavel doesn't seem to see Stella's already annoyed face and continues telling her to quit the lonely solo life and join his party. Although their boss might be a bit scary, it's still a fun place. Stella quickly dismisses him, reminding Pavel she has already turned him down 10 times now. Stella then utters the same response as she's said many times. She already has a partner she has decided in her heart. And since they're already having this conversation, Stella will gladly introduce him to Pavel. Gesturing her hands towards Alto, Stella introduces him as her new companion. With that, Stella asks to stop asking her to join Pavel's party. This breaks Pavel's heart, who's in disbelief with the news. Pavel calls himself a super genius adventurer who's invited Stella so many times. After all his asking, he can't believe Stella would just team up with a weakling who doesn't have a shred of spirit and barely any magical power. Now Pavel's calling Stella crazy. Scratching the back of his head, Alto awkwardly laughs, like he isn't even bothered with the insults thrown at him. Instead, it's Stella that's raging in anger right now. Cause how dare this Pavel call her Alto a weakling? Stella steps up to scold Pavel, telling him how Alto's kind, so he always limits his magical power to avoid causing trouble for others. Suddenly, another voice chimes in, asking Pavel what's this commotion about. A bald older dude scolds Pavel for his behavior. He had explicitly warned Pavel to strictly refrain from unnecessary disputes, since today is the Grand Assembly. Alto quickly recognizes the man as Dwight Dumbbell. Before Alto could even say hello, Pavel already has his arm around Alto's shoulder. Pavel then drunkenly calls Alto an unimpressive little brat who's going to form a party with his cute Stella-chan. He then calls this news ridiculous as he sees them an unfitting match with each other. Sighing, Dwight tries to keep his temper at bay and immediately apologizes to Alto for the trouble his party member has caused. As he tells Alto he's going to scold Pavel severely later, Dwight quickly notices something and activates his magic puppet human technique, Sacrifice. This spell has transported Pavel next to Dwight now. Both Stella and Alto are shocked and look at the space beside Alto. Pavel was just there next to the summoner. Alto then notices the puppet on the ground next to him and realizes this is a technique that swaps the coordinates of two pre-marked individuals. Pavel is now protesting heavily at Dwight. The drunk adventurer is frustrated that Dwight wasted the substitute doll in a place like this. Apparently, it took Pavel months to finish making. Dwight doesn't reply back to Pavel. Instead, he bows down to Alto to apologize for Pavel's disrespectful behavior. Dwight then describes Pavel as a talented adventurer, yet a half-baked man, so Dwight asks forgiveness for his sake. Whilst bowing, Dwight commands Pavel to apologize to Alto as well. However, the drunk adventurer doesn't want to. Why should he do so? This doesn't make any sense to Pavel at all. Glaring at Pavel, Dwight commands him to apologize this instant. Seeing Dwight's scary face, Pavel ultimately gives in and apologizes for going a bit too far with his behavior. Alto, on the other hand, only tells him not to worry about it at all. With that, both Pavel and Dwight take their leave. Alto is still confused with what just happened, but he has no time to process it all because Stella tells him they'll go to the reception now. In Stella's mind, she already expected much of Dwight. However, it's not the same for Alto. Judging by Dwight's reaction, Alto realizes he might have saw it. The terrifying magical power sleeping within the summoner. Anyways, Alto then finishes his registration. Once done, the receptionist informs him that she has received his application for the adventurer registration exam, and reminds Alto not to forget to bring his exam ticket on the day of the test. Both Alto and Stella are now smiling, excited for the day to come. Suddenly, Alto sees that the Grand Assembly has ended, and all the attendees are now descending the staircase. Alto then asks Stella if those people are the sponsors she was talking about earlier. A frantic Stella is now having a dilemma. This is not good for them, especially that these people are sponsors of the Adventurers Guild. Whispering, Stella instructs Alto not to make eye contact with any of them, no matter what. They never know what kind of trouble these people might cause, so it'll be good to take caution. On the other hand, one of those sponsors notices Alto and calls for him to turn around. Confused, Alto turns to see who's calling him and sees it's Sir Abula. The nobleman himself is happy to see Alto here, though it's quite rare to see Alto at the headquarters, but then he thinks that the summoner might have been reassigned here. Sir Abula's conversation with Alto has now caught the attention of the other nobles too. Miss Shalty chimes in, praising Alto for rising from a C-rank guild to working at the headquarters. Another noble, Sir Baroque, also joins in and wants to celebrate Alto's promotion. He wants to throw a grand party at his place in Alto's honor. Sir Abula agrees with the idea and wants his household to participate as well. Miss Shalty also wants in on this. While this is all going on, Stella is deeply confused with what's happening. She quickly whispers to ask Alto why he knows this lot. Smiling, Alto then explains how these three were very kind to him when he used to work at Nobleman's Garden. They're all nice people, apparently. Stella lets out an awkward smile. Really nice people can't be the description for these people. Abula Urold is the Dark Oil Baron, Shalty Dright is the Bloody Noblewoman, and lastly, Baroque Lemeron is the Ruthless Merchant Tycoon. All these people are big shots from the underworld that even kids are afraid of. Stella does understand, though. There's no way that Alto could have worked normally for a year without standing out. When Sir Abula tells Alto of the party and asks to set a date for it, Alto scratches the back of his head. He doesn't know how to explain his situation to them. Laughing, Sir Abula asks Alto not to be shy since they owe him a debt they can never repay. Rehashing the past, Sir Abula shares how it was all thanks to Alto lending him the army of the lower flame hell that he was able to strike oil in that dangerous Venatora oil field. Miss Shanti also praises Alto for the miraculous grand summoning that saved her beloved son from an incurable disease. Thanks would not be enough for Alto's kindness. And of course, Sir Baroque also has his fair story to tell. Alto's summoned beasts that have saved their lives many times. So, celebrating his promotion is his household's top priority. While these three nobles are busy chatting, Alto then asks a moment
Pokemon community game A wild Poliwag appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Shocking the nobles upon learning that Alto got fired. Awkward, Alto is confused with the noble's reaction and asks if he had said something strange. Sir Abula expressed his disbelief with this news and asks Alto what had happened. Alto, scratching his head, says he can't really go into detail, but it seems he's somehow fallen out of favor with the guildmaster. This shocks Sir Abula, who never knew there was someone who'd do such thing to Alto. Miss Shanti now looks disgruntled as she thinks of the scruffy potato of a man. She can't even remember his name that much. Dez, Poncho, or something like that. Sir Baroque details out how the guildmaster is actually a viscount who ruled over some
Kaito Destiny Dragon _ Storm. Welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Dragon _ Storm. Welcome to my channel.
They just remembered they have some business.
Yeah, hope you're doing well, Dragonstorm. And Lurk on the kick. Hello and welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the love and support. Currently, I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended, doing a maze build. A death maze build. It's gonna be really chaotic.
Huh?
Pokemon community game Poliwag escaped. No one caught it.
Let's see, let's do this, do this, do this. I will have to go through the maze and fix up any little spots here and there. We also have anime manga stories going on the top right above my head here.
They need to attend to, and they'll be taking leave right now. After they leave, Stella already
hope
knows
you enjoy
where
your
those nobles are
lurking.
going. Alto's previous workplace, the Nobleman's Garden? It's time to say sayonara to that place. Meanwhile, all the three nobles are sporting the same look on their faces, a look one would scare even the smallest of animals. They're all headed to Nobleman's Garden Guild, too. At the said guild, Desmond is laughing his bum off as he drinks wine. To him, the taste of wine sipped during work hours is an irresistible flavor of sin. Then he remembers the pathetic look on Alto's face when he fired the boy. No matter how many times he thinks about it, it still makes Desmond laugh. Having kicked out Alto, who he calls a filthy peasant, Desmond believes Nobleman's Garden has regained its former glory, and in 6 months they'll achieve their long-awaited promotion to B rank. Desmond laughs maniacally as he thinks of the future of the Taylor family, believing it to be brighter than ever. Soon, Baron Haig comes barging room and tells Desmond that something terrible has happened. Still out of breath, Baron Haig tries regaining his composure. Desmond, relaxed as ever, reminds the Baron that a nobleman must always maintain elegance no matter the situation. With a terrified look, Brano Haig divulges that Lord Abula, Lady Shanti, and Lord Baroque have arrived in their guild and are demanding to terminate their adventurer contracts with the Nobleman's Garden. This shocks Desmond. Confused why these nobles would withdraw their contracts with the guild. Furthermore, the guild's relationship with those individuals was supposed to be excellent. They even just extended their contracts recently. Baron Haig is also in the dark with what's happening, but he did sense an extraordinary anger coming from the nobles. With that, he urges Desmond to go to the reception room immediately. Desmond soon arrives at the room, facing all three nobles are looking rather unpleased with the guildmaster. Desmond tries to break the awkward silence by complimenting the fine day they're having today. However, he is only met with animosity. Sir Abula then speaks, asking Desmond if it's true that he had fired an employee named Alto Race. Thinking the noble is on his side, Desmond quickly confirms this. and even shares how that filthy peasant was a nuisance that damaged the dignity of the guild. Desmond then shares how Alto was fired yesterday, and because of that, they're supposedly enjoying clean air now. Desmond's fit of laughter is then met with anger from Surabula, who calls the guildmaster an incompetent fool. Before Desmond knows it, Surabula is now up on his feet as he angrily calls the guildmaster an utter imbecile who knows nothing but to be a true incompetent being. Pointing at Desmond, Surabula furiously asks if the guildmaster ever considered with that small brain if his how precious Alto's summoning magic is. This puts Desmond in a tight spot since he also reveals he doesn't know much when it comes to magic. Suddenly, Lady Shanti stands up to express her own anger at the guildmaster. Her dear son was looking forward to the Introduction to Summoning Magic course that Alto was going to teach. When she asks what Desmond plans to do about it, the guildmaster frantically apologizes and suggests he'll arrange for a more skilled summoner right away. This makes Lady Shanti more furious as she belts out, "No one can be a better summoner than Alto." Smiling, Lord Baroque asks the two nobles to calm down a bit and wants to hear Desmond's side of the story. As the two quiet down, Lord Baroque tells them how there might have been a valid reason to dismiss Alto, though it's very hard to imagine. Maybe Alto wasn't working seriously behind the scenes, or maybe he made some big mistake. Thinking about it, Desmond reveals it's quite the contrary. He then tells them how Alto was more diligent than anyone else and there weren't any particular mistakes. When they press him about why he fired the summoner, Desmond plasters a smile on his face as he reveals it's because Alto Rece was born a peasant. He said it like the egoistic man that he is. All the three nobles are now shaking in anger. Sir Abula then calls this a completely wrongful dismissal. Even Lady Shanti asks Desmond on how long will he cling to the aristocratic system when one's birth is not a significant issue at all. Lady Shanti then pointedly tells Desmond how, in their perspective, the guildmaster is nothing but a flimsy third-rate viscount. Hearing this has Desmond hurt, but he can't do anything about it, especially seeing the nobles' angry faces. Lord Abula then commands the guildmaster to listen to what they're going to say. They want Desmond to apologize sincerely to Alto and obtain his forgiveness, or else they will never use Nobleman's Garden ever again. This alarms Desmond, of course, begging for the nobles to reconsider. Before they leave, Lord Baroque turns around to say the guild has no value without Alto in it. Desmond has to apologize to Alto, then maybe they'll talk after. Desmond then arrives home in despair. As he hands his briefcase to the maid, he instructs her not to let anyone into his bedroom. He's going to lie down for a bit since he's been tired from today's events. In his room, Desmond immediately plops himself on the bed. There he lets out all his frustration with this sudden turn of events. He blames Alto, that lowly peasant-born scum, for using dirty tricks to deceive the lords and lady. All of a sudden, the telephone starts ringing. Because of his frustration, Desmond throws a pillow at it, knocking the phone from its place. In despair, Desmond thinks to where he went wrong and why this happened to him. His outburst is cut short when his maid informs him of the urgent message he has from Lord Reagan. This catches Desmond's attention, although he doesn't really have the energy for anything right now. Desmond chooses to answer the call. As soon as he speaks, Desmond is greeted with some yelling from Lord Reagan, who's asking what the guildmaster has done. Apparently, Lord Reagan just received word from the upper echelons of the Adventurers Guild. The plan to promote Nobleman's Garden to B-rank guild has just been called off. Desmond's eyes widen in shock. He then thinks it's all Alto's doing again, even calling him a sewer rat. Desmond then utters how he had taken care of Alto for a whole year, but he repays kindness with malice. Just which part were you ever kind, Desmond? Lord Reagan then repeats Alto's name as it sounds very familiar. Desmond then shares the summoner is the peasant-born scum they kept. Now Lord Reagan remembers. He also remembers seeing Alto at the guild headquarters today applying for the adventurer registration exam. Upon hearing this, Desmond urges Lord Reagan to stop that from happening as Alto is the embodiment of evil and must not be allowed to become an adventurer. Desmond then tries to flip the narrative and tells Lord Reagan that Alto is a genius at sucking up to the powerful and worming his way into their favor. If a parasite like him becomes an adventurer, the guild will be eaten away from the inside, and they won't be able to focus on dungeon conquest. Absorbing all this information, Lord Reagan seems to believe Desmond's words and plans on assigning an examiner under his influence to make sure Alto fails his exam. After the call ends, Desmond smirks before laughing sadistically. He believes luck is on his side again, saying, "Curse others and you dig 2 graves." Desmond vows to make Alto regret spitting on him for the rest of his life. The day of the adventurer soon arrives. Alto goes to the guild headquarters in the royal capital to enter the venue. Stella goes with Alto, winking at him as she tells him they're just close friends, so there's no malice in her going with him. But in Stella's mind, this already feels like a date outing for the two of them, making Stella feel all giddy. She then assures Alto he'll definitely be fine and to do his best. Alto gives her a warm smile as he thanks her. With the exam ticket in his hand, Alto enters the exam room and is immediately greeted with the sight of strong-looking people. The examiner then asks if everyone is present and announces that the adventurer exam will now begin. Before anything else, the examiner asks for examinee number 175 Alto Reyse. Upon hearing his name, Alto immediately raises his hand. He's now being told to take the exam in a separate room and is asked to move to the underground training area. Alto then proceeds to walk there, wondering why it's only him. Once he arrives at the exam area, he finds a man wearing sunglasses in the middle of the room.
Wisebot viewers, plus, MS.
Court summoner. Hemros will be in charge of Alto's exam today. Showing respect, Alto bows down to greet the proctor. Hemros's eyes squint as he takes in Alto's whole appearance. Lord Reagan had told him this boy is a dangerous element, but he can tell just by looking at Alto that this boy is no good. As in, he has absolutely no talent as a summoner. With such weak magical power, Alto will hardly pass even just the regular exam. He now believes he made a completely pointless trip going here. Hemros then tells the summoner they'll start the exam right away. In this exam, Hemros will be looking at the quality and quantity of Alto's summoned beasts. If Alto can meet Hemros's standards, he'll pass the exam right here. This surprises Alto, of course. Crossing his arms, Hemros promises, saying he's a man of his word. With that, Hemros tells Alto they'll start the test for quantity. Here, they'll test how many Alto can summon simultaneously. Hemros then instructs him to summon low-level beasts that consume little magical power and apply a multiplication formula. Then, Alto needs to increase the number of summoned beasts as long as his magical power lasts. After Hemros gives the go signal, Alto summons one slime, then this slime doubles and triples until 100 are now occupying the room. Hemros is already amazed that Alto surpassed 100. However, he's utterly shocked to see that Alto has now summoned 1,000, then 10,000. Not long, Hemros is screaming as the room is about to be filled with summoned slime. He frantically asks Alto to stop as Hemros is now drowning in slime. With one flick of his fingers, all of the slime disappears. Hemros tries to recover his shortness of breath from the suffocation. Hemros can't believe that number and speed of multiplication. He really thought he was going to get crushed to death by slime. Well, that would be a funny scene. A worried Alto asks if the proctor is okay, to which Hemros says he is. He's then curious if Alto hadn't released the multiplication magic. How many more slimes could he have made to maximum? Alto thinks about it for a bit before casually revealing it would have been beyond trillion or quadrillion. Or no. Quintillion would be no problem at all as well. Hemros sweats as he awkwardly smiles. In his mind, he can't believe Alto can make quintillion when that's such a ridiculous multiplication summoning. However, he did see it with his own two eyes, and more than anything, Alto doesn't seem to be lying. Now, Hemros is curious as to who Alto really is. Hemros's thoughts are then snapped back to reality when Alto asks him on how he did on the quantity test. Hemros coughs up a bit before saying it wasn't bad at all. He then shares that he could summon much more when he was Alto's age. Then again, he passed the minimum requirement. Give it to Hemros to downplay what he had just witnessed. After Alto thanks the proctor for the passing mark, Hemros then announces they'll move on to the quality test. Hemros now knows Alto Reyse is far more capable than what he just heard. His magical power is still weak, but his skill is exceptional. He's undoubtedly a mage skilled in techniques. Question now is, what should Hemros do so Alto will fail? The answer is simple. Hemros will have him summon powerful beasts that consume a lot of magical power. That way, he'll easily show his weakness. With that, Hemros tells Alto that a summoner must be able to control a wide variety of summoned beasts. For example, a wyvern, a powerful summoned
this is
beast
gonna be
that soars
hilarious
through
when
the
people
sky.
come through this.
Alto flicks his fingers and 3 wyverns come swooping in, startling Hemros in the process. The proctor quickly changes the scenario to one that the enemy might be underwater. In such cases, a high-ranking water spirit should be summoned. Alto flicks his fingers again and casually summons Undine. Hemros's reaction gets baffled every time Alto summons a new beast. The proctor then diverts the situation, saying dungeons often have scorching lava areas. To traverse rough terrain, a sturdy rock cave doll. Apologizing for bothering his golem, Alto flicks his fingers again to summon the raging beast. Now Hemros is terrified. Alto had managed to summon the guardian of the skies, Wyvern, one of the 4 great spirits, Undine, and the high magical power-consuming golem, and Alto did all without incantations. When Alto asks how he did, Hemros once again tells him it's not bad, and since he cleared the quality and quantity tests, that means Alto waits in anticipation. His eyes sparkle as he waits for Hemros to say he's now a full-fledged adventurer. But then, his excitement disappears as soon as Hemros tells him it's now time for the final test. Alto is now confused. Why would there be a final test? Hemros then explains that if Alto wants to become an adventurer, he must defeat the great court summoner, Hemros Luxus. Dismayed, Alto asks whatever happened to passing if he cleared both the quality and quantity tests, to which Hemros denies knowing anything of that. Even when Alto reminds him of being a man of my words, Hemros still denies knowing anything of that either. Sighing, Alto says he understands and agrees to the final test. Hemros is already frustrated, but he had to admit it. Alto Reza is a summoner with innate talent. His proficiency in summoning magic slightly surpassed his. However, he believes he still has the upper hand. Hemros then gets something from his inner suit and voila! He has this secret treasure bestowed upon him by Lord Reagan. Seeing this, Alto realizes it's a magic sealing crystal. Hemros immediately lifts the crystal into the air and tells him how he will now weave supreme summoning magic. And with his command, Hemros tells Alto to prepare himself for the ultimate summoned beasts. An armored knight soon manifests in front of Alto, who's staring at it in bewilderment. Bursting out in laughter, Hemros mocks the young boy for being surprised. He then introduces the knight as Roctus, the loyal retainer of Org, the flame demon who rules the lower flame hell. Roctus is the legendary great swordsman who defeated the great angel Michaelis. What Hemros doesn't know is that he's the one who's going to get the surprise of his life. When Alto
Pokemon community game a wild Mantike appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S. Penguin Soldier Hey Kaito.
Telling Org how overjoyed he is to meet his lord in this mortal realm. Smiling wickedly, Org agrees that this is quite a rare occurrence and proposes to have a duel. However, Roctus believes it as a joke. How can he possibly raise his blade against his Lord Org? Hemros watches in both silence and confusion.
Hey, Penguin Soldier, hello and welcome.
Hemros and calls him a nameless summoner. Roctus then apologizes, but he has to cancel Hemros' summoning. With that, Roctus
Penguin Soldier hey hey.
Flame hell. Not even Hemros can stop him from leaving.
Penguin Soldier what's up my dude?
Not knowing what they'll do with the
Not much, just...
Penguin Soldier what are we playing?
He sends Lord Reagan a mental apology.
Doing some Ark Survival Ascended, and I'm making a Halloween death maze.
So there's only one decision left to be made right now, and that is to pass the young boy. This news elates Alto very much. He soon exits the room to find Stella, who's been waiting for him. When he gives her a smile and a thumbs up, Stella jumps right into Alto's arms. Meanwhile, the news of Alto passing the exam has reached Desmond's residences. He is stunned to see
Penguin Soldier oh cool.
Plastered across the newspaper. Not only that, but it also says that the young boy is highly praised by the court summoner, Hemros Luxus. Desmond is now shaking in anger, blaming Lord Reagan for messing up. Then he screams how he'll never forgive this and vows to make Alto Reyes suffer soon. The day after passing the adventurer exam, Alto is cleaning the backyard. He just finished sweeping.
Pokemon community game Mantike escaped. No one caught it.
That a letter had arrived for him, and it's now on his desk. He immediately goes inside to his room and picks up the letter from the desk. He wonders who it's from. As soon as he flips to see the sender, Alto never expected to read Desmond Taylor's name on it. The previous morning at Desmond's mansion, the guildmaster had woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Sighing, he's starting the morning awfully wrong. Not only did Alto pass the exam, but Lord Reagan has gone radio silent on him. As he sits on his study sipping coffee, his maid brings him his morning paper. He wonders if there's any interesting news right now. Flipping it open, Desmond's eyes widen in surprise. Lord Reagan had been arrested, it says. Desmond's mouth is now agape, in disbelief with what he's reading. As he reads on, he finds out that Lord Reagan had been arrested because of illegal monetary transactions discovered from some guilds. The guild audit department has begun investigating the truth and pursuing additional criminals at that. Desmond is now sweating in fear, knowing this is really bad news for him. The Nobleman's Garden has been paying Lord Reagan under the table to promote them to C-rank guild. At this rate, Desmond knows he'll eventually be questioned as well. He despairingly holds his forehead, like he's getting a migraine from all the bad things happening all at once. There's only one reason why he's suffering like this, and that's in the existence of Alto Reza, the very root of all of this. Desmond has gone mad, believing Alto has been pulling the strings behind the scenes on Lord Reagan's arrest too.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
At this rate, Nobleman's Garden and the Taylor family will be ruined. Desmond needs something, some kind of plan. The guildmaster then remembers Lord
this is gonna be so chaotic.
There's no value in his guild without Alto, so Desmond needs to apologize to the young boy before they'll negotiate with him. This sends Desmond into a fit of rage. For him, a noble of high lineage, a chosen aristocrat, to bow his head to a lowly peasant? Desmond screams all his frustration while tearing up the newspaper. Well, let's hope he's really sincere with his apology. Meanwhile, Alto is currently reading Desmond's letter. It says he has an important matter to discuss. Reading it, Alto is dumbfounded that the man can write him something like this after treating him so horribly. Then again, Alto remembers being so frustrated that he left without taking his belongings. He hadn't even returned the guild uniform yet. Believing he has no choice, Alto decides to go and see what Desmond wants. As soon as he arrives at the guild, Alto sighs as he really feels uncomfortable with this whole situation. He's already here though, so he'll just have to take care of business and leave quickly. Upon entering the guild, Alto is greeted by an overly enthusiastic Desmond who welcomes him back with open arms. This shocks Alto, rather terrifies him. What in the world happened to the Desmond he knows? Desmond happily nudges Alto's shoulders, saying he's glad to see the young boy doing well. He then asks Alto to come in and take a seat in his office. Inside, Desmond presents him with a plate of dessert. Desmond says it's a strawberry daifuku from Kyofukute. The guildmaster says it would be rude not to offer some refreshments when Alto came all this way to meet him. Desmond's excitement is just met with silence. When the guildmaster asks what's wrong and urges Alto to eat up, the young boy remembers and reminds Desmond that this kind of sweet was something he said Alto isn't allowed to eat. Desmond stands still, shock written all over his face. During the new employee welcome party a year ago, Alto was seated on the table and was about to pick one of the sweets to eat. Unexpectedly, Desmond went up to get the plate of desserts from Alto's table and asks who had served such high-quality tea and sweets to the filthy peasant. Desmond had called this a waste, and that wild grass should be good enough for Alto to eat. He had mocked and bullied Alto whilst enjoying his own glass of wine. Alto had sat there in silence, taking in all the insults thrown his way. Back in the current time, Desmond sweats as he doesn't know what to say. Alto quickly stands up and announces he'll be taking his leave. The young boy didn't come here today to talk with Desmond. As he walks towards the door, Desmond frantically calls for Alto to wait. The young boy stops to turn and ask what the guildmaster wants. Desmond desperately wants Alto to wait and listen for a moment. But all Alto could remember is all those times this old man had humiliated, mocked, and laughed at him. So he quickly turns around again to leave. However, his eyes widen when he hears Desmond apologizing to him. When Alto turns around to look at Desmond, he's shocked to see the old man on the floor with his head bowed down as he begs for forgiveness. Alto then asks what Desmond's doing, to which the guildmaster asks and pleads the young boy to work at Nobleman's Garden again. He knows it's shameful, but ever since Alto had left, the guild's management has fallen apart. Now, he begs for Alto to lend them his strength. Although Alto appreciates the sentiment, he has already decided to live as an adventurer, so he will absolutely not return to this guild. Desmond's once hopeful eyes turn into despair. He then desperately asks if Alto can lend them Summoned Beast Rental, and summoning magic lectures to them at least. However, Alto is resolute in declining Desmond. Despite Alto saying no, Desmond still tries to convince the young boy, saying it's not like summoned beasts diminish and the lecturers are just once a week. Alto then explains, knowing full well the guildmaster has no idea at all, that it takes quite a bit of magical power to keep summoned beasts in this world. Adventurers are always on the brink of death, so they always want to maintain their best condition as much as possible. It's not uncommon to be away from home for weeks once they enter a dungeon, plus it's impossible to hold weekly lectures. With pleading eyes, Desmond grovels towards Alto to ask to put in a good word with them for the sake of the guild. Hearing this, Alto is confused with who this them Desmond is talking about. The young boy then asks what Desmond is talking about as he's noticed the guildmaster has been acting strange today. Desmond is now shaking as he holds onto Alto. Then he snaps out of his gentleman drama and sadistically calls Alto a damn brat. He angrily points his finger at Alto, saying the young boy must be feeling good about himself after he incited Surabula and the others to ruin the life of a boss he didn't like. Desmond also insinuates how Alto is feeling on top of the world with how he did the guild wrong. Still, Alto is confused since he really doesn't know a thing and tells Desmond he might be misunderstanding something. He starts explaining how he didn't incite Surabula and the others, but Desmond is not having it, and calls Alto a con artist. Desmond then runs to his cabinet drawers to get something. Alto is stunned to see Desmond holding a sharp blade now. He then asks the guildmaster if he's seriously going to fight him when he knows Alto's a D-rank adventurer now. However, Desmond mocks him for pretending to be an adventurer when D-rank is just barely above an amateur level. Before this fight can even happen, they both hear the door open. It's Baron Haig taking a peek at what's happening. Before he could even saying anything, Desmond shouts at him to shoo away and reminds him not to enter without permission. However, a group of people enter the room and surround Desmond. Confused, Desmond asks who they are. They don't answer him. Instead, he asks if he's the guildmaster of Nobleman's Garden, Desmond Taylor. A woman with long hair then steps forward to introduce herself as Ramiros Predator from the Adventurers Guild Audit Department. The word Audit Department has Desmond trembling as he knows what this meant. Ramiros then tells him they have confirmed suspicious transfers from his guild, so she wants to discuss this matter in detail. But before that, Ramiros asks why Desmond is holding a knife. Desmond had just remembered the knife in his hand. Stuttering as he struggles to find a good explanation for the knife, he makes the excuse that it's for practice for a play since they're planning to put on a show for a guild event soon. The guildmaster then asks how his acting was and that he's quite confident in his acting skills. Ramiro sighs before ordering her men to take Desmond away. The guildmaster even has the audacity to resist, saying this is all a misunderstanding. Desmond then makes a desperate plea, accusing of being set up by the filthy peasant. He then turns to Alto and curses him with all his might. Alto looks at the retreating men with confusion. Before Ramiros leaves, she tells Alto he has a rare magical power and seemed quite strong. Ramiro smiles as she offers Alto a spot in the audit department since they've been short-handed lately. Alto gives her a shy smile before declining her offer. He's an adventurer now. Walking away, Ramiros calls it a shame. If Alto ever changes his mind, she asks him to come to the audit department anytime. With that, Alto also leaves Nobleman's Garden. Forever. Later on, Desmond Taylor was arrested for multiple crimes including bribery, embezzlement, and intimidation, and was stripped of his Viscount title. The C-rank guild, Nobleman's Garden, was then dissolved and disbanded. Meanwhile, somewhere in an office, an old man wearing a robe muttered to himself how it's about time for Alto's adventurer card to arrive. He then believes it's just the beginning, but a new start as an adventurer means he can gift Alto something. The old man then remembers he does have the perfect thing to gift Alto. One morning, Alto holds in his hands his adventurer's ID card. He's still in his bed, holding the ID card up in the air. Alto's eyes sparkle as he stares at his ID card, the very proof that his dream is now starting to unravel. Plus, it looks so cool too. When he gets up,
Yeah, I'll
his
make
mom
this
greets
into
him
like a
good
little
morning.
arena.
The old man earlier, now seated in the dining table, also greets him good morning, to which Alto casually greets back. Alto soon realizes what just happened and turns to see the old again, shocked to see the Adventurers Academy principal, Elm Trigolas, in their house. The principal coolly sips his drink before telling him why. Principal Elm had heard he has formed a party with Stella. Alto then remembers how well informed their principal is. After that, Principal Elm hands Alto a piece of paper. He had arranged for both Alto and Stella to join in a small expedition happening tomorrow. He also says it's his congratulatory gift for Alto passing the exam. Although Alto is happy with the surprise, he's also a bit shy with the gift. But then Principal Elm doesn't mind Alto's reaction and further explains the details. A kickoff meeting is scheduled at the A-Rank Adventurer Guild's Silver Prison at noon today, so he urges Alto to show up there. After wishing him the best of luck, Principal Elm then disappears into thin air, leaving Alto screaming and frantic. Walking towards Silver Prison Guild, Alto gives Stella the 411 with what had happened. Stella sighs, knowing their principal as a reckless sage as ever. Still, there's nothing to be worried about. Stella calls this a good opportunity to participate. Scratching his head, Alto sighs. It's fine for Stella since she's B rank, but he's still D rank and he might feel out of place. Stella then turns to him and scolds him for thinking that. To her, Alto is a summoner who can completely defeat B rank Rex. If he can participate, all the other adventurers will be greatly helped. And furthermore, if they do well on the expedition, his guild evaluation should improve and his chances for promotion will be amazing. However, Alto is worried with this gift. He knows Principal Elm to tend to leave out important details, and he used the word expedition too. There's just something about this that gives Alto a bad feeling. Despite his bad juju, Stella reassures him to have more confidence in himself because she knows how strong Alto is. Grabbing his hand, Stella urges them to rush there. Arriving at the A-Rank Adventurer Guild Silver Prison, both adventurers head straight for the reception where they're greeted. The receptionist already received a heads up for their arrival. The receptionist then informs them that the expedition participants have all gathered in the large underground training area, so both of them should proceed there using the stairs at the back. Descending down the stairs, Alto and Stella are amazed that this guild has a basement, calling it Next Level. Once they arrive there, Alto and Stella are all shocked with what they're seeing, or with whom. The expedition participants are all famous adventurers. There's B-rank adventurer Magician Kezerin, and there's B-rank adventurer Tamer Chachi, and wow, A-rank adventurer Knight Herald is even here. Stella now realizes that this expedition is on a much larger scale than they initially thought. They then see a man walking up to the center podium. Alto then watches the man in awe. This is the incredible swordsman who inherited the demon-slaying sword Gura. He's also the leader of the A-rank adventurer party Bright Star, the one and only Reinhard Oleg. Not long, Reinhard calls the attention of all his fellow adventurers and thanks them all for gathering here today. He then informs them that this expedition is an extremely dangerous, life-risking quest. However, if no one undertakes this, humanity's long-cherished wish, dungeon conquest, will never be achieved. Reinhard then thanks everyone for their courage. Meanwhile, Alto thinks about Principal Elm's gift. Even with such a large force gathered, it's still life-threatening. Oh, their principal is in a whole different scale. Reinhard then explains the strategic overview of the 4th dungeon expedition. Before he could start with their tactical objectives, someone shouts to halt his speech. It's Wolfen Barorio, the A-rank adventurer and troublemaker from Bright Star Guild. He then loudly informs everyone that there's an unbelievable loser amongst them. A D-rank adventurer who snuck himself into this expedition. Alto is now looking like a scared cat. He knows exactly who Wolfen is talking about. Everyone starts whispering. There had been a participation requirement for this expedition, and it was B rank and above. Someone then shares how they sometimes get those delusional guys who overestimate their abilities. Reinhard scolds Wolfen as he had already explained to his member regarding this matter. The leader defends the unknown loser because he knows he's special and was recommended by the old master. Wolfen laughs, mocking the ramblings of that old man, even calling him senile. He then pushes Reinhard off the stage and immediately takes his place to call out Alto Race. On the other hand, Alto doesn't know what to do. When Wolfen urges him to stop hiding and to show himself, Alto sighs as he knows it's better to step forward than to hide. With that, he closes his eyes as he raises a hand. Before he knows it, Wolfen is already in his face, asking if he's really Alto Race. As Alto mutters a yes, he's also amazed with how fast Wolfen is. A smirk forms on Wolfen's face as he tells Alto a piece of fact. The most troublesome opponent in this world isn't a capable enemy, but an incompetent ally. He then calls Alto a show-off, asking Alto that if he drags them down and their allied party falls apart, how will the summoner take responsibility? Wolfen then grabs
Pokemon community game A Wild Flapple appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Giving Wolfen some advice, Dwight warns him to withdraw from this one unless he wants to get killed. Wolfen is baffled to see Dwight siding with a D-rank and laughs as he calls Dwight a once great adventurer, who's now a senile old fool with rotten eyes. With that, Dwight turns around to leave, saying he's already given Wolfen a warning, so it's his decision to do what he pleases with it. Alto, who's now feeling a bit bad, informs Wolfen he's just leave since he thinks he's out of place here. However, Alto bumps into Stella, who's now fuming mad at Wolfen. She is raging as she pointedly tells Wolfen to back off. He's been saying whatever he wants for a while now, but for his information, Alto is way stronger than the likes of him. Wolfen then mockingly calls Stella an ugly girl, warning her no to talk back to him when she's just a B-rank trash. This fuels Stella's anger even more, saying Wolfen is a bit confident with his A-rank status. Wolfen then retaliates, saying there's an absolute difference between A ranks and B ranks, as vast as heaven and earth. Alto remains in the middle of this heated argument, not knowing what to do. After a while of bickering, both Wolfen and Stella are out of breath. Wolfen then calls her pathetic for playing adventurer with a D-rank piece of trash. He then yells at Stella, asking what would her great-grandfather think of her if he knew of Stella's disgraceful act. That hurts Stella, silencing her as she holds back her tears. Wolfen isn't finished yet and continues to remind Stella she's the abandoned child of the Arnold family because she couldn't properly inherit their magic. Before Wolfen could continue his insults, they hear a loud thud. Alto
Pokemon community game Flapple escaped. No one caught it.
Wolfen to have a mock battle with him. Wafflin is bewildered with the proposition. To Alto, this would be a great way to settle various things. For example, who's stronger between him and Wolfen? Seeing Alto's confident demeanor has Wolfen seething with anger. Oh, it's on now. Tension rises between Alto and Wolfen. Everyone can feel the weight of it in the air. Annoyed, Wolfen asks the summoner if he's seriously asking to battle the Wolfen, an A-rank adventurer known as Shadow Wolf. Alto smiles, confirming Wolfen's question. While this annoys Wolfen, it has little effect on Alto, who's looking rather casual. Wolfen suddenly starts laughing as he facepalms himself. He bursts out how funny Alto is to him. He never knew a bottom-tier D-rank would pick a fight with an A-rank like him. Is Alto out of his mind? Alto's eyes turn emotionless as he says Wolfen can say whatever he wants about the summoner. However, it's a different story when one insults his dear friend Stella. Alto's eyes are now void of the innocence we all know he has. With that, Wolfen turns to tell someone to move everyone to somewhere spacious for the mock battle. Wolfen had asked Tilt Pena, A-rank adventurer and fellow Bright Star member, for this request. Agreeing to it, Tilt jokingly says he has to pay 300,000 gold coins per use, which further irritates Wolfen, who urges her to hurry up with it. After thanking Wolfen for his business, Tilt gets something from the inside of her robe, revealing a piece of paper with an inscription on it. As she tells them she'll send them flying, she burns the paper with her hands. A confused Alto suddenly gets dizzy, like he's being warped or something. Even the surroundings are warping in front of him. Not long, Alto is shocked to see they're already outside. Not just outside, they're all in a vast field. Reinhard is now asking where they all are when they're supposed to be in the large training area. Looking at the surroundings, Alto believes they're in the Omred Plains right now. All the adventurers who were in the large training area have been moved here. A magic that transfer a certain area to a different
Kakuzu_furry hello.
Magic as expected of A-rank adventurer Tilt Pena. Approaching Tilt, Reinhard scolds her for this foolish move, to which she calls fun. Reinhardt is about to unsheath his sword when Dwight stops him, telling the Bright Star
Yakuza,
it's
hello
fine.
and
All they
welcome.
have to do now is wish for Wolfen's safety. Then he tells Pavel to watch closely and see what would have happened to him if Dwight hadn't stepped up to help him back then. Pavel, like
Kakuzu
Reinhardt, is
_
confused
furry
with
hello.
Dwight's words. Pavel thinks his leader is just overestimating Alto, who he sees as a brat. And now that he's sober, Pavel can confidently say that Alto Race doesn't look like much of an adventurer to him. Both Alto and Wolfen get into their respective position. As the wind blows by them, everyone watches in anticipation with what's going to happen. Wolfen then calls Alto's attention to command him to deploy his magic.
Excuse me. Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Kaito Destiny. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Nice to have you here. Currently, I'm dressed up in my Halloween getup that a friend has made for me. Which is a prison inmate, because it was a random art raffle. So, yay! But I do hope everyone is having a great, wonderful time. Let's see. Oh, apparently I'm getting a message. Apparently it was from my mom. She wanted to ask me something real quick. Alright. Oh, is Mama Ketsy on? Mama Ketsy is on. Oh, artist. Art Mama. We'll give the love and support. Alright. So, as I was saying, currently playing Ark Survival Ascended. We are doing,
Sorry, Dave, that.
We are doing a Death Maze, Halloween themed, on Ark Survival Ascended. Currently making this for a community event. Sad to say, I probably won't be able to make it, so let the others take care of it and have fun with it. And hopefully they can record it and show it on their live streams as well. So, after I'm done with this, I will be switching over to Minecraft to do some building over there. We also would be having, let's see. Yeah, I definitely need to add some more stuff here to make things more confusing. I'm glad this will be like dark and spooky in here. Let's see. Alright. Let's see. I will have dinos in this maze. Some booby traps here and there. Let's see. Because, I guess I should make chambers in here. Let's see. I know I'm gonna have to have dinos that are about 1 to 2 walls high.
And now we'll just keep following this route until we run out of places to go. Or until we find something interesting to do. Oh?
Oh, it's gonna be funny when people fall in through the trap floors, though. Let's see.
Do you think this could go well? Well, he didn't die. But at the same time, there is that up there. Oh, I bet I could have gotten this if I was willing to be bold and do a nail jump. This whole area was traversable.
Do we want to check the bunker?
Yeah. Because I just gotta throw my nail down.
The hell? Why is the screen flashing on?
I should have been more bold. As soon as I found out I could do that on the mushrooms.
Oh, okay, there's something. What is wrong here?
Could have probably done the characters. This is a little tough.
Wait.
Tough.
That's behind us.
Am I only able to bounce on them so many times, or am I just doing it too slow?
Alright, let me get the anime makeup back on.
Formula. This confuses Alto, so the A ranker explains it to him. Out of respect for Alto's reckless and foolish bravery, Wolfen will let him take the first shot. However, that attack will be Alto's last. The moment Alto casts his spell, he will fall pathetically without even seeing Wolfen's form. Wolfen also cockily tells Alto that if he's lucky, he'll just end up in the hospital. But at worst, Alto will die here. Not an ounce of fear traverse in Alto's body as he casually says he understands this. Without hesitation, he flicks his fingers to cast his magic. Wolfen stands in silence, waiting for Alto's attack. When he sees nothing happening, he asks the summoner what's wrong, or if Alto is too scared to gather his magic. However, Alto curtly tells him that it's already done. Alto then repeats his words, informing Wolfen it's already finished. Still, Wolfen remains confused as he's not seeing anything happening. It's only when he feels like a shadow has been casted upon him that Wolfen looks up to the sky. Wolfen's eyes widen in surprise and his mouth remain agape as he stares at the humongous air castle descending unto him. Before he could even move, a loud crash is heard and seen by everyone watching nearby. The castle has landed onto Wolfen with a huge thud. Everyone else braces for the impact, even covering themselves from the dust that the castle's descent had made. After the surrounding area clears up, they all see a huge dent on the ground, and at the center of it are piles of rubble from the castle. Alto's eyes are still stoic, waiting for Wolfen to move. Not long enough, a rustling sound is hears coming from the rubble, and lo and behold, Wolfen comes bearing with injuries. Despite being weak from that attack, Wolfen meekly says it's not over yet. Wolfen slowly tries to step forward, but his injuries are too much. Alto had already expected Wolfen to live. He's an A-rank adventurer after all. Alto then makes another move of his fingers. Suddenly, Wolfen grits his teeth and starts coughing up blood. After that, he falls to the ground unconscious. Everyone is now sporting the same look, fearful and terrified. They can't believe the A-ranker Wolfen was taken down with just one hit. One adventurer even says what they saw was way beyond a single hit. Meanwhile, Pavel's overconfidence has now dissipated, and he's now shaking in fear as he thanks Dwight for being a lifesaver. In a calm tone, Dwight gets the "I told you so" card, calling Alto a monster. In his mind, he didn't really think it would come to this extent. Even his eyes couldn't see through it. Reinhard then screams for Tilt to use healing magic on Wolfen and to do it quickly. Tilt, on the other hand, is already on it. She's now frantic as she shares how Wolfen had stored up a lot of magic formulas for tomorrow's expedition. Yet now, he's in pretty bad shape. Tilt knows. Even if she uses all her magic power and formulas for treatment, it's not going to be enough. To think the exceptionally tough Wolfen would be on the brink of death just from one blow. The jokes are past gone now as Tilt realizes that summoning magic earlier is seriously dangerous. Silently agreeing, Reinhard says it's not just the ridiculous power Alto has, but also the speed of constructing the spell is pretty fast. Without complex incantations, high-level rituals, or magical tool assistance to complete such a large summoning with just the Earth hand sign is supposed to be impossible. Yet it is possible in the embodiment of Alto race. Seeing how everyone is frantic over what had happened to Wolfen, Alto realizes using legendary summoning, Damocles might have been overdoing it, even if he was worked up. Sighing, Alto reflects on how much he needs to work on being level-headed starting now. Stella then interrupts his rain of thoughts to apologize. She knows he did for her sake, but Alto stops her and assures her she didn't do anything wrong, so she shouldn't worry about anything. Alto then looks at everyone else in the area, but as soon as he makes eye contact with them, they all start rustling and look away from him. He's done it. Alto had managed to draw too much attention by using his magical power. Suddenly everything starts warping again, and not long they're back in the large training area again. Now that they're here, Alto wonders if Wolfen's treatment went well. Alto then hears his name being called. It's Reinhard with Tilt behind him. The guild leader asks for a moment to talk to Alto about this great expedition and their main objective, the Great Demon Lord's Relic. All four of them go to the Guildmaster's office of Silver Prison. When Stella asks where the Guildmaster is, Reinhard explains that the Guildmaster of Silver Prison has always been frail. So right now, Reinhard is serving as his proxy. Before anything else, Reinhard bows his head and apologizes for the rudeness of their party member, Wolfen. This apology isn't just for Alto, but for Stella as well. When Tilt casually salutes them to apologize, Reinhard smacks her and scolds her to be more remorseful about what had happened. While Tilt now sports a bump on her head, Alto tells them they should be the ones apologizing since he also lost his temper and went too far. But Reinhard negates this, saying it was entirely Wolfen's fault and that Alto has absolutely no reason to apologize at all. With that settled, Reinhard expresses his admiration with witnessing Alto's summoning magic earlier. Wolfen is, after all, the second strongest member of Silver Prison. To defeat him in one blow...
Pokemon community game A wild Toxel appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
He's the strongest summoner I've seen in the 100 years of teaching. This makes Alto awkwardly blush, thanking Reinhard for the compliments. Then Reinhard turns into serious mode as he now moves on to the main topic. Reinhard then unravels a map. All 1st to 7th floors have check marks on it, while the 8th floor remains dark and auspicious. Reinhard then explains this is a simple map of our expedition destination. So far, the adventurers have conducted 7 expeditions, successfully conquering from the 1st to the 7th floors. Reinhard then points to the 7th floor, sharing the last time they made it there. They had returned here after establishing a base there. The tactical objective, the Great Demon Lord's Relic, is now within reach. As Reinhard explains this will be their last expedition, he is cut short when Alto politely interrupts him to ask something. Alto had heard Reinhard mention this earlier in the training area as well. Yes, Reinhard had mentioned the Great Demon Lord's Relic. But what exactly does that mean, a confused Alto asks. Also confused, Reinhard asks them if the old master explained it to them. After Alto and Stella exchange confused looks, they both explain why they were here in the first place. There, Reinhard now understands the situation. Reinhard can't believe Old Master Elm called this a little expedition. That's such a typical understatement from the Old Master too. Sighing, Reinhard has no choice but to be the one to explain things to Alto and Stella. Their destination this time is Daras, the demon-suppressing palace. It's one of the 5 cursed places left behind in this world.
Pokemon community game Toxel escaped. No one caught it.
An ultra-high difficulty dungeon. That's where they're all going. Hearing this now has Alto and Stella's soul leaving their
Let's see.
That old raccoon dog sure set them up real good. For now, Reinhard wants to explain the upcoming schedule. They'll all gather at the main training area at noon tomorrow. After that, they'll use Tilt's magic to transfer them to the 7th floor of Daras. Then they'll join with the adventurers defending the base and begin conquering the 8th floor. The 8th floor is completely unknown. However, the magical energy there is abnormally dense, so even far-seeing mages couldn't see through it. The 8th floor is highly likely the deepest part of the demon-suppressing palace. The Great Demon Lord's relic should be there. Reinhard then reveals their goal, to retrieve the relic and return it here. With that, Reinhard asks both Alto and Stella to join their team, the first wave composed only of A-rank adventurers. This offer surprises both Alto and Stella. It's Alto who's in disbelief, not knowing how to react to them fighting on the front lines. However, Reinhard believes Alto's extraordinary summoning magic and Stella's swordsmanship, known as the Flame Sword,
Thank you!
with added strengths to solidify the conquest of Daras. When Alto tries to reason out, Reinhard assures them if worst comes to worst, they can both escape using Tilt's transfer magic. With that, Reinhard bows his head once more to ask to lend them their strength for the sake of humanity's peace. As Reinhard lifts his head, Alto can clearly see his straightforward eyes. Not even a hint of lie or malice in them. What's there is only the nobility and pride of an A-rank adventurer. Standing up, Alto tells him he understands, and if someone like him can be of help, he'll gladly cooperate. The same goes for Stella, saying she'll gladly accompany them as well. With that, both Reinhard and Alto shake each other's hand to seal the deal. The day of the expedition has finally come. Entering the large training area, Alto can feel all the tension from the adventurers that have gathered here. Even Stella can feel the air's intensity. Suddenly, they hear someone calling them. When they turned around, it's Wolfen with his arms crossed. Stella immediately asks what the A-ranker wants. scratching his head, Wolfen tells them it's not really about wanting anything. Wolfen then looks away as he admits that he was wrong yesterday and he got heated and had said some stupid things. This shocks both Alto and Stella, who continue listening to the A-Ranker's explanation. Wolfen then details out that the difference between an A-rank and B-rank adventurer
Ko-fi
is
stream bot visit
irreplaceably
Kaito
important to
Destiny's
them.
KO5
However,
page
what he had
at
said yesterday
URL.
was way out of line. So he apologizes to Stella for saying such things. Stella also apologizes to Wolfen for speaking too harshly without really knowing the guy. Wolfen assures her not to worry about it since he was the one who picked the fight first. Then Wolfen turns to Alto Reze, telling the summoner he owes him a big one. Awkwardly laughing, Alto feigns knowing what the A-ranker means. Changing the subject, Alto then asks him if he's also going on the expedition. Before Wolfen could answer, Tilt chimes in and answers for Wolfen. Of course he's going since there's no way he can take break. Tilt then says if she got beaten up by someone she looked down on and then skipped the expedition, it would be a lifelong embarrassment. This commentary has Wolfen annoyed, asking Tilt if she wants a third chatty mouth to add. As the two bicker, both Alto and Stella watch them awkwardly. Suddenly, Reinhard calls his fellow adventurers' attention and announces they'll bow begin the 8th expedition. Reinhard then calls Tilt, signaling their transport to
Okay,
the
so
dungeon. Tilt
this
then uses her magic, and
should be
as soon she fires
good.
up the paper, everyone and everything starts warping. As soon as Alto opens his eyes, he is stunned to see the place has been reduced to ashes. What was once the defense base of the adventurers is now a place of darkness and void. Everyone realizes something is definitely wrong. Reinhard frantically asks what had happened and why is their base ruined. Suddenly they hear a slicing sound, then a scream from Pavel. His arm has been cut off, spilling blood all over the place. As Pavel drops to his knees in pain, Dwight comes rushing towards him. While Alto's distracted with Pavel's current condition, he doesn't see that a claw-like figure is about to attack him from behind. Reinhard then screams Alto's name. It's a good thing Alto has quick reflexes. The moment Reinhard warns him of the beast, Alto has already attacked the enemy with his summoned sword. Alto's eyes are deadpan as he slays the monster. Looking at it, Alto realizes it's a rare bipedal humanoid monster. Reinhard is once again amazed with the ultra-fast summoning and godlike reaction speed from Alto. When asked if Alto can do close combat, the summoner humbly says it's just basic self-defense. It's Stella who corrects this and says Alto can go all out like a vanguard. This has Reinhard smirking. It's really reassuring him right now that Alto is on their side. Alto then lets out a sigh of breath. Calling him a vanguard is a bit of a stretch when he's the most rear guard of all rear guards. And Alto says that with his deadpan eyes too, that is the end of the recap at Chapter 8. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.
Let's try and see what's stopping us from filling it in, because I literally can't remember.
Let's go down the side here.
Wait, we literally already came here to look and try to find what we wanted, didn't we? And wasn't I thwarted? Because I needed something. And then I said, okay, let's go back to the lake. Oh yeah, I had come here.
Let's see.
Specifically
What's the next one we
to
got?
upgrade my nail. That has nothing to do with what I just said we want to do. That's completely unrelated. Okay.
Let's do this one. Once useless. Now
20
he
years
solo
ago, the
clears
world was
every dungeon.
irrevocably altered when tower-like underground labyrinths manifested. These dungeons house powerful monsters, but also contain valuable, energy-rich magic stones. A game-like level system reshaped reality, allowing people to gain power by defeating monsters. A young man named Amon Rin is shown with his status screen, now at level 195. Those who brave these dungeons are known as adventurers, like this formidable party of 4. Inside the Unagi dungeon, Amon Rin effortlessly cuts down a horde of level 120 goblins. Standing over the fallen monsters, he confirms to himself that he has defeated them all. An intracerebral system alert notifies him that he has gained a level, sparking his excitement.
Okay.
With a determined gesture, he mentally commands his status screen to appear. A large, translucent interface materializes before him in the cavern. His screen displays his updated stats and a detailed breakdown of his skills. He reflects on his progress, acknowledging he's still far behind the top-level adventurers. He feels he has no chance of catching the veterans who have been at this for decades. Remembering the 5 level reward for clearing this dungeon reignites his determination. A diagram illustrates the typical layout of a dungeon, from the entrance to the boss room. The diagram highlights the surface entrance, the starting point for all adventurers. Most adventurers form parties to efficiently gain fixed level-up rewards from dungeons. Rin, a solo adventurer, reflects on his own different path and motivations. The span system is explained, a 168-hour cooldown after a dungeon takedown. He stands alone, considering the efficiency of focusing solely on level-up rewards. This 1 week span is reiterated as a major obstacle for all adventurers. His goal is to use the dungeon reward to get his unique skill to level 10. A flashback shows a younger Rin fleeing from monsters that have escaped a dungeon. He protectively clutches a young girl as a monstrous beast lunges towards them. A swift slash from an unseen hero intercepts the monster's deadly attack. The memory of being saved by that powerful adventurer has stayed with him ever since. This memory inspired him to become an adventurer after graduating high school. A close-up of young Rin's face shows the lasting impact of their rescue. The first dungeon is a trial where only 10% of hopefuls gain stats and skills. Rin celebrates having successfully gained 2 skills after his first dungeon clear. He is puzzled by the unknown skill, Dungeon Teleportation LV1, on his status screen. The realization dawns on him. He possesses an extraordinary, unique skill of his own. Other new adventurers immediately try to recruit him into their parties and guilds. A charismatic figure tells Rin that he is special, unlike the others. The man introduces himself as Kazami Shin, extending a hand in invitation. Kazami explains his plan to form a new guild exclusively for special people like them. Rin recalls joining Kazami's party, hoping that it would boost his power. The crushing reality of his level 1 skill is revealed. It's incredibly slow and useless. In contrast, Kazami's unique skill, Lightning Strike, is shown to be immensely powerful. The other members of their elite party also possessed formidable unique skills. In less than a week, Rin's skill was proven useless, and rumors began to spread. Kazami feigns reassurance, though Rin knew he didn't mean it with any malice. Rin decides to resign if his skill doesn't improve upon reaching level 2. He overhears a female party member questioning why they don't just tell him to quit. Kazami explains it's better for their public image if Rin quits on his own accord. The flashback concludes, showing the cold, calculated reasoning of his former teammates. The very next day, Rin resigns, pretending to know nothing of their scheme. After leaving, he turns down other offers from famous guilds and chooses to go solo. Despite being treated as dead weight by others, he never once thought of giving up. He was certain there was more to his dungeon teleportation skill than it seemed. He knew that skills often receive huge power boosts upon reaching the milestone of level 10. With renewed hope, he prepares to face the dungeon's final boss, feeling it's time. He confronts the level 150 twin-tailed beast on the last level of the Unagi dungeon. The beast is defeated easily due to the significant level difference between them. A system notification confirms he has received a 5-level dungeon takedown reward. He catches his breath, his new status as level 200 displayed before him. He uses his accumulated skill points to increase his dungeon teleportation to level 10. His heart pounds with anticipation as the skill's conditions begin to change. His expression shifts to one of utter confusion as he sees the unexpected result. The skill has split into 2 functions, teleporting inside the current dungeon and into visited ones. He stands in stunned silence, his hopes dashed by the seemingly useless upgrade. His fleeting hope is crushed as he realizes the limitations of the new parameters. He questions the point of the skill, wondering if it's truly as useless as it appears. A new thought strikes him as he stands in the glowing light of the return zone. He quickly moves to retrieve the valuable magic stone from the fallen boss's corpse. He sighs, realizing his next big skill boost won't come until the distant level 20. He feels he's right back at square one, with years of arduous work still ahead. He is teleported back to the dungeon's return zone, ready to depart. Outside, the massive dungeon tower looms as he decides it's finally time to go home. A train clatters by on an overpass as he makes his way through the city. He passes through a turnstile, his journey continuing through the urban landscape. His path takes him through a public space known as Cheyenne Park. A contemplative look crosses his face as a new uncertain plan begins to solidify. He arrives at the entrance of the E-rank Cheyenne Dungeon, another location in the park. He recalls that it was his first dungeon, with weak monsters, but a small reward. Feeling the weight of the span, he decides it's good to go back to basics. He approaches the reception desk to register his entry into the dungeon. The uniformed supervisor greets him with a smile and requests his adventurer card. He presents his card, which logs his name, age, and complete dungeon history. The supervisor thanks him for his cooperation and wishes him a safe and cautious run. He is led down a set of stairs towards the dungeon's interior. He arrives in the Shan Dungeon's return zone, a large and empty tiled chamber. A diagram illustrates how adventurers are teleported back here after defeating a boss. He stands before the shimmering, energy-laced gate that marks the true entrance. He reaches out a hand, only to be repelled by the powerful magical barrier. He sighs in frustration, confirming that the span system is working as intended. He laments that this cooldown keeps him from farming the level-up rewards he needs. He recalls that others have tried and failed to break through the dungeon walls. A crucial rule flashes through his mind. Teleportation only works in dungeons he has visited. Staring at the gate, he wonders if he can use his dungeon teleportation skill to bypass it. He initially dismisses the idea as impossible, but decides it's worth a try. He visualizes his target 1 meter past the gate and calculates the 2-second activation time. He closes his eyes and begins the 2-second countdown to activate the skill. As he reaches the second count, a powerful surge of magical energy envelops him. His eyes snap open in a moment of pure, wide-eyed and stunned shock. He stands on the other side of the barrier, his mind struggling to accept this new reality. The realization hits him. The span is now irrelevant, and he can level up as much as he wants. He forces himself to calm down, his heart pounding with adrenaline and excitement. He tempers his excitement.
Pokemon community game A wild Wattrel appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Defeat the dungeon and ventures deeper inside. An hour later, Rin stands victorious over the defeated centipede-like dungeon boss. A system notification confirms his takedown reward, a single level increase. He lets out a quiet, disbelieving laugh, a bead of sweat on his brow. Suddenly, his disbelief erupts into a triumphant roar of, "Hell yeah!" He realizes with dawning excitement that this could be a literal game changer. He concludes that repeatedly clearing low-level dungeons will level him up much faster. With newfound purpose, he challenges the Xi'an dungeon again and again. By sunset, he has gained 9 levels but lost all track of time. Arriving home late, he cautiously opens the door, announcing his return. The lights suddenly flick on, startling him with a sharp cry of surprise. He jumps back in genuine shock from the sudden and unexpected welcome. His sister Hana appears in the entryway, spatula in hand, looking mildly annoyed. She scolds him for being late, but he sheepishly explains he got absorbed in his run. A delicious-looking meal of grilled fish and rice is served for dinner. He enthusiastically praises her cooking, calling her the best cook ever. She tells him to stop being weird, though she seems pleased by the extreme compliment. Noticing his high spirits, she asks if something good happened to him. With a bright expression, he confirms that something amazing occurred. She correctly guesses it's dungeon-related, and he agrees
Pokemon
it was
community
magical.
game Wattrel
She accepts
escaped.
his answer with a
No
nod
one
and a
caught it.
simple, "All right." He reflects that she worries because she knows he has no adventurer talent. He feels truly grateful for her constant concern for his well-being. A memory of their parents, lost in an accident, explains their ongoing struggle. The money he earns from adventuring barely covers their daily expenses. He knows that Hana's unwavering support is his main reason to keep going. She practically asks if this means he can now challenge C-rank dungeons. He recalls that reaching the required level 500 would have taken a year. He begins to excitedly explain his breakthrough with dungeon teleportation. A sudden jolt of panic strikes him as he realizes his mistake. He decides it is far too dangerous to reveal his secret skill. He imagines shadowy enemies coming after them if his power gets out. For Hana's safety, he resolves to keep the secret to himself. She asks what's wrong, but he quickly dismisses her concern as nothing. He tells her not to worry, saying he has more work to do first. She gives him a smug smile, seemingly understanding his need for secrecy. The evening ends peacefully with Hana asking about his day at school. The next day, he's at his desk reviewing a list of local dungeons. He calculates that he could gain 25 levels in just 2 hours. He weighs his options, considering visitor traffic and potential rewards. With a strategic mindset, he prepares to make his final selection. His finger lands on the perfect candidate, the D-rank Umemi dungeon. He notes its high difficulty and long, clear time for a modest reward. The monster XP is low, and the item drops are not very valuable. Crucially, its lack of popularity means he won't draw any attention there. He arrives at the D-rank Umemi dungeon, a stone tower in the city. As expected, the entrance area is completely deserted, a ghost town. He approaches the shimmering gate, confirming that no one is around. He activates dungeon teleportation, focusing on a 1-meter jump. In a flash of light, he phases through the barrier and into the dungeon. Inside, he notes it's been 3 months since he last challenged this place. He recalls receiving his favorite weapon, the Yumemi short sword here. As 2 gray wolves leap to attack, he dismisses them as being too slow. He reflects that while they're no match now, he still must improve. About 3 hours later, he stands before a pair of massive doors. The heavy riveted gates groan as he pushes them open to the boss room. Peeking inside, he's relieved to see no one is battling ahead of him. He steps through, reminding himself to focus on the final boss. The Yumemi dungeon boss, a fearsome harpy, descends with a screech. He recalls its tricky tactics, but reveals he has a countermeasure this time. As it dives, he infuses an exploding stone with mana, ready to throw. He hurls the stone and it detonates in a powerful concussive explosion. Seizing the opening, he drives his sword into the stunned harpy's chest. The creature falls, and a notification awards him a 5-level increase. He pumps his fist in victory, exclaiming his success with a yes. A determined smile spreads across his face as he resolves to repeat this. Amidst his victory, he almost forgets to collect the valuable magic stones. He calculates his profit, finding it a good haul even with his expenses. With his loot secured, he prepares to leave the boss room. Turning back towards the entrance, he is ready for another dive. A determined glint in his eyes shows his readiness for another run. He successfully defeats the Yumemi dungeon for a second time. His status screen confirms his new level of 224. He marvels at gaining 15 levels. He reflects on his past when everyone thought
I got
his
some
unique
message
skill
from
was
work.
useless. Now his power has finally awakened for real, and it is all his. Flanked by spectral allies, he vows to become the strongest in the world. His narration explains how his skill lets him bypass the 1-week cooldown. Back in his room, he marvels
Now I'm
at
gonna
his
give a
level
message
spiking
to
from
the admin
194
team.
to 224. He sits before a
For the
holographic
event.
screen, ready to allocate his 200 spells. He notes he doesn't have enough points to boost his teleportation skill. He considers upgrading his enhanced strength, a good fit for his combat style. His eyes land on a list of new skills, spotting item box. He selects it with a sly grin, excited to store loot and quick change gear. Just then, his sister calls that dinner is ready, and he agrees to come. A montage shows him completing 10 takedowns over the next 4 days. His status screen confirms his meteoric rise to level 374. He stares at the screen, amazed to have gained nearly 150 levels. Swallowing hard, he realizes reaching level 100,000 is now an achievable reality. On the 5th day, he notices a change in the atmosphere at Yumemi. He deduces the crowd is due to it being Saturday, a popular day for adventurers. He reminds himself that his skill is basically cheating and must be kept secret. With a furtive glance,
Leave the keyboard alone. You know you're not supposed to be on the keyboard, football.
He aims for at least 10 runs today. A commotion up ahead catches his attention, and he wonders what's happening. A party of adventurers stampedes past him, shouting in panic to get out. They scream that there are too many monsters to fight as they flee. Hearing a desperate cry for help, he pushes his speed to its limit. His eyes widen as he realizes the fleeing party left someone behind. He finds a young sorcerer girl on the ground, surrounded by wolves. As a massive wolf lunges, the girl screams in absolute terror. Amon Rin realizes with cold fury that the girl's party used her as a decoy. With a sharp battle cry, he springs into action to intercept the lunging wolf. The girl looks up, utterly bewildered, as her attacker is suddenly slain. A deep blush spreads across her cheeks as she processes the heroic rescue. Rin stands between her and the remaining wolves, calmly reassuring her of her safety. He dashes forward, a whirlwind of motion against the remaining snarling beasts. His blade flashes with deadly precision, cutting down the monsters one by one. Mesmerized by his overwhelming power, the girl can only whisper in awe. With a final, decisive slash, he confirms that the last wolf is defeated. He casually flicks his hand, summoning a glowing portal for his weapon. With a soft click, he stores his sword away inside his item box. The girl remains on the floor, still staring in wide-eyed amazement at her savior. Rin approaches her, asking if she's all right, while privately noting her cute appearance. She stammers that she's okay, explaining the shock has drained all her strength. As she attempts to stand, a firm hand grips hers to offer support. Her legs give out from exhaustion, and she stumbles forward with a small cry. Reacting instantly, Rin moves to catch her before she can hit the ground. The two are frozen for a moment, their faces just inches apart in the sudden quiet. A deep, flustered blush covers her face at the unexpected and intimate contact. She immediately shoves herself away, skittering backward across the stone floor in a panic. Rin is taken aback, wondering if his touch was somehow repulsive to her. He apologizes for the reflex, while she frantically insists she wasn't bothered at all. After composing herself, she offers him a deep, formal bow of profound gratitude. She introduces herself as
Wisebot viewers, HMS.
Rin quietly laments that he couldn't have become an adventurer while still in school. His expression turns serious as he asks her the critical question of why she was alone. He begins to piece together her story, asking for confirmation of the events. A flashback shows her party callously abandoning her to a horde of Grey Wolves. Yi slumps in defeat, confirming his grim summary of the felony that occurred. He tells her to follow him, deciding they should get moving for now. They arrive before a massive, riveted metal door that slams shut with a loud bam. Yi looks up at the sealed door, her expression filled with worry. Rin explains that challenging the boss is the fastest route to the exit zone. She expresses her apprehension about the two of them facing a boss alone.
Not surprised.
The massive door begins to creak open, signaling the previous party has finished. He steps forward with purpose, his boot cracking the stone floor beneath him. He reassures her, asking with unshakable confidence who she thinks he is. She can only stare up at him, her expression a mixture of awe and bewilderment. Inside the chamber, Yui asks who he is, and he realizes he never introduced himself. He states his name as Amane Rin, and Yui asks if she can call him Rin-san. He agrees, and she introduces herself as Yui, just as the harpy boss screeches. Rin gives a warm, friendly smile as they shake hands to seal their new acquaintance. In a blur of motion, he lunges forward, cutting the harpy down in a single strike. Yui is left speechless, clapping her hands
another
in
fur
amazement
baby
at the
coming
brilliant
over to
kill.
cut the
A
dicky.
system message
Yes.
confirms Rin's level has
Yes,
increased
you.
by
Oh,
5,
you're drooling.
reaching
You're happy.
399.
You're a drooly happy
Overjoyed,
kitty.
Yui
Yes, you
thanks
are.
him profusely, announcing that she has reached level 85. Rin is surprised, confirming she was only level 80 before their encounter. A vertical panel emphasizes the dynamic shift in their conversation and power levels. She explains that she was a low-level sorcerer acting as a supporter for her party. Rin's expression turns thoughtful as a key piece of the puzzle clicks into place. He asks if she is a healer, and she responds with a bright, cheerful yes. He understands now, as even low-level healers are rare and in high demand. With the situation cleared, Rin suggests they collect the magic stones from the boss. The two of them jog together towards the designated return zone of the dungeon. Arriving at the glowing portal, Rin lets out a sigh of relief that they made it. The tranquility is broken when Yui suddenly flinches, hearing a strange noise. She looks towards a shadowy archway nearby, wondering what that sound was. From the archway emerges the party that abandoned her, laughing callously. They casually discuss telling the supervisor that only 4 of them made it out. Rin immediately steps in front of Yui, his expression firm and resolute. His sudden appearance startles the other party, who gasp in surprise. Their leader, Kasai, stares in disbelief, recognizing the girl they left for dead. The rest of his group shares his shock, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. The two parties now face each other in the return zone, the tension thick. One member demands to know how Yui could have possibly survived their trap. His comrade frantically tells him to shut up, their guilt now undeniable. Rin states that Yui's afraid and didn't deserve what they did to her. Kasai quickly attempts to mask his shock with a disingenuous grin. Shielding Yui, Rin coldly tells Kasai to back off, which startles him. Kasai's fake smile vanishes, replaced by a scowl of annoyance and anger. Rin dismisses his identity, stating Yui has told him everything that happened. He accuses them of using her as a decoy to escape the Grey Wolf Horde. The blonde woman erupts in denial, but Rin threatens to report them all. Kasai's hand tightens into a fist, his knuckles white with rage. The other party members look to their leader in alarm at the threat. Kasai snarls that he'll have to silence Rin to protect their secret. He orders his team to get ready to fight and take Rin out quickly. Rin questions if he would truly go that far just to keep his status. Kasai explains the intoxicating allure of fame, fortune, and special powers. He scoffs at the notion of returning to an ordinary life after tasting that. He makes a condescending offer to spare Rin's life for a bowing apology. Rin's flat refusal enrages Kasai, who is now completely pissed off. Rin turns to Yui with a reassuring look, promising her they'll be okay. He mutters that he'll wipe the floor with them since they ran from wolves. The two groups stand poised for battle in the tiled return zone, ready to clash. Kasai mockingly asks if Rin intends to fight 4 people without a weapon. Rin's simple retort of "says you" snaps Kasai's already frayed composure. Rin points out that for Yui to be safe, someone had to defeat those wolves. Kasai is stunned into a brief, shocked silence by the undeniable logic. He orders his mage Ami to attack, and she launches a fireball at Rin. Rin stands calmly, gesturing as if to ask who that someone might have been. The fireball hurtles towards Rin, but he dismisses it as not good enough. Kasai frantically shouts for his tank, Ryu, to intercept Rin's sudden charge. Ryu activates counter impact as Rin's fist collides with his shield. Rin analyzes the skill, recognizing it as a major but costly defensive technique. Understanding the mechanics of the ability, he lets out a powerful battle cry. With a concussive smash, Rin's fist shatters the crystalline shield completely. The tank stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened to him. Rin coolly explains it was a simple difference in strength and available MP. Before the tank can recover, Rin strikes his side, stating he was wide open. The defeated warrior kneels on the tiled floor, muttering in disbelief at his impossible loss. His blonde companion, Kasai, angrily accuses the victor of being twisted for tormenting weaklings. Unimpressed, Rin calmly dismisses the accusation, stating his intention to finish things. With a shared curse, Kasai and Rin dash towards each other for a final confrontation. Rin effortlessly dodges and
Pokemon community game A Wild Lillipup appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Powerful barehanded strikes against his foe. Kasai crashes to the ground, defeated as the blonde mage lets out a small yelp of fear. Rin turns to the trembling mage, calmly asking if she is ready to proceed with their fight. Panicked, she throws her staff aside and frantically declares her complete surrender. The mage looks completely dazed, a comical star spinning above her head in her confusion. The conflict ends with Rin and Yui standing over the defeated and unconscious party members. Outside the dungeon tower, Rin lets out a weary sigh, the whole ordeal having been a hassle. Later that night, Rin explains to Yui that the questioning by authorities took forever. Yui asks about their fate. Rin confirms their punishment will be severe. At a station, Yui addresses him formally by his name, Rin-san, getting his attention. She gives a deep bow, thanking him profusely for all his help that day. Yui expresses her profound gratitude, unsure what would have happened to her without him. He advises her to be more prepared and careful when choosing a party in the future. Her demeanor suddenly brightens as she calls out to him, having had an idea. She surprises him by asking if she can have his contact information. She explains her wish for a reliable adventure friend and to properly thank him. He agrees to her request, and they prepare to exchange information on their phones. She beams with a radiant smile, thanking him again as he reflects on this rare attention.
Pokemon community game Lillipup escaped. No one caught it.
Genuine happiness. Yui realizes her train is about to arrive and prepares to leave the station. They wave goodbye, promising to see each other next time as she departs. A train clatters along the tracks, carrying passengers through the city at night. Seated on the train, Rin muses to himself that he hates stopping at level 399. A look of resolve appears on his face as he decides to act on his thought. He arrives at a place called Cheyenne Park, ready to continue his grind. A system notification confirms his dungeon takedown reward. 1 level increased. A nameplate for the Amani residence is seen as he stands outside a building. His new status is displayed, Amani Rin, level 400 with 510 skill points. He decides to invest his points, upgrading dungeon teleportation to level 11. A notification confirms his skill has increased as his heart pounds in anticipation. The skill's description updates, showing its maximum distance has increased to 50 meters. He considers that this doesn't change much for his initial dungeon entry strategy. A new idea suddenly strikes him, a look of realization dawning on his face. He wonders if the time has finally come for him to test out a new strategy. The next day, he arrives at the entrance to the Umemi dungeon. He notes with relief that a different supervisor is on duty today, which suits his plan. Without breaking stride, he activates dungeon teleportation to enter the dungeon. He materializes inside the stone corridor with a flash of light. He announces his plan to try using teleportation to move between the dungeon's levels. A diagram illustrates his idea to use teleportation as a shortcut between floors. He recalls the obstacles that previously made this impossible. like insufficient
When I
MP.
get the chance
Now,
next,
things are different.
I'll want
He
to.
calculates
So
the
make
cost
sure
for a
I
10-meter
grab
jump.
another-
With a look of concentration,
another
he prepares to
slot.
attempt the teleportation
What
between
is it,
floors.
900
A
or
swirl of
something?
energy envelops him as he activates the skill. He successfully reappears on the second level of the Yumemi dungeon.
Something like
Excited
that.
by
It
his
might have been more
success,
than
he
that.
decides to try a full 50-meter jump next.
I don't
He
know.
plans to skip 5 levels in a single go, costing 150 MP. With another whoosh of energy, he vanishes once more in a streak of light. He lands with a solid thud, his arrival marked by a powerful stomp. He stands on the last level, having completed the run in less than 10 minutes. Fired up by his speed, he wonders if he should go for another run immediately. A wave of gloom hits him as he realizes he's nearly out of MP. He
Ko-fi
panics,
stream bot
knowing
visit
a single
Kaito Destiny's
speed run costs
KO5
over half
page
his total
at
mana pool.
URL.
He stomps in frustration, hating the idea of wasting SP on mana recovery skills. A new idea sparks in his mind, a way to reduce the MP cost. He decides to test a 2-meter teleport, costing only a negligible 6 MP. He begins a countdown, preparing to execute a new rapid-fire technique. He focuses his power, a whoosh of energy gathering around him. He
Alright,
executes an
kitty cats.
explosive burst of movement, propelling himself forward. He reappears just a few feet away, his movement controlled and precise. Landing in a crouch, he confirms the success of his new efficient method. He realizes with a grin that he can now do 7 or 8 runs this way. After this discovery, he thinks to himself, clearing the dungeon was a piece of cake. After several runs, he decides to finish with his usual slower method. He checks his status, now at level 470 with 700 SP available. He wonders what new skills have become available to him with his new points. He spots mana boost and mana recovery, exactly what he needs for his strategy. He celebrates, knowing his leveling will become far more effective starting tomorrow. He reflects somberly that he had no idea this visit to Yumemi would be his last. On his 17th run, he prepares for the final battle in the dungeon. On the last level, he swiftly cuts down the dungeon's winged harpy boss. A notification confirms his dungeon takedown reward, a 5-level increase. A second message informs him he has reached the maximum number of victories. He is completely taken aback by this unexpected and unprecedented development. Standing in a fractured space, he learns he has unlocked the Dungeon Traveler title. Now in the return zone, he processes the new information he's just gained. He realizes no one seems to have discovered that dungeons have a takedown cap. Deciding to keep it a secret, he also remembers to check his new title. His status screen shows him at level 570 with the new title listed as 1/10. He realizes with a groan that he needs to max out 10 dungeons for the benefits. He thanks Yumemi Dungeon, now having a brand new goal to strive for. A nameplate for the Amane residence is seen on the wall of a modern home. The next morning, birds chirp as Aman wakes up, rubbing his eyes. He admits he overslept, too tired to allocate his SP the previous night. Hana tells him he was so unresponsive that she thought he was dead. He is confused for a moment, asking her what she is preparing for breakfast. Hana proudly presents several plates of food, one covered in a black substance. Seeing his hesitation, she wails that she worked hard on the leftovers from dinner. Resigned to his fate, he apologizes and agrees to eat the charred meal. As he eats, she notes his exhaustion and suggests that he take a break. She asks about his plans for the day. He replies it's just another dungeon run. Her stomach grumbles, and she declares it's officially break time for him. He is momentarily touched, thinking his baby sister has become so considerate. She immediately shatters his sentiment by inviting him to carry her shopping bags. Later in a bustling shopping district, Hana excitedly points out a crepe stand. Hana ecstatically enjoys her crepe, while her brother Amani admits his is not bad. Turning to her brother, Hana eagerly asks if she can have a bite of his crepe. Before he can properly respond, she takes a massive chomp, leaving him slightly flustered. She offers him a taste of her own crepe, just as a voice calls out their names. A bewildered Yui appears, questioning why the two of them are spending time together. Both Amani and Hana express their shock, recognizing Yui Senpai from their school. He asks how his sister knows her, while Yui explains they met in a dungeon recently. Misunderstanding the situation, Yui gasps and profusely apologizes for having interrupted them. She blushes, confessing she never expected him to be in such a romantic relationship. Amani and Hana, both bright red, shout in unison that she is completely mistaken. A hand is raised in a sharp gesture, trying to halt the escalating misunderstanding. Yui connects the dots, asking if the other Amane he mentioned was actually Hana. A new, even more dramatic conclusion dawns on Yui as she gasps in realization. In a panic, she declares they must be married, which Rin vehemently denies.
You know what?
Amani explains to a smiling Hana that Yui has always been prone to assumptions. Later, at a family restaurant, Yui is in the middle of a sincere apology. Bowing repeatedly, she apologizes for not realizing they were siblings as they reassure her. Hana playfully flicks Yui's forehead, confessing she enjoys seeing her brother so flustered. A waitress arrives, placing 2 elaborate parfaits on the table for the girls. As Hana eagerly digs in, Yui worries that she is just getting in the way. Aman tells her to consider it a thank you for being nice to Hana, which she accepts. He watches with a gentle smile as his sister happily eats her dessert. Amani asks how she isn't full yet, to which she just gives a mysterious giggle. Hana proudly explains that girls possess an extra stomach specifically for dessert. Sipping his coffee, Amani internally admits he only ordered it to look cool for them. He grimaces at the bitter taste as Yui mentions he also attended their school. Yui speculates that they might have been there at the same time, unaware of Hana's thievery. Her eyes sparkle as she blushes, surprised by this new connection. Yui decides she should call him Rin Senpai from now on, and he agrees. Hana then invites a hesitant Yui to hang out with them for the rest of the day. Amani intervenes, offering Yui an excuse to join them to ease her worries. Both girls look at him with gloomy disapproval, calling his comment rude. He is left completely shocked, wondering what he could have possibly said wrong. Despite the awkwardness, their shopping trip continues in a clothing and accessories store. The girls are captivated by the beautiful dresses hanging on the racks. Yui exclaims that the shoes on display are incredibly cute. Hana holds up 2 shirts, excitedly asking her brother which one she should try. Yui admires a beautiful necklace, also wondering which accessory she should try on. Aman wearily tells Hana to put the clothes back, realizing he's been ditched. Deciding he needs a break, he announces he's going to grab something to drink. He stands before a vending machine, making his selection. Opening the can, he's startled as it fizzes and sprays all over him. He glances back towards the store, the sound of his can clattering to the floor. Returning to the shop, he realizes with a sigh that he took too long. He spots Yui standing alone and anxiously wonders where Hana has gone. His attention is drawn to a tense situation just ahead. 2 young men are trying to convince an uncomfortable Yui to come with them. Yui looks away, clearly distressed by their persistent advances. Aman steps in, placing a firm hand on one of the men's shoulders. Putting a protective arm around Yui, he calmly informs them that she is with him. The 2 men, though skeptical, click their tongues in annoyance and decide to leave. A flashback reveals this isn't the first time he's had to resolve such a conflict. He apologizes to Yui for leaving her alone, but she insists it's okay. As Hana returns, Yui slumps in relief, lamenting that she always needs rescuing. To comfort her, Aman gently pats her on the head. He immediately pulls his hand back, flustered, explaining it was just a reflex. In a panic, he asks if he did the wrong thing again, but she says she didn't mind. Yui looks away, blushing as she quietly mumbles that she wished he would do it more. He overhears her confession, and she immediately becomes deeply embarrassed. Both of them are left blushing and speechless by the intimate moment. The tension is broken by Hana, who appears with a smirk and a large ice cream cone. Aman glares at his sister, his expression a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment. He ignores her teasing and focuses on the new problem at hand. Forgetting her teasing, he sternly asks her to explain what she is holding. With a dramatic flourish, she presents the towering ice cream, saying it looked delicious. Amani and Yui can only look on with weary exasperation at her antics. He concludes with dry humor that Hana must have 3 extra stomachs. After a fun break, his focus returns to his adventurer duties the next day. Now in the E-Rank Shan dungeon, he defeats a monster, gaining a level. He notes his dungeon teleportation skill has leveled up, making the clear easy. However, he reflects that this is only how the process was supposed to go. He defeats another monster, but the relentless grinding begins to take its toll. Slumped in exhaustion, he feels there is no end in sight to the repetitive task. The next day, after over 100 runs, his will to continue is fading fast. He rallies himself, remembering those who called him useless and vowing to succeed. He activates his dungeon teleportation skill, moving with incredible speed. He appears behind another large insectoid monster, poised to strike. By the 4th day of his intense grind, he prepares to land the final blow. With a powerful slash, he declares the completion of his 200th run. A system notification confirms a dungeon takedown reward of 1 level. Further messages confirm he's maxed out the dungeon, gaining 15 bonus levels. His eyes widen in disbelief and dawning triumph. He throws his arms up, screaming in victory at maxing out his second dungeon. The exhaustion hits him, and he whimpers that the 4 horrible days traumatized him. Back home, he reflects that the misery earned him 2310 skill points. At his computer, he opens his status screen to allocate his new points. A list of available skills and upgrades appears, showing his options. He decides to choose his next dungeon target first before spending the points. He searches for a local C-rank dungeon without status-inflicting enemies. His search leads him to the Kanzaki dungeon with a recommended level of 600. He plans to boost his strength and speed skills after clearing Kanzaki. He suddenly realizes he forgot he's still on cooldown for his current dungeon. He reflects on spending a week in Unagi, earning money in a few levels. With his preparations complete, he resolves to finally challenge his first C-rank dungeon tomorrow. The next day, he arrives at the massive, crystalline Kanzaki dungeon. The area around the dungeon is bustling with a large crowd of adventurers. He observes the other adventurers, feeling the intense atmosphere. The adventurers around him are all well-equipped and in parties. A fellow adventurer exclaims at the size of the crowd. Amane muses that the rumors must be true about C-rank being the most populated. At the entrance to the Kanzaki dungeon, Amane Rin feels out of place among the well-equipped parties, noticing he is the only solo adventurer. He overhears the excited chatter of the crowd, realizing a famous party has just arrived. Other adventurers whisper in awe about the party's unique skills and incredible accomplishments despite their short career. As the legendary party approaches, Amane wonders what business they
Pokemon community game A Wild Muthim appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Suspicion from his past. The famous party strides confidently through the crowd, their presence parting the other adventurers. Their leader, a confident blonde man, stops abruptly and turns to face Amon directly. With a brilliant, disarming smile, the leader Kazami greets Amon warmly by name. Kazami remarks on the unexpected coincidence of running into him at this particular location. Amon responds with cold sarcasm, acknowledging the big surprise of their reunion. A flashback reveals the moment Kazami first recruited Amane into his new guild for special people. The memory shifts to Amane secretly overhearing a suggestion to simply tell him to quit the party. Kazami is seen coolly explaining the need to manage their public image, weighing the optics of Amane's departure. Back in the present, a smiling Kazami cheerfully asks to meet Amane's current party. Amon bluntly informs his former leader that he doesn't have a party and now works solo. Kazami's friendly facade shatters for a moment, his face filled with genuine shock. He quickly recovers with a laugh, condescendingly questioning if Amane is seriously strong enough to solo a level 600 dungeon. Amane looks him dead in the eye, confirming with a confident smirk that is exactly what he is saying. Kazami is stunned into silence, his eyes wide with disbelief at a man's bold and unexpected claim. Forcing another laugh, Kazami pretends to be happy that Amane is doing so
Pokemon
well.
community game Muthim escaped. No one caught it.
Disbelief back at him with biting sarcasm. Kazami boasts about his own party's strength before pointedly asking Amane what his real purpose is here. Amane's attention is drawn to a new stern-faced female member of Kazami's party. Another party member introduces the newcomer as their newest recruit, a girl named Kurosaki Rei. The woman explains that she personally scouted Rei for her extremely promising, unique skill. Amon questions this, only to be told that Rei has already managed to break level 500. This revelation leaves Amane utterly flabbergasted by her incredible and rapid progress. As they prepare to leave, Kazami wishes Amane the best of luck with a friendly wave. Amane lets out a sigh of relief, glad to finally be rid of his former leader's presence. He suddenly feels an intense, unnerving gaze fixed upon him from the side. Startled, he turns to find Rei staring at him with a serious and unwavering focus. She approaches and confirms his identity, explaining that the others in her party had mentioned him. With unnerving bluntness, she states that they told her he was completely useless. Amane is taken aback by her directness, but is not entirely surprised by the harsh assessment. He internally questions her social awareness, finding her inability to read the room concerning. Her expression softens as she completely reverses her statement, declaring that he isn't useless at all. This sudden and unexpected change of heart leaves Amon completely bewildered. When he asks for her reasoning, she admits that it's just a hunch she has of him. She elaborates, explaining that she senses a certain toughness and confidence
see.
He is flustered by her assessment, but concedes that he does at least believe in himself. He asks if she's being hazed, but she assures him the party is very supportive and provides for her needs. Her expression darkens as she admits that there is one single frustrating exception. She leans in close, her gaze intense, demanding that he answer a single critical question. She asks him a simple but loaded question. What does he think of their party's official name? The question sends him spiraling back into a memory from 1 year prior to this encounter. He recalls Kazami's grandiose speech about their party being geniuses and practically royalty. Kazami had proudly and dramatically unveiled their new flashy name, Kings of Unique. Amon's reaction at the time had been a deadpan, utterly unenthusiastic agreement. In the present, he gives Ray his honest opinion, telling her that the name is awful. A flashback reveals that the rest of the party had loved the name, cheering enthusiastically. Overjoyed, Ray clasps his hand and asks him to call her by her first name from now on. As they shake hands, a new comical alliance is formally established between them. Amani is left completely bewildered by the strange and unexpected turn of events. He finally makes it inside the dungeon as a massive, ornate door crunches shut behind him. Inside the C-rank dungeon, he immediately notes that the atmosphere feels different from what he's used to. Peeking around a corner into a long corridor, he spots a group of monsters lurking ahead. Drawing his sword, he prepares to face the monsters, activating his appraisal skill to assess the threat. The skill identifies one of the creatures as a formidable level 400 orc. With a confident look, he declares that the dungeon takedown is about to begin. An exterior shot shows the massive crystalline tower of the Kenzaki dungeon piercing the city skyline. He mentally reviews his mission, conquer 30 floors for a valuable takedown reward. He knows that defeating the boss with a bladed weapon will grant him a legendary sword. With a determined look and his sword held ready, he prepares himself for the fight. His gaze locks with a monstrous red boar, and the battle officially begins. An orc lunges at him, swinging a crude cleaver, but he easily ducks under the attack. He weaves through the chaotic melee, his movements a blur as he dodges multiple attacks. He grips his sword tightly, his muscles tensing as he prepares to block a powerful incoming blow. With a fierce cry, he manages to successfully parry a massive club strike from a charging orc. He wobbles slightly from the force of the impact, surrounded by the aggressive, growling monsters. Realizing he's outnumbered and needs an advantage, he reaches into his dimensional item box. He leaps through the monster pack, preparing to use an item to turn the tide of the battle. He hurls a small, glowing object into their midst, shouting its name, Exploding Stone. The stone detonates in a massive explosion, sending the orcs flying and filling the corridor with smoke. Seizing the opportunity created by the blast, he dashes forward through the chaos. He moves like a phantom through the disoriented monsters, his blade flashing as he attacks. His swift and clean strikes fell the stunned monsters one after another with deadly efficiency. Standing over the defeated beast, he considers taking a magic stone as a spoil of war. He spots a dropped weapon on the ground and uses his appraisal skill to identify it. He is stunned to see the dropped orc stone axe is far stronger than his own short sword. He decides to store the powerful new weapon in his item box for later use. He reflects on the tough fight, noting with some alarm that he's not used to taking damage. Undeterred by the challenge, he sprints deeper into the dungeon with renewed purpose. On the 5th level of the dungeon, he encounters a small, hopping creature in the corridor. It's a horned rabbit, its long, floppy ears bouncing as it moves towards him. He notes its surprisingly small stature as he prepares himself for the next battle. He expertly parries the rabbit's lightning-fast lunge, declaring that its attack won't work this time. The level 400 monster lands heavily on the stone floor after its failed powerful assault. With a confident, knowing smirk, he declares that he has figured out all of its secrets. He swiftly dodges another of the rabbit's attacks, his movement so fast it leaves after images. The rabbit is quickly dispatched, slumping to the ground defeated with its eyes swirling. He is surprised to level up from the kill, noting the generous experience gained from the dungeon's monsters. A new, more imposing threat immediately appears, a massive tusked red boar. The boar's ferocious charge is powerful, sending him staggering backward across the stone floor. He attempts to counter the beast's attack, but his blade scrapes uselessly against its thick hide. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his current sword is unable to penetrate its tough defense. Thinking quickly, he switches to the heavy stone axe he acquired from the orcs earlier. He grips the new heavy weapon, preparing to unleash its superior power against the boar. Leaping high into the air, he brings the axe down on the boar's head with immense force. The creature collapses instantly, and he gains another level, letting out a relieved breath. He tries to store the massive carcass in his item box, but an error message indicates he has exceeded his capacity. Standing over the defeated red boar, Rin dismisses taking the carcass, certain of more monsters ahead. A quick succession of notifications reveals his level increasing rapidly from the ongoing battles. He now stands before the massive wooden gate of the Kenzaki dungeon's last level, ready to face the High Orc. Taking a final, steadying breath, he prepares himself and announces that it is time to begin. The colossal doors creak open, and Rin steps through with a look of grim determination. He cautiously enters the vast cobblestone boss chamber, his weapon held at the ready. From the shadows, a hulking, dark silhouette staggers into view, its presence radiating immense power. The level 600 High Orc is revealed, and Rin nervously questions if he is truly meant to fight it. The battle begins instantly as the orc swings its massive
Cliff
club
platform,
powerful
free
down the rug.
platform.
A close-up shows the
Hello.
orc's firm grip on its weapon as it prepares to smash down. Rin leaps back with a startled cry as the club shatters the stone floor where he just stood. He acknowledges the monster's incredible size and strength after witnessing the devastating impact. Rin calculates that one hit would be fatal, but believes he can break through its defense. He smacks his cheeks, psyching himself up for the incredibly dangerous fight that awaits him. With a burst of speed, he dashes forward, becoming a blur of motion across the chamber floor. Declaring it is his turn, he creates multiple afterimages to disorient the powerful High Orc. The massive beast looks around, bewildered by the phantom figures darting around it. Spotting his chance, Rin shouts a command to attack while the foe is confused. He lunges from behind, aiming a powerful slash at the orc's momentarily exposed back. The orc counters with a blind swing, and Rin clicks his tongue, annoyed that his feint failed. He dodges another ground-shaking swing from the orc's club, the impact shaking the entire room. His feet squeak on the stone as he pushes off, narrowly evading the powerful blow. With a sharp battle cry, he presses his attack, closing the distance between them once more. He lands a clean slash across the monster's leg, causing it to roar in pain. The High Orc bellows in agony, its maw wide in a pained and furious scream. Leaping into the air, Rin declares that the fight is far from over and continues his assault. The wounded beast stumbles, dropping its club as it roars in a mixture of pain and rage. The heavy club thuds to the ground as the orc loses its balance from the deep wound. Rin's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the creature is preparing to unleash a powerful roar. Seeing the monster rear back, he scoffs, certain he will not allow it to succeed. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he identifies the monster's fatal mistake. He uses the orc's arm as a springboard, running up its body with incredible acrobatic grace. He raises his sword high, preparing to plunge it down with all of his might. Now straddling its shoulders, he drives his sword deep into the base of its skull. The High Orc screams its final agonized cry as the fatal blow connects with its weak point. A system notification flashes, coolly confirming that the dungeon boss has been defeated. As Rin lands, notifications confirm he gained a total of 24 levels from the victory. Catching his breath, he remarks with surprise that he won by a landslide without any injury. A proud blush appears as he beams, realizing how much stronger he has become. Remembering his duties, he notes that he must now gather the spoils of his victory. He kneels beside the dissolving corpse, collecting the magic stone and the massive club. He struggles to lift the colossal club, deciding he will have to sell it for now. He is pleased to find a valuable exploding stone among the drops as well. After collecting his loot, he looks around the empty chamber, a puzzled sound escaping him. He scans the room, scratching his head as he wonders where the legendary sword of Kenzaki is. Concluding he did everything right, he decides he has some research to do on the matter. An unexpected disembodied voice from the system startles him, breaking the silence. He questions the system, asking if it will transport him out now that the fight is over. Looking up, he demands to know why the system is suddenly speaking to him directly. Notifications confirm he met the conditions. A solo takedown using a bladed weapon skill. The condition of Great Swordsman is fulfilled, spawning an extra boss, the Nameless Knight. He stares in disbelief, questioning the sudden appearance of a condition and an extra boss. A profound shudder of fear racks his body as the terrifying reality sets in. From a pool of dark liquid on the floor, An armored figure with a horned helmet begins to rise. The knight emerges completely, its slender form radiating an overwhelming and deadly aura. Rin whispers in terror, certain this can't be happening as his own stats appear before him. The nameless knight, a level 1100 extra boss, stands before him, a stark contrast to his own level. He exclaims in shock, knowing there has never been a single report of such a creature in Kenzaki. He concludes that he must be the very first person to ever encounter this monster. Gripping his sword, he knows his chances of survival at level 808 are practically non-existent. He realizes the boss room door is sealed shut, trapping him until one of them is defeated. With a look of grim resolve, he accepts that he has no other choice but to fight. He steels himself for battle, telling himself to get it together as he readies his stance. The knight's massive sword whistles through the air with terrifying and overwhelming speed. Rin parries the blow, exclaiming at the sheer, unbelievable power behind the knight's attack. Thrown completely on the defensive, he grits his teeth, realizing all he can do is dodge. His gloved hand strains as he struggles to block another powerful strike from the knight. He weaves and dodges, the knight's blade slicing through the empty air around him. The knight's relentless assault is not just incredibly strong, but also shockingly fast. Rin is stuck on the defensive, completely pinned down by the monster's relentless attacks. The knight raises its sword high for another devastating overhead smash, promising destruction. Amidst the fear and pressure, he knows he must find a way to counter the onslaught. Spotting a minuscule opening between the knight's swings, he shouts to seize the moment. He lunges forward with all his
Okay,
speed,
so that's how it
preparing
goes
to finally
down.
strike back at his foe. His sword clangs uselessly against the knight's armor, which he notes is impossibly strong. His sword shatters from the force of the knight's counterattack, leaving him defenseless.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Scorpy appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
With a brutal gauntleted strike, sending him staggering back in pain. The knight stands impassively as Rin reels, questioning how one hit dealt so much damage. Scrambling away, he admits this enemy is completely and utterly out of his league. He identifies the knight as a tank type, possessing overwhelmingly high attack and defense. He realizes with a glimmer of hope that he has one small desperate advantage: superior speed. A new strategy forms in his mind. He will find an opening and strike at its unarmored joints. He declares this is no longer a straightforward fight and begins his one-sided assault. He becomes a phantom, his broken blade chipping away at the knight's elbow and knee joints. He weaves around the knight's clumsy swings, relentlessly attacking its few weak points. He parries another powerful blow while continuing to strike at the gaps in the armor. He feels he's getting closer, believing victory is just a little further ahead. He sees a momentary hitch in the knight's guard as it recovers from a heavy swing. He shouts in triumph, identifying the perfect opening he has been waiting for. He lunges in, driving his broken sword deep into the joint of the knight's right arm. A surge of victorious adrenaline courses through him as the slash connects perfectly. The knight's gauntleted hand suddenly shoots out, snatching his wrist in an iron grip. Rin's mind goes blank with confusion, unable to understand what just happened.
Pokemon Community Game Scorpy escaped. No one caught it.
In the shadow of its helmet, he imagines a cruel, triumphant sneer. The horrifying realization dawns on him. The opening he saw was a deliberate trap. He understands the knight baited him, sacrificing its right arm to create the perfect opportunity. He is terrified by the sheer intelligence of a monster with such brilliant strategy. The knight delivers a brutal kick, sending Rin flying backward into the sealed door. Rin is sent flying by a brutal kick from the nameless knight. He cries out in pain from the overwhelming force of the blow. Crashing against the sealed door, his health drops to a critical level. The knight advances slowly, its blade clattering against the stone floor. With blood trickling from his mouth, Rin wonders if this is the end. He acknowledges the immense power of his foe, so much stronger than him. Slumped against the door, he admits that just dodging its attacks was exhausting. A flicker of hope ignites as he remembers his exclusive skill, dungeon teleportation. He realizes he is right by the door and could easily teleport to safety. The knight raises its sword for the final blow, his only option seemingly escape. He considers that escaping is the smart, logical choice for survival. For that very reason, he grips a crystalline object, rejecting the easy way out. Apologizing for the delay, he flings the item to buy himself some time. A massive explosion engulfs the nameless knight in a brilliant flash of light. The force of the blast throws up a cloud of smoke and debris. The knight turns its head, surprised by the sudden and powerful detonation. Memories of being told he wasn't cut out for this life fuel his defiance. With a determined shout, he channels his power into dungeon teleportation. He reflects on how everyone called his skill useless, but he never gave up. He knows that if he were one to follow the majority, he would have quit. The world dissolves into a brilliant light as he commences his path. With a confident smile, he vanishes and reappears in a flash of movement. The nameless knight is startled, sensing his presence suddenly behind it. Now at its back, Rin declares his opponent is too slow to react. He poises his broken sword, ready to strike the turning knight. The knight's counterswing is faster than anticipated, a blur of armor. Rin is surprised by the swiftness of his foe's reaction. A flashback reveals his meticulous preparation before the teleport. First, he quickly drank a recovery potion, restoring 1000 GP. Next, he accessed his status screen to allocate his skill points. He upgraded his Herculean strength, knowing this was his last chance. Back in the present, he lunges forward for one final counterattack. His dagger shatters against the knight's pauldron, his attack failing. Undeterred, he grabs the broken hilt and drives his knee into the knight's helmet. He shouts for one more hit, his eyes wide with desperate resolve. The knight recovers instantly, whirling around with a heavy warhammer. Rin challenges the move, still prepared for the next phase of the fight. In a shocking reversal, Rin brutally strikes the knight with its own hammer. With a
Ko-fi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Out a roar of pain, reeling from the powerful blow. He dashes past the injured knight, snatching its fallen sword from the air. Clasping the hilt, he prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. The sword shudders with an immense, latent power that shocks him. The nameless knight lets out a final roar of agony and fury. With a powerful cry, Rin brings the glowing sword down in a devastating slash. The momentum of the swing carries him sliding past his defeated opponent. Panting heavily, he stands over the fallen knight, the battle finally over. The knight's heavy armor crashes to the ground with a final thud. He surveys the aftermath, acknowledging the nameless knight as his strongest foe. His declaration hangs in the silent, vast chamber of the dungeon. A clear ding announces that he has successfully defeated the extra boss. Rewards flood his vision. Massive level gains and a new title are unlocked. He is astonished, calculating that he has gained a total of 82 levels. His gaze falls on the dropped sword, and he uses appraisal to learn its nature. The sword of the nameless knight has immense attack power and a powerful conditional buff. Impressed by its specs, he decides to simply call the weapon nameless. He notes with some sadness that his old Yumemi short sword is now destroyed. Kneeling by the fragments, he thanks his former partner for its loyal service. His attention then turns to the new title he has just acquired. A shocking condition attached to the title catches him completely off guard. He is dazed, realizing the title can improve his weapon with each level up. Standing tall, he expresses his eagerness to start using his powerful new sword. He remembers to collect his items, though he laments destroying the magic stones. His long, grueling day at the Kenzaki dungeon finally comes to an end. The day after his fight, he visits a location in the city center. He enters a modern building where he is immediately greeted by a cheerful employee. The young blonde shopkeeper politely asks to see his adventurer card. Agreeing, he calmly hands over his identification to the waiting attendant. He observes his surroundings, realizing the establishment is a well-stocked armory. His reason for visiting is tied to the greatsword, nameless, he acquired yesterday. A flashback shows him fighting a monster, revealing the purpose of his visit. He reflects that while nameless is powerful, it leaves him too vulnerable. The greatsword raises his attack, but significantly hinders his movements in combat. He also notes its powerful effects only activate against stronger opponents. Deciding the weapon handles too differently, he sheathes it with finality. He resolves to buy a new short sword to switch between weapons as needed. The shopkeeper, seeing his D rank, offers to show him the appropriate products. He explains that his record is outdated and he qualifies for C rank. She notes that verifying his takedown would subject him to a cooldown. He dismisses her concern, stating he needs to check the C rank section. The shopkeeper looks on, surprised and slightly concerned by his request. She hovers anxiously as he begins to browse the C rank adventurer area. He muses that special abilities drive up the price, so he wants something simple. Spotting a specific weapon, he asks the nervous attendant if he can see it. The Kirakuji short sword is a solo boss reward with a plus 500 attack bonus. He grips the hilt, pleased that it handles like his old familiar sword. Confirming the 2 million yen price, he agrees to the purchase. The shopkeeper is distressed, urging him to reconsider the expensive weapon. With quiet confidence, he places the case on the counter, assuring her he'll be fine. He acknowledges the cost, then prepares to reveal his ability to pay. The shopkeeper gasps as he flashes a massive stack of cash. He slams the money on the counter, declaring he can pay in full. She is dazed, her mind struggling to process the incredible sum of money. Her shock gives way to a gasp of pure, wide-eyed astonishment. Her expression then melts into a brilliant, professional, and delighted smile. As he leaves the building, she thanks him enthusiastically for his purchase. Back in Kanzaki, he immediately resumes his dungeon conquest with renewed vigor. He tests his new sword on a large boar, slicing deep into its neck. The blade cuts cleanly, a testament to its superior quality and power. Standing over the defeated beast, he feels the fight was a piece of cake. Rin laments that he must leave valuable red boar carcasses behind. Suddenly, a notification announces that his item box skill has leveled up. He successfully stores a boar, now determined to earn back his sword's price. Having reached level 30, he stands before a massive, heavily barred door. After gaining 2 levels, he decides it's finally time to face the boss. But first, he reaches into his item box to retrieve a different weapon. He brandishes a large greatsword, confidently calling out its name, Nameless. His plan is to activate the special effects of his newly acquired title. A system window details his Nameless Swordsman title, which enhances his blade. He concludes the best way to boost the sword's specs is against the boss. With a determined look, he pushes the creaking doors to the boss room open. Inside, the massive, shadowy silhouette of a pig-headed monster lets out a growl. Rin challenges the beast, declaring it will serve to power up his sword. The monster swings its massive club in a powerful whistle. He reflects that just yesterday, all he could do was evade this attack. But now, with his newfound strength, he feels completely unrestrained. He meets the blow head-on, declaring that nothing is holding him back. With a fierce expression, he prepares to unleash a powerful counterattack. He lands a solid blow on the monster's arm, telling it to try this. The battle becomes a flurry of motion as he presses his overwhelming advantage. The pig-headed monster roars in pain from his relentless assault. With a confident smirk, Rin taunts the beast, asking how much it can take. He unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, his blade a blur of silver light. The furious barrage continues, completely overwhelming the monster's defenses. The wounded creature wobbles, its body covered in dark, bleeding gashes. Victorious, Rin receives notifications confirming a massive 21-level increase. He sighs in relief, noting with satisfaction that no extra boss has appeared. Eagerly, he decides to check the new stats of his powered-up sword, Nameless. An appraisal reveals the sword of the Nameless Knight is now level 1120. He notes the 20-point attack boost and remembers to collect the magic stone. The last remnants of the boss dissolve as he stands in the return zone. Realizing it's past 4 a.m., he still feels energized enough for another run. An idea strikes him. He can speed-run the dungeon using dungeon teleportation. Seeing no one around, he activates the skill at the glowing dungeon gate. He appears in a long, torch-lit corridor, his footsteps echoing softly. Knowing Kanzaki's popular, he decides to teleport out of sight quickly. A voice calls his name, Rin, and he turns in stunned surprise. He is jolted by the unexpected appearance of a young woman in armor. The woman with a butterfly clip in her hair looks at him
It's
intently.
okay, sweetie. I'm just
He
trying to get
whispers
that
her name,
booty.
Ray, in a state of shocked recognition. As she approaches, he notices his sword, Nameless, beginning to quiver strangely. Ray remarks on the surprise of seeing him, chiding him to stay focused. He comments on seeing her so soon, and she confirms they met yesterday. When asked about her party, she states she can't always have them babysit her. She declares her determination to reach the 10th level on her own to level up. He recalls that she is already over level 500, a formidable adventurer. He assesses that while she can handle weak monsters, a high orc might be trouble. Her presence complicates his plan to repeatedly loot the dungeon for rewards. He worries she'll realize something is amiss if she sees him again and again. Deciding to leave, he offers a quick wave and says he'd better be going. Before he can depart, her hand snatches his wrist, stopping him in his tracks. He looks down at her hand, utterly confused by her sudden action. She holds his arm firmly, her grip unwavering as he questions her. She declares this is a good opportunity and asks Rin to go with her. Rin is left completely bewildered by her unexpected and direct invitation. A large crystalline dungeon structure stands in a city, the source of their quest. A few minutes after her proposal, the decision has been made. Now a temporary party, they venture into Kenzaki Dungeon's 5th level. An awkward silence settles between them as they walk through the stone corridor. Rin keeps his gaze forward, the quiet tension growing with each step. Ray also remains focused on the path ahead, her expression unreadable. He risks a quick glance at her, but they both remain silent. The heavy silence stretches on, punctuated only by their footsteps. They continue their silent march down the torch-lit hallway. The quiet between them is thick and palpable. Unable to bear it any longer, Rin finally decides to break the silence. He asks Ray about her age and hobbies, trying to start a conversation. He immediately gasps, realizing his question was far too personal. A wave of regret hits him as he fears he's made a terrible mistake. To his surprise, Ray playfully wags a finger, not seeming offended. She reveals she is 17, but declares her hobbies are a secret. She then turns the question back on him, asking about his own interests. He tells her he is 19 and pauses to consider his hobbies. He thinks for a moment, trying to find a suitable answer. He internally dismisses his usual routine, worried it makes him sound strange. He casts his mind back to his school days for inspiration. He tells her he's into manga and games, which causes her to jolt in surprise. She becomes flustered, fidgeting nervously, and he worries he repelled her. He decides a change of subject is in order to salvage the conversation. Just as she asks about specifics, he blurts out a warning about monsters. He immediately apologizes for interrupting, but her expression has soured. She snubs him, curtly stating it was nothing before strutting forward. At that exact moment, a shadowy, bestial figure peeks around a corner. The ambush is swift as multiple monsters leap from the shadows. A pack of 4 beast men, 2 boars and 2
Pokemon
wolves.
community game
They
a
fall
wild
into a
Mantike
back-to-back
appears catch it
stance,
using
quickly
Poke
dividing the
Catch.
targets.
Winners
Rin
revealed in
explodes
S.
into action, dashing towards his 2 opponents. He unleashes a rapid 2-part slash against a boarman and a wolfman. He is shocked to find the creatures are tougher than usual and still standing. The monsters roar with renewed aggression, pressing their attack. He is forced into the defensive, skillfully weaving between their relentless blows. The fight intensifies as he prepares to block a heavy strike. His sword clangs against a club, the impact sending a stinging shock up his arm. He is stunned by the sheer weight and force of the blow. The boarman's attack is impossibly heavy, its power overwhelming. The sheer momentum of the swing drives him back across the stone floor. His blade shatters under the immense force, leaving him stunned. He realizes with a jolt that this is no ordinary orc. He places a hand on a staggering wolfman, activating his appraisal skill. The result is shocking. The orc is level 600.
Oh wait, there is a throne.
Here. A young adventurer named Rin expresses his shock, questioning the presence of a level 600 monster. Understanding the threat, he resolves to strike the wolf-headed beast with his full strength. With a determined leap, he soars through the air towards the roaring creature. His body becomes a blur as he executes a powerful and precise thrust with his sword. The blade pierces the monster's thick hide, drawing a spray of dark blood. Letting out a roar of agony,
Pokemon community game Mantike escaped. No one caught it.
Effortlessly dodges the clumsy swing, internally noting his opponent's failed attempt. In a fluid motion, he lands a final decisive slash across the creature's back. After the monster collapses, he catches his breath, attributing the easy victory to a recent level boost. Turning his attention to his companion, he asks about Ray's status and offers his support. His expression shifts to one of complete surprise as he witnesses her preparing for battle. With an intense gaze, Ray begins to cast a spell, invoking the power of the sacred wind. Several swords materialize around her as she commands the wind to slice through her enemies. As Ray leaps towards the distant monsters, Rin thinks her attack won't reach. Her blade extends impossibly, cutting down both foes in a single elegant motion. Rin is left utterly stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend how the sword could have stretched. The blade retracts to its normal size with a soft whoosh as the attack concludes. With calm composure, Ray announces that her part of the fight is also finished. Still in awe, Rin questions how she defeated them so easily and asks about her sword. She presents her weapon, revealing that it is her unique skill, Magic Sword. To demonstrate, she explains that she used the wind as inspiration for this long-reaching blade. While Rin marvels at her ability to create any sword, she clarifies it's limited by her level in MP. He calls her skill incredible, causing her to blush slightly as she offers her thanks. Returning the compliment, Ray tells Rin that he is amazing as well. She reveals that Kazami had called him weak, but his fluid movements proved that was a lie. Flustered by her praise, Rin scratches the back of his head and stammers his thanks. The mood shifts as Rin turns his attention back to the dungeon's strange anomaly. Standing over a fallen orc, he asks Ray if she also noticed the monsters were powered up. He explains that his appraisal clocked 1 at level 600, a power level on par with a boss. Looking at his companion, he asks if she has any ideas about the cause of this. She admits that the problem could be caused by any number of different things. Walking down a long corridor, Rin rules out a dangerous dungeon oscillation as the reason. He offers her a chance to return to the surface, but she firmly resolves to stay with him. With his mind made up, the adventurer declares it's time for them to go.
Nothing
Their
in
search
there.
on the dungeon's 5th level almost immediately reveals the horrifying cause. A grotesque scene confronts them, a large pack of monsters devouring their own kind. The brutish, boar-like creatures are shown in the middle of their gruesome feast. Ray covers her mouth in disgust while Rin grimly identifies the phenomenon as monster cannibalism. He explains that monsters grow stronger by consuming the uneaten corpses of the slain. Ray asks if defeating these orcs will solve the problem, and Rin confirms it will. As Rin offers to handle it, Ray joins him, ready to fight the horde. After the battle, Ray smugly asks for Rin's assessment of her impressive performance. The few remaining monsters whisper among themselves, preparing for one final stand. Rin moves with speed and precision, engaging the last of the enemies. Ray stands ready, her blade flashing as she prepares to fight alongside him. With the battle over, Rin holds the magic stones while Ray incinerates the corpses. He thanks Ray for her knowledge, but she humbly calls it a team effort. Getting her attention, he says there is something important he wants to ask. He asks Ray why she decided to become an adventurer. He is slightly taken aback when she asks him for his own reason. Rin reveals that he has only ever told his sister, Hana, his motivation. He explains that when he was younger, an adventurer saved his life. The image of his hero became etched in his memory, inspiring him. Ray softly murmurs that she now understands why she feels so drawn to him. When he questions her, she dismisses it with a gentle, mysterious smile. She asks if he knows the name of his savior, but he doesn't. With a serene expression, she thanks Rin for sharing his personal story with her. Rin is comically flustered by her sincerity, muttering that he's glad she's glad. He asks about her future plans, and she confirms she will continue dungeon diving. A quiet moment of connection passes between them in the dungeon corridor. Rin reflects that he has always fought his battles solo. He admits that, just this once, it's nice to fight alongside another adventurer. The very next day, Rin returns to the Kenzaki dungeon alone. He unleashes a whirlwind of attacks, his blade a blur against multiple monsters. His efforts result in incredible gains, 301 levels and over 3 million yen. The following day, he continues his grind, using teleportation to hunt red boars. Rin's inventory is full after earning 400 levels and 4 million yen. The next day, he immediately returns to the dungeon using his teleportation skill. He calmly faces his 23rd armored monster, ready to strike it down. With a powerful smack, he effortlessly blocks the creature's massive club swing. He dismisses the attack as too weak, leaving the monster utterly shocked. Preparing his final blow, Rin moves in with his ornate sword. The monster is defeated, and Rin is rewarded with 20 additional levels. A new notification stuns him. He has reached the dungeon's victory limit. After 60 runs, he celebrates gaining a final 50-level bonus and a new title. He marvels at the incredible 11,510 skill points he has accumulated. His skill menu presents options to upgrade old abilities or acquire powerful new ones. Rin carefully strategizes, prioritizing his strength and speed skills for combat effectiveness. With his decision made, he confirms the skill point allocation with a decisive flick. A status screen displays his new maxed out strength and speed enhancements. He can't believe how much stronger he has become in just a few minutes. Contemplating his next move, he wonders which dungeon to conquer next. He considers either the Unagi dungeon or revisiting the E-rank Arikawa dungeon. 3 days later, he is shown in the middle of another intense battle. Standing over a defeated beast, he confirms that he has now maxed out Unagi. That night, he reflects on his 4 conquered dungeons and prepares to allocate his SP. His phone chimes with a new email, catching him completely by surprise. The following day, a familiar voice calls out to Rin Senpai on a city street. Yui arrives at a shopping center, apologizing to Rin for making him wait. He bluntly confirms she was late, prompting her to scold him for his poor etiquette. Rin looks genuinely confused, asking if that's what he was supposed to say. He reveals he was just kidding and suggests they find a cafe to talk. Inside, he gets milk tea while she orders a sweet drink, remembering her past regret. Yui correctly deduces that his reason for meeting must be related to dungeons. She reveals that she recently received an exciting invitation to join a guild. Rin expresses his surprise at the news of her unexpected guild invitation. Yui explains how guilds are large organizations that actively scout for top talent. She then asks him how much his own level has increased since they last met. Yui proudly announces she broke level 100 yesterday, leaving
Wisebot
genuinely
viewers,
impressed. A
HMS.
flash of insight reveals the obvious.
Alright, I hope
guilds offer
everyone's
better
doing
resources
well,
for growth.
enjoying
Yui inquires about the guild that extended her a
the
recruitment offer.
stream.
She presents a business card, revealing the name Yuzuki Guild. Rin recognizes the name, recalling their recent and rapid rise in the ranks. He correctly deduces they are targeting her because healers are exceptionally rare. Yui then asks for his honest opinion on whether she should join. Overcome with enthusiasm, Rin blurts out his support, catching her by surprise. Composing himself, he begins to outline the various pros and cons. He explains that large guilds offer excellent equipment and ideal formations. The thought of being stuck with untrustworthy party members makes Yui look downcast. Rin moves on to the negative aspects, highlighting the restrictions on personal freedom. When Yui asks about the restrictions, he explains the need to schedule dungeon dives. The more significant problem, he states, lies with the Dungeon Association's demands. He elaborates that guilds must fulfill certain obligations for their special privileges. The association can compel members to handle dangerous, abnormal dungeon situations. He concludes that guilds are a solid option for rapid growth, but not for independence. Changing the subject, Rin asks Yui for her reason for becoming an adventurer. Yui is slightly taken aback by the deeply personal question about her motivations. She confesses that she never planned on it, as she was terrified of monsters. Her friends had invited her, and she intended to quit after gaining basic stats. Rin acknowledges that many people get stats simply to survive everyday accidents. He agrees that only a small fraction of people dedicate themselves to such work. Her entire outlook changed when she discovered her healing abilities, finding her purpose. A vision of her in adventurer gear shows her resolve, finding the work worthwhile. She now believes it is her calling to use the unique ability she received. Her deepest desire, she reveals, is to cultivate the power to save people's lives. Her expression fills with a quiet, unshakable resolve, her decision now clear. Rin observes her, a knowing look on his face as he senses her choice. He correctly notes she has made up her mind, and she enthusiastically agrees to try. With a supportive grin, he advises her to always prioritize herself and her safety. Yui confidently reassures him, mentioning the guild's flexibility and better pay. She playfully boasts she might earn more, a claim Rin internally doubts. Their conversation concludes with a moment of quiet, mutual understanding. As they prepare to leave, Rin insists on paying the check, as he invited her. He smoothly suggests that she can treat him next time when she is getting paid. Yui is completely flustered and flattered by his considerate and kind gesture. She internally marvels at how reliable he is, and how he sees her capability. As they leave, she bluntly asks if he has ever had a girlfriend, shocking him. He accuses her of stalking, but she clarifies that his sister Hana mentioned it. Rin mentally prepares for a stern conversation with his sister when he gets home. While walking through a shopping arcade, a passing figure catches Rin's attention. He recognizes the woman with headphones as Rei, and Yui calls out her name. Hearing her name, the woman Rei jolts in surprise and turns from her browsing. The three now stand together in a CD store surrounded by shelves. Rei looks over at them, a bead of sweat on her cheek, slightly surprised. Rin offers a casual greeting, noting it has been about a week since they met. Yui erupts, indignant that Rei responded to Rin even though she called out first. Yui introduces herself as a classmate, but Rei doesn't seem to recognize her. After a moment, Rei vaguely recalls seeing her, while Rin is surprised they're classmates. Yui asks how Rin knows Rei, and he explains that they are fellow adventurers. Yui is shocked by this revelation, while Rei secretly glances at Yui's purchase. The item is revealed to be an anime soundtrack for Little Witch Poppy. Rin has a moment of embarrassed understanding, realizing they are kindred spirits. Rei, assuming Yui is embarrassed by her hobby, decides to pretend she didn't see. Yui, completely oblivious, is just excited that she can finally talk to Rei. She innocently asks if the cute girl on the cover means the CD is from an anime. Her question makes both Rei and Rin quiver with intense shared embarrassment. Rei's face is a mask of irritation as she calls out to Rin for help. Rin asks Rei about her plans, and she confirms a dungeon dive at Kenzaki. While they talk, Yui becomes completely absorbed in browsing the anime soundtracks. Rei's attention shifts back to Rin, her gaze intense and focused on him. She stares at him for a moment, a silent question hanging in the air. Rei asks Rin if he is also going to a dungeon today, but he says nothing. He quickly denies it, saying he's taking the day off after a recent dungeon clear. Rei silently notes his near slip about a new title, her expression unreadable. Her gaze shifts between him and Yui, her suspicion growing. She pointedly asks if their being together implies a romantic relationship. Rin frantically denies it, explaining it's just an advice session between adventurers. Rei seems to accept his explanation with a thoughtful ooh. She then asks if he likes younger girls, leaving him completely speechless. He admits openly that his interest leans toward girls of a younger age. His answer leaves Rei slightly flustered and fidgeting uncomfortably. Yui returns just as Rin realizes he gave the worst possible answer. Before they can move on from the awkward moment, the ground begins to rumble. The entire store shakes violently, and the group wonders if it's an earthquake. Yui and Rei shudder from the intense tremors, their faces filled with alarm. An automated voice broadcasts a repeated urgent message of emergency. The broadcast declares a dungeon collapse at Kenzaki, ordering a civilian evacuation. Rin is horrified by the news, exclaiming in disbelief about the collapse. Both Yui and Rei turn to him, asking for clarification on the dire situation. He explains that during a collapse, the gates that normally block monsters fail. The terrifying implication of this failure hangs in the air, summarized in 2 words. A sweat-soaked Rin
Pokemon community game A Wild Gothita appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
The explanation repeats, a rare event where the dungeon gate opens for monsters. Amidst the growing panic, Rin declares he's going to fight, and Rei instantly agrees. Yui, her face cast in shadow, firmly announces that she is going too. Rin questions her decision, concerned about her safety in such a dangerous place. He reminds her of Kenzaki's high-level requirement, which she does not meet. Yui clarifies her intent is not to fight, but to heal any injured people. Rin considers this, knowing healing magic works on everyone, unlike recovery potions. Recalling her heartfelt desire to save lives, he sees the value in her presence. He agrees to her joining, but makes her promise to never leave his side. Yui's face lights up with a brilliant, joyful smile as she enthusiastically agrees. She points down the street, suggesting they hurry to the scene of the collapse. Rin suggests they get properly equipped first, a plan Rei readily agrees with. With a faint glow of energy, their transformation into combat gear begins. Rin and Rei instantly change into their sleek, formidable adventurer outfits. Yui pouts, feeling left out as she doesn't yet have an item box skill. Rin apologizes for teasing her, promising to keep her safe from any fighting. His apology flusters her, and she giggles, forgiving him completely. Rei interrupts her conversation with Rin, apologizing.
Pokemon community game Gothita escaped. No one caught it.
You being a cuddle baby? Yes you are, yes you are.
Her demeanor still brave and
Alright,
focused.
I'll have to talk to the other admins on the server for later.
Apologizing for the sudden departure, she tells Rin and Yui she has to leave immediately. As Rin warns her not to overexert herself, she promises she won't and urges them to be careful. Rin watches her run off into the city, feeling a strange thumping in his chest. Yui asks if he's all right, but he dismisses the odd feeling as his imagination. The sudden sensation leaves him flustered and confused, his heart pounding unexpectedly. Shaking it off, he tells
Get my arm back.
nothing and that they should hurry. The two of them begin running through the city streets, continuing their own mission. Their progress is halted by a desperate cry for help echoing from a nearby street. They find a small group of adventurers cornered by a pack of vicious werewolf-like monsters. Yui points out the immediate danger, and Rin instantly declares he's on it. He leaps over the terrified adventurers, landing directly in the midst of the snarling beasts. Weaving through the pack with incredible speed, he draws his sword for a swift attack. The rescued adventurers can only stare in confusion at the sudden, powerful intervention. In a single fluid motion, he cuts down the entire pack of monsters.
Where'd my tweezers go?
The other adventurers are left wide-eyed with shock, Unable to
No.
process his blinding speed, Rin calmly asks if they are okay, as they confirm the monsters are dead. Yui notices one of the adventurers is clutching an injured arm and steps forward to help. A warm glow emanates from her hand as she heals the man's wound completely. Rin is impressed by her fast healing magic, even as the man thanks her profusely. He recognizes her immense innate talent, and she announces she's ready to continue. Yui asks if their plan is still to head to the Kensuke dungeon. Rin reconsiders, realizing that with monsters appearing so far out, they need a new strategy. He acknowledges that at their current level, they wouldn't make much of a difference at Kensuke. He explains that during a dungeon collapse, the monsters inside become unnaturally strong. Their strength is amplified by at least...
Ladies and gentlemen, bit of news. If anyone has heard about the Pokemon stuff that's been going on with Pal World, big news is Pokemon / Nintendo have lost a lawsuit. And Pal World has won. Big cheers to Pal World.
You like how I said there's gotta be more, and I just insisted on beating the ever-loving everything out of stuff? This is so sad. There's more over there. Show is. Wait. I came this way. Didn't I? Yeah.
Alright, we're also going to do a bit of a bathroom break.
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at
it's also
URL.
time to feed the kitties, so I'm going to feed the kitties here real quick. Be right back, everybody.
Oh my god.
Where do we need to go?
And then I went down. Now I'm gonna go down again. You know what? Maybe that's a bad idea. Bad idea.
It's gonna be a long journey. Let's go.
I don't think this is where I thought it was. I think I should have gone back over. Oh lord. Where am I? What? 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 Oh my god. Oh my god. No, they're definitely not friends, but yes, friends. It's friends, just my people. I'm so sorry. They Oh. Hi. I think I don't have a choice. I think I gotta... My people are violent. They sure are. Oh my god. Oh no, this is not the time to heal. Okay. I have no idea how I got here, but I stumbled across this place and I'm kind of mad. Because now I feel like I need to know how many other places I didn't find just because I wasn't throwing magic around. Hiveling, smallest of the hive's inhabitants. Cowardly, husky, quality, compromised hivelings. Like, I'm actually devastated. I can't even get up there. I can't even get up there. Do you think if I had... Do you think I could put
Alright,
over
Denny's, give me num-nums. Just out of my way, please.
Dang. Y'all, we gotta remember to come back
Ugh.
tonight.
No rebellious peeing on stuff, god damn it. You got your little boxes. Furry.
That, like, makes me a little mad. No. In the armpit of nowhere land. You don't have to be enemies. I really can leave you be. If you let me. I can be calm and chill. If you just let me. Do fly, large, docile, peaceful buzzes around.
Yeah, I gotcha,
Is
I
he thinking
gotcha.
bad enough?
I'll have to go get you more
I just want to live a
kitty
life.
food later. I thought I had another box
Yes,
for you
I
guys.
am but a curious cat.
Seems to be all the canned food.
I do not wish to be a problem to you and your family. Promise.
Connection lost. Okay, well, let's try again. Let's see, I got the island. I need to check Gray. Oh, wait.
Alright.
I need to go to Valgaro. That's where my avatar is, anyways.
I'm trying really hard to not disturb the ecosystem as best
I need to
as
check.
felinely possible.
Oh,
But they're not making it easy for me.
I need to go check on my other dinos, on my other bases.
See what I gotta do with? My geos are like, emergency,
Oh, it's like I've been there almost every
emergency.
fucking day now. See, we got some bots. Ban them.
Oh. Oh my god.
And 1, 2, 3. Yep. Myself another Kaito.
I need to know what goes this way first. What is that keeps flicking by my... I don't think... Oh my god. No! I wasted it! It's just falling stuff. It's disturbing me. Over here? No. We need to go out. Further up still? Oh! It's bodies. He stopped humming. I passed him. Let's go. Wait. Hello. Isn't this a cozy hole? I've been venturing around the wilderness beside here and thought a moment's break was well called for.
Come on, I pressed the button.
Landscapes all rather serene beside the sea, though the inhabitants are as ferocious as ever. Okay, they're leaving. Judging by this wall, the city folk seemed hesitant to build further into the...
Pokemon community game. A wild Crustle appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
50%, sometimes even doubling. In this empowered state, the dungeon's ultimate guardian evolves into a final boss. If the dungeon collapses before the boss is defeated, it unleashes its horrors onto the surface. Defeating a final boss requires an elite party ranked higher than the dungeon itself. He grimly admits that he is not yet at that level of power. He also recalls telling Ray he had already beaten Kanzaki, creating a cooldown issue for him. After a moment of silent contemplation, he comes to a decision. He proposes they focus on hunting escaped monsters and healing the injured, which Yui agrees to. Meanwhile, inside Kanzaki Dungeon, Shin unleashes a powerful lightning strike attack. The blast obliterates a group of monsters, clearing their path forward. Her party arrives at the boss room, having made it there faster than expected. A party member explains the commotion caused by Kazami trying to track their progress spurred them on. Another member clarifies their mission was only to clear the way for the coming B-rank party. Ray expresses her concern over Kazami's strange behavior, ignoring monsters and rushing ahead. With a confident smirk, Shin proposes a reckless idea. They challenge the final boss themselves. Ray and another party member are aghast, reminding Shin they must wait for backup. Shin waves off their concerns, claiming the monsters were weaker than expected and they can win.
Pokemon community game. Crustle escaped. No one caught it.
Ray is horrified, realizing Shin is prioritizing the party's glory over stopping the collapse. The other party members are swayed by her charismatic speech, eager to make their mark. Shin dismisses Ray's fears, claiming the dungeon supervisor said the boss would be easy. She tells Ray to just relax and bask in the glory they are about to achieve. Ray understands with chilling certainty that for them, this disaster is just an opportunity. Shin turns her attention back to Ray, who remains silent and conflicted. As the leader, Shin gives Ray an ultimatum: stay behind and fight monsters alone. Trapped and outvoted, Ray quietly concedes, agreeing to go with them. A triumphant smile spreads across Shin's face as she praises Ray for coming around. The massive doors to the boss chamber begin to creak open, and the party steps through. The heavy doors swing shut, the sound echoing in the stone chamber. Ray looks back with a grim expression, knowing their fate is sealed. With a deafening slam, the doors lock, cutting them off from any hope of reinforcement. Ray knows the door will only open again upon their deaths. As their eyes adjust to the gloom, a colossal, shadowy figure staggers into view. The final boss, a massive armored high orc, looms over them, growling menacingly. Sakura's face drains of color as she reveals the High Orc is level 3000. A wave of terror washes over the party, their bravado vanishing. Despite the shock, Kazami rallies his companions, his eyes alight with the thought of glory. The rest of the party is fired up, agreeing to the challenge. Ray, however, remains deeply concerned, the weight of their reckless decision pressing down on her. 10 minutes later, their triumphant mood has shattered into a desperate cry of "No way!" The High Orc stands defeated but wobbling, and Ray observes they have overpowered it. A warrior orders Yulia to seal the creature's position with a fortress seal. She encases the creature in jagged stone spikes, immobilizing it. Kazami, smugly satisfied, declares it's time to wrap things up. Just as victory seems certain, the captured High Orc lets out a deafening roar. Yulia shudders, sensing that something is deeply wrong with the situation. Kazami dismisses the roar as a pathetic last-ditch effort and prepares the killing blow. His smirk vanishes as his eyes fix on something beyond the orc in disbelief. The source of his shock begins to emerge from the floor in a viscous pool. A squadron of 5 identical, menacing, nameless knights materializes from thin air. Sakura identifies them as level 2000 nameless knights, much to the party's horror. Annoyed by the minions, Kazami unleashes a crackling lightning strike attack. His attack connects, but the knight's high defense allows them to remain standing. Kazami orders his party to hold the knights back, but his command is too late. The knights move with unnatural speed, blurring past the frontline fighters. Kazami realizes with alarm that they are intelligently targeting the sorcerer Yulia. One of the nameless knights breaks from the pack and lunges at Kazami. He dodges the attack with a swift motion, a contemptuous smirk on his face. He retaliates with another powerful lightning strike, blasting the knight with a concussive boom. Yulia watches with relief, glad she made it in time to support him. Kazami gloats over his victory, rallying the party to defeat the remaining 4 knights. The knight's armored form clangs against the ground, defeated. He turns his attention back to their original target, urging the party to finish off the High Orc. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound begins to emanate from the ground, alarming the party. Sakura has a terrible feeling and insists they must hurry and defeat the High Orc. Her hope is that once the orc is down, they can finally escape. Her hope is brutally crushed in the next moment. A massive armored foot stomps down, shattering the stone seal with a deafening sound. The party stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how the creature broke free. The dust settles to reveal a terrifying transformation. The High Orc has evolved. Yulia realizes with horror that the dungeon empowered the boss by absorbing the fallen knight's energy. A member of the adventuring party urgently asks her comrade, Sakura, for the High Orc's current level. With a look of dread, Sakura reveals the monster has evolved into a superior species, an Orc General. Her face contorts in terror as she announces its new terrifying level is 4000. A furious barrage of lightning strikes erupts across the chamber amidst cries of frustration. Their leader, Kazami, desperately unleashes a powerful lightning attack against the newly evolved creature. The massive Orc General only staggers from the blow, questioning what just happened. Kazami screams in utter disbelief, realizing his powerful lightning attack is having no effect. His companions look on in horror, understanding that their unique skills are now useless. A young woman named Ray realizes with dawning terror just how fragile their once invincible party truly is. One of her party members grimly explains that their unique skills only work because their previous opponents were weak. With her confidence completely shattered, Ray understands that this Orc General is their first real asterisk boss fight. The colossal Orc General lets out a powerful roar, signifying the beginning of the true battle. The monster fixes its menacing glare upon the terrified adventurers, its single eye burning with malice. Standing on the fractured ground, the entire party is frozen as Kazami stares in shock at the monster's advance. The Orc General swings its massive axe in a wide arc, and Kazami lets out a scream of pure terror. Ray screams a desperate warning for her comrades to watch out for the incoming attack. She and an armored warrior bravely leap in front of their leader, attempting to block the devastating blow. The impact is catastrophic, the force of the axe shattering the very ground. Ray is thrown violently backward by the force of the attack, landing hard on the stone floor. She cries out in agony, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth from the powerful impact. The momentum of the blow sends her tumbling and sliding across the broken cobblestone floor. She finally comes to a stop, slumped against the dungeon wall, her body battered and defeated. Her body is paralyzed, and she realizes with a wave of panic that she cannot move. A status bar confirms her critical condition, her health points having plummeted to just 10%.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I wasn't even close to you, you motherfucker.
It raised its massive axe high.
Great, this is gonna suck. This is bullshit. I wasn't even near its mouth. This is aimbot cheating.
One of them defiantly mutters to himself, refusing to let their story end like this. Kazami's fear finally transforms into pure, desperate rage as he questions if they will die here. He unleashes a final, desperate lightning strike as the Orc General lets out a menacing roar. The attack connects in a massive, blinding explosion of light and raw electrical energy. From the ground, Rey feels the stinging backlash of the immense power her leader has just unleashed. The air fills with smoke and dust from the massive blast, obscuring the battlefield. The aftermath of the final, desperate gambit comes heading low, the outcome uncertain.
The fuck?
As the smoke begins to clear, the quiet switches within the
Mousers.
Rey pushes herself up amidst the rubble, looking around the empty room and wondering where everyone has gone. Her eyes widen in a horrifying realization as the devastating truth of her situation crashes down upon her. The Orc General staggers to its feet, standing over the unconscious bodies of her fallen comrades. Her companions are still breathing, but she knows their life force is rapidly and inevitably draining away. The monster turns its menacing glare upon Rey.
Woo! Trim.
A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the room, announcing the a slender and imposing name.
It had to be nighttime.
Presence radiating.
Alright, well, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna lead you guys over here.
With a new wave of still left standing. She grips the hilt of her sword, but her body is frozen.
All I want to do is just get to an
Her
obby.
eyes are wide with terror, a small sound of fear escaping her lips as the night advances. Paralyzed and exhausted, she slumps to the floor, wondering if this is the end for her. Her gaze falls upon the massive, heavily barred wooden door at the far end of the chamber. She questions if the door is still closed, sealing her fate within these stone walls. She desperately fantasizes about the door opening and a hero bursting through to save them. She quickly dismisses the thought as an impossible miracle, believing heroes only exist in fiction. A wave of despair washes over her as she spirals into regret, questioning where it all went wrong. The nameless knight comes to a stop directly in front of her, its sword pointed down in challenge. A grim acceptance settles over her. She realizes the door is open. This will allow the B-rank party waiting outside to enter and finally defeat the Orc. With a single tear coursing down her cheek, she closes her eyes, accepting that at least only the English party died. She prepares for the final. The nameless knight raises its sword high. Instead of searing pain, she hears a sharp clatter as she braces for the inevitable.
Fuck the leg.
She wonders why there is no pain, questioning what could have possibly happened. Cautiously,
Yeah, I got fucked over because of the lag. This is bullshit. Ark needs to fix their crap, I swear.
the nameless knight's
All of a sudden, the
has fallen.
damn thing froze and I couldn't even do anything. That was
The knight's
retarded.
entire body collapses backward, a fatal wound gushing from its chest as it falls. She stares, utterly bewildered.
Why don't you go eat? You get enough food? Hmm?
Possibly happened. A figure in a sleek black uniform steps over the body of the fallen knight, his back to her. He looks down, offering a quiet, almost gentle apology for being late. Rey can only stare back, her expression a whirlwind of shock, confusion, and dawning relief. The young man, Amane Rin, turns to her with a confident smile, finishing his apology. Earlier that day, Rin and a young woman named Yui were in the city, sharing information after clearing out some surface monsters. Rin told Yui he was heading to the Kanzaki dungeon and asked how she was holding up. Yui beamed with a confident smile, declaring that she was fine and an adventurer too. Rin was impressed by her resilience and strength, thinking to himself that she was something else. The scene transitions, a series of lines indicating the passage of a short amount of time. He recalled her incredible feat of having healed nearly 20 injured people in just 1 hour. Yui, pleased with her work and ready for the next challenge, announced it was time for them to go. They arrived at the Kanzaki dungeon entrance to find a large, anxious crowd of adventurers. The adventurers were murmuring amongst themselves, their expressions filled with worry and uncertainty. Rin and Yui arrived amidst the commotion, wondering what was going on that caused such a stir. An adventurer pointed out a member of the Yozuki Guild, part of the B-rank party that was supposed to fight the boss. Rin approached the armored man to politely inquire about the unfolding situation. He asked if something had gone wrong, sensing that the atmosphere was off. The adventurer confirmed his suspicion, beginning to explain the grim details of what had transpired. Rin was shocked to learn that Kazami's party had recklessly entered the boss room. The adventurer explained that the door sealed behind them and hadn't opened for over 10 minutes. He speculated that the glory-hungry party tried to steal the final boss kill for themselves. Rin gasped, realizing the danger as he heard they were all powerful, unique skill holders over level 2000. He frantically asked where Ray was, knowing she was the lowest level and most vulnerable member. Another adventurer confirmed that 5 people went in, but didn't recognize the name Ray. The scene blurs with speed lines, visually representing Rin's mounting sense of panic. He realized with horror that Kazami must have tricked Ray into going into the boss room with them. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, the massive dungeon entrance rumbling ominously. The crowd panicked, realizing the collapse was in its final stage, and they were running out of time. The adventurer added that this was not all of the bad news they had to face. He explained that the longer the collapse continues, the stronger the final boss becomes. The weight of this news hit Rin hard as he realized the party trapped inside was surely doomed. His eyes widened in terror, the thought of Ray in mortal danger consuming his every thought. He turned to a surprised Yui, his expression grim and resolute, and told her he would be back. Before she could even respond, he dashed toward the crumbling dungeon entrance at incredible speed. He whispered the name of his skill, Dungeon Teleportation, ready to plunge into the collapsing labyrinth. Ignoring the desperate shouts for him to stop, he charged headfirst into the shimmering gate. Activating Dungeon Teleportation, Amani Rin hopes his intuition is wrong. He wishes for Kazami's party to have
Pokemon community game A Wild Mischief appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
With a thud, he materializes inside the dark cobblestone dungeon. The scene that greets him is one of utter devastation and imminent danger. Quickly assessing the chaos, he notes with relief that no one is dead yet. A surge of resolve fills him as he screams a name, Nameless! Spurred on, the armored warrior Nameless blocks the smaller knight's attack. The defense is broken, and Nameless is brutally impaled by his foe. His greatsword clatters uselessly onto the stone floor, his guard shattered. Ray watches in horror as their strongest defender is struck down. Her eyes widen in disbelief, questioning how this could have happened. Rin appears, offering a calm, confident apology for being slightly late. Ray looks up at her rescuer, battered, exhausted, and completely speechless. He knows the situation is not good and quickly opens his item box. Kneeling beside Ray, he gently offers her a powerful health recovery potion. He reassures her with a gentle smile, telling her she is safe now. Coughing weakly, Ray asks how he managed to get inside the sealed room. Rin puts a finger to his lips, promising to explain everything later. He hands her more potions, instructing her to help their other comrades. With his allies tended to, he draws his sword to face the true threat. His expression hardens as he turns to confront the dungeon's final boss. The level 4000 Orc General's presence makes him want to flee. The Orc taunts him, acknowledging his previous
Pokemon
fight with
community
Nameless.
game
The
Mischief
colossal
escaped.
monster lets
No
out a
one caught it.
deafening guttural roar of challenge. Attaching a shield,
Loading in,
Rin vows
loading
to
in.
show the beast how weaklings fight. He stomps his foot, kicking up dust as Ray watches in astonishment. The battle erupts with Rin lunging forward to meet the ogre's charge. He dodges the ogre's massive axe, which shatters the ground beneath him. The ogre roars as Rin lands a series of shallow, swift cuts. Rin moves with impossible speed, his sword a blur of motion. He continues his relentless assault, weaving around the monster's defenses. Every parry sends a jarring, numbing shock through his arms. He grimly acknowledges that this particular opponent is a nasty one. He knows a single hit would be fatal, while his attacks do little. Despite the pain and futility, he accepts that he has no other option. He continues his strategy of attacking and evading, the only way to fight. Ray marvels at
Okay,
his actions,
well,
recalling how he saved
well, the
him.
mods are
She
updating, I
watches
guess,
his
because I
impossible
didn't know they
duel
had
with
to
the colossal
update.
boar-headed
I'm gonna eat my
monster.
sandwich.
Her heart pounds in her chest as she struggles to understand his power. She questions how he got into the boss room and grew so strong. She remembers a conversation about his incredible power boost in just 1 week. A memory surfaces of her old party, the Kings of Unique. A former teammate sneers, calling Amon Rin a worthless adventurer. The teammate recalls his only notable skill was dungeon teleportation. Ray repeats the name of the skill, the pieces beginning to connect. She realizes this skill could have let him bypass the main door. A spark of profound understanding ignites in her mind. She remembers Rin's flustered excuse about fulfilling his dungeon trum. The pieces of the puzzle come together with startling clarity. She thinks it couldn't be, but if her guess is correct, her eyes are wide with a stunning realization about Rin's true nature. She concludes he's hiding an ability that could make him the strongest. She wonders if such a thing is even truly possible. She knows the answer will come only if he survives this fight. Her hands clench tightly against her chest in a desperate prayer. She whispers his name, urging him to win the impossible battle. On the battlefield, Rin acknowledges his own profound weakness. Through countless battles, he has learned a harsh but valuable lesson. He knows that unnecessary emotions will only hold him back. He resolves to set aside pride, rashness, and fear. He will concentrate only on the monstrous enemy before him. He reaches for a fragile opportunity, focusing all his will. His eyes gleam as he resolves to seize the thin thread of victory. With this mindset, he believes even the weak can inspire fear. He dashes forward as the ogre roars that he won't get away. The beast charges, its face a mask of pure, brutish aggression. It slams its fist into the ground, shattering the stone floor. Rin leaps through the shower of rock fragments with nimble grace. He knows that trying to evade each piece will only slow him down. He activates his enemy detection skill to gain an advantage. Since the fragments are part of the dungeon, they all contain mana. This allows him to map every fragment's location in 3D. He shoots past the momentarily stunned ogre with impossible speed. Ray cries out a warning as the ogre discards its heavy axe. Its speed increases and it lunges forward. Ray digs his heels in, grabbing a down base of He activates Gale, boosting his own speed. He outpaces the monster's charge, turning its strategy against him. Declaring his payment, he closes in with a powerful attack. He unleashes landing a barrage of mighty blows. Roaring that this is where it ends, he prepares his final move. He raises his sword high, ready for the
Ko-fi
decisive
Streambot
stroke.
visit
He
Kaito
knows when he
Destiny's
most skills,
KO5
is
page
rapidly
at
draining his
URL.
energy. He focuses, knowing the entire fight comes down to this moment. He becomes a whirlwind of slashes, overwhelming the ogre. The beast roars in a mixture of pain and furious rage. It unleashes a deafening, concussive roar as a last resort. The shockwave sends Rin skidding backward across the stone floor. The ogre is wounded but still standing, clutching its weapon. It lets out a final guttural cry of agony. Rin watches it falter, preparing for his next move. The beast is weakened, its strength finally giving out. It lets out a final pain grunt of disbelief. Ray's eyes widen as her shocking suspicion is confirmed. The ogre's eyes go wide with the shock of its own defeat. Ray accepts the truth, realizing her guess was correct. She understands now the true nature of Rin's power. Seizing the opening, Rin leaps high into the air. He dives down from above, sword poised for the final blow. A single swift movement cuts through the air with a powerful swooping sound. Rin launches a surprise aerial attack on a massive armored, boar-headed monster. The hulking beast roars in fury, raising its weapon to defend against the assault. With a defiant shout, Rin declares that his opponent will not succeed today. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his sword a blur of spinning slashes. A confident grin spreads across his face as he proclaims his foe is finished. His blade carves a devastating path, shattering the monster's shield with a powerful slash. Landing gracefully, Rin stands ready as the colossal monster looms over him. In a final, decisive slice, the creature's head is severed from its body. The monster's head crashes to the stone floor with a heavy, final thud. He calmly flicks the blood from his ornate sword, the battle now won. From the ground, a wounded Ray stares up in shock at her rescuer. The headless body of the final boss slumps to the floor. Finally defeated, Ray's eyes are wide with a mixture of awe and profound relief. Turning with a gentle smile, Rin announces to Ray that the fight is over. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears well up in Ray's eyes as she covers her mouth. System notifications confirm his victory, rewarding him with massive level gains. A new title, Endbringer, Error, is unlocked as he absorbs his new power. He looks on with a confident smile, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. Ray, her face still wet with tears, softly speaks his name in gratitude. She formally thanks him for saving all of their lives, which he humbly accepts. His gaze falls upon their unconscious comrades as he expresses his relief. everyone is okay. He notes his hands shimmering with a faint light, pondering his new power. A sudden thought settles in her mind, understanding what has happened. Rei begins to analyze the situation, blaming Kazami's unilateral decision for the danger. She believes he needs to reflect on his actions, though it's good no one died. Taking responsibility, she admits that she and the others were also at fault. Rin listens to her, his expression turning serious as he takes in her words. In a gentle gesture, he reaches out and softly pats her on the head. Startled by the contact, Rei looks up at him with a questioning gaze. Her eyes soften as she processes his comforting touch in a silent moment. He tells her not to get down on herself, reminding her that she survived. A warm, blushing smile spreads across her face as she accepts his words. A sudden thought strikes her, and her expression shifts to one of curiosity. Leaning in close, she asks how he got into the sealed boss room. Panicked, he realizes she knows something and wonders what to say. She bluntly asks if his dungeon teleportation skill can bypass the cooldown. The two face each other in a tense, silent standoff. He weakly denies it, but she immediately sees through his lie. He shouts in protest, but she calmly tells him not to worry. She warns him of the trouble he'd face if his rapid growth became known. Defeated, he thanks her for her concern and asks her to keep his secret. With a genuine smile, she promises she would never betray the man who saved her.
No.
Trusting her word, Rin accepts her promise with a simple acknowledgement. They now face the problem of creating a plausible story for their victory. Rin initially suggests pretending he was never there, as everyone will be teleported out. He points out that this would make everyone think Rei defeated the boss alone. Rei devises a cover story, recalling Kazami's last-ditch lightning strike. She proposes they claim the resulting explosion was what defeated the Orc General. Rin considers her proposal, a thoughtful expression on his face. He agrees that the story, while far-fetched, falls within the limits of believability. Rei worries how this fabricated victory will affect Kazami's already inflated ego. She reflects that the incident taught them all how truly scary dungeons are. Her expression hardens as she considers the possibility of it happening again. She vows to take responsibility and prevent such a reckless incident from reoccurring. Seeing her determination, Rin agrees to go along with her plan. He then wonders about the body of the Nameless Knight, hoping for another drop. Rei explains that it vanished while he was fighting the Orc General. She adds that even the way it spawned was an odd irregularity. Deciding to at least collect his spoils, Rin moves to retrieve the magic stone. The stone he pulls out is a large pure crystal of immense value. He decides there's no harm in taking it. With his task complete, he activates the teleportation spell to leave. Yui's voice asks how he'll explain his initial entry, a detail he forgot. Flustered, Rin mutters about blaming his erratic behavior on puberty. Rei and Rin share a moment of silent, awkward confusion. With the final boss defeated, the Kenzaki dungeon collapses and they return. However, their ordeal was far from over. The consequences just beginning. The dungeon supervisors reprimanded both of them for their reckless actions. Importantly, the authorities accepted Rei's explanation of the final battle. They were allowed to go home, though warned of further questioning. Walking down the street, Yui expresses her shock at Rin's daring charge. Rin admits but Yui reassures him, calling his actions desperate. She gives his shirt a playful pinch, telling him not to be embarrassed. Rei then sincerely tells Rin she was glad he came to save her. Rin is taken aback by her directness, letting out a small gasp. Yui, noticing their newfound closeness, grows jealous and suspicious. With a possessive cry, she lunges forward to grab Rin's arm. She squeezes his arm tightly, surprising him with her sudden action. Yui glares at her rival, declaring that Rei won't beat her. Rin finds it difficult to walk as the two girls tug him along. He resigns himself to his fate with a sigh of acceptance. As the group heads off, they are watched from a distance by another adventurer. That night, Rin returns to the Amani residence, his long day over. He examines his new Endbringer title, finding the name deeply unsettling. He deduces the error is because he didn't inflict all the damage solo. He resolves to fight another final boss someday to fix the issue. His focus shifts to his dungeon, wondering what will happen. He also considers his dungeon teleportation, curious about its next evolution. He realizes that by focusing on these skills, he could become the strongest. He knows now that he has the power to attain this once impossible goal. Every setback since his first rescue has led him to this moment. He vows to become the best in the world and to get there faster. Meanwhile, 1 hour after the collapse, the scene shifts to a modern building. In an office, a man with long hair lounges at his desk. A knock at the door startles him, and he quickly composes himself. The door opens as someone announces their arrival with a party. A beautiful young woman with blonde hair, Claire, enters the office. The man, the guildmaster, greets her with a surprised but pleased expression. With a sharp glint in her eye, Claire addresses him formally as Master. In a well-appointed office, the guildmaster playfully asks his daughter why she won't call him Paolo. She bluntly refuses, insisting on keeping her private and public lives separate, causing him to slump in defeat. Getting down to business, she begins her report on the recent Kenzaki dungeon collapse. He expresses his relief that the situation was resolved, noting the first party involved had a difficult time. Hearing the party was the Kings of Unique, the guildmaster is visibly surprised. Claire confirms this, adding that she had heard of them over a year ago, which surprises him. He recalls hearing it was a narrow victory, with only one member remaining conscious to give details. The guildmaster speculates that the last person standing must have been Amon. Claire corrects him, stating it was a new member, Kurosaki Rei, who remained conscious, not the leader Kazami. The name Aman Rin piques Claire's interest, and she questions her father about it. He clarifies that another adventurer, a non-guild member named Amana Rin, also returned from the dungeon. The revelation that another unaffiliated adventurer was present at the scene shocks him. Claire asks if Rin helped in the final battle, but her father explains this would have been impossible. He states that the boss room door would have been sealed, barring Rin's entry. The logical conclusion, he says, is that Rin played no part in a decisive battle. Troubled by this mystery, Claire quietly asks if her father knows this Amon Rin. He confirms that he invited Rin to join the guild a year ago, but was immediately rejected. Claire assumes Rin must be incredibly skilled, but her father reveals that everyone called him useless. Confused, she asks why he would recruit such a person. He mentions Rin's promising, unique skill. But what truly captured
Pokemon community game A Wild Marini appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
the significance of the young adventurer's eyes. He describes Rin's eyes as narrow and focused, filled with an unwavering determination to achieve his goal. The guildmaster then makes a startling comparison, telling Claire that Rin's eyes were a lot like hers. The comparison leaves Claire visibly taken aback, her expression one of utter shock. She quietly processes this unsettling information, her face casting shadow as she contemplates the meaning. The guildmaster concludes the report, expressing his gratitude that there were no casualties in the incident. With their business concluded, Claire announces her departure from the office. As the door clicks shut behind her, she pauses in the empty, sunlit corridor. Her expression is troubled as she reflects on the strange and unsettling conversation. She looks out a large window at the city, her gaze distant and contemplative. She murmurs his words back to herself, questioning the comparison between her eyes and Rin's. The scene shifts to a young woman's hazy dream of a happy past with her family. This idyllic life, she recalls, was shattered when despair descended upon her. Her older brother, Onichan, was her constant support, for which she is eternally grateful. Yet, as she lies awake in her bed, she admits one thing still weighs heavily on her mind. A view of their modern, well-kept house is shown from the outside. The young woman, Hana, wakes up, feeling as though she just had a nostalgic dream. Though she can't remember
Pokemon community game Marini escaped. No one caught it.
A glance at her digital clock shows the time is 8:12, and she gasps in shock. She bursts from her room in her school uniform, shouting that she is going to be late. Her brother, Rin, calmly greets her in the kitchen, offering her toast as prepared. She gratefully accepts, taking a large bite of the toast with gusto. As she eats, Rin stands behind her and begins to expertly style her long dark hair. He tells her to focus on eating while he takes care of her hair, a familiar routine. Hana feels a sense of comfort, noting that it has been a while since they shared this moment. In the background, a news report on the screen provides recent dungeon updates. The report mentions a new dungeon and the suspicious death of a B-rank tamer. It also notes that 2 new S-rank adventurers have emerged in Japan, a rare achievement. Rin expertly twists and ties her hair with practiced ease. The final piece of news is a critical change in adventure regulations. The minimum age for adventurers has been lowered to 16, a fact that shocks Hana. A look of fierce determination crosses her face. She feels her time has finally come. Rin finishes her hair, thinking to himself that his own time to act has also arrived. Hana looks at her reflection, her hair now perfectly styled with a large decorative bow. She thanks her brother for his help, and he gives a simple, affirmative reply. Realizing the time again, she dashes out the door in a flurry of panic. Rin watches her go with a warm smile, wishing her a good day as she leaves. A new normal day begins for Hana, full of routine and school life. Rin's day, however, is spent on his 150th run of the E-rank Arakawa dungeon. A series of system notifications confirms he has reached the dungeon's maximum number of allotted victories. He celebrates, having now maxed out 5 of the 10 dungeons.
Wisebot viewers, HMS.
His progress on the Dungeon Traveler title is now officially halfway complete. He clenches his fist in a triumphant gesture, proud of his significant accomplishment. A transitional panel filled with black and white speed lines signifies a rapid passage of time. He stands before a holographic screen, ready to spend his accumulated 7,010 skill points. He decides to invest his points in upgrading his dungeon teleportation skill. He calculates that 6,000 SP will be enough to boost the skill by 3 full levels.
I need to get back over there. That's right.
Notifications details the upgrades from level 13 to 15, showing the improvements. He reviews the new stats, noting the changes are as he expected, and plans for the next milestone. With 5 dungeons now maxed out, he feels he is making excellent progress toward his goal. Filled with a surge of energy, he vows to continue this momentum into the next day. A quiet shot of their house at night sets a peaceful scene. His excitement fades as he realizes he's maxed out every dungeon he has previously visited. He flops onto his bed, annoyed at his oversight and resigning himself to a forced break. His status screen displays his immense power. 3 days later, Ray contacts him. At a cafe, a voice calls out to Rin.
You're gonna hate me in here a bit because I have to take care of your chin chin chin.
Apologizing for being. Ray comically slows him to his blood, wishing he had died. Rin apologizes for contacting her so suddenly and asks if she was busy at all. He confesses he also wanted to see her to learn what happened with Kazami's party. His directness and unintended intimacy send Ray into a flustered, blushing panic. Oblivious to her reaction, he asks if she's sick because her face is so red. A teacup on the table grounds a scene after the awkward moment passes. He is completely shocked to learn that the adventuring party, the Kings of Unique, has disbanded. Ray explains that their leader, Kazami, feels overwhelmed with guilt and no longer qualified to lead. Rin is surprised, having expected that defeating the final boss would have inflated Kazami's ego. Ray recounts how the sheer strength of their unique skills made them feel invincible for a year. She adds that Kazami now even doubts their victory over the powerful Club General. He now believes their narrow victory was a stroke of pure luck, not a testament to their skill. Rin processes this, acknowledging what a profound shock such an experience must have been.
My fluffy baby
He reflects
girl.
on how rare it is for adventurers to face true, life-threatening danger nowadays. Rin then asks Ray what she plans to do now that she is independent and on her own. Ray confirms her intention to continue the journey. She declares that she will keep adventuring and has a new personal goal she is now working on. When he asks her, she turns away with a mysterious blush and calls it a secret. He advises her not to push herself too hard, showing his concern for her well-being. She agrees with his
You're
advice,
getting cuddled.
promising that she will not overdo it. A quiet, contemplative silence falls between the two of them as they sit at the cafe table. Rin briefly considers inviting her to form a party with him, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. He quickly dismisses the idea, reasoning that his unique skill would make it difficult for them to work together. As their conversation in the cafe continues, Ray suddenly recalls something important. Rummaging through her bag, she produces a thick stack of white envelopes. She places them on the table, informing Rin they contain 4.5 million yen. Rin jolts back in his chair, demanding to know why she's giving him such an immense sum. Ray calmly holds up the hand, asking him to listen to her explanation. A flashback shows the moment Rin gave her party several valuable health potions in a boss room. She clarifies that she collected the money from her party members as repayment for the potions. With a slightly apologetic look, she admits this is only half of her own share for now. Rin accepts the money, feeling it would be rude to refuse her sincere gesture. Ray thanks him, and he replies that it feels strange, but welcome. A quiet, contemplative moment passes between them over their teacups. Later, as they walk down a city street, Ray gets Rin's attention. He turns to her, his expression curious as he waits for her to speak. She fidgets nervously, a faint blush on her cheeks as she hesitates. With earnest eyes, she shyly asks if he'd go to another dungeon with her sometime. A gentle smile spreads across his face as he warmly agrees to her proposal. says goodbye for now, addressing her as Ray, hoping to see her again. Ray returns
Oh,
to
I
see
left
her
it
with
in
a
there.
soft smile, also calling him by his first name. He stands on the sidewalk watching as she walks away from the cafe. Rin reflects that their next meeting might not be for a while. His eyes are filled with a quiet, forward-looking determination for the future. He acknowledges that he is looking forward to the day they can meet. Gazing at the sky, he anticipates the day their paths will cross again. The scene shifts to Rin in the blue dungeon, defeating a massive Rainbow King wolf. His narration explains he spent 2 days maxing out a backlog of 10 new dungeons. He challenged a special version of the boss, Swan, by collecting 9 magic stones. The victory
Calm
earned him
down,
a
sweetie.
powerful
Calm down.
the Ring of Moon. A status screen details his steady level increase in maxed out skills. Feeling accomplished, he resolves to maintain his incredible momentum. The next day begins with a quiet breakfast, as his sister, Hana, calls out to him. She excitedly asks if her Oni-chan is free over the weekend. He confirms he has time, and she tells him to wear something easy to move in. He internally groans, suspecting he'll be dragged on another shopping trip. The weekend arrives, and he's seen carrying bags while she browses. The narration confirms that the anticipated weekend has finally come.
Alright, sweet. Come here. Come here.
Hana announces that they have arrived at their destination. Their destination is revealed to be the E-rank Sumifuku dungeon. Rin shouts in shock, demanding to know why they are in the dungeon. Hana sheepishly admits she might have omitted that. She begins explaining the recent changes to adventuring laws in Japan. The minimum age for adventurers has now been lowered to 16. Students can now take qualification
Okay.
classes as part of their high school.
Come here, kitty cat.
An
Hello.
application form confirms
Hello.
that Hana has
Hi,
chosen
Luna.
to participate in this program.
Hi.
She explains that students receive provisional qualifications through
No,
a
sweetie, you gotta stay right here.
The Dungeon Association also
So Daddy can
allows
take a look at your
regular
chin, 'cause
adventurers to guide. Rin
you
expresses
need to be
his
looked at.
frustration that she didn't warn him about the time.
What
Hana
happened?
looks confused when he mentions a span.
She's got black heads.
She urges him to hurry as they run towards the dungeon's gathering. A large crowd of aspiring
She's not cleaning her chinny
adventurers
chin chin properly.
the atmosphere is thick with a mixture of tension and nervous energy. They arrive, and Rin notes the impressive turnout from multiple schools. An official, Katagiri,
Oh,
instructs
that's a
them
big
to
one.
show their stats when their name is called. This instruction
So how
sends
you
Rin
doing,
into
Luna?
a silent, wide-eyed
Good. Just getting
He
ready to go
quickly
on a trip.
dismisses Hana's concern,
Nice.
his mind racing for a solution.
Where
He
to?
realizes
Hour away
his high
trip.
level could
To
expose
the
his
Marshfield.
secret teleportation skill. He
Oh,
tells
fun.
him to wait while he pulls up
Yeah.
his status display to check
See my
something.
sister.
He frantically swipes through menus,
As soon as you
searching
sister.
for a
Oh, kitty, that was
He
a
finds what he
big
needs,
one.
conceal LB.
Oh, my poor baby girl. You had that on you. Holy
The
crap.
skill's only purpose is to overwrite one's status information.
He's like,
Its
yeah, I want it
potential
off.
for abuse is shown, with someone faking their level to deceive
Yeah.
others. Because of this danger, its use is a strictly banned practice among adventurers.
Yeah, she
He
had a
justifies using
big
it,
black head.
reasoning that it's for self-preservation,
Oh, my
not
poor
harm.
baby.
Just as Hana asks if he's done, he begins to overwrite his level. He
My
finishes
dog's
the
birthday is
process
on
just in time.
Halloween.
A wave of relief washing
Gazoon
over
time.
him. An official, Katagiri, approaches him.
Gazoon
They
time.
are participants.
Dog
They
drinks
introduce
it now.
themselves,
I put
and
perfume.
Katagiri confirms their names on his clipboard. Katagiri requests to see Rin's stats, which now read level 1034. The official is satisfied.
I had cotton candy perfume and decided to put it on. Well, he decided to stand behind me. Now he's sneaking because of it.
7,000. So they are safe. He spots another promising
Well, that happened.
and calls him over to the room. A young man
He
with
looks
very
at me and sneezes like, excuse me.
Katagiri introduces Yanagi, a talented adventurer whose level is over 5,000. Yanagi cheerfully introduces himself, expressing his gladness to be working with them. Rin reciprocates the sentiment, saying they are looking forward to it. As their hands clasp in a firm handshake, a strange moment passes between them. Yanagi's expression momentarily turns pensive, as if he is
Sorry,
sensing
sweetie.
something. He quickly dismisses it.
Then we were
as
driving
insisting
home from
everything is
dropping off
fine.
our roommate at
He
work.
then instructs
And
everyone to
I
change into
swear
their
that I thought I saw a wolf in the field, but it was a giant ass deer. It's like, is that a fucking wolf or a deer?
She proudly announces that the equipment was provided by the association.
Like they are growing bigger.
Observes that the gear was likely
Yeah.
picked out to suit each person before. The official instructs the group to line up and head into the dungeon.
Just a buck with a big white cat, so I was confused by it.
Faking a normal entry. The group is relocated to a large open space within the dungeon's interior.
Sweetie,
Katagiri
you're not going
announces
away
that
until I
this
get
is
you
where
cleaned
they
up
will
here.
successfully get
That is a
started.
big,
He explains that
big
only
blackhead
10% will
sit.
succeed by
You keep
One of
on
the participants
moving and
expresses her
squirming.
fear
This is making worse for you.
Another
Ruby,
says
shut
she
up!
vowing to succeed no
Our
matter
roommate
what
has
it
a
takes.
dog
A
challenge.
third
She
participant desperately hopes
constantly
to
whines.
unlock a powerful unique
Yeah.
skill. Rin watches Hana's training, knowing this
It's like, I want out. I want attention. Let me cuddle. Let me play.
He tells her not to be
More like
nervous,
let me shit
as
all over
getting
the floor.
stats is
She's
based
not
on
touching
time.
it.
He immediately regrets his blunt choice of words, feeling it wasn't comforting. Hana playfully chides him
And
for
I'm
his
to the point where it's
half-hearted
like, I'm not dealing with
attempt
that.
She then thanks him, admitting that his gesture
Yeah.
did make her feel a bit better. Rin lets out a breath of relief, a new thought occurring to him. An official explains the procedure for
My
facing
dog
a
doesn't get along
monster
great with her,
in
so.
small groups. A special provision allows those with D-rank companions to go alone
She
instead.
starts sniffing
Rin
at
is
him and he
surprised by this
growls and
unexpected
just
and
like,
welcome
don't
choice.
push it.
Not wanting an audience, he asks Hana if she'd prefer they go alone. Two glowing torches make their steady descent into a dark
One of the unique
cavernous
combinations of the
Inside the
pit
cavern,
bull
Rin
and
is guided
also
by
has
a
sharp K
strange
and black. So it's like he
a
knows his
strange
strength.
shape
He doesn't like to push it, but if he gets
Eventual
pushed too much, he will show.
Hana nervously asks her brother to identify the creature he calls a bit
And he
different.
is trained for
He
protection.
confirms
So it's
that the
like,
small
don't push
oozing
it, little lady,
monster
because
is
you'll
in
get your
fact
ass
a
whooped.
slime. Using his appraisal skill, Rin determines the level 1 lesser slime.
I already told our roommate.
I know.
He
It
points
hurts.
to
It
a red
hurts.
orb within its body.
I
Told
know.
our
I hate
roommate.
this too. I don't want to do this.
With a nervous gulp,
If
Hana
I know
steals
it
her
he
hurts.
gets bit, it's her own fault, because she'll go right in his face and start nipping at him.
Yep.
Announcing her intent to try, she draws her weapon and prepares to attack. With a powerful thrust, her dagger strikes the slime's core.
Even if my dog has growled
The
at her
force of
like
her
several
attack
times,
is
she's
shown
been
in a
warned. Like,
dynamic,
she's been warned.
sweeping motion.
I don't want to hear
She
she
lands
gets
and
bit.
crouches the slime bursts, her dagger planted in the ground. Panting from the effort, she wonders if her first battle was a success. A sudden jolt of energy courses
Then
through
it's
her,
no longer his
making
fault.
her flinch in surprise.
Pokemon community game A wild slugma appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
He congratulates her on her success. She whispers in awe, realizing she has actually obtained her new abilities. Overjoyed, Hana celebrates her victory while Rin notes her clumsy knife handling. He reminds her that discovering which skill she gained is the most important part. Excitedly, she points forward and commands her status screen. A holographic interface materializes, and she marvels at her new stats and skills.
Oh,
Rin
my poor
smiles,
baby. You got a big
curious
one.
about what kind of abilities his sister
Oh,
has
I'm so
acquired.
sorry.
He leans over her shoulder to examine the screen.
So sorry, but it has to be
His
done.
expression suddenly shifts to one of utter shock and disbelief. The status screen reveals Hana's incredible list of high-level starting skills. Rin is stunned that she possesses enhanced strength.
Okay, if people hear the meowing or the little
His attention is
panic
completely
cat
captured by
sounds,
the
it's
fourth
because
unproven skill.
my little baby here, Scarlet,
A jolt
has
of realization hits him.
blackheads, and
He has
I'm
never
trying
seen
to
such
help
a
her.
skill before.
She's squirming
As
so
Hana
goddamn
looks at
much.
him quizzically, he finally understands the skill's true nature. With a grim and serious expression, he confirms to himself that it's a unique skill. Hana finally looks at her own screen, gasping in confusion. A description reveals
When
that
human things
stock
help, cat
allows
things
her to
torture.
copy a level 1 skill by touch. Rin is aghast, realizing the skill is incredibly overpowered and almost like cheating.
Pokemon community game Slugma escaped. No one caught it.
The terrifying thought that she could one day copy high-level skills makes him shudder. He imagines her
I'm
deep
sorry, sweetie.
versatility, able to
Oh, I gotta get that blackhead out.
The possibility
If I
that
don't
she could
get
even
rid of
copy
it for you,
his
it's gonna get
teleportation skill
infected.
occurs to him. Hana thoughtfully considers that while limited now, her skill has an immense future potential. Back in the open cavern, she asks if the skill is good, and Rin confirms its immense value. Hana's eyes widen with excitement at the thought of her skill's greatness. Rin, however, fidgets uncomfortably, not wanting that kind of public attention. His sister asks why he became an adventurer, wondering if it was for safety. Becoming flustered, Hana declares her own reasons are a secret that can't be forced out. Rin warns her to hide her stock skill when she reports to Katagiri-san. She worries that the official might compel her to show her stats anyway. A sudden idea strikes Rin as he figures out a clever solution to their problem. He suggests they test her new skill immediately to put his plan into action. His idea is for her to use a conceal skill he just acquired. Hana asks if he wants her to copy it, and he encourages her to go for it. She places her hand firmly on his arm, activating her stock ability. The successful skill transfer is depicted with a flash of intense, horizontal lines. Hana gasps as
I know, it hurts, it hurts.
Rin praises her and begins explaining how to hide her true power. He advises her to edit her other high-level skills down to a normal level. With their secret now safe, he suggests they head back from the fiery cave. He makes her promise not to tell anyone about the conceal skill he also has. She asks why he possesses it, but he deflects, promising to explain later. Hana cheerfully agrees and urges them to get going with a thumbs up. Despite her bright Rin feels an inexplicable
Oh,
shudder.
sweetie, no, stop.
While walking back,
I almost poked your eye with the tweezers. Jesus.
he
Calm
quickly
down.
silences Hana and scans the dark, empty corridor behind them. Hana asks what happened, but he dismisses it, saying no one is there. Telling her it was nothing, they emerge into a bustling cavern filled with others. Other new adventurers are celebrating their own success in obtaining stats. One young man is crying with joy while his friend tells him to compose himself. An official instructs those who have gained stats to form a line for verification. A supervisor checks a new adventurer's stats, congratulating them on their success. As they exit the
Poor baby girl.
the group remarks on how
I'm
quickly
sorry.
they went. An instructor announces that they will participate in dungeon practice in 2 weeks. He warns them not to enter dungeons alone, but grants them provisional qualifications. With a final good work, he dismisses the successful candidates for the day. Outside the tower, Rin congratulates Hana as the crowd begins to disperse. A friend celebrates with Hana, who playfully demands a celebratory present. Rin invites his sister to the city center, offering to buy her dinner. Hana worries about their finances, but he reassures her not to worry. He winks, explaining he's been saving up and can buy her anything she wants. Touched by his generosity, Hana's eyes sparkle as she gladly accepts his offer. He suggests a practice dungeon run the next day, and she eagerly agrees. Hana suddenly has an idea and begins
Your
to
eyebrows
listen.
are cleaned up
Rin
too.
notices her secrecy, but decides to let her have her privacy. He watches her walk away with friends, respecting her boundaries. The scene fades to white, transitioning to the following page. A system notification announces a dungeon takedown reward of 4 levels. Rin's narration reveals he spent the afternoon looping the Minagishi dungeon. More reward notifications flash, signifying his relentless and efficient grinding.
There you
He
go,
celebrates
sweetie.
having
Is that all
completed
good
100
now?
runs and gained 410 levels. Realizing his time for the day is up, he
I'll have
decides
to check
it's time
more
to
of
head
it
out.
later.
He arrives at the bustling
But
entrance.
then
Kofi
maybe
Streambot
for the
visit
black
Kaito
tab.
Destiny's KO5 page at
Apologizing for his
URL.
lateness, he approaches his sister, but stops short. He freezes in place, a look of utter confusion on his face. Standing with Hana are 2 other young women in full adventure gear. Rin stammers out the names of Yui and Rei, asking what they are doing there. Yui strikes a pose, declaring it's her time to shine, while Rei just tagged along. Hana playfully scolds her brother for barely making it to their meeting on time. Rin asks why the other 2 are here, and Hana apologizes for the surprise. Hana explains that Yui always asks about him, so she decided to invite her. Yui becomes extremely flustered, frantically denying Hana's story. Ray calmly suggests there might be some truth to it, leaving Rin confused. Rin expresses his surprise, not knowing that Ray and his sister Hana were acquainted. Ray explains that Yui informed her of the day's plans and the presence. Flustered by
There you
Ray's
go, sweetie.
Rin wonders if he's become popular. Ray presents him with a pouch of money, explaining she worked all week to save it. Hana and Yui immediately accuse Rin of taking money from younger girls. Panicked, Rin desperately pleads with Ray to explain the misunderstanding to the others. With a sparkling aura, Ray declares that Rin is special and she is giving him money willingly. Rin complains that her vague, dramatic explanation is only making the situation worse. Outside Shion Park, the misunderstanding has finally been cleared up between them.
Calm down. Just let me get it.
Chiding her brother for not explaining the situation sooner. Yui cheerfully claims she believed Rin from the start.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, my little, my scaredy cat. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, okay, we'll never be cold.
Amazed she heard so much
I don't want to be Claude. I don't want to be Claude. Calm down. Calm down, my scared putty cat.
He listens to her
Fear the boss. Fear the...
pragmatic
Yeah, feel the claws that get all itchy on me, and I have to take a shower afterwards.
relationship between Rin. In a sudden panic, Yui asks if the 2 of them are already a couple. Rin calmly explains that a lack of communication doesn't mean they are dating. He then playfully teases Yui, finding her flustered and awkward reaction amusing. The group finds a suitable spot within the hockey cabin to use as their base. Rin quietly tells Hana that he doesn't mind telling the others about her skill. Hana questions his confidence since he has never wonders that going public could grant him the backing needed to protect her. Hana's voice snaps him from his dark thoughts, bringing him back to the present. He announces his plan to test Hana's skill. Yui and Ray look on in confusion.
That's a big one.
After the explanation, Ray is impressed, calling Hana's unique skill amazing. She gushes over Hana's ability, amazed to have two unique skill holders present. Yui
There you go, sweetie. Got that one off.
being overshadowed without unique skills. Hana and Ray stare at her with identical yet expressions of confusion. Yui is left completely baffled, having clearly missed a crucial piece of information. Inside the dungeon, her confusion quickly turns into comical outrage. Yui shakes Rin, calling him a traitor for not revealing his own unique skill. She continues her tirade, wailing that she had trusted him completely. While squishing Yui's cheeks, Ray confirms she also possesses a unique skill. In a large cavern, Ray prepares to demonstrate her ability with a magic sword. The others watch in anticipation as she gathers her power with a dramatic flourish. With a single word or tag, she summons 4 distinct elemental energies. The energies coalesce to form magnificent floating swords wreathed in magic. Her audience is left in awe, praising the amazing and beautiful sword.
Now, if I knew where the cat treats were, I would give you
Ray
one.
calmly asks Rin what the
Drink
next step
for
is.
being such a good
Rin
girl.
explains his plan to
Oh, here
test
they are.
Hana's stock by copying a level 1 attack skill.
Look.
He notes that his only level 1 skill is concealed, so he needs their help. He swells with brotherly pride, thinking his sister is a genius for setting this up. He formally asks Yui and Ray if they would let Hana copy the skill.
No. You are not squirming away.
Silently considering the unusual request. They exchange a quick glance, seemingly coming to a non-verbal agreement.
I made you go through all of that pain.
Rin,
You are getting your little treat for being a good girl, for withstanding it.
neither of them has a suitable skill for the test. As Rin wonders what to do next, Yui has a sudden bright idea. She pulls up a screen and acquires Novice Magic Level 1 on the spot.
Oliver, you get your fluffy butt
She
down.
didn't need to do that.
This is her treat.
Yui explains her guildmates advised her to get a self-protection skill anyway. She winks, revealing with a peace sign
it's
that
okay.
she recently broke level 150. Rin is amazed by her
There you
which
go.
she proudly credits to the Yuzuki. Yui gets excited, ready to tell Rin more about her experiences at the guild. She gushes about a talented senior guildmate who is teaching her everything. Rin feigns indifference, looking slightly annoyed by her story. He forces a smile, unconvincingly stating
Come on.
happy for her.
One kitty
Yui
at a
fumes
time.
his dismissive attitude, clearly not believing his words for a second. He quickly changes the subject, sincerely thanking
better?
her for getting a magic skill. His genuine gratitude leaves Yui completely flustered and blushing deeply. She accepts his thanks with a smirk, while he does the same.
Will you guys get down? Off the tables. Off.
Skills in the cavern. Yui and Hana touch hands as Hana activates stock, copying the magic skill. 2 snarling lesser wolves appear, providing them with perfect test
You happy?
Rin asks Yui if she would like
Okay,
to go
here's a
first.
little more.
She eagerly agrees. With a determined cry, Yui
Yeah.
unleashes her fireball spell.
This one.
A massive explosion erupts, obliterating the wolf in a powerful one-hit kill. Rin is visibly
You
impressed
happy?
by the overwhelming power of her magic.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to go and clean your chinny chin of blackheads.
The others offer encouragement as Hana nervously prepares to cast the same spell.
Okay.
With a look of
I let you
intense
down.
concentration, she shouts the incantation, Fireball! A tiny, harmless puff of flame fizzles out from her hand.
I got 3 more
The
of these
confused
left.
wolf takes advantage of her failure and lunges forward to attack. Hana cries out in alarm as she stumbles backward to dodge the beast. Rin instantly intervenes, pulling Hana to safety and knocking the wolf unconscious. As the wolf slumps to the ground, Hana thanks her brother for the save. Rin concludes that stock doesn't copy the original caster's raw magical power. Yui explains that a spell's power depends on the caster's own stats and level. Hana wonders if her unique skill is weak, since it relies on her own stats. Rin quickly reassures her that it is not weak at all, looking slightly flustered. He explains that she can boost a skill's power, according to her
Okay,
own.
come on.
Hana accepts his explanation, her expression now filled with understanding. With newfound resolve, she vows to do her best to get stronger.
Okay, off,
Rin
off, off,
smiles,
off my lap. Come on.
agreeing with her goal. He suggests they put her new resolve into practice, and Hana cheers in excitement. More wolves appear, and Ray announces she will take the vanguard position. As Hana joins the fight, Rin observes that
Churro, churro time.
identifying Hana's versatility to fill either role.
Kitty cat snack
He knew
treat.
that with a tank, they would form a powerful, well-balanced party. He wistfully
Hey, you,
concludes that
come back
such
here.
a party will only ever exist in his imagination. After a fierce battle that raged for an hour, it was finally time to head home. A week later, while grinding through dungeons, the long-awaited event.
I'm gonna get off here.
Within
Oh,
the last
okay.
level,
You have a good one.
C-rank
Stay safe.
BB-8
Yep.
Happy Halloween.
System messages confirmed he reached the dungeon with victory, gaining the final. His face a mask of shock as the news began to spread. His shock exploded into pure elation as he celebrated maxing his dungeon traveler title. The title is granted to adventurers who conquer a dungeon a specific number of times. His heart pounded with anticipation as he wondered what amazing new skill or effect awaited him. He knew this impossible feat was only achievable because of his unique dungeon teleportation skill. Eyes sparkling with excitement, he watched as the system confirmed his 10 completed dungeons. His reward was revealed: the right to challenge an extra dungeon, the remote magic tower. The unexpected nature of the reward left him looking completely bewildered and confused. A startling new condition appeared. His ability to level up was now completely frozen. An error message then flashed, stating the
Pokemon community game A wild floet appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
now spawning a mysterious tower. The entire dungeon began to rumble violently, catching
Come
the
on.
adventurer
Off
completely
my lap.
off
Off my lap.
He grunted with effort, struggling to maintain his footing as the tremors intensified. Bracing himself against
Alright.
the violent shake,
Get
he wondered
off.
if it was an earthquake.
Stop
The
that.
force of the
Lay
shake
down.
caused a nearby
Stop
canyon
jumping on my lap when I say no more.
The deep resonant rumbling continued to echo.
There's no need for you to be on my lap now.
The very foundations of the dungeon seemed to groan under the immense strain. Just as suddenly, the shaking stopped, and a final message announced the tower's arrival. A high-pitched, ethereal screeching sound filled the now silent chamber. A single piece of paper fluttered down from the ceiling, catching his attention. He reached out and snatched the mysterious paper from the air as it descended. Wondering what it could be, he immediately activated his appraisal skill to identify it. The item was revealed to be a challenger's ticket for the remote magic tower. He scratched his head, feeling the immense weight of this unexpected and daunting quest. Since he couldn't level up otherwise, he knew he had no choice but to accept. With his decision made, he decided it was time to head to the return zone. Now outside, he was faced with a new problem: how to find this tower. He had never heard of such a place and had no idea where to begin looking. Standing in a stone corridor, he felt completely lost with no leads to follow. His puzzled expression conveyed the depth of the strange
Pokemon community game Floet
Suddenly, a
escaped.
colossal tower
No
erupted
one
from the
caught it.
city, leaving him utterly shocked. The crowd around him buzzed with confused murmurs about the giant tower's appearance. Onlookers exclaimed in shock that just a moment ago, there had been nothing there. People craned their necks, unable to see its peak, wondering if it was a dungeon. Amidst the chaos, Rin walked away with a calm look of dawning understanding. He believed he was the only person in the world who knew the tower's true identity. Gazing up at the impossible structure, he confirmed that it was the remote magic tower. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the simple paper ticket as his key. The word ticket was printed plainly on the surface of the mysterious invitation. With resolve hardening his features, he held the ticket and vowed to challenge it. His status screen revealed his immense power: a level 6,604 adventurer with max skills. A news report described the strange new tower that had materialized, reaching into the clouds. At home, he and Hana watched the report, which noted the lack of any gates. Hana found the situation strange, and Rin agreed, though his understanding ran far deeper. He knew its name and why it spawned, believing answers lay within. Glancing at the ticket again, he knew that regardless of the reason, he had to go. Sipping from a mug, he decided to go tomorrow, his first blind dungeon challenge. He resolved to pack as many provisions as possible, thankful for his spacious item box. His preparations considered, he then turned his attention to his sister Hana. He informed her he needed to travel far and might be gone for a few days. She immediately suspected a girlfriend, a theory he bluntly and immediately shut down. His directness made her feel the need to apologize for her assumption. Looking at a tray of snacks, she quietly wondered how long a few days really was. A new worry struck her, and she asked if he would return for her training. A memory of the event showed Hana needed to attend practice for her official qualifications. He admitted he had forgotten, but promised he would do his best to make it back. With a young blonde shopkeeper was completely overwhelmed by the size of his purchase. He spent most of his 50 million yen on potions, stones, and a new sword. His preparations complete, he headed for the tower, his boots crunching on grass. The area at the tower's base was swarming with people, their murmurs filling the air. Spotting the Dungeon Association, he decided to sneak past them through the nearby woods. He activated
Kaito Destiny Cook asks, welcome to my channel.
Hey Q, welcome to the stream.
Kaito Destiny Cook
Happy
asks,
Halloween.
welcome to my channel.
Finding a secluded spot, he crouched down, certain he was finally within range. He opened his item box, and the challenger's ticket materialized in his hand. He looked at the ticket, his expression sharp as he remembered his one attempt. His gaze was focused and determined. He knew he only had one shot at this. With a sharp, decisive motion, he ripped the ticket cleanly in two. He challenged the dungeon to show its true face as light erupted around him. A powerful, screeching energy enveloped him, distorting the world as he was pulled away. His physical form shivered and phased out of existence in the dimensional world. His expression was one of intense concentration as he hurtled towards the enemy. He materialized with a soft sound, his boots landing in a field of grass. His eyes widened in surprise at the completely unexpected and vast new environment. Looking around the endless field, he wondered aloud what this strange place was. With no walls or no ceiling in sight, he questioned if he was even inside. To test his theory, he attempted to activate his dungeon teleportation skill. Ethereal, thorny vines of energy instantly wrapped around him, nullifying the spell. The magical interference confirmed his suspicion. This strange place was indeed a dungeon. He felt stuck, noting that towers are meant to be climbed, but there were no stairs. A system message dinged, confirming that title holder Amana Rin had entered the tower. The tower consisted of 10 levels, and he had a complete quest to complete. The quest for level 1 was announced. He must exterminate all the magic wolves. He stood in silence for a moment, processing the daunting task that lay before him. With a weary sigh, he compared the quest to a video game, resigned to his fate. He repeated the objective to himself, accepting his mission to exterminate all the monsters.
Okay.
He activated his enemy detection skill, sending out concentric rings of energy to scan. The skill quickly picked up 5 fast-moving monsters just ahead of his position. A jolt of alarm went through him as he realized they were targeting him. The sound of pounding paws grew louder, confirming they were heading directly for him. A pack of wolves crested a nearby hill, charging towards him with fierce intent. He instantly identified the approaching pack as dangerous firewolves from his past experiences. He recalled fighting countless such creatures to spawn the Rainbow King in the dungeon. He accepts his quest with a confident smirk, exterminate the magic wolves. Drawing his ornate sword, he prepares to appraise the approaching monsters. His appraisal skill reveals a pack of 5 agile, fire-breathing firewolves. Rin's confident expression shatters as he sees their level as a staggering 4,000. He realizes this is a massive power-up from the level 1,000 foes he's used to. With a firm grip on his sword, he resolves not to let his guard down. Shouting a challenge, he dashes directly into the heart of the snarling wolf pack. He knows he must finish them quickly, as their magic attacks are still dangerous. The wolves lunge and snap at him, their raw ferocity on full display. For a brief moment, a look of surprise crosses his face as one lunges at him. He dashes through the pack, his blade leaving shimmering energy slashes behind. Raising his sword high, he declares his intent to take down the next one. With a swift, low slash, he fells another wolf with practiced grace. He keeps a mental tally as he cuts down the 3rd and 4th wolves in succession. Standing amidst the defeated beasts, he catches his breath as he swift battle. Having defeated 5, he decides against collecting loot and moves onward. He wonders how many more monsters are on this level, considering future threats. He reasons that a massive horde of weaklings is of far greater danger. Looking at the vast field, he knows there is no time to complain about the task. With renewed spirits, he vows to complete the quest, gripping his sword tightly. A rhythmic thumping sound begins to echo across the plains, catching his attention. He glances around the empty field, confused by the growing, insistent noise. His confusion turns to alarm as he realizes the sound's terrifying implication. Staring into the distance, he questions what impossible sight is approaching him. An endless sea of wolves charges toward him, a tidal wave of monsters. The quest tracker confirms his horrifying new reality. 5 out of 5,000 defeated. Overwhelmed, he humorously asks if he can go home now, then immediately retracts it. Completely surrounded by the snarling horde, he understands his hell has just begun. With each kill, a system notification confirms he has gained another level. The level up messages flash repeatedly as he carves through the endless pack. He lets out a desperate scream, swinging his newly acquired speed sword. The blacksmith forged sword grants him the agility needed to survive the onslaught. He dodges elemental attacks from an earth wolf and a water wolf. A small wound stings his side, the cumulative damage beginning to add up. Seeing his HP drop by 20%, he decides it's time to use a skill. He activates Gale Wind, a skill that boosts his speed by 60%. As a blur of motion, he continues his desperate fight against the horde. Knowing he must defeat them quickly, he unleashes a furious, screaming assault. His attack is suddenly halted by two larger, more menacing wolves. His face fills with dread as he realizes what their appearance might mean. A colossal Rainbow King wolf, level 7,000, emerges from the pack. For a moment, he is utterly speechless before the powerful new adversary. His terror gives way to manic excitement, declaring it a welcome break. With a wild laugh, he prepares to unleash his frustration on the boss. He charges forward, his sword
Get down! That is not for you.
Standing over the defeated beast, he pants, having secured a 10-level increase. The quest tracker beeps, confirming he is now 1/5 of the way through. He drinks health and mana potions, reflecting on the battle's mental toll. Taking a moment to rest, he decides to spend his 3,610 save skill points. He upgrades his mana boost to level 5, ensuring his Gale Wind lasts longer. He knows that against a horde, yielding even the slightest edge means defeat. Finishing his potion, he hears the ominous thumping of the next wave approaching. He sees the dust cloud in the distance, announcing the second wave's arrival. With grim acceptance, he rises to his feet, ready for the next onslaught. He smacks his cheeks sharply, a physical jolt to focus his mind for the fight. Brandishing his curved sword, he declares his readiness and charges forward. Time becomes a blur as he fights relentlessly against the endless waves. He can only roughly estimate his kill count as the waves keep coming. His hands grow numb from swinging his sword blindly for hours on end. Strangely, through the exhaustion and pain, he manages to keep a level head. He reflects on his usual method of following standard takedown intel. But some adventurers, he knows, veer away from common sense best practices. These are the gifted A-rank adventurers and the even more powerful S-ranks. They challenge unexplored dungeons daily, fighting enemies stronger than themselves. He realizes that this is what it truly means to conquer a dungeon. In a fight where one wrong move means death, those who overcome receive rewards. He understands this sensation now, the feeling of pure exaltation. In this moment, the thrill of the battle finally makes perfect sense. He is conquering this dungeon in the truest sense, like the legends before him. He vows not just to catch up to them, but to surpass them entirely. His face contorts in a desperate scream, refusing to stop his assault here. The notifications confirm his level is skyrocketing at an impossible rate. After 5 relentless hours, he continues to slash through the monstrous horde. A soft tap sounds behind him and he turns, startled by a sudden presence. Panting, he defiantly asks who's next, his adrenaline still pumping. But the field is empty, the hordes of magic wolves having vanished completely. He pants, bewildered, wondering where all the monsters have gone. As he stumbles from exhaustion, a system notification sounds in his mind. A clear ding announces that the level 1 quest is finally complete. The system confirms he has defeated all 5,000 monsters, rewarding him with 50 levels. He stares at the notification, quietly wondering if his ordeal is truly over. A final status update confirms his level has leaped to 6,900, a gain of 296 levels. With a cry of, "It's over here," his body gives out completely. Lying on the grass, he marvels at his own incredible endurance. A ding announces he may now challenge level 2 of the tower. He is given 24 hours to choose between advancing or retiring permanently. Lying on his back, he considers teleporting out to recover and grow stronger. But he senses this place is different, and the quest might vanish forever. The takedown rewards are too juicy to pass up, no matter the risk. With so many unknowns, he concludes there is only one path forward. He sits up, knowing he must recover his strength before proceeding. A sports drink and a high-calorie biscuit will have to suffice as a meal. He unrolls a sleeping bag and crawls inside for a much-needed nap. Lying on his back, he finds the sky is blindingly bright. He lurches in frustration, certain he'll never be able to fall asleep like this. In a moment To his utter astonishment, the world responds, turning day into night. He is genuinely touched, thinking the system is surprisingly nice. A wave of paranoia washes over him as he tells himself to calm down. He chastises himself, realizing the manipulative system isn't nice at all. Under a starry night sky, Rin sits in his sleeping bag, vowing to never forget that the system is complete garbage. The sun immediately reappears with a blinding gleam, startling Rin into shouting an apology and retracting his statement. Instantly, the sky reverts to a serene night with a crescent moon, as if placated by his words. A thoroughly unnerved Rin shudders, realizing with a sense of dread that the system seems to possess feelings. Dismissing the entire event as obnoxious, he rolls over in his sleeping bag, deciding it's finally time to sleep. Approximately 10 hours later, a refreshed Rin awakens, feeling pleased with his recovery. Now standing in the grassy field, he confirms he has restored most of his health and mana, feeling ready for level 2. A sudden realization hits him, and he gasps, wondering how he is supposed to get to the next level. He glances around.
Pokemon community game A Wild Dragonair appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Understanding he simply needs to speak his intent, he loudly declares his choice to challenge level 2. The system confirms his choice and announces that it is now beginning his transportation. His form distorts and is enveloped in light as he is teleported away from the grassy field. His boots land softly on a new surface, signaling his arrival at the next level of the tower. Looking around, he is surprised by the sterile, artificial environment, questioning what this tower truly is. He asks what the next quest is, and the system announces it is the Reflect Knight. Confused, he processes the objective. He must defeat the target knight. A figure begins to materialize from particles of light at the far end of the chamber. The form fully coalesces, revealing an imposing knight in ornate. Recognizing the design, he notes its resemblance to the nameless knight and activates his appraisal skill. His eyes widen in shock as the results of the appraisal begin to appear before him. A system window reveals the knight was created with stats copied directly from Amani Rin himself. Rin shouts in utter disbelief, realizing the knight is a copy of both him and his sword. He understands now that the system must have scanned his data when he first entered the tower. Accepting he has no other choice, he readies his sword to take on the difficult challenge. As he prepares, he wonders how his new opponent will initiate
Pokemon community game Dragonair escaped. No one caught it.
Its speed utterly.
Okay.
Barely manages to parry the lightning-fast strike, cursing the incredible velocity. He leaps back to create distance, acknowledging that the fight is on. Their blades lock, and the knight observes that Rin's sword grants a stat boost against stronger opponents. A grim smile touches Rin's lips as he calculates the level disparity, giving the knight a significant advantage. The knight stands ready, and Rin knows
Okay,
this
I need
will
to go
be a
back and
difficult
get my
fight going in.
stuff.
He realizes the knight's power is effectively level 10,000, making it a worthy opponent. Leveling his sword, and isn't Teresa Musa, he thanks the Reflect Knight for the challenging battle that awaits them. The knight attacks, but Rin retorts that its assumption of victory is wrong. Their blades clash in a high-speed duel, sparks flying as they trade blows. A close-up captures the immense force as their swords meet with a resonant twang. Panting slightly, Rin is forced to admit his opponent is incredibly strong. He reflects that even with his skills at full power, he was still at a disadvantage. The horrifying realization dawns on him. The Reflect Knight is also using those exact same skills. He curses, knowing that if the fight gets any faster, it will become a nasty affair. His greatest advantage, his superior speed, has been completely nullified for the first time. He decides he must try a new strategy, but first he needs to stop the knight's onslaught. Planting his foot, he resolves to halt the relentless assault with a strange but necessary tactic. With a determined cry, he thrusts his hand forward and summons a new weapon, the speed sword. He strikes a ready pose with the new blade, its stats appearing in an informational window. He believes the sword's passive speed boost will close the statistical gap between them. The duel resumes, and he fluidly dodges the knight's powerful swing. Now more evenly matched, their blades clang and screech in a deadly high-speed dance. He searches desperately for a way in, knowing he needs to find a weakness. The knight remains a formidable opponent, and Rin seeks just one angle to gain an advantage. A sudden flash of insight hits him, and he exclaims that he's found it. As he sidesteps another powerful swing, he prepares his new strategy. He reaches into his inventory, In a swift motion, he pulls out a glowing crystalline orb, an exploding stone.
Come on,
He
enough
hurls
with
the
jumping
stone,
on my
and
lap.
it detonates in front of the
I
knight,
don't get
stunning
more
him.
treats for
He
it.
leaps back, realizing with triumph that the knight cannot copy his magic items. With a confident smirk, he prepares to press his newfound advantage. He utters a single command, evasion, and vanishes from sight. The knight, recovering from the blast, looks around the empty chamber in confusion. It glances left and right, but its opponent is nowhere to be found. From behind the knight, a confident Rin reappears, having found his opening. He leaps high into the air, sword raised to strike from above. His plan is to create distance for a powerful follow-up attack. A sudden, unnatural shiver runs down his spine and he freezes midair. He recognizes the chilling feeling of someone else's mana touching him. He realizes with a smirk that the knight must also possess an enemy detection skill. The knight's hand gestures, confirming its use of the skill. The knight's form glows as it freezes, having pinpointed his location. It launches itself at his now revealed position, and he cries out in alarm. He defiantly parries the lightning-fast assault, refusing to be caught. The high-speed chase resumes, a blur of black and silver across the checkered floor. Undeterred, he reaches for another item, tossing a second exploding stone. Another massive explosion engulfs the knight, throwing it off balance. He once again activates his evasion skill and disappears into thin air. The knight, now visibly enraged, lets out a furious, sustained screech. A close-up shows the knight's helmet, its single eye glowing with rage. Rin watches his foes enraged charge, shouting his own battle cry. He smiles, satisfied that the knight has fallen for his new strategy and gone blind with rage. The battle of attrition continues, with Rin effortlessly dodging the knight's sloppy attacks. A panel indicates that about an hour has passed in their grueling duel. Rin continues to weave and dodge, his movements fluid and controlled. The knight swings its sword with a
Ko-fi
great
stream bot.
force,
Visit
and his
Kaito
movements
Destiny's
are heavy.
KO5 page
The
at
moment he has been
URL.
waiting for has finally arrived. The Reflect Knight's legs give way, and it stumbles, wobbling unsteadily. It lets out a weak, questioning grunt, its energy clearly depleted. Seizing the opening, Rin surges forward with a triumphant cry. He calls out to his primary weapon, Nameless, declaring its turn to fight. He closes the distance in an instant, and their swords meet with a final, deafening clang. The impact sends the weakened knight staggering backward, its armor groaning under the strain. Rin observes his opponent's state, noting with satisfaction that it is low on MP. He knows that his own MP is the one advantage he has over the knight now. He reflects on the massive level and skill boost he received after the knight's stats were copied. With a determined look, he decides to use this hidden advantage to secure his victory. He shouts that he won't give up this chance and smashes his sword against the knight's helmet. The knight is caught completely by surprise, unable to defend against the overwhelming force. Rin roars, pouring all of his newfound strength into the decisive strike. He recalls leveling up his superhuman strength skill, which further boosted his attack power. With a fierce grin, he challenges the now powerless knight to try and stop him. The knight's helmeted face shows a flicker of alarm as the final assault begins. Rin unleashes a furious barrage of strikes, his battle cry echoing as he ends the fight. The battle reaches its climax with a single devastating blow. Amon lands gracefully after delivering the decisive arcing slash. The defeated Reflect Knight's armor clatters to the floor, finally vanquished. A system notification confirms he has gained 26 levels from the battle. Catching his breath, he sees the quest is complete, earning him 100 more levels. Overjoyed, he realizes he actually succeeded. His level now a staggering 7,026. The word clear materializes, signaling the end of the second level's trial. Having succeeded, he moves on to the next challenge that awaits him. He enters a vast stone maze, the third level's quest, Battle Trenches. A holographic image shows his objective is to find a specific goal point. He senses the task will not be easy. Certain monsters are lurking nearby. His intuition is confirmed as a skeleton knight and magician appear before him. Amani notes the tight corridor makes dodging the magician's spells difficult. The skeletons summon allies, quickly surrounding him in the narrow passage. With a confident wink, he declares such dangers are easy with his unique skill. He activates dungeon teleportation, vanishing just as the skeletons strike. A diagram reveals his strategy to use enemy detection and teleport past foes. He realizes he can't simply wander aimlessly through the endless maze. Activating his enemy detection skill, he scans the vast, complex area. The results of the scan leave him momentarily momentarily surprised and confused. A mental map shows all the monsters are gathered in one area, guarding something. He deduces that the dense cluster of monsters must be protecting the goal. Unsure if teleportation will work, he resolves to try, relying on evasion. He prepares to face the monsters guarding the path to his objective. Leaping into the fray, he vows to eliminate them before they can call backup. His blade flashes as he cuts down the undead warriors with precision. Having fought his way through the initial wave, he finally sees his goal. His eyes light up with excitement as he spots the objective ahead. A long corridor packed with skeletons stands between him and the glowing goal. The sheer number of enemies presents a daunting final obstacle to overcome. The rhythmic stomp of more approaching skeletons puts him on high alert. Even with his evasion skill active, he's alarmed by how close they are. The tension mounts as he feels the horde is almost upon him. With a determined cry, he resolves to push forward and charge the horde. He breaks into a desperate, full-speed sprint down the monster-filled corridor. Using evasion, he becomes a blur, weaving through the undead army. His entire focus is on breaking through their defensive line. He charges ahead, dodging a chaotic flurry of attacks from all sides. His reckless charge successfully draws the attention of the entire skeletal legion. His gaze is sharp and focused as he prepares for the next phase. He knows he must time his next move perfectly before the mages can cast. A brilliant flash of light momentarily disorients the undead horde. A magician recovers, unleashing a massive, swirling vortex of dark energy. He grits his teeth, realizing he cannot possibly dodge the wide area attack. With no other choice, he braces himself to take the blast head-on. A confident smirk reveals he has a trick up his sleeve. He plants his feet firmly on the stone floor, standing his ground. The cataclysmic wave of energy roars toward the spot where he stands. Just before impact, he activates his dungeon teleportation skill. In a flicker of light, he vanishes and reappears behind the enemy line. The surprised skeleton magician can only stare as its spell hits an empty wall. Amon declares his perfectly executed maneuver a success, his sword ready. With the element of surprise, he finishes the rest of the skeletons in one go. He lands gracefully on the stone floor as the last monster falls. A notification confirms the quest is complete, granting him another 150 levels. He walks forward into the next chamber, ready for what awaits him. Suddenly, an inexplicable and chilling sense of dread washes over him. He enters a torch-lit chamber and wonders if the three pedestals are missing something. A bead of sweat forms as his attention is drawn to the path beyond. The doorway is filled with a roiling, chaotic storm of rumbling energy. Vicious spears of ice and great waves of fire churn within the portal.
I have no idea who these people are. Why are they on my list?
That's why I wish
He stands before the intimidating portal, now labeled with the word chaos. He feels there's more to this challenge than just the chaotic doorway. A wider view reveals the chamber has 4 identical ornate doors. He feels an overwhelming aura of abnormally dense mana from the other doors. A shiver runs down his spine. The vibe here is far more dangerous. The quest is to breach the magical barrier and reach the designated location. He learns that each of the other doors contains a monstrous death beast. These beasts represent the 4 elements, including fire and wind. Each of these formidable guardians protects a jewel corresponding to its element. He must steal the jewels and place them on the pedestals to negate the magic. A final, crucial piece of information is revealed about the beasts. His eyes widen in utter shock as he learns each beast is level 50,000. He is given the option to retire, but he will be barred from returning. He reels from the shock, questioning the impossible level of the monsters. He tries to calm himself, noting he only needs to steal the jewels, not fight. The thought of even facing a level 50,000 monster fills him with denial. He realizes his goal is just to get through the barrier, not necessarily get the jewels. A diagram shows his alternative plan: simply force his way through the magic wall. A vision of a massive explosion immediately proves his plan is futile. He declares that simply charging through is definitely not happening. He feels trapped, wondering if the quest is designed to make him retire. He concedes that retiring is the logical choice, but a memory stops him. A past vow, represented by a powerful horned figure, strengthens his resolve. He rejects the right answer, deciding to forge his own path. He clenches his fist. His legs
I don't know why I
refusing
have
to
all
turn
these
back
people on
from
my
the
list.
challenge. With a powerful shout, he vows to complete the quest faster than anyone. Just 4 minutes later, a system notification announces the quest is complete. He stands triumphantly on the other side, having gained
Okay, I need...
a diagram reveals his clever solution. As he processes his victory, a bonus reward is bestowed upon him. A small ornate vial materializes in his hand containing a shimmering liquid. His appraisal skill reveals it's a complete recovery potion. He is utterly shocked, knowing such a rare and powerful item is priceless. He carefully stores the invaluable potion in his item box for safekeeping. Delighted by the exciting reward, he feels a surge of accomplishment. Feeling grimy from distress, he uses purification magic to refresh himself. After a short break, he strides forward, ready to begin level 5. He enters the 5th level's chamber, ready for the Wise Man's War. Upon entering the 5th level, Rin questions if the Wise Man's War quest is intelligence-based. Confident in his intellect, he feels the time has come to showcase his genius. A shadowy figure materializes before him on a raised dais, catching him by surprise. The shadow solidifies with a heavy thud, revealing a massive, hulking gorilla. He activates his appraisal skill, expressing utter disbelief at the sight of a gorilla. The appraisal confirms the creature is a powerful gorilla.
Pokemon community game A Wild Burmy appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Level of 10,000. With a sweat drop, he sarcastically connects the gorilla to the Wise Man of the jungle. The gorilla lunges and Rin curses, realizing the quest is just a brutal fistfight. He is sent flying by a powerful blow, questioning why he's in this situation. A system prompt reveals a bonus reward for defeating the target without any weapons. As they trade blows, he feels a strange, deep understanding form between them. Panting over the defeated beast, he casually notes that he ultimately killed him. System notifications confirm his victory, granting him a massive 250 level increase. A bonus reward is announced, bestowing upon him the title of Wiser Wise Man. His status screen details the new title, granting a 50% stat boost when unarmed. He recalls the level 6 quest, Ultra Evasion, where he dodged magic for 3 hours. Panting heavily, he remembers how the attacks intensified, pushing him to his limits. After surviving, he was surprised to learn there was an additional bonus reward. The reward was a magic rebound medicine, reducing magic damage by 99% for 10 seconds. He examines the glowing pill, recognizing it as an incredibly valuable big-ticket item. With renewed vigor, he pumps a fist, determined to keep his momentum going. He remembers level 7, a test of stamina where he slaughtered endless monsters. Notifications show his level increasing steadily during the
Pokemon community game Burmy escaped. No one caught it.
Waves of enemies. He eventually cleared it, earning a takedown reward of 350 additional levels. Level 8 was a test of intelligence, which he thoughtfully considered. He cleared the intelligence test with time to spare, gaining another 400 levels. Level 9 was the most difficult yet, forcing him to dodge attacks from multiple monsters. The experience rewards were immense, with his level jumping by 66 and 73 points. He continued to gain levels rapidly as he fought the high-level creatures. He acknowledges that his leveling speed was faster than ever due to the difficulty. Upon clearing level 9, he gained 450 levels and a new skill, Revitalize. The skill's description reveals it boosts stats when his HP is at 30% or lower. He is surprised, noting he has never received the skill as a reward before. Zipped in his sleeping bag, he concludes the skill is too risky to ever use. After napping, he stands ready for the final level, preparing to allocate his SP. He considers how to spend his massive pool of 12,510 skill points. He contemplates upgrading his dungeon teleportation skill, which is currently at level 18. He briefly considers pushing it to level 20, but ultimately dismisses the idea. Concluding the utility skill might not be useful now, he prioritizes combat power. With a decisive beat, he confirms his choice to focus on his battle skills. He boosts superhuman strength and Gale Wind, using the rest on mana boost. Stealing his resolve, he tells himself to keep it together for the final level. A powerful energy envelops him as he is transported to the next stage. He arrives on a desolate, windy incline. A deep rumbling sound startles him. His eyes widen in alarm as the strange, powerful rumbling grows louder. A bead of sweat forms as he stares into the distance with apprehension. A colossal, demonic beast with horns and crystalline spikes crests the hill before him. The creature's eye glares with menace as it lets out a low, guttural growl. It throws its head back, its maw open in a terrifying, world-shaking roar. Lightning crackles around its body as it unleashes its full, overwhelming power. A quest notification appears, identifying his challenge as the King of Lightning. The system confirms his objective is to defeat the level 20,000 Lightning Beast. A bead of sweat forms on his face as he processes the immense power level. He assesses the empty battlefield, realizing the only way out is to fight. With a determined expression, he grips the hilt of his ornate sword tightly. Brandishing his blade, he declares his readiness to begin the final battle. He calls out to his sword, nameless, announcing that this is the last fight. Facing the final enemy of the tower, he prepares to battle the lightning beast. He notes the beast's immense size, realizing he can't aim for its vital organs. He decides on a strategy. Use his speed to attack its legs and unbalance it. The beast's eye glares down at him as he closes the distance to attack. He swings his sword in a powerful arc, aiming for the creature's massive leg. His attack is met with a deafening clang, stopped cold by the beast's speed. He curses in frustration as he is thrown back by the unexpected parry. Leaping back, he is shocked by how fast the massive creature is. The beast follows up, its attack leaving its abdomen exposed to a counter. He is stunned that a creature of that size can launch a follow-up attack. Seizing the opening, he shouts and lunges forward to strike the vulnerable area. He moves in a blur, his sword aimed at the creature's exposed abdomen.
Tell me where the freak's at.
Hey, Manda!
Kaito Destiny Mundler Shadow, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Mundler Shadow, welcome to my channel.
For you, bud.
Kaito Destiny, so Mundler Shadow. Stream Elements, look, it's Mundler Shadow, they were playing the Outer Worlds. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Mundler Shadow at URL.
The Outer Worlds. Da 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 da. How you doing, Menda? Let's see. Pronto, Rex, Raptor. Trike Stigo. So we got Rex, we got Pronto, we got Raptor, Trike Stigo. Okay. How you been doing, bud? Oh, you having a good day? Good time? I got 2 to 3 hours of stream before I have to go get more kitty food. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? Let's make a bunch of gunpowder so I can make the boom boom. I got to make the boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Bunch of new ghost skins. Oh, that's right, there was an emote that I crafted. I need to... The fuck? Am I missing something here? Okay, so... Where... What? Where the fuck's the emote? Alright, well, this makes no sense. Let's see. Emotes. Not that one. Candy! Yep. That's the emote. Okay, so I need to make stuff to generate this as a base. Okay, so I also need to get a few different notes. Alright. Okay, what do I have for narcs? There we go.
His sword is stopped midair with a loud clang, hitting something unseen.
That's it?
He is
You're
left
gonna tell her
utterly
to go
baffled,
ahead?
questioning what just happened
sorry,
to his
I
attack.
muted myself in
The beast
Discord 'cause I
stands,
got,
wreathed in lightning, knowing a level 20,000 monster isn't easily defeated. He leaps back, trying to understand what stopped his blade just now. He replays the moment, realizing his blade struck some kind of invisible barrier. His eyes widen in shock as he questions the existence of an invisible barrier. A new theory forms in his mind, and he prepares to test it. He swings his sword at the empty air in front of the beast, listening closely. He exclaims in realization as he hears a faint cracking sound from the impact. Dodging another stomp from the beast, his mind races with this new information. He confirms to himself that he heard the tiniest cracking sound from his test. He concludes the beast is surrounded by an invisible defensive barrier of some kind. However, he realizes that if he hits it repeatedly, he should be able to break it. His confidence restored, he declares that his plan hasn't changed. He will slice it up. Just as he prepares to re-engage, he stops, confused by the beast's strange behavior. The beast staggers, letting out a low-pain growl, its posture changing. Its growl intensifies into a full-throated, agonized roar that seems to shake the air. He takes a step back, a shudder running through him as he watches, completely bewildered. The beast stomps its foot, and the ground between them begins to crackle with energy. A violent explosion of energy erupts from the ground, a massive shockwave blasting outwards. Debris is sent flying as the vortex of wind and dust kicks up around the beast. Smoke rises from a scorched crater, the sound of crackling energy still in the air. He blanches, sweating in terror at the impossible power he just witnessed. Looking at the blasted landscape, he knows he'd be on the brink of death if he hadn't dodged. He acknowledges that his survival was pure instinct. He cannot count on luck alone. With this realization, he knows he must change his entire strategy. He decides to focus all his senses on tracking the flow of mana itself. Activating his enemy detection, he pinpoints the beast's location and prepares to re-engage. A colossal armored beast with crystalline horns lets out a deafening guttural roar. In the desolate wasteland, Amane Rin moves with impossible speed, dodging the beast's ground-shattering attacks. He understands using his enemy detection skills so widely will quickly devour his MP. Accepting the cost, he declares it is his turn and launches a furious counterattack. The monstrous lightning beast bellows in frustration at its nimble opponent's evasiveness. Rin becomes
Okay, let's see, we got 152 in my inventory and 140 plus for the crafting.
He anticipates and dodges a whip-like tail strike from the beast. Standing his ground, he manages to deflect a massive claw attack with his sword. The beast's deflected claw smashes into the earth, cracking the very stone beneath it. Rin braces himself, his face a mask of strain against the monster's overwhelming power. The ground shatters from the immense impact of the beast's deflected attack. Sensing a momentary opening in its defense, he exclaims that one more hit is needed. He drives his blade deep into the beast's leg, shattering its crystalline.
Pokemon community game A Wild Bounce Suite appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Confident smirk, he believes the battle is now over and victory is his. The beast's eye, however, glares with pure, unadulterated rage, not defeat. It unleashes a world-shaking roar as a powerful new aura radiates from its body. Rin immediately senses another lightning strike is imminent, preparing for the next assault. His enemy detection skill shows nothing, leaving him confused about the mana's source. He looks up, his expression shifting to alarm as he spots the new threat. A massive swirling ring of pure energy materializes directly above them in the sky. Realizing the beast's suicidal gambit, he dashes away to escape the blast zone. The beast's fangs are bared as it commits to its
Therizino is something I definitely need to go tame. Unless I already had some on here.
Allowing him a killing blow. A blinding flash of light erupts from the beast's position, engulfing the area.
Really
he can only
cool,
watch in stunned horror at the overwhelming power being unleashed.
You can still throw
A colossal
balls that
pillar
are
of
gonna
fire
sink, that
and
are
lightning
gonna go up.
erupts from the
You know,
ground,
you can still do
shaking the
curve
world.
balls, all sorts of
Surveying
stuff.
the
I would say
aftermath,
it's
he
actually
remarks on the
easier
flashy
to
way his
control the
opponent
ball to
chose
do
to perish.
crazy shit because
He
it's
is
going
certain the
forward.
beast must be dead after his assault and its own attack.
Oh yeah, and you
A
pitch
flicker of
from closer,
movement
so.
in the smoke leaves him utterly bewildered. Standing in the crater, he feels a chilling presence, questioning what he sees. The beast emerges from the smoke, wreathed in more intense lightning than before. He observes that it is completely
Pokemon community game Bounce Suite escaped. No one caught it.
The biggest problem, he realizes with dread, is that the beast has fully recovered. Feeling the immense power it now emits, he activates his appraisal skill. The result is horrifying. The beast is now the level 25,000 King of Lightning. His mind reels in terror, unable to process the impossible, staggering number. He recalls how much he struggled against it when it was only level 20,000. His mind is flooded with thoughts of death, defeat, and utter despair.
Oh, it's done.
The terror recedes, replaced by a single quiet moment of understanding. A grim smile spreads across his face as he realizes what is truly going on. He understands this final level of the dungeon is designed to be an
I got Sabertooth, I need
questioning if the system wants him to die, he defiantly rejects the notion. With renewed conviction, he points his sword forward, ready to
I
fight.
got a
He
Brontos,
roars his challenge, vowing to surpass his own
so I don't need
right
them.
here and now.
I
The
got
battle that
Ankies.
followed was a desperate,
I need
one-sided
Ceratops
struggle
for
survival.
eggs.
He admits to himself that he was completely and utterly overwhelmed. A glancing blow from the beast's claw sends a jolt of agony through his arm. He realizes even a graze is incredibly painful, draining nearly 1,000 of his HP. The beast moves so fast that it leaves absolutely no room for a counterattack. He discards using dungeon teleportation, knowing the activation time is too long. Knowing he must turn the tables, he searches desperately for a new strategy. Shouting to draw his attention, he unleashes a whip-like electrical attack. His attack surges through the ground directly towards the King of Lightning. The electricity connects, but the beast acts as a living conduit for the power. The attack backfires, coursing through his own body with agonizing force. He gasps in shock as he registers a catastrophic loss of another 3,000 GP. The beast looms over him, and he screams as its massive paw descends. He is sent hurtling across the broken ground by the immense blow. Groaning in pain, his HP bar shows he is now in a critical state. He realizes with a jolt that he has just lost over half his total HP. The throbbing pain in his hand reveals another, more devastating loss. The powerful ring of Maru, true, was shattered to pieces inside his glove. He grits his teeth against the pain, acknowledging he has several broken bones. The beast lunges again, and he knows he cannot possibly evade this attack. A fire of defiance ignites, and he screams that he will not let it end here. The beast's paw crashes down,
Let's take a look here.
a cloud of dust. He stands amidst
So
the
Brontes take a...
utterly confused by his own survival. The beast
Yeah, the hell with it.
seems to pause.
Just go fly around and see what I can find.
He questions how he could possibly still be alive after that direct hit. The answer dawns on him. His revitalized skill has automatically activated. He realizes his stats gained a 50% boost, allowing him to survive the blow. He has clung to life, but a new problem emerges as the beast roars. He must formulate a new plan while the beast scopes him out. He considers relying on his boosted stats to go on the offensive. He quickly dismisses the idea, knowing that it won't work. The beast's powerful defensive barrier is too strong to break through with brute force. He also recalls its ability to redirect lightning, which would be a fatal trap. Feeling it's a waste, but seeing no other choice, he decides to use an item. He retrieves a complete recovery potion, his only chance to fully heal. Without hesitation, he uncorks the vial and drinks the flowing liquid. A brilliant warm light envelops him as the potion's magic takes effect. He gasps in amazement as his HP, MP, and injuries are instantly healed. Now at full strength, he declares that the real challenge begins now. He likens their dynamic to a predator toying with its cornered prey. He concludes that none of his weapons can get past the beast's protections. A sudden, startling epiphany flashes through his mind. A new idea for him. He realizes there is one way, just one, to defeat this impossible monster. The plan is completely crazy, but he wonders if it's truly impossible. The beast charges and Rin grits his teeth with a fierce, determined grin. He is not running away. He is committing fully to his insane plan. Declaring he will surpass his limits, he charges to meet the beast head-on. He leaps high into the air, his sword held aloft for a powerful strike. He recalls that an attack's power is determined...
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
His audacious plan is to use the beast's own power against it. He focuses all his energy and will into this one ultimate decisive strike. With a final desperate war cry, he unleashes his full power attack. He completes the powerful swing, landing as dust and wind swirl around him. His expression shifts to confusion as he realizes his opponent has vanished. Rin's eye widens in shock as a sudden attack forces him to dodge. He questions if the beast truly jumped, surprised by its agility. The colossal monster lets out a ferocious roar, preparing to strike. With a look of alarm, Rin braces himself for the beast's powerful assault. The creature's paw smashes into the ground with incredible, earth-shattering force. Electricity crackles as Rin screams in agony, his health bar rapidly depleting. The beast grinds its paw down, pinning him, while electricity surges through him. He realizes the beast's lightning attack is meant to drain his life completely. A confident grin spreads
another scam bot.
Questions the beast's assumption. The armored beast crackles with power, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Pinned to the ground, he confirms the lightning isn't dealing much actual damage. He reveals his secret. A magic rebound medicine is protecting him. The beast roars, surprised that he managed to dodge its full frontal assault. Rin calmly reveals that being pinned down was part of his audacious plan. He knows the beast will remain stationary, waiting patiently for him to die. This provides him with the several precious seconds he needs for his gambit. The beast roars in frustration, demanding to know why he won't die. Rin thinks to himself that it's too late. His skill's activation is already complete. With a surge of power, he activates his dungeon teleportation skill. He reflects that while he's never tried this before, it should work in theory. Inside a dark, pulsating space, he readies his sword with a confident smile. With a cunning grin, he confirms this place is still within the dungeon. He affirms his successful...
Kaito Destiny Squin, welcome to my channel.
The beast roars as Rin declares...
Miss Squin, hello and welcome.
Several hours earlier, Hana shouts in frustration...
Welcome to my fluffy madness. My name is
Kaito Destiny Squin, welcome to my channel.
Here. Apparently I have a bot scammer who's trying to contact me, so I'm going to need to deal with it right now.
Grabbing her bag, she confirms her decision to leave the apartment. She quickly slips on her shoes, now ready to head out on her own. As she opens the door, her destination is Sumifuku Dungeon. Walking away, she vows he will get an earful when she returns. The colossal tower looms in the distance, a silent witness to her resolve. Back in the present, the beast convulses as a light erupts from within. Rin recalls his bright idea to teleport inside and attack from within. He confirms the beast's defensive barrier doesn't protect its internal organs. With a battle cry, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, determined to finish it. His blade carves a path through the monster's vital internal organs. He creates an opening, excitedly seeing the outside world for a moment. His expression shifts to shock as he sees an unexpected and familiar face. A jolt of electricity strikes him. His magic rebound medicine has worn off. The beast's internal pressure violently expels him, sending him flying. As
There
he
we
is
go, get
thrown
rid of the
back,
scammer.
the beast roars and lunges to finish him. He blocks the creature's massive jaws with his sword, wobbling from the impact. With a shout of defiance, he declares the beast's attack a nice try. He kicks off the beast's snout, launching himself onto its armored back. The beast roars in agony as Rin runs along its spine, slashing relentlessly. He screams a battle cry, pushing himself to his absolute limit. The monster growls in fury, thrashing wildly to shake him off. It finally begins to move slower from the cumulative damage. Rin feels his revitalized skill activate, boosting his speed immensely. The beast's eye glares with hatred as it prepares for a final attack. It gathers its remaining strength for one last desperate lunge. Rin anticipates the final charge, knowing it will leave the beast vulnerable.
Who the
He
fuck are all
plants
these
his
people
foot,
that
preparing to meet the monster's last desperate attack.
I have
The
no idea
beast
who the
rushes past
fuck these
him in a
people
blood
are
motion
and
in
why I
pure
have them on.
rage. Seizing the opening,
There you
Rin
go.
leaps high into the air above the beast.
Oh,
He
I was
raises
gonna
his
ask.
sword, preparing for the
Yeah,
final
let me get over to
decisive
this
blow.
drop here.
With a tremendous scream, he brings the glowing sword down. His blade plunges deep into the back of the beast's neck.
Oh, my head's
The
not
monster
fully in it
groans,
today.
its massive body wobbling as its life fades.
I am
Its eyes
so
go wide
out
with
of
the
it.
shock of the fatal blow as it stumbles. The colossal beast crashes to the ravaged earth with a final thud. Rin lands on one knee, panting heavily from the monumental battle. A system notification confirms he has gained a staggering 1232 levels. More rewards appear, confirming the quest is complete and granting more levels. He pants, his face flushed with his eyes dreaming of thrill of victory. Standing over his phone, he quietly confirms to himself that he did it. A full status screen details his incredible power in final level games. The screen confirms his new standing at level 13,212. He reflects that he has finally broken the level 10,000 barrier. Acknowledging his power, he knows he's still not a top ranker yet. He considers that time is the biggest obstacle to becoming truly powerful. Gazing at a distant peak, he feels certain he is getting closer to his goal. With his hands on his hips, he considers what comes next for him. He glances around, wondering if there are any final level up rewards. He thinks it would be disappointing if there were no other prizes. A notification announces 3 conquest rewards, much to his excitement. The first reward is a skill called Battle Barrier, leaving him puzzled. A screen details the skill, a mana barrier with a 60-second cooldown. He realizes with a jolt that this is the Lightning Beast's skill. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face at this excellent get. He recalls the Beast's barrier, realizing he can now take bigger risks. He pumps his fist, celebrating the new strategies now available to him. With sparkling eyes, he eagerly anticipates the remaining rewards. The system announces the second reward will be an item based on his stats. A powerful surge of energy envelops Rin as the system analyzes him. The analysis is complete, authorizing the rare classification of Bloodlust Eater. He finds the title Bloodlust Eater to be rather brutal and unsettling. A brilliant light erupts before him as the new item materializes. He shields his eyes, wondering if this is the second reward. A strange buzzing sound fills the air as he prepares to use appraisal. He recoils from the unexpected sound and sensation, startled. The system announces an error, stating he hasn't met all the conditions. His face contorts in shock as the system declares the reward cannot be given. He yells in outrage, protesting that he worked so hard for this. He comically begs the system, asking if it bent the rules of him. A consolation prize of information about the dungeon is offered instead. The information is deemed the most valuable to him based on his data. He finds this a weird turn of events, puzzled by the unusual prize. Rin contemplates the many secrets of the dungeon world he alone possesses. He wonders about the fundamental mysteries, like the origin of dungeons. Reaching for a glowing orb, he hopes to finally receive some answers. The system announces its analysis is complete, and a consolation prize will be awarded. Rin stares at a newly materialized screen, questioning if it's a hologram. Realizing it will show him pictures, he eagerly challenges it to reveal its secrets. With a powerful hum, the holographic screen activates. Rin's face becomes a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. A mysterious female silhouette stares at a similar screen, questioning what she sees. The scene changes to the E-rank Sumifuku dungeon, near the mysterious tower. Adventurers chatter, noting the proximity of the tower, but knowing little about it. A young woman, Hana, steals her resolve for her second dungeon dive. A man greets her, and she notes how few people are present now. Hana recognizes the man as Yanagi-san and greets him back warmly. He asks if she is adventuring alone, and she confirms her brother is away. Yanagi's expression darkens as he murmurs that her situation is a shame. Hana is visibly confused and unsettled by his ominous comment. An instructor reassures the trainees about the dangers of the deeper levels. He instructs the party to line up and march into the dungeon. Standing alone, Yanagi repeats to himself that it really is a shame. Inside, the instructor explains their first exercise is to defeat skeletons. Hana joins a group of 3, determined to do her best. Swinging her sword, she notes how light it feels due to her new stance. She recalls
Pokemon community game A Wild Akens appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
The trainees engage the skeletons in a chaotic mock battle. Hana shatters a skeleton skull with a powerful clean slash. The instructor praises their performance, confident in their battle readiness. His lecture is suddenly cut short by a piercing, terrified scream. Hana flinches, alerted by the sudden, horrifying sound from the shadows. She turns in shock, questioning what is happening around her. Her eyes are wide with terror at the unseen threat. A dark, gnarled shape emerges from the darkness, rustling ominously. A monstrous tramp with a malevolent face looms over the trainees. The instructor is horrified, questioning why such a
Mersquin, Poke Catch.
I barely do a flick of damage to him.
Flames completely engulf the monstrous tree in a roaring
that sucks. Okay.
filled with a fleeting sense of hope. The smoke clears, revealing the train to swaying but completely unharmed. The instructor stares in disbelief, knowing it should be weak to fire. Panic erupts among the trainees, who fear for their lives. A different instructor, Katagiri, orders an immediate evacuation while he holds the monster off. He argues with Yanagi, refusing to leave him behind to fight alone. Yanagi insists Katagiri go with the
Pokemon community game Akens has been caught by Mersquin.
Reappearing before the Treant to buy the group time. Hana is stunned by his sudden and impossible disappearance. Yanagi dodges
Mersquin,
the
yes.
Treant's powerful attacks with incredible agility. He declares that as a speed-focused adventurer,
Hey, congrats on catching that Pokemon.
grim as he processes the dangerous plan. He grits his teeth, reluctantly accepting the proposal. He agrees to buy Yanagi 10 minutes to escape to the surface. Katagiri leads the panicked trainees, promising to protect them during the emergency. The terrified group flees into a dark, narrow tunnel. Hana hesitates, looking back at Yanagi, fighting the monster alone. She decides she must go back and help him in the fight. A hand suddenly grabs
I
her
don't know
ankle.
why I have all these people on my freaking stream watch list. I'm just gonna start removing them.
She is sent tumbling hard onto the dusty
Like, I don't even know what
She looks
impression they
back
gave
in
me,
utter
but
confusion at her attacker.
yeah.
She sees it was another trainee Ivy who tripped her. She calls for the others to wait. A hand clamps firmly over her mouth, muffling her desperate cries. She struggles for a moment, realizing she is being silenced. She watches in horror as the others leave her behind. The hand releases her, and another girl shushes her quietly. The girl with bunny ears shoves her back with a gasp. The girl explains this Treant changed targets, and she reacted quickly. She urgently warns Hana to get back from the danger. A shadowy tendril slashes through the spot where Hana just stood. Hana shudders, realizing she was only moments from death. Her rescuer explains the group is gone and they're now alone. The red-haired adventurer, Yanagi, turns to a girl named Amiya. He states with a serious expression that he has a favor to ask. He requests to borrow Amon's unique skill to help them escape. Amane is completely stunned by the sudden and strange request. The bunny-eared girl internally doubts the plan's effectiveness. Yanagi apologizes, explaining how he discovered Amane's hidden power. His intuition skill alerted him to eavesdroppers during a previous practice run. He overheard Amane hiding her true power with his skills. Amane is shocked that he knows her most valuable secret. Yanagi acknowledges the limitations of copying a level 1 skill. He confidently states that it won't be a problem for his plan, He promises to explain the details of his strategy later on. He asks to copy her bullet skill and holds out his hand. Amani nervously agrees, and Yanagi activates his stock skill. A system window defines the powerful bullet LV 1-inch skill. Yanagi explains the skill's power is independent of the user's stats. He calculates that Amon can unleash a far more powerful blast than him. Amani understands that if this desperate plan fails, they are all dead. With grim resolve, she agrees to give it her all. Yanagi thanks her as the monstrous treant prepares to strike again. He tells her to wait for his signal and dashes forward to fight. He engages the treant in a furious flurry of slashes. He pushes himself to his limit, determined to create an opening. He narrowly dodges a crushing blow from the monster. He grabs one of the treant's tendrils and yanks with all his might. He successfully pulls the massive creature off balance. With the monster vulnerable, he screams for Amani to attack now. With a determined shout, Hana unleashes a devastating torrent of dark energy. The massive treant monster is completely engulfed and begins to crumble. Its severed appendage flops lifelessly onto the cavern floor. Hana stands victorious over the dissipating remains of her powerful foe. A system notification reveals her level has increased by an astonishing 452. She wonders aloud if she truly defeated it, feeling the victory was anticlimactic. A voice calls out to her companion, Yanagi, celebrating their success. Hana turns to Yanagi, who stands calmly amidst the smoking remains. A sharp, predatory smile crosses Yanagi's face as she looks on. Beaming with excitement, Hana celebrates their teamwork with Yanagi. Yanagi chillingly reveals that orchestrating this entire situation was worth it. A jolt of confusion and unease runs through the victorious Hana. Yanagi quickly feigns innocence, smiling and claiming it was nothing. She gives all the credit for the victory to Hana's power. Hana is left bewildered, wondering if she imagined the sinister combat. With a serene smile, Yanagi walks away with a steady, deliberate pace. Her expression remains placid, almost unnaturally so as she moves. A powerful shudder runs through Hana as she feels something is deeply wrong. The adventurer Katagiri arrives, his footsteps echoing as he expresses his relief. Hana gasps as she hears his approaching footsteps. Katagiri rushes onto the scene, asking if the two of them are all right. Yanagi's expression hardens, annoyed by the unexpected interruption. Hana is consumed by the deep sense of wrongness about the situation. Smiling, Yanagi smoothly lies to Katagiri about the other's safety. Katagiri then asks how they managed to defeat the monsters. Yanagi explains her own magic was useless, giving all credit to Hana. With a blunt smile, she reveals that Hana possesses an excellent unique skill. Hana is shocked and horrified by the sudden revelation of her secret. Yanagi laughs, suggesting Hana must have hidden her skill on purpose. Katagiri is left utterly confused by this new, unreported information. Flustered, Hana frantically asks Yanagi why she was hidden. Yanagi casually dismisses her concern, saying she just figured it would be fine. She confirms her thought with a chillingly serene expression. Her eyes narrow as she ominously continues her thought aloud. She declares to her companions that Katagiri is about to die. A small, ornate dagger slides from her sleeve into her left hand. In a blur of motion, she lunges forward, driving the blade into Katagiri's chest. Blood spurts from the fatal wound as the sharp blade connects. Katagiri coughs in stunned disbelief at the sudden, brutal betrayal. Hana can only stare in frozen, uncomprehending horror at the attack. Yanagi smiles. She tells Katagiri to continue his eyes widen, he gasps that she was ordered specifically to plunder from him. His final moment is one of pure, dawning terror. He collapses to the ground, his lifeblood pooling around him. Hana is paralyzed, realizing someone has been murdered right before her eyes. Yanagi casually plans to dispose of the body and blame it on a monster. She is momentarily distracted. Her expression turns serious as she moves. Hana flinches in terror as Yanagi's attention turns to her. Yanagi calmly informs Hana that she too has died. Trembling, Hana asks if Yanagi intends to murder her. Yanagi explains she's grateful for Hana's perfect skill combination. Hana asks what she could possibly do. Yanagi reveals her own unique skill, Plunderer, which steals skills from the dead. The horrifying implication dawns on Hana that her skill will be stolen. A single tear of pure dread traces its way down her cheek. Hana accuses Yanagi of intentionally creating this entire situation. She pieces together a plot to isolate and kill her for her skill. Yanagi calmly confirms that Hana's accusations are entirely true. She demonstrates her control over the gun with her Tamer skill. She reveals she acquired the Tamer skill by killing its previous owner. Hana recalls a news report about a Tamer's suspicious death in a dungeon. Yanagi seems pleased and honored that Hana has made the connection. With a manic grin, she confesses to being the killer who claimed the skill. Hana is left completely speechless by the horrifying admission. Yanagi thanks Hana, stating her research was worth the trouble. She points a finger, announcing it's time for the final touches. A system notification chimes, startling the terrified Hana. She is informed that she has been chosen as the plunderer's target. Yanagi declares that her preparations are now complete. She explains that she can only target those she's been in direct contact with. With her trap set, she asks if they should bring an end to this. Hana's survival instinct screams for her to run or be killed. She breaks into a desperate, full-speed sprint for her life. Suddenly feeling faster, she realizes she has just leveled up. Yanagi notices and orders her trainer to catch the flame. Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, closing in on Hana. The attack strikes her squarely in the chest, sending her reeling. She unleashes a bullet spell in a desperate counterattack. Yanagi is shocked, believing Hana should have been out of MP. She realizes Hana must have used the MP gained from her level up. Seizing the opportunity, Yanagi lunges at the vulnerable Hana. She appears instantly before Hana, asking where she thinks she's going. She moves with blinding speed to close the distance. A brutal strike sends Hana crashing hard onto the cabin floor. Her HP bar shows she has lost half her health in a single blow. She knows another hit like that will be the end of her. Yanagi notes Hana leveled up more than she expected. She decides to test a new skill she has acquired. A swirling orb of black fire materializes in her hand. She explains this advanced magic comes from Katagiri's stolen skill. Hana watches in silence, her expression filled with apprehension. Yanagi stands ready to unleash the final deadly spell. Lying on the ground, Hana isn't ready to die yet. She reflects that she knows a little about what death is. Her mind flashes back several years to her family home. She remembers her brother telling her their parents' plane crashed. The crash was caused by a collapsed dungeon on a deserted island. A memory surfaces of a tragic plane crash caused by flying monsters from the dungeon. She recalls a family photograph remembering her parents were declared missing, not dead. In her grief, she remembers her older brother, her Oni-chan, always supporting her. She thinks with gratitude how he held her hand, always being there for her. A deep sense of guilt remains, fearing her constant crying around the creator. The thought of her long-held desire
Let's see, what does Kitty want?
fills
Let's
her mind.
see.
She feels she can't bear any more sorrow, whispering an apology into the void. Lying on the cavern floor, she tearfully apologizes to her brother for everything. The large ribbon holding her ponytail comes undone, fluttering to the rocky ground. A single tear falls as she is struck by a sudden, powerful memory. Her gloved hand reaches for the ribbon that had fallen off without her noticing. A brilliant flash of light signals a shift back to a pivotal past moment. Her brother, Rin, is surprised to see her, calling out her name, Hana. A younger, somber Hana quietly wishes her brother good morning. Rin returns her greeting with a warm, affectionate smile. She remembers this was the first time she had left her room after the tragedy. Her brother gently invites her to come and sit at the dining table. He stands behind her, expertly tying the ribbon into her long dark hair. As he finishes, she looks at her reflection, asking what he is doing. Rin explains that the ribbon is a present, noting how her hair has grown. He admits his styling is messy and asks if she wants to fix it herself. With a slight blush, she firmly refuses, wanting to keep it as it is. She looks at her reflection with a soft smile, confirming that she likes it. Hana tries once more to finally offer the apology she has been holding on to. He gently places a comforting hand on her head, telling her she doesn't need to. She confesses her guilt, feeling she only thought of herself while he supported her. He calmly reassures her that it is fine, his expression full of understanding. Rin explains that it is a big brother's duty to protect his little sister. He wants her to know that he would never resent her for relying on him. From now on, he wants her to lean on him whenever she feels sad. He makes a solemn promise to definitely protect her if she calls for his help. He vows to get stronger and stronger if he's ever not strong enough to do so. Hana is completely moved by his devotion, her eyes wide with unshed tears. She whispers her thanks, and he replies warmly that it's a matter of course. He pats her shoulder, their tender moment concluding in the sunlit kitchen. Back in the present, her hand closes around the ribbon as she finally remembers. A profound realization hits her. Her brother would never ask for her apology. She understands her desire to apologize was selfish, meant only to relieve her guilt. Across from her, Yanagi prepares a dark energy blast, ready to end the fight. He unleashes the torrent of energy, commanding it to go directly toward her. Hana looks up in terror, knowing she cannot possibly survive the powerful attack. She resolves to believe in her brother's promise until the very last moment. Her brother's vow to protect her if she calls for help flashes in her mind. Clutching her scarf, she lets out a desperate, heart-wrenching scream for her brother. Squeezing her eyes shut, she awaits the end as a brilliant light erupts. A calm voice cuts through the chaos, reassuring her to leave it to him. Kneeling in the cavern, she sees the silhouette of her brother standing before her. Her brother Rin now stands between her and Yanagi, his sword drawn and ready. Overwhelmed with shock and relief, she cries out her brother's name in disbelief. Rin recalls the system's vision, information deemed most valuable to him. He had wondered if the vision of Hana fighting a train was happening. His mind raced with panic denial, refusing to believe...
Pokemon community game A wild Gurdurr appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
The horrifying conclusion was clear. He had to leave immediately or Hana was in danger. He saw Yanagi attacking Hana in the vision, a detail that spurred him onward. A sense of wrongness pervaded the scene, but he pushed the feeling aside. He screamed to the system, demanding to be sent to her side immediately. The system confirmed his intentions, and he was teleported out of the tower. A brilliant flash of light signals his departure from the isolated space. He reappears in a forest, standing before the colossal remote magic tower. He gazes up, his expression serious as he processes the strange, urgent events. He stands at the base of the tower, surrounded by trees and a few people. Rin questions the
Alright.
he received as a consolation prize. The experience left him with no answers, but his focus was on the present crisis. He decided to use his evasion skill to race to Hana, ignoring the usual rules. With a determined shout, he dashed away from the tower at incredible speed. An unseen voice offered encouragement, telling him that he could do it. His expression is one of grim resolve as he speeds through the dense forest. He leaps through the trees, a black-clad blur against the sky.
Wisebot viewers plus HMS.
Standing between Yanagi and the fallen Hana. Hana looks up at him, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Rin looks on with a
Pokemon community game Gurdurr escaped. No one caught it.
He calmly sheathes his sword as Yanagi and Hana watches every move. He kneels before his sister, who can only manage to utter his name. He pulls her into a tight hug as she sobs, telling him he really came. Rin holds her, warmly stating that of course he came, as he's her brother. He gently pulls back and offers
I need fish.
telling her to join.
Or mutton.
Hana accepts the bribe, her expression filled with gratitude and relief. He tenderly pats her head in a comforting, familiar gesture. He praises her for her bravery, reassuring her that she is safe now. Hana sniffles, accepting his comfort as Yanagi watches them from a distance. Yanagi breaks the silence, demanding to know how Rin got there. He quickly changes his question, now demanding to know why his spell failed. Yanagi shouts Rin's full name, demanding an answer to his questions. Rin staggers for a moment before slowly turning to face his opponent. His gentle expression has vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. He asks with chilling intensity if Yanagi was trying to kill Hana. Yanagi smirks, confirming with pride that he absolutely was trying to kill her. He explains his motive, stating he needed to kill her to steal her skill. Rin's face is cast in shadow as he confirms he understands perfectly. A heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the cavern, the three locked in a standoff. Yanagi mocks Rin for not answering him and prepares to attack again. He raises a hand, commanding the wounded Trant to rise once more. Hana looks on in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at the monster's return. The monstrous, shadowy Trant stirs, its form regenerating and ready to fight. Hana realizes her attack failed because it wasn't at 100% power. Yanagi points at Rin, ordering the creature to attack him directly. A dark, whip-like tendril from the Trant lashes out with incredible speed. The shadowy appendage surges towards Rin, who stands his ground calmly. Hana screams a warning to her brother, certain he is about to be killed. Hana watches in terror, certain that the powerful Trant will demolish her brother, Rin. Consumed by guilt, she is convinced he is going to die because she needed his help. Rin's expression, however, remains preternaturally calm as his eyes focus on the approaching threat. Raising his hand, he issues a quiet, authoritative command for the monster to leave. An overwhelming and instantaneous force is represented by a blur of chaotic motion lines. A massive explosion of raw power erupts, completely obliterating the formidable trio. Both Yanagi and Hana stare in utter disbelief, questioning what just happened. Amidst the settling smoke and debris, Rin stands completely unscathed by the blast. His gaze locks onto his adversary, his voice low and threatening as he speaks his name. A blank transition panel emphasizes the sudden and dramatic shift in the confrontation's power dynamic. Yanagi looks on, his expression a mixture of shock and grim determination. Rin declares with cold certainty that he will take Yanagi down right here, right now. From her perch above, Hana is stunned by the immense power her brother just displayed. She questions if the person who fought was truly her Onisha, wondering how it's possible. A sudden realization strikes her as she begins to piece together a hidden truth. She recalls that he never explained why he possessed the concealed skill he had learned. The truth solidifies in her mind. He deliberately wanted to hide his true power. Yanagi breaks the tense silence with a burst of manic mockery. His scream from the panel emphasizes the intensity of his deranged and unsettling amusement. He expresses his utter surprise at Rin's incredible feat of strength. Yanagi mocks the idea that a level 5,000 adventurer could defeat a trance so easily. Rin's eye twitches in annoyance as he retorts, questioning if he ever claimed that was his level. Yanagi reveals his unique skill, Plunderer, which lets him see the level of anyone he touches. Recalling their first meeting, he reveals a crucial detail he learned back then. He states he has known all along that Rin was hiding his true power, just like him. Taking Rin's silence as confirmation, he accepts it as a yes. Standing across the cabin, he admits he was disappointed to see only Hana at first. Hana looks on with deep concern as Yanagi laughs, considering Rin's appearance a lucky break. Pointing his sword, he states he'll deal with Rin first to prevent him from interfering. Hana's eye widens in terror as Yanagi announces his skill wishes to change its target. He explains his skill can only have one target and demands she consent to the change. Hana screams her refusal, but Rin calmly tells her to do it. When she protests, he simply reassures her that he will be fine. He looks at her with unwavering confidence, asking her to trust him. After a moment of intense hesitation, her trust in her brother wins out. With a blush, she lowers her head and quietly gives her consent. A system notification confirms Hana is
Ko-fi Streambot. Visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
a decision that is irreversible. Rin processes this, concluding that the fight has now become much easier for him. He knows Yanagi won't attack Hana as long as she isn't the designated target. His objective is now simple. He just has to defeat Yanagi. Yanagi scoffs at her familiar weapon, taunting Rin for not abandoning his system. His confidence absolute, he dismisses the notion that Rin could possibly defeat him. He beckons his opponent forward with an arrogant, single-word command. Rin remains certain, but a jolt of warning is fleeing.
Gold Leopard Boo. Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
Using appraisal, Rin confirms with shock that they are he realizes that
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
Rin was a fact that now seems impossible. He correctly deduces that Yanagi must possess a concealed skill. A sinister grin spreads across Yanagi.
Hey Gold, welcome, welcome.
Does someone need a hug?
Huggy, huggy. Thanks for the hug.
He declares there is absolutely no way to defeat him. With a thunderous stomp, Yanagi raises his sword and vows to put Rin for war. One of his monstrous summons, a lightning green steam, unleashes its power. Pointing his sword, Yanagi screams for Rin to attack. A fiery lion-like creature also joins the assault, its eyes blazing with magical energy. Rin remains calm, calling upon his own powers, nameless and green, yet ready.
Gold Leopard, what are attacking?
Looks like a Mouser bot from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and a zombie dodo.
His confidence shatters as he stares into the burning smoke with utter shock. Rin stands in the center of the blast, completely unscathed by the magical onslaught. he notes that not even Rin's clothes are damaged. Before he can
Really?
recover, Rin lunges forward in a blur of motion. Yanagi is caught completely off guard by the sudden, aggressive maneuver. He realizes Rin has some kind
I'm
of
grabbing the
defense
kitty.
against magic and commands his beast to stop him. Rin's gaze is sharp as he considers switching to a physical attack instead. Yanagi orders his snarling orc king to engage
Gold
Rin
Leopard,
in
you're on
close
Val.
combat. The hulking beast brings
Yes,
its
but
massive
I'm not
claw
on
down, a blow
the
Yanagi believes
Death
is
Valley one.
undefendable.
I'm on the
Rin
neighborhood server.
remains utterly unfazed, his perception time slowing as he dismisses the attack. In a flicker of movement, his blade cuts cleanly through the orc
Come here,
king's
kitty.
Gold Leopard, okay.
Yanagi's face is a mask of wide-eyed, slack-jawed astonishment at the display. Rin leaps into the air, a whirlwind of deadly grace, cutting down the remaining beasts. The monstrous summons let out guttural cries of pain and shock as they are dispatched. A dragon-like creature roars in its final moments before dissolving into nothingness. Rin lands softly amidst the fading remains of the monstrous army.
Gold Leopard,
Yanagi is
oh,
frozen in
kitty.
place, screaming in a mixture of rage and terror. Rin rushes forward again, his expression one of cold, unwavering focus. Yanagi barely manages to parry the strike, grunting from the force of the impact. He anticipates a follow-up attack, his body tense and ready to defend. His eyes widen in shock as he sees Rin's free hand begin to glow. Rin pulls his sword back, which suddenly ignites with a strange, multicolored aura. Yanagi identifies the four distinct colors: crimson, peach, sky blue, and yellow. With a look of cold determination, Rin speaks a single command: release. Yanagi is thrown back by an explosive blast of magic, his arms sizzling from the burn. A torrent of raw energy erupts from Rin's sword, engulfing his opponent. Yanagi is shocked that Rin, who seemed immune to magic, is now using it against him. As the energy subsides, Yanagi notices that one of the four colors has vanished from Rin's blade. He connects the erase spells with the powerful magic that was just unleashed. His expression transforms into one of pure terror as he understands the truth. He screams in horrified realization, his voice cracking with the impossible truth. He and Rin both identify the weapon's true nature, a plunderer's sword. Watching from afar, Hana confirms their discovery, identifying Rin as a plunderer user. Rin points his glowing blade, greed at Yanagi, preparing to attack once more. He declares that he will take it all, as a panel details his sword's magic-stealing abilities. The two combatants clash again, their blades a blur of motion. Yanagi brings his two swords together in a defensive stance, anticipating Rin's next move. Rin utters a single command, switch, as he prepares to change his weapon and tactics. Switching weapons mid-battle, Rin equips a sleek, speed sword with impressive stats. His opponent, Yanagi, recalls a past clash, deducing Rin's level is between 10,000 and 13,000. Yanagi dismisses Rin's previous weapon, certain his own speed will be the deciding factor. Believing agility is the key to victory, Yanagi engages
I gotta go see
in
what those mean.
high-velocity duel. He is immediately shocked by the sheer speed and weight of Rin's counterattacks. With every sharp clang of their blades, a terrifying truth begins to dawn on him. Yanagi reels back in disbelief, realizing Rin's physical abilities far surpass him. He questions how Rin's level could have more than doubled in such a short time. A wave of despair washes over him as he fears his ability. Sensing his advantage, Rin decides he needs a different method to end the fight. Yanagi curses Rin's unknown short sword, which completely covers his blade. A frustrating memory surfaces, he knows Rin's magic stealing abilities will not only negate his spells, but turn them against him. Resigned to a physical confrontation, he resolves to fight. His new strategy is to defend hastily, very similar to Rin, however, has his own, raising his weapon a massive magical blast erupts from the blade, touching Yanagi. Yanagi's face contorts in shock. The impact tears his deep flesh. He acknowledges his skill's dangerous drawbacks, but knows he has no other choice. His face twists with rage as he vows to kill Rin, no matter the cost. Fueled by desperate power, he lunges forward with blinding speed. He is filled with confidence, believing this single, impossibly fast strike will win. His blade is stopped mid-air by an unseen...
Pokemon community game A Wild Silcoon appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
He realizes an invisible wall, a hard barrier, has protected him. Yanagi's surprise turns to resolve. He will not hesitate to break through. He challenges Rin, determined to see how long the barrier can last. He unleashes a furious, non-stop barrage of slashes against the invisible shield. Rin stands his ground, but the strain of the relentless assault is visible. A thin crack appears on the barrier, signaling its impending failure. Yanagi grins triumphantly, knowing the barrier has a limit, and prepares the final duel.
Okay, I need to pause that. I'm gonna look up a video here to tame a Mega Raptor since person doesn't want to tell me how to. Because apparently it's supposed to be a particular way. It's fine. Let's see, Arxville Ascended.
Pokemon community game Silcoon escaped. No one caught it.
Really? You want to play the fuck around find out game? Yeah, you played the fuck around find out game and you died for it. What a dumbass. Where's Mega Raptor? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, I'm gonna get that drop real quick. Arrows and soap, yeah, it's something. Okay. Also, these other streamers, I don't know.
They already left.
Okay, let's see here.
In this video, I'm going to teach you how you tame the brand new Mega Raptor that just came out for Arctic Hero. And yeah, they're only available on this map currently. And if you're looking for them, I can tell you that they pretty much spawn all over the map. If you've got access to the gene scanner, your best bet is to just easily scan for them. But I've seen them spawn here in the White Cliffs. I've seen them spawn over in the Redwoods. I've seen them spawn in the jungle. They seem to spawn pretty much everywhere, but they're not crazy common. That's the only thing. My recommendation is if you find one, you should probably kill all the creatures in the area, because you don't want anything wandering into the area while you're trying to actually get this thing tamed, especially aggressive creatures. So in terms of the items that you're actually going to need to get this thing tamed, I would definitely recommend at least flak, because they actually deal a significant amount of damage, especially at your high level. doing this right, you're not really going to get hit too many times, but you don't want to really take that risk. You want to have some good armor just in case. Additionally, you're going to at minimum need a basic primitive torch. If you've got something better, definitely bring that, and I'll show you why in a few minutes. On top of that, I would also recommend bringing items that you can use to repair the torch. So you're going to need a decent amount of stone, flint, and wood, and you can easily repair the torch as you go instead of making it 50 of them. And then I guess if you want to, you could probably bring some medical brews. And also, we're going to be testing out Enduro Stew in this video because I actually don't know if that's going to help at all. Oh, and then, you know, if you're taming it at the very end, you're going to need some at least exceptional kibble. You could also use mutton or prime meat, any one of those. All right, out of admin mode, let's get this done. For this example, we're going to be taming a 150, so I'm simply just going to spawn one in. I have seen them spawn in this area, so I'm happy to do that right here. What you're going to be looking for when you do find yourself a Mega Raptor is this right here. So this is the Mega Raptor altar. You're going to need to come up to this and then pull out a torch, and this is going to begin the whole process. Going to go ahead and hit E, and then as you can see, everything becomes really foggy, and the Mega Raptor is going to try to attack you. What you need to do is hit it before it hits you. So yeah, we're going to wait for it to pop out. It's going to kind of spook you a little bit. So as you can see right there, we got some stars appearing, and also we got a little bit of progress on the torpidity bar at the bottom there. Yeah, that means that we did it correctly. Otherwise, I would be taking damage, and my armor would be progressively breaking. And yeah, if you know, you can take some damage. Oh, there we go. You can see it just kind of pops out randomly. I don't really know if there's a certain amount of seconds between them. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Sometimes it pops out immediately. My recommendation is to be in third-person mode because you can spot it a lot faster. And yeah, you need to just swing your torch at it. Oh, it got me before I got it. There we go. Yeah, that's not great. Let's try to pay more attention here. You just really want to be fast with it. You can almost kind of see it. If you're facing one way and it appears behind you, you can see it. You can quickly flip around and go ahead and smack it behind you. See, I'm going to switch to the Ascendant torch here in a second, and I'll show you that it actually makes a significant difference. So yeah, we're going to test this out. You can see we've only done like a little bit of torpor so far. And oh, I got hit. Unfortunately, I didn't properly turn somehow. Not even sure how that happened. But yeah, my armor is taking a little bit of a beating. Oops, there we go, we got it. Okay, so you can see right there, we actually did a lot more torpor. You'll see in a minute. Hang on a second, you gotta wait for a second. E, got it again. We're doing a little bit more torpor with the better torch. So yeah, that's why I would recommend at minimum bringing, you know, a primitive one just to have, but yeah, you definitely want to be bringing a pretty good one as well. And you can repair them on the fly as well. We're gonna wait for that. What we can do is we can hold down Alt and then hit 9 to repair the one that I don't have in my hand. And then that way we are not vulnerable to get hit. And then if we want to repair the one that is really good, we can just switch to our other one and just do the exact same thing. But obviously it doesn't really need repairing right now, but it can't hurt to just, you know, go ahead and get a little bit of that done. So yeah, what I actually want to test out is the Enduro Stew. We're going to see that with the primitive torch here. See if we're going to do... it almost kind of makes it look like it did a little bit extra. I'm assuming that it goes based on the actual melee damage that it's technically doing to it. I don't really know if it's making much of a difference. It's very hard to tell. Exactly how much torpor it even has right now, because I have tracked it with the binoculars, and it seems to pop away. So yeah, you can't really keep an eye on it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that actually makes a difference. I feel like it does, but it's really hard to tell.
Some probably got this egg. Let's see, we got Rexons. Yeah, don't take the bones. Come on, Rexy.
Botrix, thank you for the follow at Drift King. Pokemon community game a wild Ledian appears catcher using
King, thank you very much for
Catch.
your follow
Winners
on,
revealed in S.
Kick. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you enjoy your time here. My name is Kaito Destiny. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Currently I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended. Waiting for this Rexy to come and
Drift
get
King Owo.
this nice little corpsey I got for it. No, Rexy, no, don't go that way. Oh no, 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 no. Don't make the zombie dodo come to me. God damn it.
Drift King, I'm a furry and I like drifting games.
Oh, well. Welcome, welcome then, cause I'm a furry myself. Okay. I'm a blue fluffy dragon. I've been a furry since 8 years old, and now I'm streaming as one. Woo.
Pokemon community game Ledian escaped. No one caught it. Drift King, my TikTok name is Badragon.
Ah, I don't have TikTok.
Drift King, I stream there, but I'm trying to stream on Kick.
Ah, gotcha. Oh shit! I can take. Let me on! 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 Yes! For the prime!
Drift King, I heard you can lock your stream behind a paywall here.
Yeah, something like that.
Drift King, I need consistency when it comes to revenue because the other platform is not doing it for me.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on what you're streaming, what you're doing, and if people want to see a VTuber or not.
Drift King, I'm sim racing. Drift King, can I get a hoya?
Get a hoya?
Drift King, LOL.
I don't know what the meme is from, but why the hell not? God damn, how much health does this Bronto have? Oh, it's dead already.
Drift King, it's up. Botrix at Drift King, you leveled up to level.
It's up. I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Drift King, it's overpowered.
Overpowered. I don't get it.
Kofi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL. Drift King, you said he had a lot of health.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about the, oh yeah, I don't know what the meme is for, but...
Drift King the boss is overpowered.
Yeah, the boss is a baby Bronto. Oh shit, oh, there's otters here. There's otters over here. I need to come back. Alright, there's a few things I can kill over here. And I got a few minutes left, so I need to kill fast.
Drift King IGTG bye.
Alright, you take care. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. Please take care and stay safe. Stay happy, healthy, hydrated. No! Fuck. Okay. Don't use team dinos with this. Oh, fuck. Oh, if I knew that, I wouldn't have frickin' sent the command to make the RG attack too. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. 47 attack, so that's good. 42 health. Could have been better, but it came out with what it's got. Okay, let's see.
Pokemon community
Okay,
game. A
next
wild Growlithe
target.
appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
His sword is raised high, ready to shatter the failing defense. Just as he lunges, Rin once again holds his magic-stealing dagger forward. A focused blast of energy erupts, striking Yanagi and throwing him off balance. The impact sears Yanagi's flesh, but his determination remains unshaken. Rin reflects that it was a close call, having now used his last stolen spell. Yanagi believes all that's left is the killing blow and prepares to start. He rushes forward one last time, screaming that this is the end for Omina Rin. As Yanagi closes in, he notices Rin is standing perfectly still. Rin's mind is focused. He will not let his guard down and will use all his power. Yanagi is momentarily
Pokemon community game. Growlithe escaped. No one caught it.
Rin's gaze gives him a moment of pause. He quickly dismisses the feeling, convinced his victory is assured with his final strike. Rin knows Yanagi's fatal mistake was acting without knowing his unique skill. Having reached level 20, Rin activates his true trump card, Time Zero. The world warps, and Yanagi is surrounded by Kaito and Rin striking simultaneously. Rin's face is a mask of cold, detached focus, as his ultimate skill is unleashed. Yanagi screams in agony as he is he identifies the power as instant chain teleportation, a godlike level of swordsmanship. The sheer speed and force of the attack leave him reeling in disbelief. He recognizes his phenomenal powers embodied in his hidden ability. Battered and bleeding, Yanagi shifts to a desperate survival strategy, using animal control. Rin knows he must imitate, hoping to make Yanagi waste his last spell. He plants his foot firmly on the ground, preparing for his next move. Yanagi stumbles back, cursing as he barely dodges another lightning-fast punch. Rin closes the distance in an instant. A blur of magic. He grabs Yanagi's arm, catching him completely by surprise. Rin utters the command of release, and his sword starts to close with a buzzing energy. Yanagi's eyes widen in shock at the sudden disappearance. Rin understands. A brilliant flash of light erupts, sending Yanagi flying. Rin stands confidently, declaring that his opponent fell for the trap. Yanagi skids across the broken ground, the momentum carrying his fall. He realizes the last attack was a feint to lure out his final spell. Activating Time Zero himself, he mocks Rin's one-trick pony skill. He whirls around, swinging his sword to intercept Rin's teleport. His confident expression turns to confusion as Rin is not where he predicted. Rin stands his ground, holding a glowing card-like object to set his release. His eyes are calm and focused as he unleashes the stored magic. A brilliant flash of light shoots from the object toward his charging opponent. Yanagi is engulfed in a massive surge of electricity, his HP rapidly depleting. He collapses, smoking and defeated, questioning how Rin still has magic. A horrifying realization begins to come. He understands Rin didn't. He reabsorbed the spell he was tricked into casting. Staring at his opponent, Yanagi can only think of one word: monster. He acknowledges Rin surpasses him in every conceivable way. Rin's superiority in physical abilities, weapons, skills, and thought process is absolute. Despite his defeat, Yanagi struggles to his feet, admitting Rin is strong. A final spark of defiance burns in his eyes and shouts his refusal to yield. In a last desperate act, he hurls his swords at Rin. Rin is caught off guard by this unexpected move. Surprise turns to horror as he sees the sword is aimed not at him, but at Hana. Amon Rin watches his
Damn it.
desperate damage in his eyes. A piercing scream of horror. His sister Hana looks up in absolute terror. Rin's face distorts in disbelief. The victor of Yanagi declares, abandoning his plan to Hana's skill. Yanagi pulls his sword, expecting Rin to kill him. With calm resolve, Rin activates his enemy. Yanagi utterly shocked by Rin's unexpected maneuver. Rin appears directly in front of Yanagi, blocking his charge. Yanagi questions why Rin intercepted him, while the sword flew toward Hana. The thrown blade is deflected by an invisible barrier. Yanagi's eye widens as the truth begins to dawn on him. He realizes Rin used the barrier to protect his sister. Yanagi understands Rin's role as Rin looks down at his outmaneuvered foe. His eyes are filled with chilling, unwavering resolve. Enraged, Yanagi screams Rin's name and lunges forward. Rin calmly informs him that he has made a choice. With a swift slash, Rin severs Yanagi's hand at the wrist. Yanagi stares in utter disbelief at his own mistake. Rin condemns him for touching someone else. He prepares a powerful, two-handed strike with his ornate sword. His face twists with fury, declaring Yanagi's actions unforgivable. Yanagi watches in terror as the massive blade descends on him. The blow lands. A fatal gash.
Come on, focus on me.
Yanagi's chest as he cries out. His body slumps forward, collapsing upon his feet. He hits the barren earth with a final heavy thud. Yanagi lies motionless in a groaning pool of his own blood. Rin's hand clenches the hilt. The battle's tension. Standing over his vanquished foe, Rin quietly declares his victory. From the ground, Yanagi looks up, his expression one of weary acceptance.
Come here, bitch.
His heartbeat
Come here.
slows as he acknowledges his utter defeat. He realizes with grim irony that he was in Rin's palm the entire time. He recalls Rin's superior skills and his merciless final blow. With his last breath, he asks Rin if he has ever killed before. Rin replies that Yanagi will be his first. With a dark smile, Yanagi calls him a true monster. Rin in turn recalls the first time he killed him, his hands trembling. He remembers the crushing weight of taking him away, even in self-defense. He acknowledges that the person he was never disappointed. Yanagi vows to watch how Rin uses his incredible power. As his opponent dies, Rin gains 121 levels in an instant. He obtains the Plunderer skill, now reset to level 1. He understands the skill requires the target's consent to be removed. Rin realizes the dying Yanagi must have willingly passed the skill to him. Turning away from the corpse, he makes a silent vow. He resolves that even with the same power, he will not become like Yanagi. He reflects that while it looked like an easy win, he was pushed to the line. He recalls the two new powers that secured his victory, Greed and Time Zero. Using both powerful weapons together consumed a massive amount of his MP. He acknowledges how dangerously intelligent his opponent truly was. He knows that a single wrong move could have resulted in his own death. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he approaches Hana to see if she's okay. Overwhelmed, she cries out his name and throws herself into his arms. She buries her face in his chest, admitting how scared she was. He apologizes for being late, but she clarifies the source of her fear. With tears in her eyes, she confesses she was terrified he almost died. He asks if the thrown sword managed to hit her.
Wisebot viewers, HMS.
The skills description confirms it can be cast on targets other than the owner. Rin remembers casting the barrier on her the moment he arrived. Hana adds that she recast it on herself after the combat ended. She looks at him with admiration, stating that he's really strong. Rin apologizes for hiding his true power from her. Hana understands now why he had to, having been targeted herself. He promises to explain everything once they get home, and she agrees. He resolves to tell her the entire story of how he gained his strength. For now, Hana just wants to be grateful for her safety. Rin looks at her, his own emotions welling. He begins to express his own profound relief. Kneeling before her, he tells her how glad he is that she is safe. The scene shifts to adventurers gathered outside the Sunafuku Dungeon Tower. The crowd is anxiously worried about those still inside. One adventurer voices concern that Yanagi and Hana haven't returned. Suddenly, a figure is spotted emerging from the dungeon's door. Hana steps out alone, looking weary but resolute. The other adventurers rush to her, relieved but questioning why she was left behind. Looking flustered, she begins to recount the cover. She explains a monster attack separated her from the others. The others ask about Yanagi, just as Hana's voice out. Rin runs towards the group, perfectly staging his arrival. He panics, apologizing for being late to her practice. His internal thoughts reveal he teleported in to avoid suspicion. He explains his full plan to sneak out and create a perfect alibi. A dungeon association member announces that backup is on the way. 20 minutes later, the grim news of Yanagi and Katagiri's death spreads. An adventurer presents a magic stone slab found in the bodies. Rin and Hana watch as the discovery is made. The slab's text reveals that Yanagi killed Katagiri. One adventurer finds it hard to believe, wanting to verify the information. Another connects Yanagi's plunderer skill to another mysterious death. The association leader decides they must reopen the previous case. Rin listens as the others agree to the investigation. He reveals he was the one who prepared the slab, omitting his and Hana's presence. He couldn't let Yanagi's crimes remain hidden, but had to protect his own safety. A young woman from the Dungeon Association puzzles over the anonymous slab. Her superior insists they must investigate, despite the person's wish for anonymity. He orders her to ask the other adventurers if they saw anyone suspicious. Addressing the group, she apologizes for the incident and requests their cooperation. Rin and Hana recall being questioned about the monsters, systems, demeanors. Ultimately, their involvement remained a secret, and they were allowed to leave. That evening, the Amon residence is peaceful under a starry sky. A knock at the door startles Rin as he rests in his room. Opening the door, he finds his sister, Hana, peeking inside. Clutching a pillow, she shyly asks if she can sleep with him tonight. He agrees with a warm smile, understanding she must be scared. Lying in bed together, Hana wonders how long it's been since they last did this. She turns to her brother, sincerely thanking him for coming to safety. He gently pats her head, reassuring her. As moonlight fills the room, she admits that she feels a little sad. Her expression turns serious as she begins to express her feelings. She reveals her goal was to become an adventurer and protect herself. With disappointment, he confesses that he had to protect her anyway. Rin is surprised she shared her reason, having not expected it so soon. He worries that the traumatic experience might have weakened her resolve. Hana's expression shifts to one of fierce determination. She clenches her fist, vowing to become strong enough to protect others. Moved, Rin is certain his strong-willed sister can achieve anything. He tells her that he understands how she feels. He reminds her she doesn't have to face her goals alone. With a playful wink, he teases her about abandoning him so quickly. Hana is flustered by his teasing, a blush spreading across her face. She lets out a small sound of exasperation. Overwhelmed by his caring nature, she pulls the covers over her head. The room falls into a comfortable silence as the night deepens. They wish each other good night, settling in under the covers. The narration confirms they slept soundly until the morning. A nostalgic image shows them sleeping peacefully, just like when they were kids. A few days later, a foot crunches on grassy earth. The colossal, futuristic remote magic tower looms in the distance. Rin remarks that it feels like a long time since he was last there. Hana, standing by the tower wall, readies herself for dungeon teleportation. She places her hand on the wall, but there is only silence. Rin isn't surprised, realizing this dungeon works differently. His dungeon teleportation LV 20 inches skill is displayed, detailing its powerful parameters. He puzzles over why the skill won't activate through the 400-meter wall. He recalls that this particular dungeon has always had strange levels. Each level had its own sky, feeling like a separate world. This recollection leads him to a new startling theory. He concludes the tower's interior exists in an entirely separate space. The massive structure is a dungeon that exists outside their world. This realization frustrates him, as it means he can't get his third reward. He also wonders how the system chose to show him instead of Hana. The system understood his heart, showing him Hana was in danger. He recalls the system's voice, which encouraged him and called him by name. The voice had felt strangely nostalgic, filled with real emotion. He looks up at the sky, asking what the system is thinking. Clenching his fist, he sighs in disappointment. Deciding if the dead one is dead, he resolves to test the system for more years. His senses suddenly scream alarm, and his eyes widen in the air. He swishes, alerts him to the sound. A beautiful blonde woman lands closer, confirming the happening. He turns, his face cast in shock. The woman calling her stands on the floor, she states that she is specific. The scene flashes back to the previous day. The guildmaster moves out. Claire is surprised to see a photo of us. The photo is of a young man. The end of the shot. The guildmaster takes Claire, asking if the young man interested. He slides the photo across the desk to her as a gift. Claire sighs in exasperation, holding the photo of a man. She asks who the young man in the picture is. The guildmaster explains Rin's name came up, and he wants to recruit him. He tasks Claire with bringing Rin to him directly. Claire questions this, recalling reports that Rin wasn't very strong. The guildmaster clarifies that was only on the surface. He reveals his belief that Rin is hiding his true abilities. Claire demands to know the basis for his assumption. He presents a confidential document, which she takes with a soft sound. She recognizes it as the report on the murder during a dungeon practice session. The guildmaster warns her that what he's about to say is confidential. Claire processes the information, her gaze fixed on the guild's mom exterior. She considers that Rin's sister's involvement explains his presence. A memory of Rin and Hana shows his reason for rushing to the scene. The guildmaster reveals another mystery, a magic stone slab found at the scene. Claire identifies the object, noting the words carved into it. The slab describes the events of the murder, left behind as a clue. The text implicates Yanagi, who had a skill called plundering. This suggests someone killed Yanagi after he murdered Katagiri. Claire is puzzled as to why the killer would leave such evidence. The guildmaster agrees it's strange, as leaving nothing would be safer. He explains that Yanagi was a suspect in other similar crimes. The association concluded a mystery killer slipped out of the dungeon. The guildmaster points out that Amani Rin appeared before the investigation. He suggests Rin could have gotten in and out using a special skill. With a triumphant win, he declares his theory to be solid. Claire acknowledges that, for his theory to be she questions if he could truly defeat Red 000 plus foes by himself. Despite Rin's short career, the guildmaster firmly believes he was capable. He reveals Rin's unique skill is a type of teleportation they've never seen. Claire is stunned, realizing the incredible power such an ability would grant. A man with sharp features theorizes about a skill that was once useless and has since evolved. From the shadows, he confidently suggests this person also defeated the Kinzaki dungeon boss. Claire realizes he could have used his skill to enter the sealed boss room, and he confirms her deduction. Staring at a man's photo, she understands why he would need to hide such an ability. With a somber expression, she admits to personally knowing the devastation too much power can cause. In the guildmaster's office, she asks why she was chosen for the recruitment mission. The guildmaster gushes, declaring his daughter is the cutest one in the world. Claire sighs, realizing he has no intention of giving her a serious answer. Admitting a slight curiosity about the target, she accepts the assignment, much to her father's delight. He hands her a document, revealing it contains the Amane family's address. Taking the paper, she muses on how easily he can acquire private information with his connections. Looking at the photo, she wonders what kind of person Amane Rin truly is. Aman is startled as a figure suddenly appears before him near the colossal tower. A beautiful blonde woman materializes on the grassy hill, her presence catching him completely off guard. He He is left utterly dazed and speechless by her sudden and unexpected appearance. The woman, Claire, looks at him with a questioning gaze, confirming his identity. Startled, Amon stammers, asking who she is as she questions if something is wrong. She suggests they can be informal since they are the same age, asking him to call her Claire. He awkwardly agrees, while she formally addresses him as Amani-san in return. Amon is internally flustered by the strange pace of the conversation and her continued formality. He directly asks what she wants, noting she must have investigated him to find him. Claire is taken aback by his sharp perception, her hand rising to her mouth in surprise. Apologizing for making him uncomfortable, she promises to be quick as he asks what she wants. With a serious and determined expression, she states her purpose, to recruit him into her guild. He is surprised by the offer, which she confirms is a formal negotiation from her guildmaster. His mind races, questioning why a top guild would suddenly scout him now. She reveals she is with the Yozuki Guild, which is headquartered in this very city. Amani recognizes the name, recalling that his acquaintance Yui had joined the top guild in Japan. Claire formally invites him to the guild's headquarters to speak with the guildmaster. He internally weighs the pros and cons, considering that the guild's However, he has no intention of joining a guild, preferring to level up on his own. A sudden he knows he has hidden his true power.
Kitty. I got a kitty on my
Deciding he
lap.
must uncover their true motives, he resolves to hear her out. Besides his logical reasoning, a deeper intuition tells him something is at play. He feels an inexplicable sensation, a feeling that this is something he shouldn't let go of. With his mind made up, he gives a simple, affirmative answer. He agrees to go for a talk, and Claire thanks him gratefully. A sleek white car pulls up, and she gestures for him to get inside. As he gets in, he sits beside Claire, the car's interior feeling tense. He senses an immediate and palpable hostility from the driver in the front seat. The driver, Yagami, gives him a cold, dismissive glance in the rearview mirror. The snub is clear and intentional, leaving Amani to wonder about the source of the animosity. Claire calmly instructs Yagami to drive as Amani processes the hostile atmosphere. He tries to dismiss the feeling, assuming it's all in his head as the car remains silent. Amani asks Claire if she investigated him solely for the purpose of this recruitment. She explains her original plan was to go to his house but spotted him by the tenant. She calls their meeting a statement that quietly accepts. The fact she knows his home address sends a shiver of unease down his spine. His face twitches with discomfort at the unsettling revelation of her thorough investigation. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of energy rips through the city streets. Amani recognizes the high-density manifesto, a phenomenon that should only occur in a dungeon. With a grim expression, Claire confirms his fear. It's a dungeon collapse. Yagami adds that as long as the last boss is alive, monsters will continue to pour out. Claire identifies the direction, and they realize which dungeon is collapsing. The source is the B-ranked Shiranui dungeon, with a staggering recommended level of 15,000. A man is shocked, as it's a higher-level dungeon than any he has ever challenged. Claire apologizes, explaining their meeting is postponed as they are heading to the scene. He is surprised she intends to fight, and she confirms that she is going. Amon considers the danger, as a collapse often doubles a monster's strength. He knows the logical choice is to leave, as fighting would reveal his true power. Despite the risks, a determined glint appears in his eyes as he fights. Looking at Claire with newfound resolve,
Ko-fi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Her eyes wide with surprise. A flashback reveals Amon's plans from a few hours earlier that day. At home, he prepared for an experiment, packing his bag for a dungeon dive. His goal was to use dungeon teleportation to re-enter the magic tower of isolation. He anticipated a fierce battle, requiring careful preparation for the multi-day ordeal. A news report detailed an adventurer who became the youngest to surpass level 100,000. He was tired of seeing the same news story about the record-shattering S-rank adventurer. With a decisive click of the remote, he turned off the television. He felt he had no time to worry about others' achievements. His own urgent need was to become as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. Fully clad in his adventurer gear, he declared himself ready to go. On his way to the tower, the news of the S-rank adventurer replayed in his mind. He didn't know why, but it felt like a premonition of his meeting with her. The car speeds down the road, a sudden jolt mirroring the urgency of the situation. Claire
I
questions
got a
Amane's
purring
decision
kitty
to
on my
leave
lap
Earth,
who's giving me
but
all
she
the
stays
nuggins
determined.
right now.
He believes he can at least
Yes.
evacuate
While
his
I
sister.
wait and
She
tame
is
this
about to
adder,
protest further, but the
I
trials
will
of
cuddle
Mason
this fluff
make his
baby.
path. Yagami states they have no authority to order him around as he is acting on his own. They arrive at their destination. Their expression is grim as they take in the scene. The Shiranui dungeon
Beep, beep,
tower is
beep.
surrounded
Oh,
by
there goes Kitty.
Amon notes with relief that a fragile defensive balance is being maintained. They approach the defenders to assist and ask for a status report. A female adventurer explains that monsters are appearing one after another, without end. She adds that everyone is giving their all just to hold them off. Claire asks if any parties have gone for the last boss, but they have not yet returned. Amon knows the protocol. A B-rank collapse requires at least an A-rank adventure. With a level of 20,000 needed, the situation is far more dire than it appears. A dreadful realization dawns on him, and his hand clenches into a fist. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, throwing the adventurers off balance. Amani recognizes the tremors from a previous collapse, knowing it can only mean one thing. A section of the dungeon wall explodes outward in a shadow. A colossal, muscular figure emerges, a monstrous horned beast with a single eye. The force of its emergence sends adventurers flying in a panic rout. Amidst the chaos, Amon calmly activates his appraisal skill. The results are terrifying. Cyclops, level 40,000. Amon is floored by the number, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other adventurers are paralyzed with despair, wondering how they can possibly fight it. Amidst the chaos, Amon Rin concludes he cannot simply stand by and let others die. He resolves to fight, willing to reveal his true strength to prevent the monster from killing anyone. A wave of doubt washes over him as he questions if he can truly take on such a powerful foe. He calculates that with his skills and his sword, nameless, his power could rival the level 40,000 beast. The grim reality sets in. He knows a single hit from the Cyclops will be instantly fatal. He recognizes the biggest problem is that he is outside the dungeon, surrounded by other adventurers. This location severely limits his abilities, preventing him from using his key skills, dungeon teleportation, and time zero. Facing a hopeless situation without his usual tactics, he accepts that he has no other choice but to fight. As he prepares to charge the massive Cyclops, his determination is clear in his eyes. Gripping his sword tightly, he begins his lunge toward the overwhelming foe. A calm voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, asking Amani to please stay back. Amon skids to a halt, his face a mask of pure shock and confusion. The S-rank adventurer Claire steps in front of him, her expression serene but firm. A glowing snowflake crest materializes in the air before her as she focuses her power. She positions herself directly between Amani and the roaring Cyclops, ready to engage. Amon cries out for her to stop, warning her that her actions are reckless. He watches, flustered and amazed, as she prepares to face the monster alone. With a calm expression, Claire extends a hand towards the glowing crest. She utters a single, chilling command, activating her ability. A magnificent sword of pure, crystalline ice materializes from the light before her. Amani stares in astonishment, recognizing the weapon as an ice sword as she grasps.
Oh, did it not work? Oh,
the world becomes a blur
here, let me bring it up.
lines, representing her impossible speed. Two other adventurers look on in awe, completely stunned by her movement. Claire now stands ready, her ice sword held firmly, radiating an aura of immense power. Her face is a mask of concentration as she moves faster than the eye can see. The Cyclops stands momentarily confused, its club raised as the ground around it is exposed. Amani is shocked, questioning if she vanished using teleportation. He quickly realizes it's not teleportation, but a speed so incredible the naked eye cannot follow. The Cyclops is cleaved by a vertical slash of light before it can even react. Amon and his companions look on, completely stunned by the instantaneous attack. In a breathtaking display of skill, Claire soars through the air.
Gold Leopard, I was about saying you ha 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 ha. Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
Fast and decisive blow. She lands softly on the ground behind the Cyclops for attack. Standing at the back of the monster, a trail of icy energy.
Okay, it works now.
The Cyclops' head splits apart, crackling and destroyed. The two halves of the colossal monster crash to the ground on either side of her. Amon and the other adventurers stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the overwhelming display of power. His mind flashes back to a news report detailing her record-breaking achievement of surpassing level 100,000. He looks at her, now understanding her identity, and questions if she is truly Claire. The memory of a previous, quieter conversation with her surfaces in his mind. He recalls her mentioning that she hadn't told him much about herself. In that memory, she revealed to a surprised Amane that she was a member of the Yotsuki Guild. Now she formally introduces herself as Kisaragi Claire, the 12th S-ranked adventurer in Japan. A short time later, after Claire's decisive victory, the immediate crisis has passed. Walking through the rubble, she reports that all monsters on the surface have been eliminated. Another adventurer confirms there are wounded but no deaths, which brings Claire a sense of relief. Amon reflects gratefully, acknowledging that facing the monster alone prevents battle. As officials from the Dungeon Association arrive,
Gold leopard, my stomach hurt from laughing, can't breathe, lol.
Amon observes that, unlike him, Claire doesn't seem to hide her.
Good.
He wonders how she, at only 19, gained such incredible strength. He speculates that visiting her guild, Yozuki, might reveal the reason for her rapid growth. Claire finishes her conversation and announces that it's time for them to depart. When she asks him to lead the way, Amani is momentarily flustered but agrees. Before they leave, Claire states that there's something she needs to do first. She approaches the corpse of a large reptilian.
Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god!
Goldine, F, appears catch it using, Poke catch, winners revealed in S.
The large modern headquarters of the Yosuke Guild. Arriving by car, Amon is impressed by the magnificent building, fitting for a top guild. Claire leads him inside through the automatic glass doors of the store. As they walk down a pristine corridor, other guild members greet them. A woman with a ribbon in her hair offers a polite good morning to Claire. Another more energetic girl with pigtails cheerfully calls out to Claire-chan. Amani notes the surprising number of young people in this top-tier guild. He thinks about how the most powerful adventurers are usually older.
Okay, seriously, what is...
Observing the friendly greetings...
Fucking Ark, fix your shit. I'm getting sick of this. I wanna...
She modestly suggests her popularity...
You can't tame the fucking babies, cause...
Amani is completely shocked by this revelation.
Fucking stupid bullshit.
He's heard of it. Claire leads him to a set of double doors, announcing it's the Guildmaster's room and knocks. A voice invites them in, and they enter the office. Amani looking visibly nervous. His eyes land on the man behind the desk, and a flicker of familiarity. He struggles to place him on the Guildmaster before. Claire formally reports to the Guildmaster, Kisaragi Daisuke, about the dungeon collapse and Amane's arrival. Daisuke turns his attention to Amane, welcoming him and introducing himself. He asks Amane if he remembers a past recruitment attempt, which jogs...
Pokemon community game Goldine, F, escaped. No one caught it.
He realizes the
Well,
Guildmaster
you...
himself
Here.
tried to recruit him a year ago.
Go there. Lay there.
Gold leopard,
Stop.
I want to see other drinky is.
Private conversation. Claire politely excuses herself from the room. She closes...
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Amane and Daisuke alone. Now seated opposite each other, Daisuke gets straight to the point of their meeting. Before Daisuke can formally make his offer, Amane interjects with a pressing question. Daisuke looks at him intently and calmly invites him to go ahead and ask. Amane asks why he was suddenly recruited, wondering if it's for the same
Great.
reason.
Stream elements, welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here. Carrot W carrot.
He pauses dramatically before delivering his true assessment of Amane's power. His expression becomes sharp and intense as he addresses Amane directly. Daisuke makes a startling accusation, asking if Amane is hiding his power from everyone. Amane, flustered, asks for the basic
Gold leopard O.
knowing Daisuke must have the proof. Daisuke's confident expression confirms Amane's fear. He has compelling evidence. He lists two specific events, the Kenzaki dungeon collapse and the Sumifuku dungeon murders. He looks directly at Amane and asks if that explanation satisfies him. The truth of his situation cracks. When Amane demands proof, Daisuke laughs and agrees to explain his reasoning. Amane's narration confirms that, frustratingly, most of Daisuke's speculations were correct. Daisuke begins his explanation, acknowledging that Amane's teleportation skill was once considered inferior. He correctly theorizes that the skill's evolution could allow for incredible feats, like warping items. Amon realizes with a jolt that Daisuke has figured out the true worth of his skill, bypassing the dungeon cooldown. Amani Rin feigns shock, hoping to throw the Guildmaster off his trail. The Guildmaster winks knowingly, confident that his deduction was correct. He empathizes with Rin's past, understanding his desire to hide his improved skill. The Guildmaster notes Rin's extraordinary growth, having gained 10,000 levels in a year. He warns that if this power were discovered, trouble would surely follow. The Guildmaster offers his guild support for when Rin can no longer hide. Rin reflects that this support is exactly what he needs to keep Hana safe. He tests the Guildmaster, asking if he truly wants a murderer in his guild. The Guildmaster counters, stating Yanagi's killer possessed a strong sense of justice. He expresses his philosophy, welcoming adventurers who don't hesitate to act. Rin considers the escalating conflicts in the world since dungeons appeared. Top adventurers have become as valuable as military weapons on the world stage. Powerful nations are now viewed as enemies by others, redrawing the world map. This is why he sought support, to protect himself from such threats. Rin remains silent, processing the Guildmaster's insightful words. His expression is thoughtful as he weighs his options. He concludes the Guildmaster has seen his true power and is sincere. With a sigh of resignation, he realizes he has been cornered. He admits to defeating the Orc General and stopping Yanagi's rampage. The Guildmaster smiles, appreciating someone who knows when to fold. He formally asks Rin if he would like to join the guild. To the Guildmaster's surprise, Rin apologizes but declines the offer. The Guildmaster's eye narrows as he demands to know the reasons. Rin explains his desire to continue not to help. He states that his teleportation skill only works for him, a matter of efficiency. The Guildmaster thoughtfully concedes that the party can help. However, he points out the party will let him participate. He presses Rin, asking if he's sure about letting him back. The Guildmaster then makes a new suggestion, joining him in his forces. He proposes a trial period where Rin is essentially continuous fighting. In exchange, he asks if Rin will allow him to save him. Rin is shocked as an image of a powerful command enters his mind. He admits his interest, hoping to learn the secret of their unusual strength. The Guildmaster assures him that a gag order will protect the secrets. He makes it clear that this is his final offer of choice. The Guildmaster formally asks if Hana comes in transition. Rin weighs the risk of his secret getting out against the potential new leaders. With newfound resolve, he agrees to join on a provisional basis. The Guildmaster celebrates the decision, much to Rin's relief. They spend time discussing the terms of his provisional membership. After the meeting, Rin joins closing and ready to go. A voice calls out to him, asking if he is doing it. He turns, a puzzled expression on his face. Two girls, Ray and Yuri, stand beside him in an unexpected meeting. He stammers their names, utterly surprised to see them. His eyes are wide with shock as he remembers how they came. The scene shifts to the radio where Rin and his situation. Claire, the bomb man, asks if something. Rin internally recounts how he ran into his friend just after joining provisionally. He told Ray and Yui the news, and they decided to chat. They then moved to a waiting room, where they also encountered Claire. A waitress serves them drinks as they settle in at the table. Rin feels awkward, sweating slightly under the scrutiny of the other guild members. He notices almost everyone is looking at him, interested in the new member. Ray breaks the silence, expressing her surprise that he joined Mizuki. She explains that she joined because she recognized the limits of solo adventure. The Guildmaster had scouted her specifically for her unique skill. Yui cheerfully expresses her own surprise at seeing her Rin senpai. She asks what changed his mind, but he gives a vague answer. Yui expresses her honest affection, glad he joined and vowing to do her best. She reveals that Rin rescued her when she first became an adventurer. Claire connects the dots, realizing Rin is the senior Yui looks up to. Yui becomes flustered, begging Claire not to say that part out loud. Based on Yui's panicked reaction, Rin realizes Claire's words must be true. He feels a warmth, pleased that Yui has been talking him up around the guild. As a kind gesture, Rin offers Yui a small dish for his own birthday. Ray pouts, complaining that it's not fair that only Yui gets a treat. She launches into a frantic, high-speed chant of Rin's good. Her relentless stream of praise continues as she eats. Having had enough, Rin silences her by feeding her a piece of food. Ray is stopped mid-chant, her cheeks puffed out with food. Rin finds her adorable, like a small animal eating happily. Yui asks if he's okay since he hasn't eaten. and he decides on an excuse. With a bright smile, he announces that he is currently on a diet. His comment triggers an immediate and intense reaction from the girls. The atmosphere shatters as a menacing aura emanates from all three of them. Rin is completely baffled by their sudden and dramatic shift in mood. Yui and Ray insist he eat their sweets, claiming they enjoy watching him. Overwhelmed, Rin hesitantly agrees to eat their offerings. He glances at Claire, who remains silent and observant. Claire gazes down at the delicate sweet on her own plate. She looks up for a moment, her expression thoughtful. Her gaze returns to the dessert as she seems to make a decision. She lifts her plate, a faint blush on her cheeks. She slowly extends the plate of sweets toward him. With a serious expression, she declares that she is not giving these to him. Rin is utterly shocked by her unexpected and contrary reaction. Overwhelmed, he frantically eats the other sweets to calm his nerves. He finishes with a sip of his drink, declaring he's full. He takes a long drink from his cup, trying to compose himself. He lets out a shaky breath, finally feeling a sense of relief. After he calmed down, the group continued their casual conversation. The hectic day eventually comes to an end.
That's irritating. I can't tame that frickin' baby.
Dungeon, ready for a new challenge. His expression is one of grim determination. He decides to review his preparations, calling up his status screen. He reviews his dungeon teleportation skill, noting its limitations. Having visited many dungeons, he is now here to conquer them. With a determined look, he activates dungeon teleportation. He materializes inside, mentally comparing its difficulty to past challenges. Within the Kuza dungeon, gold
Get your ass down here.
are shown as common monsters. Amon reflects on his past caution, now unnecessary with his level over 13,000. He decides to forgo a careful route and activates his dungeon teleportation skill. In a series of brilliant flashes, he zips through the dungeon's long stone corridors. Arriving instantly at the bottom, he wonders if such smooth progress is truly okay. Putting his doubts aside, he resolves to challenge the boss behind the large doors. He confronts the dungeon's final guardian, a level 800 ice golem wreathed in energy. With a determined look, he summons his unique and powerful sword. He unleashes a single powerful attack. The only powerful weapon is the knife. The boss is defeated easily due to the achievement of greatness. Pleased with the smooth first pass, he resolves to maintain his blistering pace. After a long time, with his 60th run, he has beaten the dungeon repeatedly. A notification confirms he's reached the maximum difficulty, granting a 30-level bonus. He understands he has maxed out the dungeon and will receive no more rewards. Having surpassed 10 dungeon conquests, he wonders what will happen to his title. The Dungeon Crawler title description appears, promising special benefits for its holder. He is disappointed to see the title is still Tentex, with no extra special rewards. He laments that his hope of retrying the Magic Tower of Isolation is dashed. His status screen shows his new level of 14,367 and a massive pool of SP. With 16,210 SP, he considers which skills will best serve his future plans. A menu displays his options for upgrading existing skills. He decides to hold off on new stat-boosting skills like endurance.
What? Whoa, 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 whoa. How? How did the elephant and the mammoth get through that?
His utility skills are for difficult dungeons, not his current speed. He recalls how his item box was a simple backpack at its first level. Now at level 5, it can store weapons and even valuable resources. With a determined look, he decides that prioritizing his item box is the best choice.
Hey, fuck are
He
you?
turns his attention to his two most important skills, dungeon teleportation and battle barriers. The battle barrier skill is described as a significant defense. He remembers his fight with Yanagi, knowing the barrier needs to be stronger. However, he decides to level it up later, as he'll be grinding safe dungeons. With his options narrowed, he feels he has no other choice left. He considers the high SP cost of his teleportation skill, curious about its evolution. Deciding to take the plunge, his finger touches the screen, confirming the upgrade.
Oh, I need to work on Kibble.
Declares his dungeon teleportation has reached LP21 and changed. The skill's condition has evolved, now allowing teleportation in all dungeons. His face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock at this game-changing revelation. He realizes he can now enter dungeons he has never visited before. Amani is ecstatic, realizing he no longer needs to wait for cooldowns in new dungeons. He notes the distance hasn't changed, so it won't help with the Magic Tower. Using his leftover SP, he upgrades his item box from level 5 to 6. He clenches his fists, vowing to use his evolution to level up.
Gold Leopard, how do you do that with Archie feet?
It's a right... For mouse and keyboard, it's right-click on the mouse.
And she reassures him that she's doing it. He reflects on his worry that she would be too traumatized to continue adventuring. Seeing her resolve, he feels a profound sense of relief. Together, they stand before the Nimi dungeon, ready to release their restraint. His narrator explains he returned to the dungeon to understand Hana's role. He had asked Hana to recount her recent battle against the adventurer Yanagi. He learned that defeating a powerful monster had boosted Hana's level exponentially. This astonishing news prompted him to ask to see her status screen. The screen reveals her incredible stats. Level 521 with multiple powerful skills. He is floored, realizing she gained more levels in days than he did in a year. He wonders if his sister might be one of the fastest leveling people in the world. He remembers her vow to become strong enough to protect herself and others. Driven by this memory, he now mentors her in the dungeon to help her. They find a quiet spot to strategize how to use her level and SP. He brings up her skill menu, telling her it's time to get started. Hana asks which skills are most important, and he notes the high SP cost. He thoughtfully explains that, honestly, all of her skills are valuable. He advises her to level body strengthening to LB10 to unlock 3 passive skills. To make the most of her skill copy, he tells her she needs close combat skills. A notification confirms she has used 490 SP to raise body strengthening to LB10. He then turns their attention to the importance of her core skill copy ability. Hana understands that mastering it could let her defeat much stronger opponents. He points out its current limitation and suggests aiming the copy skills of the LB5. He advises her with a determined look, Hana agrees and touches the screen to confirm the upgrade. The notification shows her skill copy. Hana asks if this battle is over. She is overjoyed by its presence, her face lighting up with a huge smile. He decides to see her perform in battle before meeting SP. A few minutes later, they encounter their first opponent in the dungeon. A menacing, wiry goblin level 400 appears before them. Hana's face is a mixture of apprehension and resolve as she faces the monster. Amane asks if she can handle it, and she confidently affirms that she can. She steps forward, ready to face the high-level monster on her own. He has prepared her with a short sword and had her copy of skills. With a cry, Hana charges, deftly dodging the goblin's initial swing. Amane watches in as she engages the goblin. He thinks she's sure to win, but the goblin unleashes his power. Amane's eyes widen in shock as he sees the attack is about to connect. The goblin's club smashes into Hana, knocking her sword from her grasp. The goblin presses its advantage, lunging forward to finish the fight. Hana stumbles back, disarmed and vulnerable, facing the charging monster. Amane freezes, realizing the situation is dangerous and he might need to intervene. The narrow perspective shows the brick wall of the dungeon corridor. He is stunned as Hana doesn't panic. Instead of a weapon, she meets the club with her bare fist, shattering it. Amane is left utterly dumbfounded by her incredible and unexpected display of power. He watches, sweating nervously, as Hana stands over the defeated goblin. She turns to him with a cheerful grin and a peace sign, announcing her victory. As Hana hums happily, Amane thinks to himself that she has no fear. She explains she used battle barrier on her fist to negate the damage. Amane is amazed, having never considered using the defensive skill offensively. He realizes Hana has a natural talent for quick, unconventional thinking in battle. He concludes that Hana would perform best in a party, unlike his solo style. To maximize skill capture, she'll need allies. He decides that the best would be for him to he concludes that for his sister snapping out of it, he quickly dismisses her concern, telling her he was knowing the final decision on which guild to join first. With renewed purpose, he suggests they find another monster, and Hana enthusiastically agrees. An hour later, the aftermath of another successful battle is shown. high school student. Realizing the long walk back, he decides it would be better to do it. He turns to Hana, a new, ambitious plan forming in his mind. He proposes they clear the whole dungeon, mentioning something he wants to do. Hana is completely taken back. Without waiting for her answer, he grabs her arm and clears the spell. 30 minutes later, he one-hit kills the boss, earning Hana another 12 levels. Outside the now cleared Mimi dungeon, Hana tentatively calls it clear. Now in casual clothes, Hana pouts, which he secretly finds playful. She scolds him for his He realizes she has no, so he doesn't want to complain. Hana lets out a weary sigh, her frustration is secretly. He is slightly shocked by her sudden change in demeanor. She forgives him, understanding that he did it all for her benefit. With a bright smile, she extends her hand, inviting him. He looks back at her with a gentle, warm expression. He takes her offered hand in a firm, reassuring grip. Together, they walk down the city sidewalk. After lunch, he walks Hana back to their home. With the afternoon still young, he decides to head out again. His new destination is a far more challenging and dangerous place. A trio of determined, high-level adventurers are shown marching forward. The powerful party proceeds with grim resolve. Each member of the elite group looks ready for a serious battle. He arrives, awestruck by the powerful aura of the veteran adventurers. The area is filled with an intense, palpable energy. He stands before the imposing B-rank Suzuka dungeon, a level 10,000 challenge. He feels a sense of belonging, as if he is now one of them. He reflects on his upgraded dungeon teleportation skill, which allows him to enter new dungeons. He prepares to use his unique skill to begin his next challenge. With a determined leap, he prepares to take on the B-rank dungeon. An infographic explains that higher difficulty wider levels. The Suzuka dungeon is a massive 54 labyrinth, taking days to conquer normally. He declares that he will not be challenging it in the conventional way. He is shown zipping through the levels with his teleportation skill. In just a few minutes, he has already reached the 30th floor. As he proceeds, a sharp hissing sound catches his attention. He turns quickly, his senses on high alert to the new threat. He confronts a level of with incredibly tough scales. He notes with relief that this is the first monster he has encountered so far. He decides to fight it to maintain his combat experience balance. He summons his unique weapon, the magic-stealing sword from Kaito. He considers his nameless swordsman title, which enhances his capabilities. With a look of intense focus, he lifts his sword he effortlessly dodges, dismissing the attack as too slow. He moves with blinding speed. He appears to be the lizard twists to right, but he's unable. He spots a vulnerable gap between the monster's skin. With a powerful hand, he brings his blade down and rends. The lizard screeches in pain, and he plans to attack him. He fires an explosive burst of energy. He activates he is surprised by the monster's regeneration, leaving him without. He realizes a single precise attack he watches as the scales rapidly grow back. The regeneration is complete, leaving no resistance. Acknowledging its regeneration, he concludes he has no other choice. He prepares himself for a new, more decisive strategy. He decides he must finish it with a single two-step attack. He channels immense energy into his fist, activating it. Using Time Zero, he leaps high above the now healed rocket. With a fierce grin, he tells the beast to take his attack. He pulls back his flowing fist.
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
He kneels and retrieves the valuable magic stone from its body. He arrives at the lowest floor in under 30 minutes. He briefly questions the ease of his progress, but dismisses the thought, deciding not to dwell on it. Dark and ethereal mantle of energy swirl around his feet as he enters. His expression hardens with focus as he confronts the final hurdle. A colossal level 10,000 salamander wreathed in flames appears before him. He recognizes the beast with prior research, touching his unique sword. He stands ready, confident that he will confront it. The salamander unleashes a massive fire. He raises his sword, greed charges forward, ready to press his advantage. His eye widens as a new risky threat comes to mind. He wonders if greed can also absorb the flames covering his body. With a determined cry, he plunges his sword into the creature. The flames are violently siphoned from the monster into the blade. He leaps back, successfully stripping the beast of his body. He moves with fluid grace to deliver the finishing blow.
Gold leopard
The
poke.
enraged, now exposed salamander growls as he closes in. Its eye burns with hatred, its rage palpable. Leaping over a massive beast, the adventurer exclaims in surprise. His ornate blade is shown in a close-up mid-swing. He lands gracefully, carving a swift arc through the monster. A dynamic slash fills the frame, indicating a devastatingly powerful strike. The beast lets out a final, agonized cry as its life fades. He stands victorious as notifications confirm his success and level up. A pleased smile appears as he celebrates conquering the dungeon. Observing the fallen boss, he remarks the fight was easier than expected. His nearly empty MP bar reveals the high magical cost of his victory. He notes he must carefully manage monster-triggered magic to conserve energy. From the defeated beast, he retrieves a large stone. With his loot complete, he moves the dungeon's. His thoughts turn to the valuable mana amplification stone he expects to receive. He clenches his fist, excited by the immense wealth the stone represents. His anticipation for the valuable and powerful standing in the now empty chamber, he wonders what to do. A thoughtful expression appears as he considers the unusual. A sudden, chilling realization strikes him with a forcible blow. His eyes widen in horror, feeling this exact situation has happened before. A system message confirms he is a first-time challenger of this dungeon. More notifications verify his solo takedown is completed within 60 minutes. All conditions for the Hunter of Divine Speed title have been fulfilled. His face contorts in panic as the system spawns an extra boss. Without hesitation, he spins around, sword ready to face the new threat. A magnificent and terrifying griffin descends, its wings spread wide. His detailed status screen shows his high level and many powerful skills. The level 25,000 griffin makes a cryptic statement about its past. The creature's identity and overwhelming power level are clearly displayed. Amani acknowledges this is the highest level enemy he has ever faced. He readies himself for the fight, his determination unwavering. Feeling no fear, he summons his powerful sword, nameless, to his hand. His grip on the ornate hilt tightens in preparation for the battle. He feels his power surge as he activates his strength and speed skills. With his body fully powered up, he is ready for the fight. A confident smile appears as he announces that it is time to begin. He launches himself into the air and directly at the griffin. An invisible force binds him with his expression. Thrown backward, he realizes the beast is protected by the power. Landing gracefully, he observes the impassive griffin at the storm's center. He considers using his greed skill to steal the win itself. He dismisses the idea, knowing the MP cost will be far too great. The griffin unleashes a piercing screech, preparing its own counterattack. A powerful blast of force from the beast shatters the ground nearby. Knowing he must act, he decides to use his costly greed skill. He points his sword forward, activating the ability with focused intent. The griffin recoils as he successfully steals a portion of its power. He notes the significant MP drain, but is glad to have a new attack. His mind catalogs his various skills, nameless, greed, time zero, and others. He visualizes his abilities as a hand of cards, planning his next move. He understands the wind armor is the only obstacle preventing his victory. Casting aside complex strategies, he decides to break through with sheer force. He pushes his speed to its absolute limit, becoming a blur of motion. The griffin watches his impossibly fast approach with surprise. Gritting his teeth, he demands even more speed from himself. He continues his charge, a streak of motion across the stone floor. To accelerate further, he activates his time zero skill. He vanishes and reappears, chaining teleports together with his sprint. His forward momentum builds with each step and each successive warp. His impossible speed continues to build, leaving after images in his wake. The griffin's head tilts in confusion at the unprecedented velocity. He explains how his teleportation preserves and builds his kinetic energy. He realizes with grim determination that even this is not enough. Gathering all his build-up momentum, he unleashes his final charge. He becomes a human missile, rocketing towards the griffin's head. The beast lets out a final, terrified shriek as he closes in. His sword plunges deep into the griffin's eye, a fatal blow. The monster's eye is shown, pierced and bleeding from the strike. Thrown by the impact, he nonchalantly notes his uncontrolled tumble. He activates time zero one last time to correct his trajectory. He lands perfectly on his feet as the beast begins to fall. The mortally wounded griffin dissolves in a brilliant explosion of light. Panting, he receives notifications for his massive level up rewards. With a sigh of relief, he declares his victory. His sword splattered. His eye reflects the fading light of the defeated monster. He notes that he still has stored fire magic and resources left. His status screen confirms his new incredible level of 14,885. He observes that he didn't receive any special titles this time. He smiles, satisfied with the massive experience and valuable loot. He thoughtfully considers the problem of selling such a rare item. His expression shows his concern about the questions it will raise. He decides to store the griffin's carcass in his item box for now. This means he must first upgrade his item box capacity to level 8. Back in the return area, he notes he has plenty of stamina left. Finding the area deserted, he decides on a second move. He teleports directly to the boss room, facing the salamander again. He recalls his previous strategy was too costly in terms of MP. He decides to use
Pokemon community game A wild Nato appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
A montage of notifications shows him repeatedly gaining 50 levels. The massive level up rewards continue to stack with each successful run. After 9 successful clears, he stands outside the Suzuka dungeon. Later that night, he is seen back at his familiar home. In his room, he examines his 10,210 accumulated skill points. He decides to upgrade his battle barrier skill to level 2. The skill menu shows both skills cost 10,000 SP to upgrade. He is surprised that the teleportation upgrade is so unexpectedly cheap. Curiosity leads him to upgrade the teleportation skill first to see how it evolves. He confirms his choice, spending 10,000 SP. The skill's maximum teleportation distance increases by 200 meters. He feels let down by the poor return on his SP investment. Amani Rin expresses disappointment that upgrading his skill to level 23 still costs 10,000 SP. Deciding to prioritize his battle barrier skill, his thoughts are interrupted by Hana calling him. Beaming, Hana appears in a star-patterned apron, happily announcing that dinner is ready. After enjoying the meal his sister prepared, Rin's day comes to a close. The next day, he is back in the Suzuka dungeon, relentlessly defeating salamanders. He clears the dungeon over 30 times, stuffing his item box with valuable monsters.
Wisebot viewers, plus, HMS.
He raises his battle barrier to level 2 for a test.
Pokemon community game Nato escaped. No one caught it.
With a satisfied expression, he concludes the 10,000 SP investment was definitely worth it. His runs finally conclude as he reaches the dungeon's victory limit, earning a massive bonus. He clenches his fist in triumph, declaring that he has now maxed out Suzuka Dungeon. Feeling accomplished, he cheerfully opens his status screen to check his incredible progress. His status reveals his new level of 17,455 and a host of maxed out skills. Though it's still early, he decides to head home instead of tackling another dungeon. Walking through the city, he reflects that he has conquered most nearby dungeons below B rank. He considers undertaking long-term expeditions, but his thoughts are interrupted by nearby chatter. 2 young men walk past, gushing about how gorgeous a girl they just saw was. They speculate that she might be a model or something similar, piquing his curiosity. Rin looks in their direction, a flicker of recognition on his face as he spots someone. He sees the back of a young woman with long flowing hair walking away. The woman stops in front of a crane game, her back still turned to him. Rin's expression transforms into one of absolute shock and disbelief as he recognizes her. He identifies the woman's profile as Kisaragi Claire with utter astonishment. He recalls that she is a member of the Yuzuki Guild and a powerful S-rank adventurer. Frozen with indecision, he debates whether he should approach her or just slip past. He watches as she inserts a coin, wondering what prize has captured her intense interest. His eyes land on a particular plush toy inside the machine's glass case. He recognizes the prize with a start, a faint blush appearing on his face. It's a plushie of Wolfen, the edgy mascot from the show Magical. The show, Magical Dungeon Girls, is a children's program that airs on Sunday nights. Its story follows a group of girls with a unique skill who save people from monsters. A dungeon collapse is a guaranteed, though narratively convenient event in every single episode. The show's most popular Claire's face contorts in shock as her attempt is about to go wrong. Her fingers press the buttons with intense and focused concentration. The claw whirs down towards the Wolfen plushie, preparing to grab it. It successfully clutches the prize, lifting it from the pile of other toys. For a brief moment, victory seems certain as the claw holds the plush firm. But the machine's grip proves to be far too weak to hold on. The claw's prongs suddenly open, releasing the prize from her grasp. A soft of disappointment escapes Claire's lips. Her face fills with frustration. The Wolfen plushie slumps back into the pile of prizes, her attempt ending in failure. The toy tumbles, landing amongst the other prizes at the bottom. It settles at the bottom of the case, just out of reach. Claire's determined attempt has ended in complete and utter failure. Rin observes that she has failed at least 10 times, but shows no sign of giving up. He feels he can't just stand by and watch her struggle, but hesitates to approach. He assumes she would be embarrassed to be seen getting so serious over a simple game. He reasons that as a wealthy S-rank adventurer, she could easily buy the entire arcade. A nervous sweat appears on his face as he grapples with the incredibly awkward situation. Deciding it's best to ignore her, he is stopped when she finally calls his name. The atmosphere becomes tense and awkward as he turns to face her. A flustered Claire stammers, asking how long he has been standing there watching her. Rin panics, knowing he can't possibly admit that he watched her from the very start. He desperately tries to think of a way out of the mortifying situation. With a forced smile, he resolves to forcibly change the subject to escape. He points out that the prizes in the arcade cost less than 800 yen. Claire, annoyed, asks why he's bringing that up, as he notes she spent more. The two stare at each other in a moment of palpable, awkward tension. Rin realizes his attempt at a clever deflection has completely backfired. Claire sighs, admitting it's her fault for not noticing him, and compliments his sharp perception. She expresses that she would have preferred if he had spoken up sooner. Rin, feeling guilty for his silent observation, promises to do his best in the future. He clarifies that he's not apologizing. He asks her to move aside so he can help turn the game. He drops a 100 yen coin into the machine's slot, ready to play. He studies the prize, thoughtfully formulating a winning strategy. He dismisses common strategies like grabbing the arm as inefficient and costly. He spots the plushie's tag, realizing there's a much better way to win the prize. His fingers move deftly over the controls, positioning the claw with expert precision. The claw whirs into position as Claire watches with a skeptical expression. She voices her doubt that he can possibly win the prize. With a confident smirk, Rin assures her that his unconventional method is fine. The claw's prong snags perfectly through the paper tag on the Wolfen's ear. The claw lifts the plushie effortlessly by
I need help.
proving his strategy correct. Claire gasps, her eyes wide with shock at his unconventional play. The prize is carried over and dropped into the ship with a satisfying clunk. A self-satisfied Rin declares that his victory was cool and well executed. As he retrieves the prize, Claire expresses her surprise at his skill with such games. He explains that he used to play a lot when his sister begged him to. He then remarks on his surprise that she likes Wolfen, and she excitedly asks if he knows the character. The sweet scent of her shampoo wafts towards him as she leans in very close. Flustered by her proximity, he confirms he watches the show every week with his sister. He struggles to compose himself under her intense and surprisingly passionate gaze. He points out that she's a little too close, causing her to blush deeply. Snapping back to reality, Claire leaps back and apologizes profusely for her forwardness. Rin is left bewildered, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed by her sudden retreat. She explains she lost her cool because she has few people to talk to about Wolfen. He reassures her and then holds the Wolfen plushie out to her as a gift. She asks hesitantly if the prize is for her, and he confirms it is. He explains that as a fellow fan, his principles forbid him from taking it from her. With a warm smile, he insists that she would be helping him by accepting the prize. Claire is visibly moved by his gesture, looking at him with deep, sincere emotion. Blushing, she shyly agrees to take the plushie if he truly insists on it. Overcome with joy, she pulls the plushie into a tight heart-sunk hug. A young woman named Claire holds a gray wolf plushie, her expression soft and thoughtful. Her gaze lingers on her stuffed animal, a faint, sentimental smile on her lips. Overcome with joy, she pulls the wolf plushie into a tight, heartfelt hug. Amani Rin watches this display, his eyes wide with stunned captivation. Beaming, Claire thanks Amani, telling him how truly happy she is. Amani is completely flustered flustered by her radiant smile his heart pounding. Her phone suddenly rings, and she excuses herself to answer a call from her father. The guildmaster's voice is heard, asking for her input on an important matter. Stepping away, she assures her father that it's no problem for her to talk. Her expression turns serious as she realizes the guildmaster's call must be important. When her father suggests contacting Amani, she tells him there is no need. Claire then reveals she is currently with Amani, shocking her father a lot. Her father's furious thoughts reveal his overprotective nature toward his adorable daughter. Amon notes her father sounds paranoid, but she calls it being overprotective. Walking down the street, Amani asks what the call was about, having heard his name. Claire dismisses his question, steering the conversation back to the issue at hand. She reminds him of their agreement to clear a dungeon together for his membership. With a serious look, she announces that she finally has the invitations for their dungeon. Holding up two fingers, she explains there are two complications, the first being the sudden date. Claire asks a man if he is currently on a dungeon cooldown. Amon sums up the stage for his father, even though he just finished clearing a dungeon. Internally, he plans to use his leveled-up teleportation skill to enter unnoticed. He acknowledges how sudden the next day dive is, as parties usually need a week's notice. Suspecting a deeper reason, Amani asks about the other complication. Claire reveals the second issue. The dungeon is a brand new one that just appeared. Amon reacts with wide-eyed shock at the news of a new dungeon. A new dungeon is explained as an
Should base morale reach a critical level, you will be stripped of your responsibility. Once you have established your airbase capabilities, you will receive regular flight missions and weekly orders to do your part in winning the war. Remember, being successful in missions will be the keeping up morale of your base. Good luck, Commander. Make the RAF proud.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I work like I said, I'm being calm. I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying,
You know what I mean?
to be better.
Actually, here, why don't we pass the Ouija board? Ouija board. Where do we find the way to get color?
Strike doesn't pick on so I will hurt you. You and
Alright, I gotta refresh my Twitch it. Apparently some of the stuff is not working properly. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna take a bit of a break here, stretch, get some drinks and whatnot. So, let's see. Me and the kitty will snuggle here. Alright, I will be back. Enjoy the clips. It shouldn't be too long. Give me about 10 to 20 minutes.
I don't know what is a care.
I sent you the YouTube video.
It's an entitled parent.
It's basically a very entitled person.
With that. Oh, it's not a
So it's basically a description of Nimbus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but isn't that a bit hypocritical? They were so entitled to the fact that they decided to threaten to quit the server if they didn't get what they wanted. And she left the Discord before I could retort it.
Did she completely leave the Discord?
Yeah.
Yep.
Really?
Like as I was replying.
Wait, who's this?
But goddamn, that is fucking hilarious. Literally, I was thinking, oh, okay, maybe an avatar, an animated avatar. No, there's a gorilla-like lady that is freaking skinny as fuck, getting her ass fucked by her boyfriend that you can see in the window. I mean, it is not that hard to see. Reflection. There are two people. She's doing the motion of forward, back, left, right, left, right. Up, down, left, right, A, B, B, start.
That's hard.
Come on, drop the shield, drop the shield, drop the shield, drop the shield. No,
See,
drop
that's
the
shield
shield.
so stupid. Come on.
Bye, Stronz's Velo.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
We won?
Pokemon community game a wild for left
Yes!
catch using
It
Poke
says
Catch.
negative
Winners
9?
revealed in S.
What is that?
Oh, go, Stronz.
Did it give us pity time?
I think it did.
Like, seriously?
Oh, fuck yeah, Stronz.
Jeez. And then, like, comes up at the very end, like, please consider voting for Cincy. Yeah.
Pokemon community game. Said. Golem escaped. No one caught it. John asked 5 rigged.
Yeah, if you search under, if you just do slash or at MEK, it brings up mechanism.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, while you're in the server, yeah.
So it's one of those. I believe like create is at CR.
I mean, look at this. This is nice. This is very nice. But the first impression
Pokemon
is
community
this.
game Kurla escaped. No one caught
This
it.
is basically what we get to stare at when we walked in through that door. They want us to look at the cake. They want us to look at the cake. Somebody's clipping this, by the way. Somebody's clipping this. And look. Look at that cake. What? You would stare too. You would stare too, unless you're gay.
Pokemon community game.
Oh, there's gonna be clips
Sad.
of this.
Solosis escaped.
Yeah. I found you alone. Wait, what? She's after that guard booty. Oh, okay. Who wants dessert? Why am I being bullied so fucking hard and early in the stream? Holy crap! How many points do you fucking have?
I get about 50,000.
Oh my god. Hypno's abusing me! Mama!
Welcome to the Fluffy Dragon's Den. Game a while.
See, that's shield so stupid. Come on.
And drinks. All enjoy your chill
Bye,
and
Stronz's
relaxing time
Velo.
here.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
We won! We killed that motherfucker! Yes!
It says negative 9? What is that?
Oh, go, Stronz.
Take it 6 to
Fuck you, Ibis!
He won. He beat
Yeah!
Okay, gotcha.
Oh yeah!
He finally beat the bitch. Target
Ah! After 30 tries, you dead bitch!
But yeah, no, when I took the...
Don't. You're making me laugh.
He got killed by a duck! What'd you do to piss off a little duck? Hesperornis. A little ducky duck. You got killed by a little quack quacker. I saw the message. It was like, what? Wait, what?
LOL.
I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh.
That's a flashbang. God damn it, Oliver. Stop jumping. Ah! Jeez! Fucking A! Damn it. Are you dead too? Anyone else want to not be dead? I'm a fluffy dragon, bitch. War got killed by a duck.
I just died.
To a duck. You got killed by a duck. Yeah. Is no one here to see this? Are you guys all blind or something? I mean, look at that cake. Look at that dessert. I'm so dead. I'm just eating a grape. Oh.
Everyone buy the OnlyFans?
Kofi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page
Oh,
at URL.
I'm sorry.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? That's gonna get us big! It's gonna get Kaito!
I know that feeling, man. I know that feeling. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. I want my fluffy mommy.
Oh yeah. How is my destiny? Rib.
I tried to sneak past the fucker.
Well then.
Oh, the ladies and gents be going woo for the that Leon butt. Give me that butt! No! Give me that butt! No! Hey! Fucking shitey scheiße!
Until it starts attacking. Water, picture, walk through salt. Okay. Oh, name. Oh my god, it's Michael Jackson.
Wait, what? Oh my god! It is Michael fucking Jackson!
And people who are alone?
Oh, there's no kid here.
Whoa.
Look, as Venomous Nicks, they were playing Dead by Daylight. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Venomous Nicks at https://twitch.tv/Venomous Nicks. Venomous Nicks said no.
Yes, Nix. Yes, you deserve it. Accept my fluffy support.
Venomous Nicks said no.
Well, tough, you're getting it. You're getting my fluffy support,
Venomous
bitch.
Nicks
I'm aware.
said no. You.
Lieutenant Weston, the captain's waiting for you on the bridge.
Oh! Who wants dessert?
Bullshit. We've acted like this since I was 20. So it's been 10 years we've been acting like this. So ha! Yeah?
It's a relationship show.
We lived together since I was 18, but we've been dating since I was 20. Okay, my bad. It's been 9 years since we've been dating. Ooh, 1 year.
Kill the lumberman. Shove your blade up his ass. Do it. Do it now.
Really far.
He really enjoys people shoving shit up other people's asses. I don't know what's
Oh,
wrong
I'm
with
sorry.
that,
I'm a little bit of an ass man. I have clips to prove it too. Because even my art mom.
Every single fucking time that any type of thing that comes out of Kaito's mouth out of context, he would just, people would be like laughing at one point and then just be like, oh, what? How did...
Oh, wait, what the fuck was that?
Who just screamed? I know for a fact that wasn't.
Somebody please clip that. Someone clip that, please.
What the? Hold on.
Twitch.tv/FlowOfYava. Lazy Waters said Fortnite sounds like an acid trip. Like, how do you explain to someone Master Chief killed John Cena with a 12-gauge shotgun?
Yes! Yes! Oh, somebody clip that, please. That came out perfect. Oh, let's see.
And now you're going to die.
Pokemon community game. A wild worm atom, trash, appears. Catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Oh. Alright, I am back, everyone. My
This is
phone...
something.
My phone just lit up with a message I need to see. I got cat food, drinks, and stuff here, so... let's see. Okay, there was a thing that just popped up on my phone. Okay.
Pokemon community game. Worm atom, trash, escaped. No one caught it.
Okay, where was it? There was something arc related. Ah, here it is. I'll let this play real quick.
So, I logged on this morning and I was really excited to make the content for the day, which I always am, and then I saw this. And it completely blew my mind because I made a video yesterday talking about Arc 2 because Snail went on to like talk about Arc 2, what their plans were for it, how they wanted to make it a pop culture icon in the gaming industry, and loads of different things like that. And I had all my eyes focused on Arc 2 because obviously since 2020, December 2020, it's been a thing I've thought about every single day. But anyway, and then I saw this posted from Ras Clark and everyone else responding to it, and my mind was blown away by how I missed and skipped past this kind of stuff. And it is just weird, strange.
Wow.
I don't know where it's going to go for the world of Ark. I hope it's not going to be to do with Ark, but a lot of people here seem to think it is. But anyway, if you guys enjoyed today's video, drop a like, subscribe, and it's time we jump into what in the world is going on here. So Ras Clark posted out saying, from smart cars to crypto, only the best investments for your gaming breadwinner. And if you don't know what Ras Clark means from smart cars to crypto, is Snail actually tried to, I think, basically through some form of thing in their business, they tried to create new smart cars or something. I don't think it went very well. I don't know if they're still doing it. And obviously moving into crypto, and then posted out this page that we looked at the other day, and it was talking about Ark and how the Ark franchise game is, how there's 90.5 million, and how 54% of lifetime paid DLC
Okay.
conversions.
Okay, let me pause this. On the top right, it says gamers engaged with games from Snail Games. Very low. Or the beginning of it. Rewarded on the bottom right is rewarded with crypto coins for in-game engagement. Bottom left, redeem crypto coins for games, DLC, and digital books goods. Top left, Snail Games attracts more gamers to ecosystem with rewarded.
4% of us that play Ark will buy a DLC. And then it says the Snail Rewards ecosystem. And I don't know how I skip past this. It's games and stablecoin. Snail Games attracts more gamers to ecosystem with reward program. Gamers engage with games from Snail Games, rewarded with crypto coins for in-game engagement. Redeem crypto coins for games, DLCs, and digital goods. More gamers with increased engagement leads to higher sales. Ark franchise game account reflects on the base game installs. So
How you doing,
they
sweetie?
want to
You
create
doing good? You feeling better?
around
Still feel bad
Ark,
about your chin.
which makes us want to use their stable. Now, if that's what I am actually reading is correct there, that is absolutely crazy.
It's absolutely bull because I don't want to use currency from them.
Which is literally Ark, because if it wasn't for Ark, Snail wouldn't be able to do this kind of stuff. I mean, I think it's on one of the other pages where I think Ark has generated over $950 million dollars over time, and even the cat has responded with with this post saying rewarded with crypto coins for in-game engagement. Like, no one wants crypto coins. I mean, unless if you're someone who is involved with crypto, maybe this is something you're interested in, but to be honest, for me, I do not care. I do not want to be rewarded with Snail coin. And I see what they're trying to do here. They want to find a way to build up their coin, and they're going to do it by trying to excite players with a chance of being rewarded with coins that they can use these crypto coins to basically redeem the new DLCs coming out for the game. I could imagine Wildcard are sickened by this. There's no way I can imagine Wildcard would ever want anything like this in the game. And someone called Jew, who is I Am Wild Jew, said seen this coming a while ago when apparently they've announced a Web3 game. And lots of people are going on and talking about it and just saying, wow, like, this is just awful. I mean, I've seen Nublitz has been going crazy about it and says, and when it fails, they expect us to pay for a third Ark remaster again. And then they also, and this was another thing here that I saw that, they said 1.1 million daily active users on Steam. Since when? Because Steam's own stats don't show that. It's more likely 40 to 50k most. Now, that's not true, actually, that Nublitz said it there about 40 to 50k. The most Ark Survival Ascended, Ark Survival Evolved has ever had was 255,000 players in one day, and that is when they released Fjorda, and then they went on, and Ark was free because they knew Ascended was coming out next year. But this is also what I saw over on Nicatus's page, and Nicatus basically, and I think this is where GT said, responded to this saying, the 1.1 million daily active users is specifically referencing June 2022, which is, like I said, when Fjorda released because Nicatus is OP, and in June 2022 Steam saw, this is what I said, it was nearly 247,292 current players, the highest ever. I guess it's conceivable that over those 24 hours there was 1.1 million players to log on. So I guess that's what they've managed to do, like, over time. So even though there was 250,000 players at one time, over time within that 24 hours, maybe there's 1.1 that actually logged on to Ark at that point. And the Cassius said, to be honest, the order dropped in 2022 and Ark was free for completely free for a few weeks, but damn, it's crazy how the order pushed Ark in that short time, and that's why the order is such a popular map and craved by the Ark community to come to Ascended, because it's generally such a popular map because so many people came and played the game there. But wow, this recent bit of information that's come out, and the fact that I didn't even realise that was a thing. All my eyes were focused on all Ark 2 related, And I don't think we've actually looked at this page, but I think this... Oh, no, we did actually look at this on the stream. It's 4.1 billion hours total time on Steam. And I do think, like, stats are great, right? Stats are amazing. We all love stats, but it's one of those things where it's like, stats make things look a lot better than they really are at a time, you know, because Ark has been so successful over that time. And yeah, it's so fun, and we time dedicating to not hopefully, but
I'm going to pull out my plastic toy ray gun. How many tickles does it take to get an octopus to laugh? 10 tickles! And I'm going to pull the trigger. I cast gun, prepare to meet God.
Try and suck me towards you.
Oh, okay. Talking to the octopus.
If you suck me, you also suck yourself.
If only I could. That's why I removed these ribs. As the octopus begins to float away into space. Oh, this is my nightmare! Grab me, Kaboosh, save me! Don't let this kraken be a squid napper!
That's pretty funny. I laugh and I release it.
I'm going to pull out my plastic toy ray gun. How many tickles does it take?
Palworld is now winning against Nintendo's lawsuits. Just in, Nintendo's anti-Palworld monster capture patent application has been rejected in the patent office.
This is great. This is fucking great.
Now, this does not mean that Nintendo has lost the lawsuit like other people on Twitter thought, but this is a really good step in the right direction. The Japanese patent office kind of claimed that this patent that Nintendo made talking about capture mechanics for their games was kind of bullshit, for the fact that in 2021 we had games like Capcom's Monster Hunter 4, Pocket Pair's Craftopia, and a Japanese browser game called Kansai Collection. So what's the point of being able to claim the patent now when there's been so many games previous to this that
that came out in 2016, this early 2000.
Mechanics, but they were not patents in the first place. But knowing Nintendo, they are going to still continue pressing charges against this Palworld lawsuit and come up with other ways to be able to win this lawsuit. I'll tell you what though, I think Nintendo needs to reprioritize this whole lawsuit. Instead of wasting so much money on this lawsuit, let's actually just put some more money to the upcoming Generation 10 game, Pokemon Wind and Pokemon Waves. Because rumors source that the budget is going to be around 20 million, which is only 7 more million compared to the previous development of Pokemon Legends ZA. We need more development time.
Which doesn't look really that impressive, really.
What the hell are we doing, guys? Come on, let's lock in here. Palworld is now winning.
They give no fucks, they just care about money. Okay.
People from thugs like you. When evil takes root, we'll be there to deliver justice.
We should be careful. I don't know how much magical power he has. I have a feeling it's probably more than me.
No, wait! Leave it to me! This degenerate is all mine! Your team was your one advantage, and you gave it up without knowing how strong I am. I'm better with a sword than you are! I'll kill you, bastard!
You're a bit of a disappointment, though.
You got the strength to change the world and death is not in your name!
I will say this. You've got heart. You think how a hero's supposed to. Don't force you to listen. Then I recommend you get stronger. If that's too complicated, just lie there and whine.
The Kuro terrorist, Toya Kanzaki! We protect the people.
Shake my hand.
No. Hacking system.
We don't hack each other's systems. I need a reboot.
pull out like a paper cone, and I'll use minor illusion to make it look like I'm collecting the cotton candy. Oh, delicious! Tastes like Nebula. I went to my dentist the other day, and they said, your teeth are falling out. I said, but how? I floss every day. He said, well, cut a floss.
Oh.
I also love creating balloon animals. It's my craft. Oh, what's your favorite animal? Oh, a poodle, great. Oh, you love poodles too. Wow, I'm so glad everyone loves poodles.
Children have been going missing.
With this mod, roll rats don't need a saddle, and that means infinite roll rat speeds and the fastest speeds ever in R. And just fast and furious our way through chalk hills screaming, dudes! Oh no!
Pokemon community game A Wild Crustle appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
He be rolling.
Nintendo embarrassed itself. Nintendo's patent for capturing creatures with a sphere was rejected in Japan for not being considered prior art. The Japanese Patent Office ruled that several games like ARK, Monster Hunter 4, and even Pocket Pair's own Craftopia already used this gameplay mechanic. This is a huge win for Palworld against Nintendo's patents, meaning Pocket Pair can bring back sphere capturing to the game and will likely get all the mechanics back, since even patent experts think
Yes.
Yes. Going strong, guys. Nintendo embarrassed itself.
Yes.
Patent for capturing
the people gathered in celebration.
Balloonness can run free.
You're too ugly today.
She's like, yo, what if you two like DNA digivolved and
Okay, when they call us peasants, we're not peasants. We're viewers. This is why I don't really like the high-rise people that...
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel. Pokemon community game Crustle escaped. No one caught it.
Hey, Gold. Welcome back. Huh.
An underground place that doesn't let
Haven't actually done yet on this channel, but I thought I would now because I found something posted online that was an occurrence in MechWarrior that I found intriguing and even creepy. Whether or not it's even true, well, you know how these internet urban legends are, but I thought I'd report on it anyways. A player was sitting at his desk late at night, playing MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. He had been enjoying the game for a few hours already, running missions and managing his lance of giant mechs. Everything felt normal until one strange mission changed his experience. The mission started like any other. The player had chosen a heavy mech and was leading his lance through a forest at night. The trees were tall and the atmosphere in the game was darker than usual. He noticed the fog was thicker than normal, but he thought this was just part of the game's design. At first, there was nothing unusual. He fought some enemy mechs, destroyed a few tanks, and began walking through the trees to reach the next objective marker. That was when the first odd thing happened. Out of nowhere, the player heard a sound. It was not like the usual weapons fire, explosions, or radio chatter that he was used to in MechWarrior 5. Instead, it was a low, rumbling noise that seemed to come from far away, like something very large was moving. The sound was strange because it did not match anything in the game's normal library of audio. It also did not loop or repeat the way most game sounds do. It seemed natural, uneven, almost like breathing mixed with static. The player paused, unsure if his headset was glitching, or if maybe there was interference from something in his room. He muted the game for a second and listened to the
I need my Pepsi.
The computer was the only thing making noise. He unmuted the game,
Oh,
and the strange
sorry,
sound
kitty.
continued for a
Oh,
moment.
sorry, fluff baby.
Stopped. At first, he thought it was just some odd audio bug. Games sometimes have weird sound issues, and he assumed this was no different. But still, something about it made him feel uneasy. He continued the mission, keeping an ear out for the noise. A few minutes later, while moving his mech between clusters of trees,
That's
Claire thought he
spooky.
saw something. In the distance, behind the tree line, a dark shape moved. At first, he thought it might be an enemy mech, but as he looked closer, he realized it did not look like anything he had seen before. It was huge, towering above the trees, and for a moment, he thought it was at least twice the size of an atlas, which is already one of the largest mechs in the game. The shape seemed to glide rather than walk, and it was darker than the shadows around it. The player blinked and tried to focus, but the shape disappeared before he could get a clear look. This left him confused. He checked the radar display, but nothing showed up. There were no enemy signals, no units nearby, nothing at all. He wondered if his eyes were just playing tricks on him. Sometimes, when you stare at a screen for a long time, shadows and shapes can blur together. But still, the image of something massive moving through the forest stayed in his mind. He pushed forward, trying to finish the mission. The game felt different after that moment. Every time he turned his mech, he thought he saw something in the corner of his vision, but it was gone as soon as he looked. The trees seemed darker, and the fog seemed heavier. He began to feel a sense of dread that he had never felt in the game before. He knew MechWarrior 5 was not a horror game, but the atmosphere now felt more lifelike. Then it happened again. As he moved toward the next waypoint, he caught sight of the dark figure once more. This time it was clearer, and it definitely looked too big to be any mech in the game. It seemed to shift and bend, not solid like a machine, but more like a shadow. It stood for only a second before melting back into the fog and vanishing again. Claire's heart began to race. He leaned closer to his monitor, searching for signs of what it could be. Again, nothing appeared on the radar. The mission briefing had never mentioned any giant enemy or special event. He began to wonder if maybe his game had been modified somehow, but he had never downloaded any mods. His copy of MechWarrior 5 was standard, bought through a normal store. There was no reason for there to be extra content. That made him more uneasy, because if it was not a mod, then it had to be some kind of glitch. But it was the strangest glitch he had ever seen. A strange sound returned. This time it was louder, almost like the deep growl of something huge, mixed with a static hum. It lasted longer too, almost 10 seconds, before fading into silence. Claire felt a chill run down his spine. He began to rotate his mech in circles, scanning the trees, firing his weapons into the forest just to see if anything reacted. Nothing did. Everything went quiet again, except for the normal background music of the game. For the next several minutes, the mission continued. Claire could not focus. He was too distracted by the thought that something was watching him. Every time the leaves in the trees moved, he thought it was the shadow coming back. Every time the fog shifted, he thought he saw its outline. Yet, nothing appeared again. Finally, he reached the final part of the mission. Just as he was about to complete it, the screen froze. At first, the freeze seemed like a simple lag spike, but then the sound returned once more, very loud this time, almost drowned out the normal game audio. It felt like it was pressing against his ears. Suddenly, the screen went black. His entire game crashed to desktop with no error message. Claire sat staring at the empty desktop, his heart racing. The strange sound was gone. The shadow was gone. The game was gone. No one else seemed to have experienced what he had. This left him with two possibilities. Either his game had suffered a rare and creepy bug that no one else had ever documented, and everything seemed normal. Yet, he could not forget that told to friends, though most of them just laughed and said it was probably a glitch. Video game. MechWarrior 5 was not supposed to be scary, but for that one night, it became something far more unsettling. The sound that was not part of the game, the shadow larger than an atlas, and the sudden crash all came together to create a moment he would never forget.
Ko-fi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Yeah,
today and the Thanos crew memes. Which is your favorite today? Is it this meme? Or maybe perhaps this meme? Or, in fact, it could be this meme. Please comment down below. Please watch all the video. Really appreciate you. We hope you enjoy. Thanos crew as Pixar movies.
That's cool.
Oh, this one is so cursed. Oh, that's Brian.
But you can't fucking spell the word terrorizer, really? What is with people? God damn it. My one thing, and you can't spell my name right.
Delirious would love this.
Yeah.
I can see Delirious posting this on Instagram. What he look like he's running away from home or something. Like, oh god, everything in his backpack. Moose is rough. Moose is rough. It's a good thing he's retired because you wouldn't want to see this. This is bad.
Glitch.
Oh, this one's so good. This one's fucking great. Yeah, 407 is pretty chill. Why can't we see his nipple? Oh, his hat. He's got the, it's a whole Jew background.
It took him so long.
Oh, it's a whole Jew background. Dude, I saw 407. I said, dude, it's a whole Jew.
Okay, let's see. Good morning.
You see his nipples. So I'm like, oh my god.
They just Jewed him up.
Louis
That's
is
cool.
great.
Louis could actually legit work.
Be a
as
cartoon. A Pixar movie. This one should be a Pixar movie. I actually love it. Even the squeaker voice would be fantastic.
Yeah, it would be great.
This could be one too. These could be in the movie together. Louis and Panda. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My god, Kung Fu Panda never looked so normal compared to this.
We have Kung Fu Panda at home. Big Jiggy Panda. It's like a knockoff.
You can buy all the stuff technically from him, it seems. Or like the other
Nice little touch there with the sign. That kind of looks like it reads out something. That's actually the letter P. Interesting. All right.
Good God, why do they had him?
Let me say that I love you, honor you, envy you, enjoy your smell, and I celebrate you in the name of white Jesus.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Look at that. That's a handsome young man.
What are you doing?
That's right. Somebody out there is feeling the spirit. I am. I feel it. If you black of skin and full of sin, come forward, so I may lay my hands on you. Be gone. Brave white Jesus.
Oh God, nope. Okay, we're just gonna go and, oh wait, I forgot the meat.
Like forever. Probably one of the best clips to come out of this whole thing.
That was bad. That was a bad day. I'm gonna live that down.
That's enough for your guff now, buddy. Apologize. Apologize for what? You know for what? For your racist slurs, for one thing. I'm Irish. Racism is part of my culture.
Okay, let's see.
Someone watched this movie and was like,
Are you kidding me?
I have an idea. You know, told that guy to go back to Dublin. This is perfect.
I've never fully watched The Guard. This must be a very good movie. Very good.
Now I have to watch it.
And also, that's the guy that the Joker.
Oh, you're right. That is him. Congratulations. Fixed Nogla's daughter's drawing. The Nogla family. Aaliyah Watermelon. Nogla daughters.
So, yeah.
I'm not racist. It's in my culture. I'm Irish.
Oh my god, I cannot let her see this. Although I do think Sweet Potato is quite a cute name for my daughter.
When I see her next, I'm going, there's a sweet potato.
No, you
Okay. Oh, now I forgot the air cheat. God damn it. I need to go figure out some RGs too, so...
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Holicha appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
We can't let it. Please subscribe. I'm gonna get a personal trainer to really just go at it. This, Brian, got 1.2k upvotes. This exploded on my Reddit. Why?
It's like a bonus items or whatever. If you pass the whatever challenge or whatever. Some of us, it's called right thinking. Vanilla, like
We don't find this fun.
Pokemon Community Game Holicha escaped. No one caught it.
also a VTuber named Fruit Africa, who's had a pretty sketched past. It's true, sketched past, and has garnered, let's say, a lot of distaste towards her because of it, right? However, during that time and recently, she's been basically in a very toxic relationship with the guy. I'm pretty sure they're married. Well, they're not married anymore. So she posts on Twitter explaining all the things that he's done wrong with tons of screenshots, and it's pretty bad. The guy's pretty bad. Everyone kind of on that wavelength. However, there was information going
Fruit.
on Twitter.
Wasn't she the VTuber who had her mom come on Twitter and threaten people? Saying very rude and dark things about at people.
And then the other side is like, oh yeah, you cheated on your husband, and now you're just going to call him abusive because you're covering up for you cheating, right? So it's basically like completely polarized. I barely looked into it and just laughed at the memes.
I mean, yeah, she did cheat.
I just laughed about the memes, and people got upset because like, oh, it wasn't 5 guys, that was just made up. And I'm like, oh, okay, right, I get it. And he is pretty shitty. I'm like, yeah, he's shitty, and she did shitty things too. And it's just shitty, and that's it.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of shitty people.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
And you had some, you had a bit of fun.
Mainly just took a neutral stance and laughed about memes.
Seems a little Amber Heardy.
Basically, it's 2 people in a fucked up relationship that have set up and done that stuff.
That's literally how I beat the last boss in my last stream. I was like,
dude.
this guy's not dying, and I realized you guys confused me. You were the ones that were like,
I hate when they pause. Like, the thing is, you have what I have in this picture. More, I think I have
one eye opens more than the other.
Yeah, I hate it. They pause it, and you're like, it looks so bad.
Brian just wants to bounce.
You're the most badass looking boy I've ever seen, Brian. Love you, Brian.
I know which one's Kaz. I know which one's the guest. Kaz is the
Suck yourself up in the mirror before you head out.
You never do that. That's not me. I'm not that kind of guy.
Fan art animation time. Heck yeah, dude. These are awesome. The main reason they're awesome is because they're good for thumbnails. If you give me a thumbnail, I'll give you $100. No, don't hold me on that. Don't hold me on that because I can't guarantee that.
This is so
Don't hold me on that one.
Just log it and be like, oh, yeah, that's true.
know too much.
Get a family, Gulp. You've been single. Oh, you're trying to lie to me.
Fuck them kids.
Idiot. Ruining everything.
Look at those thighs, those childbearing thighs.
Oh my god.
Fuck those kids. This matters because you have white kids.
Horrible.
What the hell is that? Is that a ghost?
Thank you so much.
That's the noble twin that we keep in the basement.
Oh, was that your ghost?
Yeah, it wasn't a triplet, I was a quadruplet.
They don't talk about that one.
I mean, no, they're very cool. I appreciate it, guys. This is actually
Not
dope.
the size.
That's dope. That's dope. I don't really listen to it.
They need to sell all that shit.
Oh yeah, keep going.
I'm enjoying the rest of these YouTube channels, Brian. Check out the rest of these YouTube channels. I enjoy this.
Oh my god.
I'm ready.
Holy shit.
I like how it's all anime girls and then no couple.
Average Nogla fan be like.
Next up, we've got Paralyzer's Reddit.
Somebody's gonna get fucking dry.
Yeah, summed up pretty well. That's kind of funny because that is probably, I think, Vanis's go-to squad for like games. And it's pretty much how it plays. Like, Vanis is just leading the show. Louis is brains. I am, pretty fitting. Pretty fitting. And then Brian. It's been games.
I never watched this, so I don't know.
It's pretty accurate. I've watched it a lot. It's pretty accurate.
Okay.
So let's take a moment to appreciate how handsome everyone is with their dog. Oh, we're gonna have like a compilation dog pictures. So top of the morning, Jacksepticeye coffee, little bad boy.
That was when he sent me stuff and I replied with this is a thank you.
See the girlfriends in the story. Oh, when Marcel got his dog, what's the dog name? A lot of crazy names for him. I feel like he mainly calls it dog.
Let's see. Oh, hello.
Yeah, probably Baldy.
Yeah, he looks like a dog. Oh, Tarantino, the cute. That's pretty wholesome, not gonna lie. Oh, Anthony and Chester.
He's chewy boy.
Perfect for each other. Oh, me and Tony, yeah, let's go.
Wait, where'd it go?
That was long ago. Tony still does that. Tony sleeps with me nearly every single night, but he likes sleeping in the bed with the Liam on.
He got replaced.
He just likes it because the bed is like bigger. I don't know why. That was so wholesome. It was so wholesome for so long.
Let me explain this joke.
No, no. Of course that's on your Reddit.
In the comments of that picture, one guy was like,
I hate that I can't freaking find these.
I said it's called having
Find these baby dinos and you can't freaking tame them. I mean, the parents, sure. And look, that baby lights up and gives me information. That's some funny shit.
Oh my god.
Let's see, 8.
Who's getting better head? No doubt. No doubt, Matt. Redhead of your life.
I'm so good, I got cerebral palsy.
Now we're into the curse section, Brian. Let's see what you've been up to. Oh my gosh!
I remember the blue hair, but
I already hate this. I already hate this.
This one's female and that one's male, so I can make some babies. Oh, the gay pig.
I mean, I guess if they want to change the design, they can. It's their thing.
Bro, I told you to keep that footage classified.
Nogla's autistic fortune-telling crystal ball was on overdrive. Alright, let's see.
That was an
Pokemon community game A Wild Dustix appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
God, their disrespect. That guy's a fucking creeper.
Is it just doing this for another? Oh, wait, it goes back to me.
Kaito Destiny Raiders from Didlebrat have joined. Botrix official at Didlebrat, thank you for raiding me with spectators.
Hey, Brat, welcome to the stream. How was your
Kaito
game?
Destiny Raiders from Didlebrat have joined. Kaito Destiny, so Didlebrat. Stream Elements, look, it's Didlebrat, they were playing Stardew Valley. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Didlebrat at URL. Didlebrat, get raided nerd. Kaito Destiny
No, you get raided,
Didlebrat,
nerd.
welcome to my channel.
Shoving the sandwich in his
Kaito
face.
Destiny
Hey, are you shoving a
Didlebrat,
sandwich in
welcome
your
to my
face?
channel.
Apparently he's shoving a dick in his face.
Apparently. Someone's having a little too much fun with a sandwich.
Pokemon community game Dustix escaped. No one caught it. Didlebrat, right?
He's getting down and dirty with that sandwich. He's trying to get deep lovin's. He's trying to get that creamy sauce taste. Oh, terrible. Terrible. But hello and welcome everyone. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Kaito Destiny. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. Currently, I am on the hunt for some high-level dinos, Archies, Theries, and Legacy-type Rexes, and there's a baby Rex here, but I have no idea what its deal. I mean, this one actually shows the thing on the left there, the data on it, but I'm guessing the parent's alive somewhere. I'm not sure. I don't. The mod is confusing enough as it is with it being a broken piece of shit. Because I can't team babies. But we're also watching anime, manga videos, stories, and other random shit here on stream.
Kaito Destiny Sunjin Strike, welcome to my channel.
If people want to hang out in Discord and chill, you're welcome to do so.
Kaito Destiny Sunjin Strike, welcome to my channel.
And just tell me which Discord you want to be in, and I can hop in there. We can hang out. Other than that, just chilling, relaxing, having a good time. If the volume's too low on some of these videos, please tell me. Let's see. I had it turned down. Got a few bites left on this. Yeah, might as well pick up these pumpkins over here. And we'll continue the random silly funny stuff, which is funny.
The back and forth made it.
What's up with it, motherfucker? What's up, baby?
The fuck is this?
Coming back from holiday to record the baby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been a long week, man. San Diego, then New York, now back to report. Did everyone enjoy just you reacting on your own?
According to the retention rate, no. YouTube statistics says you are worth your percentage back.
Okay.
Just about 1% more.
What?
Stream Elements, hi
Daddy.
everyone.
Here's
As a
a nice
heads
thank
up,
you
I
food.
have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems.
Thank you.
Come on.
There's nothing
Ah!
better than trolling your favorite
Oh.
streamer, especially when they know how to go along with it. You may know this troll in particular.
If you'd like to pick one up, head to vans.3black.com today.
That was a good one.
That was, man, yeah.
Stream elements, feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL.
And it's amazing. I love the content, especially when he makes fun of Noga. Like when he made fun of Noga for wearing a scarf in his first ever video because he was insecure. Yet here you are, looking like you just came out of the Paris Fashion Week. And I about to go off I had to do it again. It was just too funny the first time. So here it is. Almost. $3 is not bad. How much is it to close the store? That took all my money. Look in the top right. Is it $3? Because then I'll shut. No,
$12 grand.
Yeah. Not for long.
Hey, there is like a white blob on the stream. I think it's glitched from crowd control. It popped up like maybe 5 minutes ago. I don't know how to describe it. It looks very white and is kinda covering the stream. It hasn't got to 4 million subscribers and doesn't stop nagging about getting money while streaming. Love the content, wish more people knew about your channel to finally get you over that hump.
What do you mean? How? How you? Oh man, you're just ruining it. Look at my lips, you're ruining it. Ruining the fun for the next man.
Okay. Words hurt. Fuck you. Good point. Okay? Good point. I also pointed out that I was like, oh, $3, you know, like, I think, you know, shut up soon, and then he said that. Once I heard white blob, I was like, why do I looked, and I was like, wait, what? Wait. Yeah, thank you guys, appreciate it. What a fantastic
Humiliation.
And before I go, Brian, how do your headphones stuck through your nose? They're not the same headphones. It's like the goldfish when you're a kid. You know, you guys might think these are the same pair. They're not. They've gone through many stages of being flushed down the toilet. But I like you guys. You guys are nice. You keep me grounded.
It's funny. I did get trolled myself. I have been trolled once. Like yourself, I've encountered what feels like the stream. You need to cash only staff. What? What are you talking about? Did it? You ban him. You made me look. I look like Brad Pitt's cousin. Brad Pitt cousin.
Oh no,
Stu.
you did
Which
not
guy
do
you
this.
talking about here? I don't see it. I don't see it. Wait. Stu Pitt? Brad Pitt's cousin Stu? Stu Pitt? Oh, dude. Oh, keep on. So good. Alright. Great guy to be honest. Just that I don't watch his videos log.
Kofi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
They're not wrong. Not wrong. Brian's omni-movement joke takes a toll for the worst. What are they gonna do? Get up and kick me?
We're gonna be forced to be management for the rest of our lives. Really?
Oh, that's so good.
I love Malcolm in the middle, bro.
Oh, it's an amazing show.
which by the way I'll be at TwitchCon next year. Twitch have even offered me, Nogla, a whole meet and greet section.
Next year?
Yeah, I'm actually getting one of those TwitchCon. Right this time next year. And if you stream hard enough, little fella, I might help you get there. But they offered me my own little Twitch line thing and their meet and greet thing, because I didn't do it. And I made a huge crowd in the middle of the convention, very much a health and safety risk.
And they were like, oh shit.
They were like, hey, how about you don't do this and we give you a meet and greet thing? And I'm like, I didn't think you would give me any. Really, Daddy? Really, streamer Daddy? Really? For me? You guys know who I is? You're the guy that text-to-speech just takes the piss out of the whole stream. You know my word. You know me. And if I see anyone in a robotic suit like that, I'm running. I'm running.
You have 1 year to prepare. Guess who's in WWE? Look at the Nogla belt.
I look like Bison from Street Fighter with that hat. That's actually pretty cool.
I'm down to fight with WWE. One of us download our custom characters if they're made. I don't know if mine's made, but yours is most definitely is.
You have a belt in the game. I'm pretty sure they've made you.
On to Manus Gaming Reddit. Look at this. And now
Come on, wake up.
typically one that admits life.
Fucking worried here because the Rexes could be showing up anytime.
Oh no, that's so brilliant. You know what? Evan would love that. Oh, Evan would love that.
Alright, Brian, we'll share it with him.
Oh, bro, he would love that one. That's so funny.
Brian meeting his fans at TwitchCon. You were just talking about this.
Can I have one, please? Okay. Sure. Ow! Ate na iwan kaya kalahati na kapag boy? I told you. It's a career move. Hey, boy. Oh, boy. Kala ko matangkalas.
I thought he was tall. Pretty good. If guys wondering how tall Brian is, you think that was a joke, guys? It's actually based on real life. This is a real photo. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is so good. I love it. This is great. Yeah. Even got my skinny arms and legs and long neck. Brian is short. Perfect.
This is bullshit. How did this shit stick?
Look, this one is sick. In this anime, basically you have like a superpower, like an ult in Overwatch or whatever, right? And it's called domain expansion. And the domain is always based off of like the personality of the fighter. And I'm pretty sure it's always this is peak. Mine, however, is fucking cool.
Does this like the game that they do all these fucking like
Oh my gosh, this person knows a lot. This person knows that Battleson's been on holidays for 3 weeks. Man at arms. He's back today, I believe. I don't know. Maybe
you seem like you do know. You're like, he's home. He got home at exactly 2:15. He landed on flight 6.
Everything's safe, guys.
I mean, I think, I don't know.
I love this. Hey guys, I'm back from vacation, and then it's an absolute shit show. The recording schedule is essentially non-existent.
I was away.
Ryan was away.
Yeah,
fair.
that was all a huge problem.
I think the main issue is that
No! Save the baby! Save the baby!
All the credit, but you know, give him some credit.
Alright guys, like and subscribe if you want to give Brian some credit. Thank you very much.
Not to Brian, to our channel. Also,
Yeah, not Brian's channel. Fuck you, channel.
No, get your cup and your stupid eye thing.
If you want to give some credit to Brian, by the way.
If you feel bad for Brian, no good on shop. Show your sympathy to Brian by buying my merch.
Alrighty then.
Gold Leopard, my fiance gave me bacon flavored chip.
Nice.
Pokemon community game a wild Zorua appears, catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
You seem back in yesterday. Nothing good. Oh, it's just lonely, not modified. And love you You're not who you are anymore.
Pokemon community game Zorua escaped. No one caught it.
My name. My name. Yep. I see you and I tried of me and today I lost you by all Ladies and gentlemen, that was music that was made by Dragon Mama herself, one of the owners of the server. But now we go back to the manga.
Guild adventurers are always the first to challenge them. The prestigious Yozuki will be the one to take on this new challenge. Amane internally debates whether he should accept this high-risk offer. He realizes that despite the lack of information, his mind was already made up. The new dungeon presents the perfect opportunity to witness the Yozuki Guild's true power. His decision is ultimately driven by an irrepressible curiosity for a new challenge. He reflects that it is the life or death battles that have truly raised his abilities. When faced with an unknown, strong enemy, he feels an undeniable compulsion to fight.
That's a ghost
His
shirt.
ultimate goal is simple and unbreakable. He wants to get stronger. He tells Claire he has already made his decision. No more questions needed. With firm resolve, Amon declares his intention to join the team dive. The next day, he arrives at the site of the newly materialized dungeon. The area is restricted to authorized personnel with no civilians in sight. He is impressed by the powerful and competent atmosphere of the A-rank party. The standard procedure for investigating a new dungeon's difficulty is explained. This new B-rank dungeon is projected to have an entry limit around level 10,000. He notes with disappointment that the S-rank outlier, Claire, is not present today. A man acknowledges that among these top-tier adventurers, he is the lowest level. Realizing he is out of his league, he resolves to pull himself together. His attention is drawn to a formidable man with spiky, light-colored hair. Amani identifies the man as Yagami, the party's leader, not just a driver. Deciding to be polite, he approaches Yagami to introduce himself for the day. Yagami reacts with immediate hostility, asking with disdain why Amani actually came. Amani is annoyed and confused by the man's unexplained animosity. He recalls that Yagami had a similar hostile reaction when they first met. He glances at the other party members to gauge their reactions. The other members seem skeptical and only half interested in his presence. He understands their doubt, given his unknown and seemingly low-level status. Yagami lays down a strict condition. Amane must stay back and not fight. He warns that if Amane fails his secret, the party will end. Amane promises not to distract the others. Internally, he knows he can't fail in order to match the necessity. As the party heads for Jack, Amane returns to the New dungeons are common by some believers, taking legendary community. He recalls Kaito's sister, but he was raised with a memory of Hana teasing him about having a girlfriend flashes in his mind. The memory sends an inexplicable and sudden chill down his spine. Shaking off the feeling, he realizes it's his turn to enter the dungeon. He feigns walking through the gate to hide his teleportation skills cooldown. Upon stepping inside, he is struck by a strange and unsettling feeling. He senses something is different from a normal dungeon as Yagami calls to him. Yagami orders him to go back outside and re-enter as a test. Amane immediately understands it's a test for a re-entry log. Some dungeons are known to trap adventurers inside until the boss is defeated. Yagami has assigned this risky task to Amane, the newcomer he deems expendable. Amane refuses, knowing the test requires a specific condition he cannot meet. Yagami glares at him, his eyes narrowed with anger at the defiance. Amane explains that since he used teleportation, his test results would be inaccurate. Yagami misinterprets his explanation as a boastful challenge to their skills. Amane tries to clarify, but Yagami interrupts, accusing him of being delusional. The leader declares that such delusion is a danger to the entire party. Amane is frustrated, unable to reveal his true reasoning without exposing his secrets. An elf-like woman, Shinonome, calmly intervenes and volunteers to do the test. Yagami reluctantly agrees, passing the task to another member, Matsumoto, who feels slighted. Shinonome confidently walks back toward the dungeon's shimmering gate. She steps out of the dungeon without any issue. She immediately re-enters, confirming that the gate is not locked. Shinonome reports no re-entry issues, and Yagami orders the party to move on. The party ventures deeper into the cavernous, rocky dungeon. Shinonome thanks Amane with a laugh for saving her from the tedious task. She shows her insight, understanding why Yagami's phrasing made him feel like a liability. Amane is slightly flustered, but decides to let her misunderstanding of his pride slip. Shinonome playfully introduces herself as Shinonome Kaito, offering him several nicknames. Amane introduces himself in return, noting he's heard of her before. He assumes she only knows his name because he's the new party member. Shinonome winks, revealing she knew about him before and that he's piqued her interest. Her intriguing and forward comment leaves Amane completely bewildered. A fellow party member explains that Amane's name often comes up in conversation with Yui and Rei. Shinonome confirms this, stating she mentors Yui the healer. The party member praises Yui's incredible and growing talent as a healer. Shinonome's thoughts then turn to their other mutual acquaintance, Rei. She notes that since Rei has a unique skill, she can't be measured by normal standards. Shinonome concludes her thoughts on the matter, deciding to leave it at that for now. A woman named Shinonome suggests that Amane Ren should speak to another girl himself, remarking on their apparent closeness. She then formally introduces the party, announcing that it is
hello.
Their leader Yagami confirms they are the top party in the Yuzuki Guild, with most members over level 3. Shinonome agrees, but quietly adds that a woman named Claire is at the absolute pinnacle of their party strength. A view of Claire from behind reveals her S-rank status and an astonishing level that exceeds 100,000. Amane is shocked, his mind reeling as he wonders how Claire could have possibly obtained such incredible power. He reconsiders his line of questioning, realizing it was probably the wrong thing to ask in the first place. With a blush, Amane changes his mind, deciding to ask something different about Claire's role in the guild. He wonders aloud how the other guild members perceive Claire, and if her immense power creates any distance between them. Shinonome giggles, explaining that everyone in the guild adores Claire, who is always polite and never shows off. Her cheerful explanation is followed by a single hesitant word, suggesting there is a complication to this dynamic. She confides in Amane that she feels Claire has put up an invisible emotional wall between herself and others. Shinonome elaborates, stating that Claire seems to avoid getting closer to people than is absolutely necessary. A memory surfaces of Claire telling Amane with gentle determination that she came specifically to Another memory flashes, showing Claire in a dynamic angelic pose in a fierce battle. A third, more sorrowful memory recalls Claire's pained expression as she refused to give something to Simon. The final memory is of Claire's radiant, genuine smile as she expressed her pure, unadulterated happiness. Amani is lost in thought, his personal experiences with Claire clashing with Shinonome assessment of her emotional distance. Shinonome playfully teases Amani, asking if Claire has caught his eye and promising to support him in his romantic pursuit. Completely flustered and horrified, Amon realizes the conversation has taken a disastrously embarrassing turn for him. The scene transitions, focusing on a pattern of light and shadow that hints at a change in atmosphere. Their party leader, Yagami, sternly orders them to stop their chit-chat, warning that monsters could appear at any moment. Shinonome pouts, comically annoyed that Yagami interrupted her teasing, just as it was getting good. 5 minutes later, the party proceeds cautiously down a long, torch-lit dungeon corridor.
No.
The mood now serious. Yagami suddenly senses footsteps other than their own and shouts for everyone to get into their positions. His expression is sharp and focused as he commands them to prepare for the imminent threat. The party instantly forms a defensive line, with heavily armored warriors raising their shields in perfect unison. Amani summons his powerful weapon.
You're mine now, bitch.
That boosts his core stats. He decides
You're
this
very
weapon will
purple.
suffice for now, wanting to keep his more powerful and unique sword a secret. The clawed, bestial foot of a monster steps into view from the shadows, heralding the arrival of their foe. A pack of menacing, level 8,000 werewolves emerges from the darkness, their eyes glowing with aggression. Amani observes their large, human-like size, while Shinonome dismisses them as hardly a challenge for their A-rank party. The party's vanguard engages the werewolves head-on, their blades clashing against the monster's sharp claws. Amani is also in the thick of the fight, moving with incredible speed to evade the monster's relentless attacks. Yagami steps forward and unleashes a devastating spell, shouting the name of his technique. Fireline! A massive torrent of roaring flame erupts from his hand, completely engulfing the charging werewolves. The monsters are incinerated in an instant, their dark forms collapsing amidst the fiery, destructive aftermath. Amani is left astonished, realizing with a hint of disappointment that his own strength was completely unnecessary. A fellow party member praises their excellent teamwork, contrasting it with the showboating style of Kazami's old party. Shinonome agrees with Amane's unspoken thought, admitting that neither of them contributed to the swift victory. Yagami instructs the team to conserve their magical energy when fighting monsters at this relatively low level. The party members readily agreed to the new, more efficient strategy with a unified and determined shout. Their progress through the dungeon becomes smooth and methodical after establishing this new approach. Using a search skill, they quickly and efficiently locate the stairs that lead to the next lower floor. They simultaneously create a simple map to record their path, while defeating any monsters that appear along the way. Their meticulous, data-driven approach allows them to progress with minimal danger, a hallmark of their professionalism. After 10 hours of delving deeper into the dungeon with calculated breaks, they finally arrive at the 30th floor. Amon is suddenly struck by a strange, unsettling sensation, his face showing a flicker of alarm. He recognizes the feeling from when he first entered the dungeon, noting with concern that it is growing stronger. He asks Shinonome if she feels anything strange, but she doesn't notice it.
Wisebot viewers, HMS.
His internal narration, however,
What?
A few minutes later,
What was
his
it?
premonition of a formidable enemy proves to be very, very real. On the 30th floor, Yagami leads the charge against a massive level 14,000 goblin. A female party member
Pokemon community game A Wild Lurantis appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
in a fierce, close-quarters combat exchange. Amani hangs back during the fight, feeling as though he is merely accompanying a powerful and efficient party. The Goblin King and his 8 subordinate generals were the strongest foes they had faced so far in the dungeon. The party members discussed their smooth victory, noting that they were never in any real danger due to their skill. Amon feels a strange sense of frustration despite their success, a dissatisfaction nagging at the back of his mind. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of alarm runs through him as his heightened senses scream a new urgent warning. He questions the sudden feeling, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise at the unexpected premonition. He recognizes the sensation as his danger-sensing ability, and instantly unlearns his time in the magic tower. Shinonome wonders what he could possibly need to be careful of, as every monster in the vicinity has been defeated. She speculates they are finally halfway through the dungeon, estimating the lowest will be the 60th or 70th. As she urges the team to keep doing their best, she is struck by the same jolt of danger Amon felt. Yagami's face contorts in alarm as he screams a desperate warning to Shinonome, alerting her to the threat. A massive, goblin-like monster appears directly behind her, raising its huge sword to strike her down. Shinonome turns, her expression a mixture of confusion and dawning horror in the split second before the attack. The monster's
Pokemon
blade
community game
slashes down
Lurantis
with
escaped.
incredible force as she
No
lets
one
out a
caught it.
terrified and piercing scream. Her face is a mask of pure terror in the moment, just before the seemingly unavoidable impact. Yagami curses his powerlessness, realizing he is too far away to intervene and save his comrade in time. He tries to cast a spell, but knows with a sinking feeling that he cannot activate his magic fast enough. An unseen force identified only as Time Zero is activated, intervening in the critical final moment. A dark slash of energy intercepts the monster's attack, tearing across its neck with impossible speed. Shinonome stares in stunned disbelief, saved from certain death by the sudden and shocking intervention. Amani is revealed as her savior, having decapitated the massive monster in a single fluid mid-air strike. Shinonome lets out a startled cry as the monster's severed head flies past her, a gruesome testament to the attack. Amon gently helps her up from the floor, asking if she is all right, his focus entirely on her safety. She stares up at him, her breath catching in her throat, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Another party member dryly observes the tender moment, remarking that Shinonome seems perfectly fine with her. Amani helps the still dazed Shinonome to her feet, standing beside the corpse of the monster he just slew. The rest of the party arrives, and Yagami confronts Amon, demanding an explanation for his incredible speed. Yagami is still in shock, his face a mask of disbelief as he asks what that impossible display of power was. Amon gives a flimsy, nervous excuse about specializing in speed and using stealth to create an illusion of teleportation. Yagami finds the explanation completely unconvincing, but decides not to press the issue any further for now. Amon looks incredibly flustered, realizing with a grimace that his lie was not well received by the party. Yagami's demeanor changes completely, and he sincerely thanks Amani for saving his friend, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Amani is taken aback by the sudden thanks, stammering out a confused and blushing response. Yagami, slightly embarrassed by his own display of emotion, quickly gets back to the mission at hand. He asks Amon to cooperate with the party in figuring out why the monster was able to move after being killed. Amani
Dude, where's
agrees,
your parent?
noting with a sense of quiet satisfaction that Yagami is finally acknowledging him, albeit just a little. The party gathers to discuss the new and disturbing phenomenon of monster regeneration they have just encountered. Yagami explains that after investigating each incident, they have finally discovered the cause of the reanimations. He reveals that monsters can regenerate if their magic stone is left inside their corpse after they are defeated. Shinonome adds a critical detail, stating that the chance of regeneration seems to increase with the monster's level. She uses their previous fight with the Goblin General as an example to support this newly formed theory. Yagami states that decapitation or removing the magic stone are now the only reliable solutions to this problem. This new challenge is both tedious and financially damaging for the adventurers, who rely on collecting magic stones. Yagami's expression is grim as he considers the dangerous implications for the rest of the party. A spiraling staircase descends into darkness, symbolizing the limitations that monster regeneration could become more frequent on lower floors. Yagami, the party leader, proposes a strategic retreat to the safer upper floors for a long rest before continuing their difficult conquest. Amani, looking thoughtful and serious, quietly expresses his he reflects on the immense mental challenge of fighting concluding that taking the best lives of his friends. Privately, Amon thinks to himself that if he were to he would have simply without hesitation. Suddenly, the causing the surprised party members to cry out in alarm. The tremors intensify, throwing the adventurers off balance amidst panicked shouts as dust and debris fall from the ceiling. Amon Amon recognizes that the unique sound and shaking are different from a normal dungeon collapse, sensing a different kind of danger. A light-haired party member points frantically down the long corridor. His face filled with terror. Amani's own face contorts with horror as he recognizes the approaching threat, exclaiming in disbelief. Far down the hallway, a massive whirling horde of shadowy monsters surges towards them like a dark tide. A close-up reveals the terrifying monstrous forms within the advancing swarm, their eyes glowing with malice. Amani exclaims the name of the phenomenon as the endless horde of creatures bears down on him. Monster parade.
No! No! Motherfucker. I want the kitty.
He reflects that he never considered this a personal threat, knowing his unique skill offered an easy escape. His dungeon teleportation ability has always been his ultimate failsafe, allowing him to escape any danger. However, he understands that for normal adventurers, even this elite A-rank party, such an event could spell certain death. Yagami immediately takes command, his voice ringing with authority as he orders the heavily armored tanks to the front line. The tanks form a shield wall, bracing themselves against the initial, overwhelming impact of the monstrous horde. A tank reports that while the narrow passage is slowing the monsters' advance, their defensive line will eventually break. The situation worsens dramatically as Yagami spots another horde approaching from behind, trapping them in a pincer movement. Amon realizes with growing dread that this coordinated two-pronged assault is not characteristic of a normal monster prey. Yagami orders a tactical retreat, planning to find an open space where their mages can unleash wide-area magic. A diagram illustrates their retreat formation, with Yagami and a tank serving as the rear guard to hold off the pursuit. They are forced to flee down the
Go to sleep, kitty. Go to sleep.
as monsters swarm and
Go
block
to
the other path to the
sleep.
fort.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep, putty cat.
A map of the maze illustrates how they
Go
were
to
deliberately
sleep.
funneled into the one remaining path. Amani's unease grows, a
Kitty,
nagging
go down.
feeling in his
Go
gut
down.
telling him that something
Please
is
go down.
fundamentally wrong with their situation. The clear path ahead feels far too convenient, as if a specific escape route was intentionally prepared for them. The chilling realization finally dawns on him. They are being deliberately and skillfully lured into a trap. Despite his growing suspicion, he knows they have no choice but to keep moving forward with the fleeing group. Shinonome, running at the front of the party, spots something at the end of the corridor and calls out. She excitedly points out a large room, believing it's the perfect place to make a stand against the monsters. The rest of the party, relieved to see a potential safe haven, rushes towards the open doorway. Amon stops abruptly, the ground seeming to crack beneath him as he understands the trap has been sprung. His eyes widen in horror, letting out a gasp of shock as he realizes their terrible predicament. The other party members are confused by the sudden appearance of a large door inside the room. Amon urgently shoves his companions toward the door, shouting for them to get out of the corridor quickly. Yagami protests, questioning Amon's actions, and believing they wouldn't be able to survive outside. With a deafening thud, the heavy double doors slam shut, sealing the entire party inside the mysterious room. Amon, grimly certain, tells everyone that his predictions were correct and that they must look behind. The party turns, catching their breath, their expressions filled with a mixture of confusion and anger. With a bead of sweat on his face, Amon confirms
Ko-fi Streambot visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
far end of the room, a colossal shadowy figure begins to emerge. A monstrous, horned, high ogre wielding a massive sword materializes, its guttural growl filling the chamber with dread. The adventurer is stunned in disbelief, questioning how the being his hand outstretched to identify the new overwhelming threat. His eye widens slightly, his expression tense as the results of the appraisal appear in his vision. The system identifies the creature as a level 40,000 high ogre, an extra boss of the Onizuka dungeon. A blonde party member looks on, her face cast in shadow by the looming monstrous figure. She recalls a cyclops of the exact same level that she had been fortunate enough to avoid fighting in the past. Now she realizes with despair their luck has run out, and they are forced into a fight to the death. Yagami shouts in frustration, questioning why this is happening when they are not at the bottom of the dungeon. He explains that he has been using an enemy search skill and knows there are still more floors below them. He demands to know why there's a boss room located in the middle floors, a clear violation of dungeon rules. In stark contrast to his leader's panic, Amon quietly states that he already knows the answer to that question. Yagami connects the dots, realizing the monster parade was a deliberate ploy to lead them into this unprecedented trap. He looks at the snarling face of the High Ogre and questions if they can possibly defeat such a powerful monster. The daunting 26,000 level difference between himself and their foe weighs heavily on his mind. Despite the crushing odds, he understands that they must fight if they have any hope of survival. A helmeted knight calls out to him, snapping him back to his duties as their leader. Yagami's expression hardens with resolve, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his face as he prepares for battle. He takes command, pointing forward and ordering the party to take their battle formations. The party responds with a unified shout of, "Yes!" Their training taking over as they prepare to face the overwhelming foe. Yagami's gaze falls upon Amane, who stands apart from the main group, a silent and unknown factor. He briefly considers Amon's potential usefulness, remembering the incredible speed he displayed earlier. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, deciding that he cannot rely on the unproven newcomer in this critical moment. A knight agrees, stating that a dagger-wielding close combat type couldn't possibly coordinate with their front line. Amon, aware of the extreme danger, resolves not to rely on uncertain factors and to observe for now. The party's vanguards, a group of agile warriors with determined expressions, begin their assault on the High Ogre. They leap and weave around the colossal beast, their movements a blur of controlled speed and aggression. Their blades flash in the dim light of the chamber, aiming for the High
I
Ogre.
got a kitty, I got a big fluffy kitty.
The ogre's immense weight with every slight shift of its powerful body. The vanguards charge the High Ogre.
Sorry, bud. Don't worry, you're gonna be a nice cuddle buddy at home.
Lets out a questioning grunt as their attacks connect with its thick dark hide. To their horror, their blades are repelled with a shower of sparks, having no effect on its rock-hard skin. Yagami watches in shock from the rear, instantly identifying the monster's formidable defensive skill. Hardened, the High Ogre lets out a smug, toothy grin, confirming that it possesses the powerful strength-boosting skill. Yagami reflects on the nasty and unique characteristics possessed by other high-level monsters he has encountered. He recalls fire-rippling lizards, acid-spitting snakes, and colossal tortoises that could shake the very earth. Realizing they now face a monster that specializes in defense, he refuses to give up hope, determined to find a way. He spots a shallow wound on the ogre's massive clawed foot, a crucial sign that it can be damaged. This small victory convinces him that defeating the monster might just be possible if he hits it with everything he has. As the vanguards continue their assault and create an opening, Yagami prepares to unleash his ultimate attack. He unleashes Prominence Burst, a top-level fire spell designed to penetrate defenses and explode from within. The powerful spell strikes the High Ogre's chest with the full force of its maximum firepower. A cataclysmic explosion engulfs the monster, shaking the entire room and sending the adventurers stumbling backward. Yagami shouts in triumph, believing for a moment that his powerful attack was successful. But his eye widens in pure shock and disbelief as the smoke from the blast begins to clear. The High Ogre emerges from the smoke, wreathed in dark energy, standing completely unscathed by the attack. Yagami is stunned into disbelief, absolutely certain that his attack had made perfect contact with the monster. He sees only a slight burn mark on its chest and questions how his ultimate attack dealt such minimal damage. He notices a peculiar detail about the monster's skin, a subtle change that puzzles him. The area where the magic hit is a darker shade of color than the rest of its body. His face contorts in dawning horror as he questions if his terrifying new theory could possibly be true. He realizes the monster can alter the hardness and strength of specific
Pokemon community game A Wild Slugma appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
single point to defend. The burn mark on its chest steams for a moment and then heals instantly before his very eyes. His eye widens in utter shock as he processes this new terrifying ability of regeneration. The colossal High Ogre stands tall, its freshly healed shoulders steaming as Yagami recognizes its troublesome regenerative abilities. With grim realization, Yagami deduces their only option is to inflict wounds faster than the creature can harden and heal. He urgently shouts to his comrades, pleading for them to buy him more time for a powerful attack. Roaring with terrifying intent, the High Ogre's monstrous, fang face fills the view, ready for carnage. Two of the party's armored vanguards are frozen in place, their faces masks of pure, paralyzing terror. Yagami desperately screams at his comrades, commanding them to move and get away from the charging beast. Watching the chaos unfold,
2 p.m.
Amon-Rin's expression is one of grave concern and burgeoning resolve. Another monster, a goblin-like creature, grins sadistically as it raises its sword to execute a helpless soldier. The scene becomes a blur of violent motion as an attack slices through the air with incredible speed. Yagami's face contorts in horror and disbelief as he witnesses the brutal assault on his party. With a powerful swing of its great sword, the High Ogre sends several soldiers flying, shattering their defensive lines. Amon,
Pokemon community game Slugma escaped. No one caught it.
shock and firm decision. Yagami reaches out a hand helplessly, his face a picture of utter shock and despair. In a flash of movement, Amani intercepts the smaller monster, saving the soldier from certain death. Yagami screams Amani's name, calling his sudden charge towards the High Ogre. The narrative His initial plan had been to watch from a distance, entrusting the fight to the more experienced adventurers. But seeing Yagami's most powerful magic fail, he knew the party was completely paralyzed by despair. In that moment of failure, he questions whether hiding his secret is truly the best choice. With fierce determination shining in his eyes, he concludes that hiding is not the right option.
The fuck was
he
that?
decides his secrets are worth nothing when weighed against the lives of his new comrades. Amon remembers his true purpose for being there, to fight the strong and gain new strength. He summons his sword, nameless, vowing that he cannot let this valuable opportunity slip away. The High Ogre prepares to swing its great sword at him, completely unaware of the coming counterattack. Amon plants his foot firmly, cracking the stone floor as he prepares to launch his assault. The scene returns to the present as Yagami screams Amani's name again in a desperate panic. Amon continues his charge, ignoring the frantic cries of his party leader. The stone floor shatters under the immense force of Amani, meeting the ogre's powerful attack. His sword clashes with the ogre's massive great sword in a brilliant shower of sparks. With a powerful battle cry, he pushes back against the overwhelming force of the monster's blow. A brilliant flash of light erupts at the point of impact as he successfully deflects the colossal weapon. Yagami and a helmeted soldier stare in utter disbelief, questioning how he deflected the great sword. The High Ogre lets out a puzzled grunt, momentarily thrown off balance by Aman's incredible strength. Amon reveals he has been observing from behind, understanding the ogre's characteristics and power. With all the necessary
Legacy Rex, hello.
he coolly informs the beast of its fate. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he declares the ogre will now become his father. With intense focus, Amon releases his ultimate technique, shouting the words, "Time Zero!" The High Ogre's expression shifts from aggression to horror. The air fills with the sound of impossibly fast slashes cutting through space from all directions. Amon becomes a blur of after images, surrounding and overwhelming the bewildered High Ogre with his speed. He moves with impossible velocity, his sword a streak of light against the monster's dark, hulking form. Appearing directly before the ogre, he taunts that it won't be able to fight its prey. The High Ogre's face is a mask of shock and dawning realization as it faces its doom. The monster struggles to pinpoint its form, completely disoriented by the rapid Amani notes with satisfaction that his opponent has finally lost track of his position. He dashes past the colossal monster, his blade leaving a trail of pure white light in its wake. He declares his path to victory as clear as his blade goes deep into the monster's side. Yagami and his party march into the duel, their faces etched in utter disbelief at the impossible display. Yagami mentally lists Amani's praiseworthy attributes: strength, speed.
150 is the lowest I'll go on a frickin' that.
He realizes Amani is using teleportation to dodge every attack and strike from the ogre's blind spots. His glowing blade plunges deep into the existing gash on the monster's chest. He reveals the only spell remaining unspoken is the powerful Salamandre's fire. He confidently states that the leftover energy will be more than enough to finish him. With a quiet command to release, he unleashes his golden Amon stands calmly amidst the projection as the fiery spell is unleashed from his sword. A massive pillar of roaring flame engulfs the creature, which screams in pure agony. With the monster charred and critically wounded, Amon declares it's time to end this. He stomps his foot, cracking the stone floor, propelling himself forward for the final assault. He becomes a whirlwind, leaping and diving in a series of impossibly fast attacks. The monster gathers its remaining strength for its roaring in defiance. As he closes in for the final blow, Amon calls out his next weapon. Time zero! The monster's massive blade swings down in a downward arc, aimed to obliterate him. The weapon smashes into the ground, but Amani has already managed an instant defeat. He
No
reappears
point in that, Rexy, now.
the bewildered monster.
Didn't die to that skeleton Bronto.
With a powerful war cry, he unleashes his ultimate technique, shouting, "Invisible penetrate." The world is bleached white from the sheer energy released by his final, impossible attack. He passes straight through the monster's torso, leaving a gaping, fatal wound in his wake. The High Ogre lets out a final gurgling cry as its life fills with its eyes. Amon stands with his back to the colossal blade as it continues to resolve. Yagami and his companions stare with wide-eyed astonishment. Amon stands calmly amidst the disbelief. His victory absolutely undeniable. Yagami and the helmeted soldier are still frozen in shock, their faces etched with pure awe. Amon utters the name of the vanquished foe, Giant Eater, confirming his incredible feat. A system notification declares his victory over the extra boss as he stands over his remains. In the aftermath of the battle, system notifications flood Amani's vision, confirming a staggering level increase of 1,683. The system verifies that he is a first-time challenger of this particular dungeon. Additional conditions are met, confirming the extra boss takedown and his high health. A bonus reward materializes before him, the magnificent Great Shield of Interception. His appraisal skill reveals the stats of the shield in a potent fortifying medicine. He marvels at the incredible items, finding the medicine's effects particularly shocking. Amon notes the shield's high level and size, including its fortification. He considers giving the shield a sudden horrifying thought strikes him, causing his face to pale. He remembers with a jolt that he's in the middle of a joint mission. The party leader, Yagami, approaches, demanding to know how he performed such a feat. Yagami is utterly stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend what he just saw. Amon grows nervous, knowing the party wasn't supposed to pry into his abilities. He agonizes over how much of his secret he should reveal in this situation. With a weary sigh, Yagami admits he's been so surprised today it's almost painful. The leader acknowledges that what he witnessed, however unbelievable, was undeniably real. Yagami's expression hardens as he prepares to ask Amani a pointed question. He asks Amani if he has ever dived into a dungeon before reaching legal age. Amon cheekily admits he leveled up using a loophole, his dungeon teleportation skill. Yagami listens silently, his face unreadable as he processes the information. To Amani's surprise, Yagami accepts the explanation and says he won't pry further. Yagami internally reasons that no one would publicize a seemingly useless, unique skill. Amon realizes his heightened senses let him hear everything, including his party's thoughts. He knows his story doesn't explain how he defeated a level 40,000 monster. He worries that anyone with sharp instincts like Ray would see the inconsistency. Amani is deeply conflicted, not wanting to reveal his true power just yet. Yagami suddenly does something unexpected, bowing deeply before Amani. The leader sincerely thanks a man for saving the party not once, but twice. The entire party follows suit, bowing and calling him their benefactor. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Amon becomes incredibly flustered and stammers. He urges them to lift their heads, trying to change the subject to the reward. Yagami insists that Amani, who contributed the most, should take everything. Amani explains he can't use the shield and offers to give it away. Yagami tells him he's free to sell it, as the level up was enough for them. Seeing their insistence, Amani reluctantly agrees to take both items. His hand glows as he accepts the rewards into his personal inventory. Yagami announces the return zone is calling and moves
Again,
to retrieve a
what is with
His party
this?
members begin collecting items from the defeated monster's body. Amani notices another party member, Shinonome-san, staring off into space. Shinonome is shown with a deep blush, completely lost in her thoughts. He asks if something is wrong, startling her out of her daydream. She frantically insists everything is fine and that she just spaced out. Amani accepts her explanation, though he remains a bit confused by her reaction. Shinonome internally admits she was captivated by how cool he looked while fighting. A few seconds later, the teleportation activates, ending their successful group dive. The scene shifts to that same night, showing Amin's house from the outside. Amani sits at his table, lost in thought, offering thanks for the day. He recalls the party's solemn promise never to speak of his abilities. They had also warmly welcomed him to join their ranks if he wished. He didn't give a clear answer then, and now wonders what he should do. He reflects that they seemed like decent people, without any high-level arrogance. However, he questions if joining is worth justifying his immense hidden power. He feels confident that in terms of solo ability, he is superior to them. His skill set is specialized for solo play, making teamwork unappealing. Yet, he admits he would prefer to work with Claire, who is miles ahead. He knew S-rank adventurers were the best, but had never seen one fight. He recalls Claire instantly defeating a level 40,000 Cyclops with little effort. He concludes that Claire is the person who interests him the most. At his dining room, Amin and Mother resolves to keep his intense secret. His sister Hana asks what he's murmuring about with a curious look. Startled, he realizes he must also consider Hana's future opportunities. He asks Hana directly if she has any plans to join an adventurer guild. She seems slightly surprised by the sudden and serious question. He waits for her response as they sit with their mugs in the quiet room. He explains that the Yuzuki Guild knows about her and wants to recruit her. He tells her he can't dive with her forever. She needs a reliable party. He mentions that their friends, Rei and Yui, are also members of Yuzuki. Hana smiles, agreeing that his suggestion sounds like a good idea. However, she asks if he is fine with this, as it means they join together. She points out that joining a guild offers few benefits for a solo player like him. He refutes this, explaining it's more flexible and that he has other goals.
Pokemon community game. A wild Persian appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
His phone, lying on the table, suddenly begins to ring loudly. He picks it up, not recognizing the number, and hesitantly answers the call. The caller introduces herself as Kisaragi, and Amani is shocked. He stammers Claire's name, asking how she could have possibly gotten his number. Over the phone, Claire calmly explains her father gave it to her. He becomes flustered, wondering what she could possibly want to tell him. Claire's voice is calm as she explains her reason for calling him. She asks if he has a little time for her the next day. Still flustered, he manages to agree, confirming he is free for her. After hanging up, Hana asks in a low, suspicious voice if that was a woman. He confirms it was an acquaintance from Yuzuki, which makes Hana more suspicious. He lets out a surprised "ha" as she accuses them of being close. Hana becomes frantic, wondering if this was his other goal. The night ends with a man's long, chaotic day finally coming to a close.
Okay. Next up. Oh shit, I should have checked on how to...
Pokemon community game. Persian escaped. No one caught it.
Did you know Valguero is one of the hardest maps to tame and find dung beetles in Arceus?
Release the Kraken! I mean, open the door!
Okay, I misspelled it. take Valgero off. And apparently it did not want to do the right letters. Okay, improved guide.
Welcome back with another video. Scuffsy.
Nope. Hey, we got spoofy video here.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with my beautiful young Zelda dragon, Calamit's first baby boy, actually. He's nothing particularly special in stats, but he is a little bit easier. No, it just says wilderness. We'll just refer to it as the underground here. All right, let's see where this guy is hiding. Oh, there it is. It is a 55 elder. He's got the angry. We're not going for a high level, like I said, so we're just gonna go ahead and try to get once one of these beauties lands. We finally have somebody laying down. Unfortunately, it is the 55, but that's okay. Beggars can't be choosers. The sheep. Now, I don't know if you can do this, you know, without killing the sheep, but in my best practice from what is working for me, I kill a sheep. I provide a sheep. From what is working for me, I kill. You basically got to get close enough. There it is. Feed raw mutton. At this point, back up. At this point, you just need to back up. So, then, not ideal. When they go back to snoozing like this, I've noticed that it's kind of harder to initiate, taming for them. It is difficult when they land up on these cliffs. So I'm gonna, the dragon has been fed. Oh, I got too close. I'm gonna back up. All right, so now he is eating the sheep. He's not blowing fire directly to the sheep, but he is technically eating that dead sheep. As you can see, it's 6.2% taming effectiveness. He's gonna munch on that sheep for a while. Now at this point, it's a lot of just waiting and watching. So he is laying back down and back up. We're feeding. Now we have to wait for him basically to accept us so we can ride him up from like the back, like a car char. From this point on, it's kind of like a car char tame. This is a little funky of a place, so I think that's why his animations are a little borked right now. But back, I've usually noticed that they eat 3 times depending on size. Out of the way here. You may notice that my dragon was already before that. I may have actually and didn't know that that would light you on fire because I go to a lot down here. I'm gonna be potentially silly. What I'm gonna do is ball up my current dragon. And we're gonna try to get a little bit closer, but hopefully out of the fire. Oh, and here we go. Nope, he's still eating. Yep, fire blowing. Okay. Notice how sometimes he kind of... Oh, here he goes! Yep, I think he's getting ready. I think he's... Yep. Please don't knock me down. Alright, I think he is ready to be ridden. So, sometimes I've noticed that the actual taming percentage fluctuates. Ooh, don't knock me down, babe. I'm trying to tame you. Okay, so now he's in a position of which I can get on his back. I'm gonna do this because he's in such a weird spot. Alright. And from here, it is partner taming. We now have our boy. So would raise them from eggs, much like wyverns. You would trank out a dragon and tame them that way. I believe there is still INI that you can turn on and do it with the trank out method, and then take the egg and hatch the eggs. But I personally find this to be a lot funner, it's a lot more interactive, and you can get some pretty cool bits out of it, and stress out a little bit. So this guy seems to be a big boy. A 150 Bronto with alpha buff. Cool. So this is going to be worth a lot. Oh, you like that Paragon too. Wow. This is going to be worth a lot, percentage-wise. So sometimes you might even go up against a Rex that's only level 15 and you'll get like 0.7%. Honestly, I haven't found to like myself running out of time. Even when I had to start from 0%, I still have plenty of time to tame what I needed all the way up to 63. And you can notice that after every single time you kill something, your meter fills all the way back up at your health. So you don't have to worry about surviving through everything on one health bar. You will...
Ko-fi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
Completed killing something. And it doesn't have to be something that improves the taming bar. I'm pretty sure I killed a Demorphodon, and that's how we saved Calamite from being completely murdered. But
Well, hope everyone who's watching and lurking is having a good time. We're gonna see if we can tame this big dragon.
her life, that's for sure. Oh, he liked the Alpha Raptor. I got a little dodgy there. Admittedly, I've got a little scooped there. I'm not gonna lie. But it's okay. Oh, the 145 is down over here. Alright, well, we gotta finish taming this low level first. As you can see, Unworthy Prey popped up. I probably killed like an Iffy or a Dodo. That's fine. The Unworthy Prey, I've noticed, at least on our servers, hasn't adjusted bond strength or doesn't lose taming effectiveness that I've noted. So don't have to worry if you accidentally kill something to, you know, get some health back. It's not gonna do too much damage. You're just not going to gain any taming effectiveness. So from my, you can't really see it right now, but we're fighting some trikes. You might be able to hear it. From my testing and many tames, hey, that 150 trike is enough. From my many testings, trikes, stegos, parasaurs, other Zeldur dragons, tyrannosauruses, spinos, allos, and anything of those weight classes are going to be good enough to tame your Zeldur dragon. So Brontos, Diplodocus, and high-level Tyrannos have been the best. And I've noticed that mod creatures work as well. I have fought Acros and that worked. So no worries if you're concerned that these Zeldurs won't recognize mod creatures. They do. I think they just recognize drag weight. Alright, we're back to this 145. So, one could say that I'm being a little greedy here. Yep. The Dinotheriums, not great. I'm gonna admit, not great that they're there. They suck. Hi. Alright, bed, deposit, Ovis, Shoop, and then... Oh! Another color. Huh. Kill Ovis. Shoop. Now, this guy, we flew by, we flew by. I don't know if she's gonna accept this a second time. Yeah, she's open to it. Hell yeah. So now, once again, you want to linger close, but you have to be careful you're not too close because the fire does suck. It will hurt you. I do not recommend standing in the way of the fire. But we'll just wait here. Hopefully nothing comes and screws with us while she nom-noms eats, and then we can get on her back.
A few moments later.
There it is. And fully tamed. Beautiful. Now we got a dragon with yellow fire. That's all I got for you guys right now. That's all I can
Pokemon community game. A wild Vespiquen appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
As the hero returned from his journey. Mounted on his horse, the hero waved to the cheering crowd. Beside him, the man in armor, our main character, warned everyone to keep their distance for safety. Internally, he sighed at the overwhelming excitement. The hero turned to glance at him, and the armored man cursed under his breath, irritated by the attention the hero commanded. The hero only responded with a playful wink, which caused the nearby girls to shriek and swoon, making the armored man's annoyance grow. The crowd surged closer, everyone eager to catch the hero's gaze. One claimed the hero had winked at her, another insisted he had smiled her way. The armored man thought bitterly that Mazel, as usual, was riling up the crowd without a care. Later, in a quieter part of town, a door opened to the sound of laughter and chatter inside a tavern. A man in a cloak entered, drawing some attention as he walked toward a table.
Pokemon community game. Vespiquen escaped. No one caught it.
A cloaked figure stopped before him. The cloak was removed, revealing the familiar face of Mazel. The armored man, Werner, greeted him with mild surprise, remarking that the hero shouldn't be in such a place. Mazel countered that Werner was one to talk, addressing him as Lord Viscount. Werner ordered their usual ale, and Mazel laughed, saying he could always count on his friend. They raised their mugs together, toasting to Mazel's safe return, then drank deeply until both mugs were empty, finishing with a simultaneous burp. Mazel chuckled, saying he preferred this place far more than any grand seat of honor. Werner reflected quietly. Mazel, the great hero, was his closest friend. Life, he thought, truly worked in strange ways. When they had first met, Werner had no intention of getting involved with him. Yet here they were. And the truth was, Werner's very existence in this world was an accident of fate. Once, he had been an ordinary Japanese man, raised in a normal home, working at a mundane company, living the life of a nameless background character. He remembered the day everything changed. A carriage carrying children had toppled over, and the eldest child hadn't survived. When Werner opened his eyes next, he was in a world straight out of a medieval European setting. Servants rushed in, calling for the madam and announcing that Lord Werner had awakened. A woman hurried to his side, her expression filled with concern. Werner, bewildered, thought that this was exactly like a cliché reincarnation story, except it was happening to him. He soon realized this world was the setting of an old RPG he had once played, a classic tale where the hero defeated the Demon Lord and saved the world. It might have sounded fun to someone else, but Werner knew what came next. In the game's second half, the Demon Lord's army invaded the capital, reducing it to ashes. That destruction served as the dramatic backdrop for the hero's coronation as king. And as fate would have it, Werner's home lay right in the center of that doomed city. To make matters worse, his character in the game wasn't even mentioned, just another faceless noble who likely died off-screen. Werner refused to meet the same fate. Determined to survive, he trained relentlessly, gripping his spear until his hands bled, forcing his body and mind to grow stronger. Over time, he became skilled enough to enroll in the capital's academy. One afternoon, as he sat reading, someone called out to him. A friendly classmate waved, teasing him for always having his nose buried in a book. Werner modestly denied being overly studious, but the classmate laughed, asking for help with a difficult political science lesson, calling him the Academy's top honor student. Werner smiled faintly but thought to himself that he wasn't anything special, just a man desperately studying subjects that happened to align with his old world's knowledge, hoping to survive what was to come. The classmate nudged him, pointing out that some of the girls in the academy looked at Werner with hungry eyes. Werner brushed off the comment, thinking that his noble title as a count's son probably had something to do with it. In truth, if anyone was truly popular, it wasn't him at all, it was someone else entirely. Werner's attention drifted toward the source of the lively chatter. At the center of it all was Mazel, surrounded by a group of adoring students. Mazel Harding, the most popular man on campus, and the main protagonist of this world's story. Despite being a commoner, he had earned his place at the academy through a special scholarship granted by virtue of his remarkable abilities. As a result, he attracted attention from every corner, admiration, envy, and fascination alike. Werner still found it hard to believe that they were in the same grade. The moment Mazel enrolled, Werner's suspicions were confirmed. This world was unfolding exactly as the game's story began. From that moment on, Werner resolved to act as inconspicuous as possible, maintaining the perfect background character's role so that the narrative could proceed naturally. He wanted nothing more than to stay far from Mazel's orbit. However, something caught his eye. A young woman, poised and elegant, presented Mazel with a plate of confections, smiling sweetly as she told him to enjoy the delicacies her country was so proud of. Mazel accepted with his usual easy charm. Werner quietly watched the scene from afar. If his memory served him right, the girl was an exchange student from the neighboring nation of Salzenac, the daughter of a duke, no less. Tea parties at the academy cafeteria often doubled as matchmaking events among nobles and social climbers. Werner had little interest in such shallow displays. Yet, despite his indifference, he had noticed something odd. The girl had consumed a strange potion just before Mazel arrived. That alone made Werner worry.
Wisebot viewers,
He couldn't
plus,
tell what her intentions
HMS.
were, but she had been aggressively offering her sweets for quite some time, as if determined to make Mazel eat them. Werner suspected they might be laced with something. He tried to push the thought aside, forcing his focus back onto his book. He told himself firmly that he wouldn't get involved. Whatever was happening, it wasn't his business. After all, there was no way the hero would die before the story even began. Surely, Mazel wouldn't fall for such an obvious trap. But then, a sharp cry rang out, the girl's panicked voice. Mazel was clutching his head, his complexion turning pale. Gasps erupted around them as the girl exclaimed in horror. Werner's heart sank. Mazel had actually eaten one. He scanned the room quickly, searching for Mazel's usual bodyguards, but they were nowhere to be seen. The surrounding students were already whispering in confusion and fear. In Werner's mind, this was the sort of situation where the guards should have immediately jumped into action. Mazel was the protagonist of this world, the one destined to defeat the Demon Lord. Logically, he should be fine, but Werner wasn't so sure anymore. There was no guarantee the events of this world would follow the same course as the game. If the hero fell here, everything would unravel. That was something Werner couldn't allow. He pushed through the gathered crowd and knelt beside Mazel, checking his condition. The hero's pulse and breathing were stable. He would live. Werner decided the campus nurse would be able to handle things from here. He stood and declared that the gathering was over. Mazel needed immediate care. The noble girl protested, insisting that since Mazel had fallen ill after consuming treats from her country, it was her duty to take responsibility and summon a physician. But Werner cut her off with calm authority. Transporting Mazel by carriage in his condition would be reckless, he said, and they couldn't even be certain the sweets were to blame. If they were, he would never dream of burdening her with that responsibility. It was best to entrust Mazel to the Academy's medical staff for now. The girl's expression darkened, and her companions glared daggers at him as Werner helped the weakened Mazel to his feet. He supported the hero's arm over his shoulder, guiding him away from the crowd. The tension behind him was palpable. He could practically feel their hatred burning into his back. Still, he thought wryly, at least the protagonist was safe. Judging by the timing and the setup, this had all the signs of a kidnapping attempt. Now the question was how to handle what came next. Later, in the academy clinic, Werner's sharp voice echoed against the walls. He scolded the bodyguards, demanding to know how they could have left Mazel so exposed. What had they been thinking, arriving only after the situation had already played out? One of them shuffled awkwardly, and another tried to defend their absence, explaining that since Mazel had been meeting with the Duke's daughter from a foreign nation, they thought it best not to interfere out of diplomatic courtesy. Werner's thoughts turned sharp and cold. They had known the risks and still left the hero alone. He could hardly believe their incompetence. Inwardly, he seethed. How could they be so utterly, stupidly careless? Werner ordered the bodyguards to act immediately. One was to report the incident to a teacher, while the other was to watch the young lady and her companions closely. He decided to stay behind and keep guard over Mazel himself. When the guards hesitated, he fixed them with a cold glare and snapped at them, demanding obedience. Startled, they hurried out to carry out his orders. Werner turned toward the bed, pulling open the curtains. Mazel still lay unconscious, his breathing steady but slow. Werner exhaled quietly. It was a disaster narrowly avoided. If he had realized what was happening sooner, he would have intervened before Mazel ever took a bite of the poisoned sweet. He glanced out the window. The world beyond was still peaceful, for now. Most people saw little use for a hero in times of calm. But that peace wouldn't last forever. When the Demon Lord eventually revived, it would be Mazel who would have to stand against the chaos. If someone was already targeting him this early, then the hero's future battles, and the fate of the world itself, could be in jeopardy. A grim thought settled in Werner's mind. He admitted quietly to himself that he couldn't let that happen.
Come
not while he was
on.
here. Moments later, Mazel stirred, groaning faintly as his eyes fluttered open. He looked confused, asking where he was. Werner, relieved to see him conscious, explained what had happened, that he'd been poisoned, though the antidote was already taking effect. He handed Mazel a cup of water and told him to rest. Mazel was stunned, struggling to process it all. Werner told him that the poison had come from the confections offered by the young lady. Mazel's expression darkened as he recalled her eating them too. He asked if she was all right. Werner replied that she was perfectly fine, because she had swallowed an antidote moments before Mazel arrived. Mazel could hardly believe it. Would someone from a noble family really commit such a reckless act inside the academy? Werner knew the answer all too well. Without his interference, Mazel would have been rescued by the girl after collapsing and taken to the embassy. By morning, he would have been found naked beside her in bed, and the scandal would have forced a marriage at sword point. A commoner sharing a bed with a duke's daughter would be an outrage, one that would end with Mazel shipped off to Salzanak under political pressure. The realization left Mazel speechless. Werner, unfazed, added that noble families had no qualms about manipulating people like that. He warned Mazel to stay vigilant. Mazel broke into an unexpected smile, then laughed softly. Werner looked at him, puzzled, asking what was so funny. Mazel just said it was ironic. Werner spoke like that, yet he himself was an aristocrat. Werner asked if Mazel actually knew who he was. Mazel replied that of course he did. They were classmates, after all, and that he had been hoping to talk to Werner for some time. Werner sighed and told him to lie down. He was still pale. Mazel agreed, but Werner muttered that Mazel's energy was almost unnaturally high. Perhaps he thought it was just one of the protagonist's quirks. Mazel blinked in confusion at the strange comment. Then, the door suddenly creaked open. Werner turned sharply toward it. A group of students entered the room, their demeanor off. One of them told Werner to clear out. They were using the room now. Werner narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Calmly, he informed them that a student was resting inside and asked them to keep the noise down. That was all it took to provoke them. The apparent leader stepped forward, his tone venomous, demanding to know what an underclassman like Werner thought he was doing talking back. Werner could tell immediately. This man wasn't a student. His build was too solid, his movements too precise. Either hired adventurers or loyal knights disguised as students. He pieced it together quickly. They must be planning to seize Mazel, claiming afterward that it was their nation's responsibility to care for him. Just another political maneuver. Werner didn't hesitate. He struck first. His fist connected squarely with the man's face, sending him crashing to the floor.
Bitch slapped with a
Werner had his
broom.
spear in hand, its tip gleaming. He slammed the butt of it against the floor with a sharp crack, steadying his stance. In his mind, the decision was already made. To protect the hero, he would treat this as a fight against prowlers. Whatever it took, he'd have to beat them back until help arrived. They had numbers and muscle, but he only needed to hold them off long enough for the commotion to draw a teacher's attention. The others lunged toward him, weapons raised, but before they could reach him, a blur of motion cut through the air. Mazel, fully awake, drove a flying kick into one attacker's face. The man went down hard, blood spurting from his nose. Mazel landed beside Werner, his expression deadly serious. Werner met his eyes briefly, startled by the intensity there. The remaining assailants hesitated, unnerved by the sudden shift in momentum. Mazel glared at them, his aura sharp and commanding, the unmistakable presence of a hero. Mazel charged forward without hesitation, fists flying as he struck down the remaining attackers one after another. Each blow landed with force and precision, sending his opponents crashing to the ground. When the first man tried to rise again, Mazel swiftly countered, subduing him completely. Werner stood frozen for a moment, awestruck. In his mind, he could only marvel. This was a true display of a hero's power. The fluid movements, the unrelenting strength, the overwhelming presence. It was like watching a living masterpiece. Heroes really were something else. Once all the assailants were down, Mazel turned toward Werner. He was breathing hard but grinning brightly, his energy almost contagious. He eagerly asked if Werner was unharmed. Werner assured him that he was fine, thanks to Mazel's quick action, then asked in return if Mazel was all right after diving headfirst into the fight. Mazel admitted with excitement that his hands were a little numb, but said he would be perfectly fine. Werner couldn't help but be amazed. This was Mazel while still weakened from the poison? He thought things might turn ugly earlier, but Mazel's sudden intervention
Pokemon
had turned the
community
tide.
game A Wild Muthim
Warner
appears
felt a
catch it
sense of
using
relief
Poke
settle over
Catch.
him.
Winners
Once he
revealed in
handed the
S.
hero over to the teachers and filed a proper report, he would finally be able to relax. Then, a sharp voice interrupted. A teacher had arrived, demanding to know what had happened. Mazel froze, fumbling for words, still catching his breath. Warner thought to himself that the timing was impeccable. Help had arrived right when they needed it. He greeted the teacher and quickly explained the situation. The teacher looked at the fallen men scattered across the floor, eyes widening in disbelief. Warner calmly stated that he would provide a full report later, but for now, it seemed those men were not students of the academy. The teacher was visibly alarmed. Warner continued, explaining that they had been attacked and that it appeared someone had deliberately sent those men after them. Their exact motives remained unclear, but Warner suggested with a polite smile that once the attackers regained consciousness, the teacher could extract more details. The teacher nodded and immediately instructed the students behind him to summon the other staff members. They hurried off in a rush. Warner thought quietly that it was best to let his father handle whatever political mess came from this afterward. In the aftermath, Mazel's bodyguards were blamed for their failure to protect the hero and were dismissed from service. The academy approached Warner, asking him to take their place as Mazel's new guardian, but he declined without hesitation. Days later, while Warner was reading, Mazel approached him and asked for advice on a matter that had been troubling him. Warner found himself thinking that he never could have predicted
Pokemon
things
community
would turn
game
out this
Muthim
way,
escaped.
that Mazel,
No one
himself,
caught it.
would become so attached to him. Mazel asked if Warner could teach him the proper etiquette for an upcoming ceremony. Warner sighed internally. It wasn't as if he could refuse after Mazel had caused him so much trouble, and he didn't want another chaotic incident like before. So he agreed, deciding to bear with it for the sake of ensuring the game progressed as it should. Before long, their relationship deepened. They faced countless events together, training, studies, and battles, and gradually became inseparable, partners in all but name. They found their own rhythm, enjoying academy life in their unique way, despite the heavy fate awaiting them. Eventually, the day arrived, the true beginning of the game. The Demon Stampede marked the start of the great struggle. From that moment, the world moved according to Destiny's script. Warner and Mazel stood side by side in battle, fighting through contest after contest, bound by camaraderie and shared resolve. And in that moment of clarity, Warner made a silent vow. If saving this world meant losing Mazel, then he would defy fate itself. He would change the world before he let that happen. This was the legend that would be passed down through the ages, the tale of the hero who saved the world, and the story of his closest friend who refused to let him fall. Warner had once been an ordinary office worker, until the day he awoke in the body of a child within the world of a video game he had once played, a classic RPG where the hero rises to defeat the Demon Lord. As he pieced together fragments of memory, a grim truth surfaced. He had been reborn as an unremarkable background character, destined to perish in a large-scale massacre that would occur midway through the story. It was not the kind of ending he desired. Fortunately, the point in time he found himself in was before the game's events had even begun. If he remembered the story correctly, he could change his fate. Determined to survive, Warner threw himself into work and study, pushing himself relentlessly. Yet in the process, he accidentally earned the admiration of the story's protagonist, the hero himself. The hero's name was Mazel Harding, a commoner admitted to their academy through a special scholarship due to his unique talent. Despite his humble origins, Mazel's bright personality and natural charisma drew people to him. Warner, knowing too well how vital Mazel would become to the world's fate, initially avoided him, afraid that any interference might alter the course of events. But over time, their paths continued to cross, and eventually, they became close friends. Mazel, however, was as reckless as he was kind-hearted. Trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. The game hadn't even started, and already he found himself at risk. Warner's anxiety grew as he wondered how the story would unfold this time. Eventually, he came to understand that avoiding Mazel was a mistake. The hero needed guidance. Warner resolved to support him until the day Mazel fulfilled his destiny and defeated the Demon Lord. Around that time, news of a demon stampede reached the academy. Their instructor explained that it was a massive outbreak of demons that occurred roughly once every 20 years. The school would contribute to the suppression effort. To Warner, this was it, the game's opening act. His stomach knotted with unease. He knew what was coming. In the official story, the stampede was far more devastating than anyone expected. It coincided with the Demon Lord's resurrection, resulting in overwhelming casualties. The capital's knights slaughtered, the crown prince dead, and the land drenched in blood. The teacher continued, explaining that students from noble families would return to the capital and await orders, while those of common birth would join support squads to transport supplies and heal the wounded. They were assured that these squads were unlikely to be attacked, but vigilance was still necessary. Werner silently calculated the odds. The knights on the front line would be wiped out. Mazel would, of course, charge into danger to protect others, and Werner, as someone stationed beside him, would likely die as well. If he wanted to survive, he needed to strengthen their defenses and devise a strategy before the stampede began. Lost in thought, Werner failed to notice Mazel calling out to him until the hero's sharp voice snapped him back to reality. It was break time, and Werner hadn't moved an inch. Embarrassed, he stood up abruptly and said he was heading home. Mazel looked puzzled, reminding him that they had planned to check out daggers at the weapon shop. Werner apologized and said he needed to make preparations for the upcoming battle, gathering manpower and resources. They could go another time. Mazel laughed it off, saying Werner was overreacting, but Werner's expression remained firm. There were no guarantees this time. Things might not unfold as they usually did. Mazel shrugged, promising to follow Werner's lead like always, but Werner told him they wouldn't be together. His family's noble status meant he would be assigned to a different unit. Mazel's enthusiasm faded immediately, his expression darkening. Werner sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that kind of reaction. Sometimes
Busy
Mazel
fart dog,
reminded
it
him
says.
of an affectionate dog. He patted Mazel on the shoulder, reassuring him to stay sharp and do what he always did. He'd be fine. Deep down, Werner knew the truth. Mazel would end this battle by defeating the demon orchestrating the chaos. His bravery would earn him fame as the hero who saved the world. Before leaving, Werner reminded him to stock up on as many healing potions as he could carry and to ensure his armor was in top condition. Mazel smirked in response, but Werner added that in the best case, he wouldn't even need to use them. Just then, another classmate approached, asking Werner what he should do. Startled, Werner told him to follow the teacher's orders. The boy admitted he had never been in an actual battle before and was terrified. Mazel stepped in, noting that the boy, Kranik, was skilled with a bow and would likely be assigned as a support escort. Kranika's face brightened at that. A girl named Kalina soon approached, asking for advice as well. Mazel reminded her that as a mage, her role would be to tend to the wounded, and suggested she prepare protective gear just in case. One by one, more students came to Mazel for guidance, and Werner quietly observed as the so-called main character effortlessly inspired and organized them. Mazel's ability to recall everyone's abilities astonished him. It was as if he'd memorized the entire roster. Even students from the next class oversought his help. Watching the scene, Werner couldn't help but think that despite Mazel's occasional recklessness, this was exactly why he was destined to be the hero. In this world, abilities were governed by a structured skill system, much like the ones found in video games. Werner possessed the skill of spearmanship, honed through years of relentless, disciplined training. Mazel's skill, on the other hand, was heroism, a name that sounded almost too direct, yet perfectly fitting. That ability allowed its wielder to instantly master any form of combat skill. For Werner, it was almost absurd. The spear techniques he had spent countless hours refining, Mazel could replicate flawlessly after seeing them only once. It was, without question, a cheat ability, a gift reserved for protagonists. The first time Werner witnessed it, he had nearly cried out of frustration. The upcoming demon stampede was meant to serve as Mazel's trial by fire, his first real taste of battle. It was designed, both by the world and by fate, to let the hero unleash his full potential. Werner, however, could not afford to simply stand by and watch. His own survival was on the line, and he needed to ensure he lived long enough to see the story through. He reminded himself to stay focused and to prepare for what was to come. Later, Werner learned from Norbert, the Zerfield family's butler, that his father would not be joining the campaign. Instead, the Count, Werner's father, would be stationed beside the king. Hearing that, Werner's heart sank. His odds of survival had just taken a nosedive. As a nobleman and a minister of state, his father's presence near the battlefield would have been impossible, but Werner had hoped for the security it might offer. Norbert then added that, in his father's absence, Werner would serve as the acting commander of the Count's forces. Werner was taken aback. A mere student acting as a commander? The very idea was absurd. Norbert calmly explained that the true authority would lie with Commander Max Lyman, while Werner's position would be nominal, a figurehead representing the Zerfield family's participation. That would have been reassuring under normal circumstances, but Werner knew this was not a normal demon stampede. In the game's story, this very battle would spiral into catastrophe. He ordered Norbert to summon Max for him, as well as to arrange supplies and hire additional soldiers. Norbert seemed startled by the request, but Werner had no choice. His life depended on taking every precaution possible. When the forces were finally assembled, the numbers reached over 4,000 foot soldiers, 200 mercenaries, and about 100 students serving as support staff. The sight was imposing, yet Werner knew that most of them didn't truly believe they were in danger. A voice spoke behind him, noting that gathering such a large army for a
Ko-fi
small-scale
Streambot
stampede
visit Kaito Destiny's KO5
was
page
Commander
at
Max Leon
URL.
himself. Werner silently agreed. To veterans like these, a demon stampede was nothing more than an annual excursion, something akin to a dangerous picnic. In previous years, the Zerfield family, being one of civil servants rather than warriors, typically sent only a few representatives, sometimes as few as 5, alongside Mac. This time, Werner had personally conscripted about 100 men. To those familiar with the routine of ordinary stampedes, this level of mobilization must have seemed excessive. Werner wished they could sense even a fraction of the dread he felt, but their confidence was unshakable. Still, he was grateful they humored his preparations. It wasn't as though he could reveal that he knew what awaited them. First Platoon Commander Orgen remarked that this campaign would likely be uneventful for the royal grandson's first battle. Werner agreed outwardly but winced inwardly. The supreme commanders of the expedition were the Crown Prince and his son, the royal grandson, both heirs to the throne. In the game's timeline, they would die here, along with most of the capital's knights. Their deaths would ignite the political chaos that would later drive Mazel's journey as the hero. Werner, however, desperately wanted to prevent that chain of events from unfolding. He knew it might be too much to hope for, but he had to try. As they reviewed battle logistics, Max leaned closer and suggested that Werner take the opportunity to greet Count First, the commander of the neighboring army. Werner grimaced at the thought. The First family was a militaristic house, unlike the Zerfields, who were primarily civil administrators. Still, the two families maintained a cordial relationship due to their neighboring territories and shared trade network. With a resigned sigh, Werner agreed to pay his respects. He instructed Orgen to oversee the troops in his absence, then departed with Max. When they arrived, Count Bastian Tino first immediately recognized Werner as the son of Minister Zerfield. Werner straightened, offering a polite bow and an apology for the delay in his introduction, doing his best to maintain the dignity expected of his name, even as the weight of the coming tragedy pressed heavily on his mind. Count First's gaze moved past Werner and settled on the man standing behind him. Recognizing him, First addressed Max by name, expressing his trust that Max would assist the minister's son well. Werner stood quietly, noting with faint irritation that while First acknowledged Max directly, he himself received only a curt nod. It wasn't malicious. Warriors naturally look down on bureaucrats, but it still stung. In First's eyes, Max was the commander in charge of the actual fighting, and thus more deserving of attention. Their conversation was interrupted when another figure stepped forward, a young man with a confident bearing. It was Tyrone, heir to the First family. He suggested that his father should take command of Werner's troops as well, implying that Werner wasn't yet ready to handle such responsibility. Max hesitated, unsure how to respond, while Werner thought grimly to himself that there was no way he would allow that to happen. Tyrone's words weren't meant as an insult. From his perspective, he was offering a generous gesture to someone of lesser military standing. The hierarchy of this kingdom was well established. The royal family stood at the top,
Okay,
followed by
fine, I won't
military
agree
nobles,
with you.
then civil
I'll go things a
servants,
different way.
and finally the commoners. Werner, belonging to a family of civil administrators, knew his place in that order all too well. Encounters like this reminded him why he loathed dealing with the more militaristic houses. The imbalance in status made every exchange feel suffocating. The sound of footsteps interrupted the tension. A woman entered the tent, elegant and composed. She addressed Tyrone as her brother, gently pointing out that his suggestion was impossible. It was Hermine, the Count's second daughter, if Werner remembered correctly. She turned to him with a polite smile, saying she had heard he was still a student and advising that he stay behind their lines and not overexert himself. Werner returned her smile, but inwardly it felt like a knife to the chest. Her words were considerate, yet they carried the same implication. No one expected him to contribute meaningfully. Count First finally concluded the exchange, reminding them all not to overdo things. If they found themselves in danger, they were to retreat without hesitation. To Werner, that statement only confirmed what he already suspected. The First family never planned to take him seriously from the beginning. He excused himself, saying he would return to his men. Tyrone called after him, telling him not to trouble his father with work. Werner offered a polite, energetic thanks, masking the exhaustion beneath his expression. As soon as they were out of sight, he exhaled.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Pupitar appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Hermine frowned slightly and said she wasn't sure about her brother's earlier remarks. Tyrone admitted he knew. Their father, watching Werner's retreating figure, commented that Lord Werner was a respected student at a prestigious academy. He was not merely a count's son. Tyrone nodded, saying he'd heard the same rumors, including how Werner was considered the only militarily capable member of the Zerfield household. Even so, he added that Werner's talent lay only in spearmanship, which, while impressive, was still inferior to the art of the sword, a true knight's weapon. Spearmanship was a fine skill for a beginner, but hardly the mark of greatness. He wondered aloud who would inherit the Zerfield lands should Werner fall in battle. Hermine called his name sharply, silencing him. At the Zerfield military encampment, Werner stood before his assembled troops with Max at his side. Both men looked drained. Werner announced that he would go over the battle plan once more. One of the soldiers, noting the exhaustion on their faces, asked if something unpleasant had occurred during their visit to the first camp. Werner dismissed the question, but murmurs spread among the ranks. Some men shouted encouragement, vowing to show the proud soldiers of First what true effort looked like. Others cheered that they would win and earn medals for their valor. Werner tried to calm them, insisting that wasn't the point. The second platoon commander, Barkey, remarked that for an army assembled only yesterday, their formation and discipline were impressive.
Pokemon Community Game Pupitar escaped. No one caught it.
A strong group of well-trained soldiers. In Werner's mind, he reviewed the structure of his command. Each squad consisted of 5 men, one acting as leader. There were 18 squads divided into 3 platoons, with an additional hunter unit under Werner's direct control. If the royal commanders could relay their orders to the hunter unit and the 3 platoon heads, messages could be distributed swiftly throughout the entire force. He reminded his soldiers not to stand out in battle, to move as one body, and never to engage a demon alone. They fidgeted uneasily. Werner understood their nerves but pressed on, telling them that while this might be only a demon stampede, he would tolerate no unnecessary losses. The goal of the Zerfield forces, he declared, was simple: no sacrifices. Yet deep down, he knew that such an ideal would be impossible to uphold. The battle would rage on for some time, until Mazel defeated the demon orchestrating it all. Until then, Werner needed only to survive. Elsewhere, Mazel's unit was preparing as well. One of his companions commented on the sheer number of recovery potions Mazel had brought. Another laughed that for someone so strong, he was surprisingly cautious. A third teased that if they got injured, they would rely on him. Their leader barked at them to quiet down and form up. Mazel glanced at his supplies, remembering Werner's insistence that he bring as many potions as he could carry. Werner had said such strange things sometimes, but Mazel trusted him. Whenever Werner gave advice that seemed excessive, it always turned out to have a reason behind it. As Mazel secured his gear, he couldn't help but wonder what Werner was doing at that very moment. Werner resolved to minimize casualties above all else. He reminded his men to always form groups of 5 and never to fight alone. They were stationed at the left flank of Count Zerfield's military camp. Once a unit completed their assigned target, they were to assist nearby teams.
Okay, that should be the last one.
When someone raised an objection, Werner looked up to see 2nd Platoon Commander Barkey, standing beside 1st Platoon Commander Orjan. Barkey expressed his disagreement. Werner countered that demons never fought one-on-one, and there was no merit in displaying chivalry here. The knights' expressions turned sour, but Werner understood their frustration. In a society that valued individual valor, a strategy based on coordinated group combat might feel like an insult to their pride. But this time, pride would get them killed. He reminded them that this was the royal grandson's first battle, and there was no need for anyone to try to outshine him. The knights, hearing this, reluctantly agreed. Werner allowed himself a grin. He explained that they still didn't know the full scale of the demon stampede. No matter how many they defeated, more would keep coming. The assault could last the entire day, and they could not afford to exhaust themselves. Barkey conceded that even small fry could wear down stamina by sheer numbers, and being surrounded would mean certain losses. Werner told them that to balance damage and results, this plan was their best option. They needed to conserve enough strength to help other families if things took a turn for the worst. The knights were surprised but compliant. Orjan laughed and said that if that time came, his platoon should be sent to assist the first household. Werner agreed, but Barkey teased that Orjan only wanted to go because he was chasing First Daughter. Orjan's indignant reaction drew laughter from the others. Werner chuckled and said that in that case, Barky would go instead. The laughter spread across the camp, lightening the tension. Still, Werner could tell the knights were underestimating the battle ahead, though he didn't blame them. Barky and Orjan's banter continued until Max, standing behind Werner, urged everyone to get ready. Werner ordered them to return to their positions, and the knights shouted in affirmation. The air grew colder, just as Werner had expected. The battle began soon after. Hours later, the monsters came pouring in. As foretold by the game's events, the knights were quickly overwhelmed. Those who
Does it have
tried
to be a
stand out were
personally
crushed,
owned
and the number
one?
of corpses grew. Deserters fled in panic, and chaos spread through the ranks. Orders passed through the Zerfield forces to coordinate with nearby units. Orjan helped check on the injured, sending them to the rear for treatment while the rest advanced. Werner commanded the retreating squads to support the front lines while regrouping. The Zerfield Knights maintained their formation even as they moved their wounded from the battlefield. Werner's body gradually adapted to the chaos. For every monster he cut down, another emerged. He had no time to think or even wipe the blood from his face. Thankfully, his body moved instinctively, training taking over where reason faltered. He reminded his men to stay in formation and avoid advancing too far. His breath came ragged, but he was grateful they were following the plan. If they could hold the line until Mazel defeated the boss monster, victory would be theirs. As the fighting continued, cries for help echoed across the field. Deserters were increasing, and Werner felt frustration rising in his chest. His troops, though numerous for a civil servant family, were still minor compared to the royal and noble armies. The elite royal knights held the right flank, while Count First's military family guarded the left. Zerfield's position between them was secure, for now. But if either flank collapsed, they would be trapped and annihilated. As commander, and for his own survival, Werner couldn't allow that to happen. He considered sending reinforcements, but the proud First family would reject help if offered too soon. Timing was crucial. Max shouted for the others to use fallen bodies as makeshift shields. Werner called out to him, asking about his situation. Max reported no issues on their side, but said that other noble forces had advanced too far and were being driven back. The allied families were struggling to regroup. Werner nodded grimly, understanding the situation. Then came a piercing scream. A knight's cry cut through the battlefield. Werner tightened his grip on his weapon, slashing through a monster before rushing toward the fallen man. He ordered his soldiers to hold the creature back and knelt beside the knight, checking if he was still alive. The wounded knight stammered but managed to whisper his gratitude. Werner realized that the knight belonged to Count First's unit. When asked about the others, the knight trembled and admitted he did not know. One moment he had been fighting, and the next, he was barely clinging to life. Werner understood. He ordered his comrades to tend to the knight's wounds immediately. Even the well-equipped knights were struggling alongside the slave soldiers. Werner debated whether to send reinforcements or hold back a little longer. In the end, he decided against weakening his company's overall strength for a hasty rescue. He called for Barky and instructed him that once his unit was ready, they were to move out and support Count First's forces. They needed to regroup while they still had soldiers capable of fighting. Meanwhile, on the right flank, Count First's troops were locked in a brutal battle. First rallied his men, urging them not to falter before what he called weak enemies, but in truth, he was deeply unsettled. The demons were behaving strangely, more organized and relentless than usual. Many of his knights and slave soldiers were frozen with fear, forcing him to divide his focus between fighting and preventing a full retreat. He demanded to know where his children, Tyrone and Hermine, had gone. A soldier answered that they had gone ahead to support the front lines and had not returned. First's heart sank. He ordered his remaining troops to avoid direct engagement and regroup before they were overwhelmed. Elsewhere, Hermine heard her father's distant voice, but his words were lost in the clash of battle. She realized she had been separated from her unit. Surrounded by monsters, she fought on, deciding it would be best to retreat and find her father. Then, she heard a grunt and turned to see her brother, Tyrone, struggling against a demon. She rushed to his side and cut the beast down. Together, they continued to fend off
that's the
attacks,
name of
their
death.
blades flashing amid the carnage. Though they were superior in skill and armor, they found themselves unable to do more than avoid fatal blows. Hermine shouted to the knights around her to call for reinforcements, but another desperate cry tore through the din. She turned to see one of their soldiers caught in a monster's jaws. Before anyone could react, the creature ripped the knight apart. Rage and despair burned in her chest. She ordered the remaining able-bodied soldiers to fall behind her and collect the fallen as they retreated toward their father's position. A female knight, voice shaking,
asked how they could possibly do that when the monsters showed no sign of thinning. Another demon growled and lunged. Hermine forced herself to stand firm, commanding them not to cower and to stay close together. Inside, she was asking herself the same question: how were they going to survive this? If they didn't move now, the battlefield would become their grave. She resolved to cut down as many as she could and carve a path back to her father. Decrease their numbers, again and again, until they broke through. But before she could strike again, a shadow loomed over her. She turned just in time to see a massive beast's jaws closing around her. The creature's saliva dripped across her face. Then, a sudden slash cleaved the monster in half, splattering blood across her armor. A commanding voice rang out, ordering the troops not to overextend and to hold their position. Hermine blinked through the gore and confusion, trying to see who had come. As her knees buckled, she felt strong arms catch her before she hit the ground. Reinforcements? But from which army? It was Barky. He steadied her and recognized her as Count First's daughter. She managed to thank him and asked his name. Barky introduced himself as a knight of the Zerfield unit, sent by Lord Werner to provide assistance. Hermine was stunned. The Zerfield family, of all houses, had sent help? Between their earlier struggles and this sudden, organized rescue, it was clear that Zerfield had managed to turn the tide in their favor. She praised Barky and asked if this was his commander's doing. Barky replied that everything was under Lord Werner's orders. He explained that the wounded noble forces were
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
I'm about to give up on this damn thing.
He asked her to persuade Count First to take advantage of the opportunity. Hermine hesitated. Her
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
A humiliation. Yet she also understood the chance this presented, to seize victory on the brink of defeat. She thanked Barky and promised to speak with her father immediately. Back on the left flank, word spread through Count Zerfield's ranks that Count First's troops were joining them. Max reported that the noble armies who had previously fallen back were returning to the fight. Werner nodded, satisfied. Even amid the grinding chaos, Werner reflected that the only reason they had not been wiped out was because their enemies were still around in the If the battle ended there, they might still preserve what remained of the earth. But that thought only deepened his unease. Something was off. He prayed that Mazel would defeat the demon mastermind soon. In the game, there had been no clear account of how the knights fared, and that uncertainty gnawed at him. Then, a shout rose behind him, cries of triumph. Soldiers were yelling that the enemy was retreating. Another voice exclaimed that their endurance had finally paid off. Werner froze. Victory? Had Mazel already slain the boss monster? But that wasn't supposed to happen yet. In the game, this victory only came after the knights were annihilated. Something had changed. Something unseen. Werner quickly regained focus and called for Mac. He ordered the troops to regroup and for the injured to take potions from the rear supply. Max hesitated, but Werner cut him off, saying there was no time to argue. They needed to prepare. He was heading to the main army, to report directly to the royal prince. The soldiers erupted in cheers, shouting that the battle was won and victory was theirs. One exclaimed that it had been a brutal fight.
Okay, you don't want it, fine. I'll go take it elsewhere.
Standing beside Werner, remarked that it was thanks to Werner's leadership that their unit suffered so few casualties. It was a remarkable outcome. He added that all that remained was to issue the command to pursue the fleeing demons. But when he turned to Werner, he realized Werner wasn't listening. Werner's expression was tense. Something about this was wrong. None of it aligned with how the events had played out in the game. Max urged him to hurry. The enemy was retreating, and they needed orders. But Werner's mind caught on one detail. Were the demons truly retreating, or were they simply scattering and fleeing? Max confirmed that they were moving in formation, heading toward the forest. Werner's unease deepened. He ordered Max to assemble the troops and distribute potions from the rear supply, telling him to see that the injured were treated. Max began to protest, but Werner cut him off. It was a ruse. He announced that he would go to the main army himself. Max fell silent, realizing that Werner was deadly serious. Werner set off at a run, boots splashing through the blood-soaked ground. The narrow battlefield path was littered with corpses, and the slick mixture of blood and insectoid fluids made every step perilous. The stench of death was suffocating. Even staying upright was an effort, yet he forced his exhausted body forward.
I'm gonna see what I can get to kill some gigas.
He knew what was about to happen. As he neared the royal encampment, he was halted by the gleam of crossed blades. The knights guarding the perimeter barred his way. Werner demanded to be allowed through, He had an urgent report for His Highness, the Crown Prince. The guards refused, saying that the commander of the left flank should be the one to make the report. Werner's heart pounded. By the time official channels were followed, it would be too late. If he wasted even a few minutes here, the entire army could be lost. He tried to reason with them.
Pokemon community game A wild Slaycoat appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Members of the Second Order of Knights, flushed with victory. One boasted that defeating the ringleader of the demons had been a fine achievement. Another laughed, saying that things had gotten dicey for a moment, but now it was over. The demons were fleeing for their lives. A third speculated that the monster's lack of fear toward magic must have been due to the ringleader's control over them. They all chuckled, relieved and overconfident. Someone remarked that cleaning up the stragglers would be easy work. Werner felt a chill run down his spine. They truly believed the battle was finished. None of them understood what was coming. Then he heard a familiar voice, clear, noble, and confident. The royal grandson was asking his father for permission to pursue the enemy. The crown prince's calm voice granted it. Panic seized Werner. He shouted to the prince, saying he had something urgent to report. The knights around him stiffened in shock. No one addressed the prince so directly. Angry murmurs rose. One barked that it was outrageous for a lesser noble to speak to the royal heir without leave. Another demanded that Werner be removed at once, but the crown prince raised a hand and told them to let him through. The knights hesitated, then obeyed. The prince regarded Werner with composed curiosity. He acknowledged that while they had achieved victory, the left wing had suffered the heaviest burden. For Werner to come all this way, his message must be of great importance. He gestured for him to speak. Werner approached, breath ragged, and knelt
Pokemon community game Slaycoat escaped. No one caught it.
As Werner, of Count Zerfield's household. Recognition flickered in the prince's eyes. He remembered Werner as the son of the Minister of Ceremonies. The prince smiled faintly and remarked that although young, Werner must be exceptionally capable to have commanded in such a battle. Then he asked what Werner wished to say. Werner took a steadying breath and declared that the troops must be ordered to retreat. A ripple of murmurs spread among the knights and soldiers standing behind the prince. Werner expected as much. After all, they had fought bitterly for this victory. Their disbelief and irritation were natural. Even knowing the truth of the game's events, he doubted he could persuade them so easily. The murmuring grew sharper. Some were ready to mock him outright. But the prince held up his hand and said, "Wait." He asked Werner calmly what made him say such a thing. Werner was momentarily startled, but quickly answered. The behavior of the enemy was unnatural. The prince replied that the demon believed to be the leader had already been slain by the knights. There was nothing strange about their forces retreating afterward. Werner shook his head. No, he explained, the enemy was not retreating or fleeing in panic. They were withdrawing, all of them, in perfect order, even the insectoid creatures that should have had no intelligence of their own. The prince listened carefully, realizing the demons showed no fear. That alone revealed the truth. It was a trap meant to lure the knights into the forest. The enemy's main forces consisted of insects and beasts, creatures naturally suited to the dense terrain. The knights, weighed down by their heavy armor, would be at a severe disadvantage. Without hesitation, the prince ordered the signal for retreat and instructed his men to summon all knights to regroup immediately. His soldiers were startled by the command, but the prince urged them to act quickly, and they obeyed. Turning to Werner, he asked if there was anything else. Werner replied that there was and asked permission to speak openly. The prince granted it. Werner then proposed that the royal grandson take charge of guarding the capital's castle gates. The prince understood his intention at once and approved, ordering that his son Reuven accompany the wounded soldiers and the supply unit to the North Great Guard. The knights accepted the command. In truth, Werner knew that at Reuven's age, his combat strength could not be relied upon. Under the guise of a noble duty, this plan allowed the young prince to return to the capital with honor, without depleting their active forces. When asked if there was more, Werner said no. The prince instructed him to return to his camp and bring his men to regroup with the central army. Werner hesitated, uncertain, but the prince reassured him that further orders would follow once deployment was complete. Werner, realizing his service was far from over, smiled and accepted. Later, Max's booming voice greeted him. Werner reported that he had successfully warned the prince of the enemy's trap and that an all-out assault would commence once the knights returned. He added that the prince had ordered their troops to join the central forces. Max was stunned, a direct command from the crown prince himself. Ecstatic, he shouted in triumph and declared that they should celebrate. Werner, however, rejected the idea. There was nothing to celebrate. The battle was far from finished. In his heart, He knew that the fighting would only intensify. Max, unable to understand his restraint, insisted that it was an honor, but Werner only gave a hesitant nod. Their conversation was interrupted when one of Werner's men called out. The Count's daughter had arrived. Werner turned in surprise to see Hermine approaching. She apologized for intruding, explaining that she had come to speak with him urgently. Werner tried to explain that they were under royal orders to relocate to the center for the oncoming battle. When she learned of the enemy's trap, Hermine was momentarily stunned but quickly composed herself, reasoning that her decision to come here now made even more sense. She bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude and regret, admitting that without Werner's help, she would not have arrived. Werner's eyes widened as memories of their first encounter resurfaced. He found himself unable to form a proper response. Hermine then grew serious and requested his counsel on strategy for the royal family's left flank unit. Her expression left no room for refusal, and Werner could only agree. By the time they reached the center of the army, Werner's strength was fading. Each step felt heavier than the last. His body drained from the constant movement and pressure. Ahead of the main camp, he staggered slightly, murmuring to himself that even walking had become exhausting. Max advised Werner to take a rest until further orders came from the prince. Even so, on their way to the center, countless nobles, not just the firsts, had sought Werner's counsel. Max teased that all this attention must have inflated his ego, laughing heartily. Werner corrected him, saying it was mostly Lady Hermine who had approached him. Max only chuckled again, calling him modest and praising how accurate his advice had been. Werner tried to deny it, but Max went on, surprised that Werner possessed such a sharp tactical mind. In truth, Werner felt undeserving of the praise. Everything he had said was knowledge borrowed from his past life, not wisdom of his own. He doubted whether such book-learned strategies could even hold up in a real battlefield. Before he could reflect further, a knight arrived bearing an official decree. The man knelt and delivered a message from His Highness the Crown Prince. Lord Werner von Zerfield was granted command authority. He was to lead various noble units and position them on the right flank of the main body in preparation for the enemy's next assault. Werner accepted the command with humility, though inside he was reeling. Not only would he be fighting at the vanguard, he now bore responsibility for the coordination of multiple aristocratic units. His soldiers erupted in cheers at the announcement, their voices filled with pride and excitement. Werner, however, could not help but wonder what the Crown Prince was thinking. He was still a student, facing his very first battle. Max and Barky approached, clapping him on the shoulder. They assured him that even if he was nervous, he had already proven himself capable. While others had been careless, Werner alone had remained calm, assessing the flow of combat and responding with precision. They promised that the Zerfield troops would fully support his every order. With an optimistic grin, Max added that they had more than enough potions to last. His men roared their agreement in unison. But Werner knew the truth. He wasn't nervous, he was exhausted. Praise from his comrades, and Hermine felt misplaced. He had simply known the outcome of events and acted accordingly, reverse engineering his strategy from the results of a story he once played. These were not his original insights, but memories from another life. And now, faced with a genuine battlefield, he had no assurance that such theoretical tactics would succeed. The weight of command pressed heavily on him. Still, he forced a smile and thanked his men, guiding his team. He would wrestle with his doubts only after surviving this battle. For now, he needed to endure, to hold out until Mazel, the game's destined hero, defeated the demon. Clenching his fist, he steeled his resolve and began sketching formations in his mind, praying for the hero's swift victory. Meanwhile, on a different front, Mazel was locked in battle. His subordinates fought beside him, impressed by his skill. One remarked that, despite being a student, Mazel was far from a liability. He was remarkably capable. Mazel acknowledged the compliment with a nod, and Lugins, his comrade, added that the abundance of healing potions had been a blessing. Initially, they had thought Mazel was over-preparing by bringing so many, but now they saw the wisdom in it. When asked why he had stocked up, Mazel explained it was thanks to Werner's advice. He described Werner as brilliant and dependable, a friend who always looked out for him. He recalled how nervous he'd been when first appointed to the search party, and how Werner had simply told him to stay alert and do what he always did best. His companions were surprised to learn that this Werner was a noble. Mazel smiled, saying that his friend never acted arrogant or distant despite his status. The group fell briefly silent when one of them mentioned that the main forces were struggling. Mazel's expression tightened, but he quickly reassured them that Werner would be fine. He was always prepared, precise with his spear, and calm under pressure. Lugents agreed, saying they had to locate the enemy commander quickly, if not for themselves, then for Mazel's friend as well.
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
Lugents instantly ordered
Hey,
everyone
Gold.
to get down. A distant rustling grew louder, an ominous sound.
Kaito Destiny Gold Leopard, welcome to my channel.
A female voice cut through the air, sharp and mocking. The voice, rough yet laced with malice, greeted them coldly. Stated that the unit under his command had already received orders directly from the Crown Prince and was on the move. The Prince had approved Werner's proposed strategy and troop formation. They were expected to arrive soon. Werner acknowledged the report and thanked them. As for the other
Kofi Streambot, visit Kaito Destiny's KO5 page at URL.
That some of the wounded were being transported to the capital along the poisonous route. He paused, realizing that he was playing overrun and expressed deep gratitude for his presence. The difficulty was only beginning. As he repositioned his right flank, the situation. Now that the enemy's trap had failed, their next move would undoubtedly be a full-scale assault. Despite the main unit's preparation for withdrawal, the Crown Prince showed no sign of abandoning the situation. His resolve as a commander, choosing not to was admirable. The messenger suddenly called out to Werner, reporting that the Rhenish unit had been reorganized. Lady Dejan Kolb confirmed that the Kolb's unit had completed deployment after re-establishing the chain of command. Werner commended their efforts, but then froze when three significant figures appeared before him: Dejan Kolb, Rhenish, and Oliver Gold. He was inwardly stunned. Why would the Crown Prince assign a student to command such elite soldiers? What was His Highness thinking? Max introduced Werner to the assembled elites, announcing that the Crown Prince himself had appointed him commander. Werner introduced himself, observing silently that both Dejan Kolb and Rhenish came from noble families, though neither held personal titles. His own family, being of Count rank, was technically higher, so their addressing him as Lord posed no issue. Rhenish remarked that though this was Werner's first campaign, his ability to read enemy movements so precisely was commendable, smiling as he said it. Werner thought Rhenish clearly had far more experience, but humbly replied that caution had served him well.
Wisebot viewers, plus, HMS.
Werner understood that such praise might be little more than formality. The orders from the Crown Prince left them no choice but to comply, no matter what the felt. Despite the polite exchanges, Werner wondered if any hidden motive. The battle was betrayal. He couldn't dismiss the enemy's cold on her way. She had been with soldiers who had tactical advice. She added that she asked for mercenary agreement. To give them expressed satisfaction that they all shared the same resolve. Werner fell silent.
You come to play the fuck around and find out game. Guess what? You die.
And Werner appreciated that he didn't make a scene. But the other two, he couldn't shake his doubts about their intentions. Their flattering words were pleasant, but impossible to take at face value. Nevertheless, Werner thanked them and vowed to meet the Crown Prince's expectations. Then, steadying his voice, he requested to review the current state of the battle and confirm their coordinated strategy. On the battlefield's left flank, the 1st Family's unit was assembled. Orders rang out for the shields. The smaller shields were directed to the front lines while the round ones took supporting positions. Once the formation was set, first began reviewing the unit's coordinated movement. A message from the Crown Prince reported that the enemy's numbers had grown and gathered more cohesively. Their scouts observed that the enemy had chosen not to charge into the forest, but instead turned back, suggesting that the more intelligent forest goblins had joined them. The enemy now held a slight numerical advantage, nearly double their strength, though not to an overwhelming degree. There were indications Cavalry had been shaken by the attacks from the Magic Squad. For this reason, First instructed his men to fight in a way that would further erode the enemy's morale. Despite their numbers, the enemy's movements were predictable. The plan was for the 1st and 2nd Night Brigades, currently engaged in a fighting retreat, to split left and right.
Pokemon community game A wild Shelmet appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Agitate the enemy, throw their formation into disarray, and gradually retreat while maintaining pressure. Tyrone voiced concern that the capital was less than an hour's ride away. Allowing the demons to advance that close with so many unknown factors would be catastrophic. First acknowledged the risk, but emphasized that if the battle turned into a prolonged conflict, their lack of readiness would put them at a disadvantage. The focus must be on buying time to prepare, while sapping the demons' will to fight without exhausting their own forces. Tyrone agreed with the prince's overall tactics, but expressed disdain for the specific battle strategy, especially one devised by someone as young and untested as Werner. He found it unbecoming that a knight's plan would abandon the ideals of traditional chivalry. Hermine reminded her brother that they had already discussed this. Marquis Norpoth, commander of the left rank, had personally approved the plan. Still, Tyrone protested. First interjected, noting that Hermine herself had described Werner's strategy as innovative. He ordered that Hermine be dispatched to reinforce the Marquis's command. Hermine agreed without hesitation. Tyrone muttered his doubts, but eventually relented when First reminded him that the Marquis's approval had already been secured. First added that, despite Tyrone's feelings, Werner's plan was the most rational approach given their circumstances. A knight proved his worth through results, not ceremony. As nobles, they also had to weigh the cost of lives.
Pokemon community game Shelmet escaped.
Tyrone began to
No
speak
one
again,
caught it.
but First continued, warning that though the current wave consisted mostly of weaker demons, there was no telling when something far worse would happen. It seemed the army had already slain one demon believed to be a leader, yet there remained a hidden puppeteer manipulating events behind the scenes. The search for this presence continued, though First doubted that the scattered search parties were prepared for such a threat. If the true enemy appeared, it would be far beyond what the lesser demons represented. The officers murmured among themselves, some remarking that such a situation would be where their own forces came into play. First replied that he hoped it wouldn't come to that, but the implication was clear. Meanwhile, Werner's troops were on the march. Their lines advanced steadily through the terrain. Werner noted with satisfaction that the knights were finally in motion. Suddenly, a sharp call broke through the air, a signal. Taking it as the cue to begin, Werner gave the command to charge. The unit surged forward. The fundamental battle tactics remained unchanged, but as a precaution, Werner had reassigned the knights from count-ranked families under a more seasoned leader. As he surveyed the battlefield, he realized the scale of his command, 200 subordinates, something his previous life had never prepared him for. Everything had been organized in haste, but his system of messengers efficiently relayed his orders to the captains. If they could maintain this coordination, the plan might truly succeed. At his signal, the front line fell back in sequence, followed by the order for the rear units to unleash their fire spells. Flames erupted, engulfing the enemy's ranks. Werner observed carefully. The effect was immediate. The enemy began to panic. No matter how often he saw it, the nature of magic still confounded him. Once unleashed, its effects vanished instantly, leaving no trace. From behind, soldiers shouted excitedly, marveling at how the enemy had broken formation thanks to Werner's precise timing. Werner corrected them, thinking that it was the Crown Prince's orders they were executing. Inwardly, he admitted it wasn't humility that drove him. It was the knowledge of how events were supposed to unfold. The speed and control shown by the Crown Prince impressed even him. A knight approached, glancing between Werner and the battlefield. He introduced himself as Wachtel from the 2nd Night Brigade. Werner acknowledged him. Wachtel lingered for a moment before explaining that he wanted to discuss the movements of the right flank. When Werner asked for the main unit's latest orders, Wachtel replied that after delivering a decisive strike, they were to coordinate with the right flank to drive the enemy back. Werner understood that Wachtel intended for their forces to cooperate. He paused, asking about the situation of the 2nd Night Brigade. Wachtel reported that casualties were mounting, but they would manage for the time being. Werner noted to himself that the man spoke like a seasoned veteran. In truth, Werner wished the knights of the main force could return to the central camp, where they were currently outnumbered, to safeguard His Highness the Crown Prince. Because of the earlier maneuvers, the 1st and 2nd Night Brigades had been split apart. Werner acknowledged the report and instructed Wachtel to join the right flank and move alongside the main unit to reinforce its defenses. Werner himself would head to the center to assist the Crown Prince directly. Wachtel regarded him silently, his expression unreadable. Then he spoke, asking if Werner, as someone from a Count's family, wasn't exhausted. The question caught Werner off guard. His tone seemed sharp, almost confrontational. Werner's mind raced. Was he angry? Was he accusing him of recklessly endangering his own knights for the sake of the prince? He imagined the thoughts behind that piercing stare. Perhaps Wachtel was saying that as a knight, his duty was to protect the prince, and that Werner was overextending himself. Or maybe he meant that Werner's men must be exhausted, and that they should switch positions. Yet Wachtel didn't know the situation on the left flank. If their struggle was fierce, movement would be impossible. And right now, Werner's troops, positioned immediately to the right of the main unit, were the only ones capable of maneuvering swiftly. Werner murmured his understanding, though inwardly he dreaded the risk. He had no desire to throw himself into danger, but if the Crown Prince were to die here, the army's command would collapse entirely, and they would all be consumed by the advancing demons. Thus, Werner explained that there was no unit available to take their place. Everyone had to act within their means. Wachtel remained silent. Werner added that, in the worst case, the enemy could break through their position. Wachtel trembled, then declared his respect for Werner's resolve. Werner was taken aback. So Wachtel wasn't angry after all. The knight bowed deeply, far lower than Werner expected, leaving nearby soldiers startled. Wachtel declared that, despite Werner's youth, his integrity and composure were truly inspiring, and that he himself was moved as a knight. Then, with renewed spirit, Wachtel turned and departed. Werner stood frozen for a moment before Max rushed over, breathless. The adjutant general was splattered with blood. Werner asked what happened. Max wiped his face, apologizing for the mess. Werner said Max's troops was perfect and ordered the Zerfield unit to move to the main camp's center to assist the Crown Prince. Max quickly understood. They were to act as the prince's shield. Werner was surprised when Max mentioned how remarkable it was to see a knight from another brigade so openly express gratitude and admiration toward him. To be both a loyal subordinate and a skilled strategist at Werner's age was, in Max's eyes, extraordinary.
Kitties, why are you climbing on me? I'm being smothered, help! Help, I'm being smothered by kitties.
Himself to buy time until Mazel, the protagonist, defeated the final enemy. In truth, if the situation turned dire, Werner's instinct would be to flee. He never realized that his resolve appeared as selfless heroism to others. Max grew emotional, reminiscing aloud about how Werner had matured into such a fine young man. The sight stirred Werner's own nostalgia for the days they had trained together in the courtyard. Max vowed to serve Werner faithfully, and Werner, though uncertain, told him they would all do their best. Inwardly, he wanted nothing more than to clear up the misunderstanding, but the situation demanded his focus. He called to Max again, ordering him to press forward and shatter the enemy's front line. Once they broke through, they were to maintain their momentum and provide cover for the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, far from the main army, Mazel's search party faced a relentless enemy. The anime commander had joined the fray, and though they fought fiercely, the demon continued to regenerate. The group exchanged anxious glances, unsure what to do next. No one had expected this opponent to be a true demon. They asked about Mazel's condition. He insisted he was fine. Lugence muttered that striking the main body should have made some progress, but it hadn't. The girl countered that even when they dealt a solid blow, the creature instantly healed. Lugence, trying to reassure her, claimed he would handle it and told her to retreat. She flared up at his arrogance, insisting the fight was easy thanks to the stockpile of recovery potions a certain friend had provided. A sudden attack came from behind her, but Mazel swiftly turned and slashed the demon aside. As he fought, he could see his companion's exhaustion. The potions would keep them standing for now, but they needed to end the battle. He admitted inwardly that he wasn't as clever as Werner. Werner's voice echoed in his memory, words of calm instruction: don't rush, just be yourself. Mazel, the ordinary one among them, watched the flow of battle closely, trying to think as Werner would. He remembered Werner telling him to observe carefully and use his head. Then, in a flash of realization, Mazel's eyes widened. He called out to Lugence and the others, declaring that he had a plan. Barky called Degenkolb's attention, and she quickly apologized, assuring him that she understood. Turning serious, she remarked that Werner might one day become a central pillar of their nation. Barky agreed, saying that if such a thing came to pass, their country would surely prosper. Elsewhere, voices discussed the situation in detail. Reinisch observed that Werner already possessed enough military merit, had seen through the enemy's stratagem, and now even offered himself as a shield to protect His Highness, the Crown Prince. Gok acknowledged that given their current circumstances, it was indeed wise for the 2nd Night Brigade, stationed so far from the center, to move forward and join the main force. Reinisch praised Werner's brilliance for someone so young and, reflecting on his own days at the academy, confessed to feeling a pang of shame. He laughed to himself, then grew quiet. Max reminded him that these were the foremost lines of battle, and that Reinisch need not expose himself to such obvious danger. Reinisch brushed the warning aside. He had been granted the honor of protecting His Highness, and there could be no harm. Gok said nothing. Max smiled faintly, saying they were heartened to hear such resolve. They had been given a chance to wield their swords freely in service of the Crown Prince, and for that, they owed Lord Werner deep gratitude. Moments later, Werner was locked in combat. The battlefield swarmed with enemies beyond count. He thought to himself that the number was insane. No matter how much one grinded in the game until reaching maximum level, it had never been possible to wipe out the demons completely. Where were they coming from? He wondered, bewildered. A voice called out behind him,
26 attack.
reporting that all units had received their orders. Werner acknowledged it and ordered 3 steps forward, then a push. The soldiers
right now I need theory.
driving their shields and blades forward, stabbing goblins squarely in their faces. Yet more enemies poured in. Werner told his men to contact the main unit. He was ordering a retreat. Orcs began hurling stones, forcing them to crouch behind their shields. Werner tried to shout again, but his throat gave out. His voice was gone. There was no time for hesitation. All that remained was to hold the line, maintain their defenses, and push toward the main unit where the Crown Prince was stationed. The 2nd Night Brigade would soon link up with them, abandoning the right flank where they had previously fought. Werner could only pray the left flank would endure, for he would soon be fighting at the very center. On the left flank, Count First's family unit pressed forward, shields interlocked, forcing the enemy back. Count First's voice rang out as he commanded his soldiers to push through and break the enemy's ranks. From a distance, someone observed the maneuver with admiration. It was a sound strategy, precise and effective, as expected from the First family, known for their long military tradition. The observer was the commander of the left flank, Marquis Norpal. He remarked that it was no wonder the Firsts were held in such high esteem as a martial family. But Hermine corrected him, saying that the strategy had actually been proposed by Lord Werner of the Count Zerfield family. The Marquis blinked, surprised, and asked if she truly meant Count Zerfield's son. Was she certain? Hermine affirmed that there was no mistake. Before she and her unit had been transferred to the main army's right flank, Werner himself had advised her. She recalled the moment, Werner's calm instructions, to create a wall of shields to halt the enemy's advance, then attack through the gaps that opened between shields. If even one shield bearer fell, the formation would collapse. Therefore, the bravest soldiers were to be placed at the front, entrusted with the shields. The corpses of fallen enemies would then serve as cover during their retreat. The Marquis paused in thought, then nodded slowly. He understood. Werner's foresight and tactical mind exceeded even his expectations. Tyrone murmured his agreement, and the Marquis admitted aloud that Werner was truly exceptional. He resolved then and there to report this to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, at the center of the main army, the Imperial Guard, the elite unit directly under the Crown Prince's command, stood ready for what was to come. A sharp command cut through the chaos, ordering the soldiers to hold the line and carve a path through the demon horde. The battlefield trembled under the weight of the struggle. Men in formation strained against the oncoming tide of monsters, their armor slick with mud and blood. Amid the clash of metal and shrieks of demons, the commanding officer swept his gaze across the field, and then saw it. The Count Zerfield family unit had arrived. Relief flickered across the commander's face. His tone steadied as he barked new orders, directing his troops to fall back while Werner's unit advanced to the front. Werner's men surged forward in unison at his command, shields raised and weapons ready. Everything was unfolding according to plan. At the center, the commander of the Imperial Guard watched the shift.
Kaito Destiny Phoenix Nexus, welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny Phoenix Nexus, welcome to my channel.
Hey Phoenix, welcome on the stream, bud.
As Werner's men pressed forward, cutting through the chaos, one of the Imperial Guard squinted, trying to pick him out. The commander pointed, saying that Werner was likely the lean young man wielding a spear. The guards followed his gaze and found him, his movements sharp but unrefined, his face still carrying the traces of youth. They murmured among themselves, remarking how he looked as if he had just stepped out of school. Some recalled that he came from a family of civil servants, not warriors. Others remarked that it was no surprise the crown prince had taken an interest in it. Yet another noted that such attention would mean immense expectations in the future. Werner would have to work all the harder to live up to it. Werner, oblivious to their words, was already driving his spear into another monster. The creature fell, and Werner quickly pulled a small tube from his belt, uncorking and drinking the potion within. The taste of bitter herbs filled his mouth, but the rush of restored vitality
Pokemon
steadied
community
his
game
breath.
A wild
One of his
Chimecho
soldiers
appears
reported
catch
that
it
all
using
units had
Poke
completed their
Catch.
movement
Winners
and were
revealed
now
in
engaging
S.
the enemy. Werner nodded in satisfaction and instructed Max to take over the front line while he stepped back to coordinate. Max agreed without hesitation and charged ahead, his energy blazing like fire. Werner couldn't help but watch him go, half admiring and half exasperated. Max always seemed to overflow with vigor, maybe even too much of it. But the reality of the battlefield was grim. Casualties were piling up. If not for the stock of potions Werner had brought, many of their soldiers, including himself, would have already fallen. His immediate hope was to stabilize the line and manage the retreat and reinforcement cycles. There were countless tasks: recovering the wounded, recalibrating troop levels, reorganizing the command hierarchy. Simply fighting was already exhausting. Leading on top of that felt already impossible. Deep down, Werner knew that becoming a capable commander required more than knowledge. It demanded endurance and experience, and he was still struggling to catch up. Behind them, the Imperial Guards held their
Okay,
position.
will you quit
Having
jumping
such a
up
strong
on me?
force
For
guarding
fuck's
their
sake,
rear bolstered
Oliver.
morale, but
Enough
also
is
came with
enough.
a
I
heavy
get it.
awareness
Cuddle,
there was
cuddle.
no room to retreat.
Stop trying to
Werner
jump on
realized
my
that without
chest.
the presence of the guards, he might have lost his nerve and fled. But with them standing firm, every soldier fought with everything they had. Their combined determination stabilized the front line, buying them precious ground. At last, Werner turned to his adjutant and ordered a message to be sent.
Pokemon community game Chimecho escaped. No one caught it.
Horizon, where the enemy continued to surge like a dark tide. It was time, he thought. It was about time they brought out the you-know-what. In coordination with their earlier meeting with the 2nd Night Brigade, Werner's unit had moved to the front lines near the Crown Prince's position. After much struggle, they finally managed to stabilize the chaotic front. That meant it was time to put their next plan into motion. At Werner's command, a knight waved his flag high, signaling the hunters to ready the slingshots. Orders rippled through the ranks. Prepare to fall back and brace for a counterattack. The hunters grabbed the jars that had been prepared in advance. At the shouted signal, they hurled them into the air. When the jars shattered on the ground, fire erupted in all directions, spreading rapidly and engulfing the charging monsters. The battlefield was soon lit by the blaze. Werner observed the scene with grim satisfaction. The plan was working. Those jars were improvised incendiary weapons, crude Molotovs made from perfume oil and flame pot. Unlike magic, which dissipated once the spell ended, these flames would cling and burn continuously. The demons, wreathed in fire, began thrashing violently in pain, rolling across the ground in their desperation. Their erratic movements broke the momentum of the demon horde, creating chaos in their rank. Werner saw the opening and gave the order to push forward. The knights charged in unison. Inwardly, Werner calculated that the burning demons had created a gap between the enemy's 1st and 2nd unit. If they struck now, they could drive through and buy precious time before the next wave arrived. He ordered a retreat after the assault, ensuring they wouldn't be overextended. As the units regrouped, one of the knights remarked that the plan had gone smoothly. Werner agreed and urged them to maintain pressure on the attack. Yet, in the back of his mind, he knew the tactic couldn't last forever. They didn't have enough flame pots, and the perfume oil they used was expensive. He still found it surprising that essential oils existed in this world at all, rare, luxurious, and scarce. They had only managed to obtain enough because they were close to the capital, and because Werner's father, the Minister of Ceremonies, regularly used perfumed oils for court events. Werner had used his father's name to purchase the entire supply, fully aware of the wrath he'd face later. Still, it was better to be scolded than to die on the battlefield. He silently thanked his father before ordering a second volley. The hunters obeyed, hurling another round of flaming jars into the demon ranks. As the flames burned brighter across the front, another part of the battlefield erupted in chaos. Mazel and his group were locked in combat with several humanoid demons. Amid the frenzied fighting, Mazel noticed a pattern. When they wounded the leftmost demon, that part of its body regenerated first, while the rest healed more slowly. That peculiar behavior made him suspect something. The demon seemed to be protecting the figure in the center, but the left one might be connected to its regeneration, perhaps serving as the source or catalyst. Mazel quickly relayed his observation to his comrade. They agreed to focus all their efforts on that leftmost demon, reasoning that crippling it might weaken the others. Mazel planned to continue his assault on the center demon as a diversion, drawing their attention while his allies prepared a decisive strike. Lugens hesitated, concerned that the plan might expose Mazel to danger. But Mazel dismissed the worry. With the speed and coordination of their team, he was confident they could pull it off. If his theory was correct, taking down that one would destabilize the central demon and open the chance for a final, killing blow. Mazel assured his companions that if the situation turned dire, they could toss him a potion. Rick, the man he addressed, nodded firmly before signaling for them to move out. Just as Mazel prepared to advance, a monster lunged at him from behind, but Lugens intercepted it, his blade slicing through the creature in a single motion. He told Mazel to prioritize his own safety first when things became dangerous, flashing a confident look. The others exchanged brief moments, silently agreeing. Mazel smiled in response, his determination renewed. Lugens called out to Anna, asking if she was ready, and she shouted back that she would burn their enemies to ash. At the next signal, Mazel surged forward. The demon they faced muttered in disdain, calling their approach predictable. But before she could act, Mazel's sword slashed across her throat, sending a spray of blood through the air. The demon hissed in disbelief as Mazel closed his eyes and unleashed another strike, moving with blinding speed. Through the haze of smoke, his silhouette darted forward, and the demon spun to meet him, her fury erupting. Just as she roared, Mazel's blade cut through her body. Lugens shouted triumphantly as the jewel embedded in the demon's forehead cracked, and her form disintegrated into ash. A moment later, a treasure chest materialized where she had fallen. Lugens cried out in amazement, marveling at their reward. Rick joined in, curious about the content. However, the demon, though fading, let out a dark laugh. Mazel turned toward her, uneasy. She sneered, speaking of despair and corpses, that her children would have already slaughtered the knights. The image of the front lines drenched in blood flashed in Mazel's mind. He demanded to know what she meant, but the demon only laughed harder, calling his expression perfect, a prelude to the awakening of something greater. Her laughter grew shrill as her body crumbled away completely. Alarmed, Mazel turned and shouted for Lugens, but his companion was still caught up in their victory, cheering over the enormous chest that had appeared. Rick admired the prize too, oblivious to the shift in Mazel's tone. Mazel called out again, louder this time, but they didn't hear him. Lugens was still speaking, remarking on what spoils they could expect next. Finally, Mazel's words cut through. The demons had obliterated the knights. The color drained from their faces. Without hesitation, Mazel shouted that they had to return immediately. At that same moment, the knights were still locked in brutal combat against waves of monsters. A soldier reported to Werner that the hunters had nearly run out of food. Werner ordered the baggage handlers and hunters to withdraw and secure the horses at the Zerfeld estate. The knight saluted and left to relay the command. Left to his thoughts, Werner grimly assessed the battlefield. The enemy's pressure had not diminished despite all their effort. They still had no clear idea where the demons were coming from, and a full withdrawal under these conditions would be perilous. Without the Imperial Guard protecting them,
How the fuck are they not getting
he
hit?
was forced to abandon everything, or even consider running for his life. Fatigue pressed on him like a weight. Still, the monsters kept coming. Werner steadied himself and gave the next order, to push them back. The knights hesitated, surprised by the sudden command. Some tried to object, but Max intervened, insisting that Lord Werner surely had a plan. He rallied the troops, shouting that the enemy was faltering, urging everyone to press the advantage. Their cries rose in unison, echoing across the field. Elsewhere, Hermine and Marquis Norpoth stood observing the battle's ebb and flow. Hermine asked what had happened, and Norpoth explained that through the earlier efforts of the royal grandson sent to the capital, reinforcements had finally arrived. Hermine expressed relief, and Norpoth agreed, adding that the enemy's assault had begun to stabilize. He issued orders to keep him informed of any changes, then turned with a smirk, saying he intended to join the fray himself. Hermine looked at him in surprise, but when he invited her along, she smiled and accepted. Soon after, they too were fighting at the front lines. Count Bastian, Degen Kolb, Rheinisch, Tyrone, and Hermine fought side by side, cutting through the demonic horde. The king himself,
Oh,
along
that's a
with Commander
150
Norpoth,
Bronto.
Oliver, and the other knights, clashed fiercely against the remaining monsters. Everywhere, blood and fire marked the battlefield. Max and Werner pushed through exhaustion, their armor slick with sweat and gore. Yet, despite the chaos, the tide had finally begun to turn. The monsters were retreating. Then a knight shouted, they had won. Cheers erupted all around. The knights raised their voices in triumph, relief washing over their faces. Werner, however, stood frozen, unable to immediately comprehend the words. His eyes widened. They had won? He whispered it to himself, stunned. The knights surrounded him, congratulating him on his leadership, thanking him for his bravery. Werner barely heard them. He realized with a grim sort of amusement that he might have overstepped his place, and his father was surely going to scold him for it. But at that moment, as the noise around him blurred, he simply thought, oh well. His vision darkened, and his consciousness slipped away. The knights cried out in alarm, rushing to his side. Max barked an order for someone to bring a potion immediately. As they scrambled, Werner's fading thoughts repeated one simple truth. He was still alive. He was remembered as a good man, though at heart, merely a civil servant. Yet, there were whispers that he had shown courage in the end, that he had died protecting his younger brother. Someone questioned whether his death had come from a lack of training, and a woman responded that as long as the younger brother lived, the family line was secure. Another murmured their agreement. Werner stood silently in the corner, listening to the murmur of the guest. Their voices, meant to be hushed, carried easily through the somber hall. One woman asked whether the deceased eldest son had ever married. Another replied that she had heard he'd been engaged to the eldest daughter of the first family. Look, she just left. Another added, her tone indifferent. As Werner listened, bitterness stirred in him. A child had died, and yet all they spoke of was
Ko-fi
lineage
stream
and
bot
gossip.
visit Kaito Destiny's
Norbert approached,
KO5
whispered
page
for him
at
to follow.
URL.
As they moved toward the exit, Werner overheard a woman muttering, recognizing him as the heir. A man asked about his talents, to which another replied dismissively that he was only a civil servant like his brother. Werner's expression darkened. Disgust welled up inside him as Norbert guided him out of the room. Then, suddenly, a sharp laugh pierced the air. Werner turned at once and saw her, his late brother's fiancée. Without even a hint of sorrow, she laughed and remarked that at least now she was spared from marrying into a family of bureaucrats. Werner froze where he stood. Is this what this world is like? He thought. Even considering the cruelty of nobles, this was far beyond what he could stomach. His eyes hardened. They're not human, he told himself. They're monsters. The memory fractured suddenly into chaos. Shouts echoed.
Hey, it's one way to get a
advance,
heart. If
cries
it
to
drowns,
pursue.
it drowns.
Werner's world blurred until he
It's
jolted
stuck
awake,
now.
drenched in sweat. He blinked, dazed, realizing it had been a dream, that same funeral dream again. It had been some time since it last haunted him. He wondered why he hadn't seen his brother's former fiancée among the first family when they met. A faint nausea twisted in his stomach. Then it hit him, the demon stampede. He had been in the midst of it. A voice rang out suddenly, shouting that Lord Werner was awake, and the door burst open. Pain immediately flared across his body. His mother rushed to his side, scolding him for pushing himself so recklessly. Though he had been treated, he'd slept for an entire day, and they had been worried sick. Werner apologized weakly, noticing how raw his voice sounded. His mother told him they would start by treating his throat. After all, he needed it to give command. She called for Norbert, who entered at once, carrying a potion. Werner took it and drained it in one gulp, then looked at them both. They had truly been worried for him. It reminded him of his previous life, of the family he'd once had. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He hadn't somehow reincarnated again, had he? He asked about the outcome of the demon stampede. His mother smirked, reassuring him that they had won. Relief washed over him, though he noted inwardly how fierce her expression looked when she smiled like that. So those victorious cries he'd heard hadn't been a dream after all. His mother's tone shifted, calling him by name. Once his voice recovered fully, she said, he was to report to his father. Later, in his father's office, Werner stood before the minister. His father regarded him coolly, saying there was much to discuss. But since Werner had received commendations from the royal family, he could not reproach him too harshly. Werner asked what he meant, and his father explained that an envoy from the royal household had come personally to check on him. Werner blinked in surprise. His father continued, saying that representatives from the First and Rhinish families had also visited shortly after. He handed Werner a list of names, telling him to review it. Werner unrolled the scroll and inhaled softly, startled by the number of signatures. His father
I'm not having luck with
5 days' time,
team stuff
Werner
that I
would be
want.
presented before the crown prince himself to receive a medal of honor. Werner nodded and apologized for the trouble he had caused. His father exhaled through his nose, his gaze softening slightly. He admitted that Werner's quick thinking had saved many lives, and that Max and the others spoke of nothing but his deeds. Well done, he said simply, before asking if Werner was feeling better. Werner replied that he was much improved. His father nodded faintly, then mentioned he would need a report about the use of perfumed oil, though it was not an urgent matter. Until the ceremony, he said, Werner was excused from attending the academy. He should rest. That concluded the meeting. As Werner stepped out of the office, Norbert greeted him warmly, commenting on how pleased the master seemed. Werner smiled faintly, uncertain. Is he? He muttered. Let's hope so. Then, as if remembering something, Werner turned to Norbert and said there were some documents he needed retrieved for him.
Pokemon community game A Wild Caesar, F, appears catch it using, Poke Catch, winners revealed in S.
The militant Baron Donanel was gravely injured. The reports confirmed that even among the nobility, the death toll was heavy. Many students had fallen as well. Werner paused, absorbing the weight of it. It was one thing when nobles died. They had families, inheritances, and influence to bear the burden. But for commoners, the aftermath was far crueler. The cost of treatment and funerals often crushed their families entirely. He didn't personally know the ones listed in the reports, yet the names still echoed in his mind. He turned to Norbert, instructing him to make note that several of his schoolmates were among the dead. Werner said he would compose letters of condolence in his own name. Norbert was to deliver them and ensure a representative of the Zerfeld family attended each funeral. Furthermore, should any of the deceased have younger siblings, and if they wished it, Werner wanted to arrange support for their future admission into the academy, funded through the Count's estate. He would formally submit the proposal to his father. Norbert bowed in acknowledgement, agreeing to dispatch someone suitable to handle the arrangements before taking his leave. When Werner was alone, the silence pressed down on him. People died, he thought. Not just people, my classmate. A hollow feeling settled in his chest. How can I stay so calm? He wondered. If Max or the others had died or even been injured, he doubted he could bear it with such composure. Was this detachment the byproduct of knowing
Pokemon community game Caesar, F, escaped. No one caught it.
Made him question whether his emotions still aligned with those of the world around him. Still, if this truly was the same story, the victory they'd achieved had already diverged from the original plot. He could only hope that this deviation wouldn't disrupt the hero's destined journey. Werner leaned back, lost in thought. Looking back on recent events, he found himself reassured by the Crown Prince's command decisions. For someone tasked with defending the capital, having such a capable ruler and the strength of the Crown Prince's knights gave him a rare sense of confidence. In the game's timeline, he recalled, the next great conflict was supposed to unfold at Warisa Fortress. He wondered if the story would still proceed as it had there. There was no way to predict it now. All he could do was prepare. Strengthening the capital's defenses seemed prudent, whether by improving equipment, refining tactics, or organizing the troops more efficiently. The demon stampede had been relatively straightforward. The monsters had charged in a single direction, and most were weak, easy enough to handle using borrowed strategies and improvised plans. But things would be different against intelligent, organized enemies. When that time came, training for coordinated, large-scale combat would become essential. Unfortunately, despite being the son of a count, Werner held no title of his own, and his family's domain was bureaucratic, not martial. In this world dominated by warriors, his background carried little influence. He would need to depend on Max and the close men under his command to teach and spread new tactics through example rather than authority. Still, no one seemed aware of the Demon Lord's revival yet. With the crisis of the stampede behind them, convincing others of the ongoing threat would be difficult. This world celebrated individual strength, valor on the battlefield, not careful planning. Many would resist the concept of collective warfare or strategy. Werner knew he needed to change that mindset. If he could make them understand that the Demon Lord's return would reshape the strength and distribution of the demons, perhaps they would begin to see how dire the situation truly was. A knock on the door broke his train of thought. A man entered, bowing respectfully. It was Frentzen, the one appointed to act as his personal representative at the funerals. Werner thanked him and handed over a small pouch of gold, instructing him to give it to any families who seemed to be in need. If it wasn't enough, he was to request more later. Frentzen accepted the order with a bow and departed. When the room grew silent again, Werner leaned over his desk, folding his hands together. He needed to determine their next course of action while dealing with the aftermath of the demon stampede, assessing damages, overseeing funerals, arranging medical care, and preparing medals for distinguished service. All of it demanded time, and time, as he knew too well, was already slipping away. After the rain fell heavily outside, Werner quietly gazed through the window, feeling a small sense of relief that he didn't have to go to school. A few days later, the The sound of clashing metal filled the garden as Werner and Mazel sparred. Werner dodged Mazel's strikes, but Mazel pressed on relentlessly, grabbing Werner's arm, lifting him up, and hurling him through the air. Werner hit the ground hard and gasped in pain as Mazel pinned his arms behind his back. A servant soon appeared with refreshments. Mazel was cheerful as always, his energy filling the air as he talked about Werner's recent feat. The entire academy was abuzz with stories of how Werner had read the enemy's movements, spotted a trap, and led a perfectly timed counterattack during the demon stampede. Even the Crown Prince, Lord Hubertus, had praised Werner's remarkable tactical insight. Werner seemed surprised, realizing who the praise had come from, though Mazel brushed it off as if it were casual news. Mazel continued to recount how the prince had called Werner's formation style something new and extraordinary, something that looked like a porcupine. Werner realized with some amusement that he was referring to the phalanx formation, which the first family had managed to execute effectively despite his hastily given instructions. He silently credited their military discipline more than his own leadership, and quickly pushed the thought aside before cynicism could creep in. Mazel then pulled out several letters, proudly showing them to Werner. They were messages of gratitude from the families of fallen students, Kalvitz's sister, Balzar's father, and William's family, each expressing their heartfelt thanks to Werner for attending the funerals and honoring the dead. Werner was quietly reflective. In truth, those who weren't nobles or adventurers should have been kept on standby, but no one had expected the battle to turn so dire. Mazel spoke sincerely about how, thanks to Werner, what they had fought to protect remained safe. The peace they regained, and the fact that someone cared enough to mourn the fallen, was a small comfort amid the loss. Werner felt caught off guard by Mazel's faith in him, insisting that it was Mazel, the hero who had destroyed the demon boss, who truly deserved the praise. They spoke briefly about the strange black jewel Mazel had recovered, a material so rare that even scholars couldn't identify its composition. Werner wondered if such an item had existed in the game world he remembered. Still, he smiled and told himself it was all due to Mazel's accomplishments. Mazel, however, came to Werner not only to deliver the letters but also seeking help. He was uneasy about the medal ceremony the next day. He had no idea how to behave or what to wear in front of nobles. Werner could have blamed the academy for not preparing him for such situations, but as Mazel's friend, he couldn't simply ignore him. He offered advice patiently, suggesting that Mazel could always decline noble invitations by citing his status as a student, and that wearing his school uniform would suffice, since it was considered formal attire. Mazel's relief was genuine and bright, and Werner couldn't help thinking that he would have to keep helping the boy once classes resumed. Then came the day of the medal ceremony. The great hall was filled with nobles, soldiers, and knights. When the king's voice echoed across the chamber, Werner barely believed what he heard. The king announced the bestowal of a new title to Werner von Zerfeld, legitimate son of Count Zerfeld. He granted the rank of Viscount. For a moment, Werner stood frozen, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. Several days after the demon stampede, the palace held a grand victory celebration. The atmosphere was bright and full of pride. Everything seemed to be proceeding without issue, and Werner finally began to relax enough to think about what lay ahead. Then came the day of the medal ceremony. Inside the great hall, the air was solemn, heavy with the scent of polished metal and incense. The king's voice carried across the chamber as he began announcing the recipients in order of merit. First place was awarded to Hubertus Nals Weiss Weinzierl, the crown prince himself. The declaration was met with reverent applause, and the prince accepted the honor with grace, attributing the glory to his sovereign. Next came the name of Ingo Fathi Zerfeld. The king commended his unit's crucial role in the battle, praising his outstanding performance. Ingo bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude in a tone befitting his rank. Werner, standing nearby, felt a faint twinge of familial pride, quickly followed by confusion when the king continued speaking. The king's next words froze him in place. And furthermore, to the legitimate son of Lord Zerfeld, Werner von Zerfeld, we bestow the title of Viscount. Werner's mind reeled. A title? For him? He bowed deeply, maintaining the perfect composure expected of a noble, but internally, his thoughts were a whirlwind of disbelief. He thanked the king with formal humility, expressing his gratitude for such an immense honor, but all the while, he could feel the sharp gazes from behind, heavy with jealousy or curiosity. As he straightened, Werner caught a glimpse of the crowd. Dozens of knights and nobles stared silently, their expressions unreadable. If looks could kill, he thought, he might have collapsed right there. With a sigh, he lifted his eyes toward the ornate ceiling, forcing himself to focus on something mundane. For all the world's rural villages and old-fashioned customs, The capital and palace stood in stark contrast, gleaming, modern, almost out of place. Werner mused whether this odd blend of eras was intentional, a product of the strange video game world he found himself in. The dissonance often hit him unexpectedly, jarring and surreal. But there was no time for that now. The ceremony pressed on, and the king called the next name. Third in order of merit, Mazel Hardy. Mazel stepped forward, kneeling before the throne with the confidence and dignity of a hero. Werner couldn't help but think, quietly, that Mazel should have been the one to take first place. Still, he kept the thought to himself, watching as the crown prince observed with a faint smile. Mazel looked every bit the part of the main character, the kind of person the world naturally revolved around. Werner almost laughed to himself at the sight, though another thought quickly followed. Mazel hadn't even invited his family to witness this moment. Typical. Mazel had brushed it off, saying his family lived too far away and would have needed to stay at an inn. Werner reflected that it was true. Arlia was far from the capital, and even with an invitation, they might not have arrived in time. Still, it felt like a shame. In the game's world, Mazel's family was a beloved presence, a place where players could rest, heal, and find warmth. Therein held a special nostalgia in his mind. He imagined how proud they would have been to see their son honored in such a grand hall. If only those fictional skywalk boots existed, then they could have come instantly. Come to think of it, why weren't such items available anywhere near the capital? Were they even known to exist in this reality? Something to investigate later, perhaps. As his thoughts drifted, Werner noticed Mazel glancing his way with that same easy, radiant smile. Werner couldn't help but grin back, a touch of admiration in his eyes. It was only natural that the protagonist of this story would shine brightest in a moment like this. The king continued, calling the next recipient. Fourth in merit, Marquis Danilo Stipe Norpop. Werner settled back, straightening his uniform, thinking that now came the long, quiet wait until the standing banquet began. As the ceremony drew on, Werner scanned the hall and saw familiar faces scattered throughout the crowd. Then, among the noise of shuffling armor and murmured conversation, Mazel approached him from the side. Mazel congratulated him warmly. Werner exhaled, offering a faint, knowing smile. The ceremony might have ended, but in truth, he thought, the real struggle was only just beginning. The ladies around them stole glances in their direction, whispering behind their fans, while the men regarded them with sharp, curious eyes, slowly edging closer as if drawn by gravity. Werner's gaze hardened. He could feel the tension in the air, envy, admiration, calculation, and quietly wished that they would all keep one another in check forever. His stomach tightened with unease, and he murmured that it hurt.
Gold Leopard,
Mazel
I'm going
looked
to
at him,
bed.
confused. Then, with an easy grin,
Alright.
he said that by
Good night,
granting Werner
Gold.
the
Sweet
title of
dreams to
Viscount,
ya.
wasn't the king essentially telling him to assist his father?
Does someone need a
It was
hug?
recognition of succession, a sign that Werner had been acknowledged as the heir. That was supposed to be good news, wasn't it? Werner, however, didn't share the sentiment. He replied that perhaps, but the king's intentions weren't so simple. Titles came with obligations, noblesse oblige. With rank came duties that couldn't be It was a command. He might still be a student.
Yeah, I'm being hit with
He would be
love.
expected to act as the future head of the Zerfeld family, an aristocrat bound to military and administrative service. Mazel shrugged, saying that it sounded tough, but given Werner's results and reputation, it was only natural they wanted to rely on him. That was hardly comforting. Werner sighed inwardly. From his perspective, things couldn't have turned out worse. He knew the capital would eventually come under threat. Yet, instead of preparing as he wished,
Who
he
is
would be trapped in the royal castle, buried
yanking
in official
on the
duties.
frickin' blanket?
Worse, the more time he spent near the front lines, the greater the risk of dying in some nameless skirmish. His expression darkened. Mazel, noticing his gloom, laughed lightly and remarked that Werner might be the only man in the kingdom taking such a prestigious promotion as bad news. Werner replied dryly that Mazel simply wasn't looking hard enough. Before the conversation could go further, a voice interrupted them, formal and commanding. Lord Werner von Zerfeld. Both turned. Standing before them was Marquis Danilo Stipe Norpop, his posture impeccable, his eyes sharp with restrained amusement. Werner immediately bowed deeply alongside Mazel. The Marquis inclined his head slightly, offering his congratulations for Werner's newly granted title. Werner thanked him politely, adding that it was an honor to be addressed by His Excellency. He then took the opportunity to apologize for his behavior during the demon stampede, for having acted out of line in the heat of battle. The Marquis smiled faintly, a knowing expression curving his lips. As long as Lord Werner understood, that was enough. He He mentioned having spoken with His Highness the Crown Prince earlier, who had advised him not to be too harsh on the young noble. After all, he was still a student. But, the Marquis said, his tone light but edged with steel, I see now that won't be necessary. Werner inclined his head again, replying with humility that he was deeply obliged. The Marquis gave a final, appraising look. Count Zerfeld appears to have a fine son, he murmured, almost to himself. I'll be watching your career with great interest. With that, he turned and departed,
Oh,
his
I
cloak
can get
brushing
rid of
past
some of
like
these
a shadow
gates.
of authority. Werner straightened and thanked him once more, voice calm though his pulse
Pokemon
beat
community
fainter
game
beneath
a
the
wild
surface. As
Dunsparce
soon as
appears
the
catch
Marquis
it
was out
using
of earshot,
poke catch.
Mazel leaned
Winners
closer.
revealed in S.
What was that all about? Werner explained in a low voice. During the demon stampede, when he realized the retreat of the monsters was actually a trap, he had gone directly to the Crown Prince to warn him. However, by doing so, he had violated proper military procedure. He should have reported first to his commanding officer, Marquis Norpoth, who would then relay the information up the chain of command. Mazel frowned. Wouldn't that have wasted precious time? Werner agreed. It would have, but said that disobeying orders, even with good results, was dangerous. If exceptions were allowed simply because the outcome was favorable, discipline would collapse entirely. Armies ran on structure and obedience, not personal judgment. Mazel exhaled, scratching his head, muttering something under his breath. Werner glanced at him, puzzled. Then Mazel said, half in disbelief, that he couldn't believe they were the same age. He never would have thought about things like that. Werner gave a faint, wry smile and replied that perhaps it was just because he was an aristocrat. Before Mazel could respond, a new voice rang out, firm, composed, and directed squarely at him. That can't be the only reason, Lord Werner. Werner turned sharply toward the speaker. Count Bastian acknowledged Werner's accomplishments in battle, remarking that he had distinguished himself well. Werner responded humbly, crediting his knights for their success. The Count smirked before expressing regret for his earlier rudeness before the stampede.
Pokemon community game
Werner,
Dunsparce
startled,
escaped.
insisted that there was
No one
need to
caught it.
apologize, but the Count remained firm, admitting that he had underestimated Werner's ability to command. Werner fell silent, realizing the Count's apology was more about personal formality than sincerity. Technically, such an apology should have been made between their fathers, the heads of their respective noble houses, but that would have caused unnecessary complications. Politics and pride among the nobility were tedious things. Werner accepted the Count's gesture gracefully, deliberately avoiding mention of the word apology, as etiquette required of a subordinate noble. Still, Werner couldn't help but notice the absence of Count Bastian's eldest son, Lord Tyrone. His name hadn't appeared on the list of serious casualties, and even if he had been lightly wounded, healing magic or potions could have easily remedied it. Tyrone's absence was strange and unsettling, but Werner knew better than to draw attention to it. The Count then noted that their territories bordered each other and expressed his wish for continued good relations. Werner agreed politely, assuring him that his father shared the same sentiment and that any formal matters should go through him. With that, Count Bastian took his leave. As he departed, Hermine approached Werner, calling out to him. She expressed an interest in discussing war strategies with him sometime, to which he courteously agreed. Her demeanor was notably different, less condescending, less dismissive of his family's civil servant status. For Werner, that change was more than enough. Peace between their neighboring lands was all he could ask for. Once they were gone, Mazel commented that Werner seemed to have it rough, surrounded by nobles on all sides. Werner admitted as much but remarked that Mazel's situation seemed even worse. Confused, Mazel asked what he meant, but before he could get an answer, a nobleman stepped forward, asking if Mazel would agree to meet his daughter. Werner interjected, reminding Viscount Unger that his daughter was only 3 years old. Mazel tried to defuse the situation, politely saying that he was still a student and not looking to meet anyone. But the nobles persisted, introducing daughters, pressing for meetings, crowding around him. Werner inwardly groaned. It was absurd. Little girls, elderly widows, everyone seemed eager to throw themselves at the young hero. Still, he couldn't deny why it was happening. A commoner possessing hero-class abilities was an irresistible curiosity, especially one who had played a vital role in repelling the demon stampede. It was almost comedic, this courtly chaos, something that never could have occurred in the game's original storyline. In that version, the royal knights had been wiped out, the crown prince and his heir slain. Peace, however unnatural it felt, was preferable. Yet Werner couldn't ignore how far events had diverged from the script. All he could do now was pray that when the fall of Fortress Warisa came, it would at least unfold.
Wisebot viewers, HMS.
Perhaps even some of those in this room, but such was the flow of fate, and it disturbed him that part of him wished for it. Later, after slipping away from the overzealous crowd, Mazel sighed in relief, thanking Werner for saving him from the noble's advances. Werner thought to himself that seeing Mazel exhausted was new, though understandable, and offered to treat him to lunch next time. Mazel agreed with a grin, saying that would make them even. Still, Werner reflected that this was only the beginning. Mazel's rise in fame and influence was inevitable, the natural outcome of his role as hero. And yet, Werner couldn't help but wish for his hardships to continue. Comfort made one complacent, struggle forged strength. Werner had spent over a decade preparing for survival, honing himself for the trials to come. Then, suddenly, a lady's voice interrupted their quiet exchange. Both men turned, and Werner immediately bowed as recognition struck him. The woman introduced herself and told him that such formalities were unnecessary. Laura Louise Weinzierl. Werner's thoughts reeled. It couldn't be. She wasn't supposed to appear yet. What was she doing here? The heroine of the game, Princess Laura. With a composed smile, she asked if she might have a word with them both. The princess led them to the door, and the brilliance of the light outside reflected sharply against Werner's face. She guided them through the path ahead, leading them into a sprawling garden surrounded by attendants. Werner followed quietly, observing everything around him. Mazel, walking beside him, was clearly taken by the princess's beauty. Werner merely thought to himself that perhaps good looks were a requirement among royalty. Still, he noticed that they were being taken deep into the castle, much deeper than he expected. In the game, this part of the castle only became accessible after half the palace had been destroyed during the capital's annihilation. That detail lingered in Werner's mind as he looked around, recognizing parts of the scenery that matched the game's layout. The princess finally stopped and announced that they had arrived. Ahead of them, in a beautifully constructed gazebo, someone was waiting. The structure radiated an air of refinement, elegant, deliberate, the kind of place that made even Werner, who had little interest in aesthetics, realize that every part of it had been carefully designed. Compared to home, it was an entirely different world. Then, the crown prince appeared, accompanied by men. Werner and Michael froze in disbelief. The prince smiled warmly and apologized for summoning him so suddenly. Werner's heart pounded as he tried to make sense of the situation. Why was the crown prince here, of all places? Looking around, he realized something unsettling. The crown prince, the heroine, and the main character, Mazel, were all present. And then there was him, the background character. In a gathering like this, he felt out of place, almost insignificant. Technically, his noble status placed him above Mazel, who was a commoner, but Mazel's calm, unbothered demeanor reminded Werner that protagonists always had a way of belonging everywhere. To their astonishment, the crown prince bowed his head. He thanked them both for saving him during the recent stampede and expressed his deep gratitude. The gesture shocked Werner. It was unthinkable for royalty to bow to someone like him. Mazel brushed it off humbly, saying they were simply doing their duty. Werner added that the success wasn't his alone, though inwardly he felt uneasy, as if blades of guilt were pressing into his chest at the sight of the prince lowering his head. Wanting to shift the attention away, Werner tried to speak, addressing the prince warmly. But the heroine interjected gently, saying there was no need for formality in this place. Werner hesitated, uncertain if that was appropriate, but the heroine reassured him that it was permitted. When he glanced toward the prince for confirmation, the prince smiled. That was enough. If the crown prince allowed it, he had no choice but to comply. Werner turned to the princess, remarking that he had not expected to see her in the palace. He thought she resided at the great temple of Phino. Princess Laura acknowledged his knowledge with a faint smile, noting that he was well informed. Werner replied that he had heard of it from his father. The crown prince confirmed that the minister of ceremonies was indeed Werner's father, making such awareness unsurprising. Yet the truth was different. Werner only knew these details because of the game. In that storyline, the great temple of Phino was attacked by one of the three demon generals. During that chaos, Mazel would come to Laura's rescue, and that was how the two were supposed to meet. Seeing them together here, before any of that had happened, left Werner uncertain. Was this a good sign, or was the story beginning to unravel? The prince
fuck
explained
just
that Laura
happened?
had recently received a divine revelation and had returned to deliver its message. Werner asked what it foretold. The prince's answer was grave. It spoke of the demon lord's revival. Werner froze. Mazel immediately asked if the message was genuine. The prince confirmed that the divine sign had indeed been verified. Werner's thoughts raced. A revelation about the demon lord's return. This wasn't just prophecy. In his mind, he realized what this meant. Information like that was a state secret. The Crown Prince admitted that there was still not enough evidence to confirm whether the divine message was genuine. Werner found that reasonable. Legend spoke of an ancient kingdom that had once been annihilated by the Demon Lord, and though the ruins of that civilization still existed, most people regarded the tale as mere myth. The Demon Lord was, to most, nothing more than an old story told around fires. Laura explained that divine messages varied in nature and weight. Only oracles, blessed with the ability to receive such revelations, could interpret them correctly. Yet the message she received carried immense significance. That was why she had returned to the capital, to deliver it personally to her father, the king. Werner understood the implication. Whether or not the king truly believed her, the recent abnormal demon stampede gave the message a certain credibility. It was likely that the Crown Prince, having witnessed the chaos himself, sensed that there might be truth to it. Still, one question lingered in Werner's mind. Why had Mazel and he been summoned to this meeting? Laura clarified that the divine message also contained a reference, an implication that the hero would soon play a role of exceptional importance. She wished for the hero and the royal family to meet face to face, hence Mazel's invitation. Werner pieced the situation together in his head. In this world, the title of hero did not necessarily mean someone capable of slaying a demon lord outright. Rather, it denoted individuals born with unique and rare abilities. There would always be knights and warriors ready to fight, driven by pride or ambition, but choosing a first-year hero for such a
Oh, that is fucking terrifying.
Perhaps Werner thought
that
this
is terrifying.
After all, in the original story, Mazel embarked on his journey to defeat the demon lord following
Bye-bye.
a divine message received after the demon stampede. When Werner asked the Crown Prince why he himself had been called, the prince explained that he wanted Werner to serve as Mazel's bridge and wall. The phrase puzzled both of them. Werner deduced that
Ko-fi
since the
Streambot
message
visit
about the
Kaito
demon lord's
Destiny's
arrival could
KO5
not be
page
used,
at
the royal
URL.
family couldn't openly summon a commoner like Mazel to the palace without raising suspicion. By involving Werner, a noble, they could maintain discretion while ensuring Mazel's proximity to the royal court. Princess Laura noted that Werner's calm perception made such an arrangement more convenient. Werner considered the situation grimly. Had the Crown Prince perished in the recent battle, the divine message about the Demon Lord's return would have gained far greater weight, and summoning a commoner like Mazel would have been unquestioned. But since the prince lived, the matter required careful handling, and in some indirect way, Werner felt responsible for that outcome. The prince continued, saying that they would investigate every possible lead to determine whether the Demon Lord's revival was real. For that reason, they sought to maintain close ties with Mazel. Werner found some comfort in this. Even though the story was already diverging from what he knew, it was reassuring that the royal family still recognized the hero's importance. Mazel accepted the reasoning easily, remarking that it was natural for someone like Viscount Werner to frequent the castle. The prince nodded in agreement. Werner added that it would be equally natural for Mazel to speak with him on campus without arousing suspicion. Mazel, curious, asked again about Werner's role as a wall. Werner explained that it was much like when he had shielded Mazel from nobles attempting to monopolize his talents earlier. At present, the royal family lacked the proper grounds to officially take Mazel under their protection, which meant they couldn't openly stop other noble houses, or even foreign powers, from trying to recruit him. If Mazel were taken in by another noble family, the royal court would be forced into negotiations at a time when they might desperately need him. Worse still, there was no guarantee that whoever claimed Mazel would be cooperative or trustworthy. The prince acknowledged this reasoning and then turned to Werner, saying he saw a simple solution. Why not make Mazel Werner's knight? Werner froze at the suggestion, startled. He quickly pleaded with the prince not to impose such a condition. Inwardly, Werner was in turmoil. There were countless reasons why he needed to refuse, and he had to do so without hesitation. He explained that he and Mazel were friends, equals, not lords.
I swear.
Of course, he would obey any royal order and do everything within his power to support Mazel, but he could not accept the position of Mazel's master. In his thoughts, Werner reflected bitterly on how such a move would alter the course of the story. The hero was meant to defeat the Demon Lord and win the heart of the princess, not to serve under another noble's command. If Werner were to become Mazel's lord, he could easily find himself entangled in political schemes, and possibly killed in the conflict that would follow. The Crown Prince remarked that there was always the possibility of establishing a master-servant relationship in appearance only, noting that he had acquaintances who maintained such arrangements. Werner immediately realized that the prince was growing persistent, though he understood why. This was not simply a suggestion, it was a subtle test. By framing the idea as a proposal rather than an order, the prince was gauging Werner's level of ambition and loyalty. Werner politely refused, holding firm to his stance. The prince accepted his answer with grace, though he added that regardless of titles or positions, he still wished for Werner to support Mazel's activities while the hero remained in the capital. Werner agreed humbly. Inwardly, however, he could not help but feel uneasy. Knowing what awaited Mazel in the near future, Werner would have preferred to stay uninvolved. But since the royal family had openly acknowledged their friendship, withdrawing now would only draw suspicion. At least he thought they weren't ordering him to go on an actual journey. His role would merely be to assist Mazel in an official capacity as a noble
Pokemon community game A Wild Dondozo appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in S.
Caught off guard, smiled awkwardly. Inwardly, his thoughts drifted back to the game. In that version of events, when the hero's party set out to defeat the Demon Lord, they received only a meager sum of starting funds, barely enough to buy basic armor, let alone the top-tier equipment available in shop. If this were truly the same world, perhaps now would be the perfect time to ask the prince for financial aid. Anything the royal family prepared ahead of time would increase Mazel's chances of victory. The crown prince concluded the meeting by expressing that he looked forward to working with Mazel. Mazel, ever earnest, responded with clear enthusiasm. After that, the prince excused himself and departed, leaving the garden behind. Werner watched him go, then glanced at Mazel. There was something disarmingly gentle about the young hero. He had learned that Mazel hadn't even mentioned his heroic deeds from the recent stampede to his classmates. Too humble to boast, too considerate to seek praise. Seeing that sincerity, Werner felt a mixture of admiration and worry. Whether it was through equipment or personal
Ophelia,
support,
hey, I do custom artwork. Would you like to see some of my work?
One day bear the world's fate. Princess Laura apologized for her brother's bluntness, but Werner quickly assured her that he took no offense.
Another art
Mazel,
scammer.
slightly bewildered by the exchange, looked between them in confusion. Werner waved it off casually, telling him not to think too much of it. Mazel reluctantly accepted, though he still seemed uncertain.
Pokemon community game Dondozo escaped. No one caught it.
A curious thought had crossed his mind. Their age gap was such that, had he not known better, he might have mistaken them for parent and child. But now, standing near Mazel and Laura, Werner's attention sharpened. This was the perfect
Ophelia, if you're interested, kindly drop your Instagram or Discord something in chat.
He told Mazel to handle things in his
How about you
absence.
get banned?
Mazel immediately fidgeted, visibly flustered. Werner, amused,
I never
thought
said
that
I was
Mazel's
looking for an
nervousness was
artist. I already
almost
have an
hilarious.
artist.
He reassured them that he'd return
You people
shortly
being
and asked the
scumbags,
attendant
just trying to
show him
fucking
to the restroom.
inch your way
The
in.
attendant
It's like,
smiled warmly and agreed
unless
to escort him.
the
As
streamer
they walked away,
announces they
Werner's
want to
inner
get
voice
art,
bubbled with mischief.
that should
Sorry,
be the only
Mazel,
time you
he
ask.
mused. This is
I
for
don't
your
care
own
if you're a
good.
professional
It's about
artist.
time to move
There's
your
no such thing as
antagonist's
a
relationship
professional
with the
artist.
princess along.
Because
It
artists
might be a
always
bit
keep
earlier
growing.
in the original
You're not
storyline,
professional.
but it couldn't hurt to bring them closer. Laura seemed kind-hearted and playful. Mazel would manage just fine. Even if the details shifted, perhaps the overall narrative would still reach the same conclusion. Then again, Werner reminded himself there was still one major aspect of the story he needed to change. His mind drifted to the ruins of the palace that existed in the game's future timeline. He wondered bleakly if Mazel would one day walk among those ruins in this reality, and whether the guards standing watch now would become corpses in that future. His eyes fell on the attendant walking beside him. Would she, too, meet that same fate? As these thoughts weighed on him, one of the attendants spoke softly, addressing him with hesitation. Werner turned toward her. She asked that he forgive their boldness, but they wished to offer him their heartfelt gratitude. Werner blinked in confusion, unsure what they meant. What could he have done to deserve thanks? The attendants exchanged a glance before one of them stepped forward. She explained that her father was a knight, while the other girl's older brother served under Count First. Both had heard the tale of how Werner had seen through a monster's trap during the stampede. If not for his quick thinking, their loved ones might have perished. The attendants bowed deeply, their voices trembling with sincerity as they thanked him. Werner stood frozen, unsure how to respond. One of them, realizing how forward they had been, quickly asked his forgiveness for their impertinence, but insisted that they had wished, at the very least, to express a single word of gratitude to the man who had saved their family's lives. Werner stood frozen, unsure how to respond to the attendant's gratitude. He mumbled something polite and awkward, something along the lines of them being most welcome, before they led him the rest of the way to the restroom. Inside, he turned on the faucet and washed his hands, feeling a small wave of appreciation for something so ordinary yet so precious, running water. The game had never depicted any bathrooms, and for a long time, he had wondered how this world handled such necessity. He was relieved to find that civilization here.
I'm getting tired. I'll probably call it quits here soon.
Who once lived in modern Japan, the thought of surviving in a medieval world without such conveniences was almost unbearable. He reasoned that if magic in this world could create objects out of thin air, it was only natural that people would apply it to improving their quality of life, developing infrastructure, sanitation, and water. Even so, magic wasn't omnipotent. It couldn't prevent death, couldn't save everyone. That was why he had to struggle, to plan, to survive through sheer will and foresight. Ever since his childhood, ever since he had awakened to memories of his past life, Werner had known the tragedy that would unfold during the demon stampede. He had prepared himself to face it, determined to do whatever he could to survive. He did survive, overcoming that first great crisis. But sometimes the thought gnawed at him. Could he have done more? He had put everything on Mazel's shoulders, leaving the rest of the students
Sorry,
out of
kids.
his
I don't
calculations.
mean to get
Wasn't
you
that
moving,
because
but
deep
my
down,
legs are
he had
cramping.
still thought of this as just a game? Yet the people around him, the guards,
Oh.
the maids, their families, Mazel, the students, they all lived, breathed, and felt. They built relationships, suffered, and hoped just like anyone in his old world. They weren't characters. They were human beings. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could save everyone, nor could Mazel. But perhaps, he thought, even if his influence was limited, doing his utmost would at least grant him peace of mind. The same could probably be said for Mazel as well. In truth, Werner had only wanted to survive. It just so happened that his efforts had benefited others along the way. The gratitude he received from people like those attendants pierced him like needles, reminding him of the weight of his actions. Still, if by consequence of his choices someone lived instead of died, then maybe that was reason enough to keep doing what he did. He knew he could never match Mazel's strength in combat, nor did he possess any overwhelming abilities. But he had two advantages: his knowledge of how the story should unfold, and his social position as a noble. He couldn't leave everything to Mazel. It was time to aim for more than just survival. While Werner was deep in thought, elsewhere in the garden, Princess Laura was speaking with Mazel. She commented on how much trust there seemed to be between him and Werner. Mazel agreed easily, saying he certainly hoped so. Then, with a hint of hesitation, he apologized if the question sounded strange, but admitted he was curious about something. Why had Werner turned down the offer to make Mazel his subordinate? From Mazel's perspective, it made sense. If he became Werner's knight, fewer nobles or foreign powers would try to recruit him, and Werner's burden would be lighter. When the time came to battle the Demon Lord, Werner could simply send him forth without complication. He couldn't understand why Werner would reject such a practical arrangement. Princess Laura explained gently that her brother had merely been testing Werner's ambition. She herself believed that the Demon Lord's revival was not just rumor, but truth, and that Mazel was humanity's only real hope of defeating him. If Mazel had become Werner's knight, then Werner, as his lord, would hold tremendous political power. Yet she didn't think Werner was the type to prioritize his own interests. Still, there were many, including her brother, who doubted that and who might try to use Mazel for their own gain. She told Mazel that her father and brother both believed that binding the hero to the royal family was in the nation's best interest. Werner understood this, she said, but his refusal came from something simpler and more genuine. He wanted to remain Mazel's friend. That, Laura admitted, was merely her own interpretation, but she felt it deeply. She confessed that she too had friends she valued too much to ever make them her servants. Mazel blinked in surprise at her honesty. Laura noticed his expression and pretended to pout, asking if that was so surprising. When word revealed, flustered, Mazel apologized immediately, which made Laura laugh. She assured him she was only teasing and just wanted to ease the mood. Mazel was even more startled by her playfulness. When she asked if she had upset him, he hurriedly replied that she hadn't at all, which made her smile in amusement. By then, Werner had returned and paused by the doorway, hearing the faint sound of laughter. He apologized for interrupting as he entered. Both Laura and Mazel greeted him warmly. The princess remarked that Mazel had been recounting a story about a scuffle they once had with some older student. Werner raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. Laura explained that she had asked to hear about their time at the academy and wanted to know more about their adventures. Werner joined them at the table, and soon the three of them were talking freely, their conversation light and filled with laughter. For a little while, the weight of divine messages and demon lords faded away, replaced by warmth and the sound of shared stories. Werner knew that wishing for a quiet school life was unrealistic, especially after the ceremony. The next day, as he walked the campus halls, he suddenly felt a hand glide across his chest. It was Lady Nadia, who spoke sweetly and suggested they should find time to talk privately. Werner could hardly believe how bold some noblewomen could be, openly trying to seduce him in broad daylight, and it wasn't the first time. He agreed politely, masking his discomfort. To Werner, the academy was a smaller version of the high society outside, filled with politics, alliances, and subtle manipulation. Many noble families had professors as allies, and being summoned by one, only to find a waiting noble daughter, was far too blatant. He thought bitterly that this wasn't simply flirtation. These girls had families who arranged such things. Nadia clasped his hand, pressing the issue further, asking if he had something specific in mind. Internally, Werner was exhausted by the constant games of courtship. When she asked him to promise her, he reached for the doorknob, only to find it locked. He realized she had locked it herself. Of course she had. If the teacher was in on this, then no one would come looking for him even if he missed class. Just then, the door swung open. Drexler stood there, momentarily surprised to find Werner and Nadia together. Werner exhaled in relief. His earlier precautions had paid off. He thought to himself that one could never be too cautious with noble daughters, given their upbringing and motives. Nadia asked what Drexler wanted, and he explained that Professor Ryden had sent him to retrieve a statue. He pulled back the cloth covering it, revealing a massive sculpture. Drexler then turned to Nadia, politely asking if he could borrow Werner for a while. She agreed, curtly
Kaito Destiny Fox Ross _ welcome to my channel.
Fox Ross, hello and welcome.
Drexler brushed it
Kaito
off,
Destiny
mentioning
Fox
that
Ross
Mazel had
_
also done
welcome
as
to
Werner
my
instructed.
channel.
When Werner asked what the professor had wanted, Drexler replied that Ryden had asked to hear Mazel's first-hand.
Hello and welcome. My name is Kaito Destiny. I'm the Blue Fluffy Dragon. And Lurks, hello and welcome. Glad you're still working and chilling here on Kick. Currently I'm playing Ark Survival Ascended, but I think I'm going to switch games here in a bit and go do something else. Or just call it a night, I'm not sure. Seems like Twitch is bugging out again. Twitch is having a seizure. Okay.
Decoration decks help you evade the police. You can also use this screen to select your next
There
target.
we go. Anywho, I also have anime manga stories where we watch actual anime itself. Depending on if I can find a website we can watch anime on. We also watch videos of games and